Lin Shu traverses into the world of beast tamers, acquiring a simplified upgrade system. Meditation, simplified to closing one's eyes. While others can only contract a single beast, Lin Shu possesses the remarkable ability to bind several at once. Is he the fabled divine beast body? At a time when others toil arduously to upgrade their beasts, Lin Shu merely needs to let his beasts feast to continuously elevate their levels. Are his beasts of inferior bloodlines? That notion is utterly unfounded. Beast Divine, Sound Crow, Evolution. Demon Sound Crow, Simplified Evolution Process, Infernal Blood Phoenix. Bloodline Inferior, Simplified Evolution Process, Epic. Beast Ice Flower Serpent, Evolution. Profound Ice Serpent King, Simplified Evolution Process, Rainbow, Devouring Python. Bloodline Inferior, Simplified Evolution Process, Epic. Beast Black Bat King, Simplified Evolution Process, Golden Eye Bat Emperor. Bloodline Inferior, Simplified Evolution Process, Epic. Primordial Blood Spirit Dragon, Ice and Fire Divine Dragon. Howling Moon Silver Wolf, Diamond Divine Ape. As each low-tier beast undergoes evolution under Lin Shu's guidance, transforming into ancient taboos, the world around him fades to black. Who allowed such evolution? Chapter 1. The Simplified Upgrade System. Classmates, after 3 years of arduous training, success hinges on this pivotal moment. In 1 week, I hope each of you will achieve high scores and gain admission to your desired university, becoming competent beast tamers. After school, remember to contract your beasts and prepare diligently. Now, the holiday commences. As the homeroom teacher departed, the classroom erupted into a lively chatter. Which school do you plan to apply to? Is that even a choice for me? In this mock exam, my spiritual power score was merely 450, while even the most ordinary third-year universities demand 480. If I opt for a vocational school, I might as well return home and raise beasts at least that way. I could earn a living sooner. And you? I haven't decided either. Let's take it one step at a time. Amidst the cacophony, Lin Shu felt as if awakening from a dream. He wore a bewildered expression. What was happening? College entrance exams? Beast tamers? Spiritual power scores? Suddenly, a torrent of memories surged into his mind. Lin Shu jolted awake. Oh my, had he been reborn? And in the world of beast tamers, no less? Just as Lin Shu was grappling with this bewildering revelation, a student adorned in designer labels approached. Lin Shu, which university are you planning to apply to? His name was Lu Sanqian, a well-known rich kid in the class at that moment. He gazed at Lin Shu with a cunning glint in his eyes, brimming with amusement. The surrounding students struggled to suppress their laughter. It was evident they were relishing the spectacle. After all, witnessing the once prominent student reduced to the bottom of the class was quite the entertainment. Seeing Lin Shu remain silent, a nearby student chimed in, Lu Sanqian, spare Lin Shu your mockery in this mock exam. His spiritual power score didn't even reach 300. Forget about undergraduate studies. I doubt he could even get into a vocational school. Moreover, with a score below 300, he cannot access the beast space. How can he contract a beast? Lu Sanqian burst into laughter. Lin Shu, you truly live up to your reputation as a genius. Pausing, he leaned in closer, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Why don't you simply ask the homeroom teacher to sign a waiver for the college entrance exams? To avoid dragging down our class's admission rate, of course. If you're worried about your future livelihood, you could follow your sister's example and sell vegetables at the market. Lin Shu clenches fists. This guy was truly insufferable. Just as he prepared to retort, a mechanical voice echoed. System has located the host. Binding complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the simplified upgrade system. A surge of excitement filled Lin Shu's heart. Had the quintessential golden finger for traversers just arrived? What would he possibly fear now? System, quickly, grant me my beginner's gift pack. Lin Shu's anticipation soared. Before him, a system interface materialized. Name Lin Shu. Age 18 years. Spiritual power score, 295. Contracted beasts, none.as. The information bar concluded its display. The system's voice resonated once more. System issues beginner task. Successfully applied to Lingzhou University. Lin Shu stood in stunned silence. A beginner task? Lingzhou University? What a cruel twist. Yet Lin Shu understood that this system undoubtedly harbored functions yet to be unveiled. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to treat this as a desperate gamble. He immediately fixed his gaze on Lu Sanqian and stated earnestly, I intend to apply to Lingzhou University. Upon these words, the classroom fell into an abrupt silence. Lu Sanqian's eyes widened in disbelief. After a lengthy pause, The classroom erupted into raucous laughter. You gotta be kidding me, is this what genius looks like? Oh my, I can't be hearing this correctly. Lin Shu, the bottom of the class and fifth from last in the entire school, plans to apply to Lingzhou University? Who doesn't know that Lingzhou University ranks among the top 3 universities in all of Huagua? The number of geniuses within its walls is incalculable. The minimum admission score each year is 740. In our Yun city, built for 300 years, no one has ever gained admission. With your credentials, do you even stand a chance? Lu Sanqian interrupted the cacophony of voices. Then, with a look of disdain, he stared at Lin Shu, saying, Lin Shu, fine, we'll be waiting for you to get into Lingzhou University. When that day comes, I'll surely kneel before you and exclaim how mighty you are. Come on, everyone, let's hurry and find suitable contract beasts. We shouldn't waste time on a fool. In no time, the class dispersed, leaving Lin Shu standing in a daze. System, please don't toy with me. Help me out, will you? I've already made such bold claims. I certainly don't wish to embarrass myself. Lin Shu continued to communicate with the system, but regrettably, he received no response. With no other option, he shut his eyes, wearing an expression of desolation. Simplified upgrade system activated. Initiating simplification. Simplification successful. Meditation simplified to closing one's eyes. Spiritual power score 1. Spiritual power score 1. Spiritual power score 1. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Lin Shu abruptly opened his eyes as he quickly accessed the system interface, his heart soaring with joy. He discovered that in just half a minute, his spiritual power score had surged to 320. It is worth noting that since that incident in his first year, Lin Shu's spiritual power score had plummeted. Though he had managed to raise it slightly through meditation, he had been unable to break through the 300 barrier. So, this is how the simplified upgrade system operates. Lin Shu mused, dispelling the shadows from his heart. For the next half hour, Lin Shu continued to keep his eyes closed. However, he noticed that the longer he kept his eyes shut, the slower the rate of improvement in his spiritual power became. It seems that while the cultivation of spiritual power has been simplified, the extent of enhancement is limited, which is reasonable otherwise. I could do nothing but sleep all day and still improve. Though he muttered under his breath, Lin Shu was immensely satisfied with the progress he had made. After all, in such a brief span of time, his spiritual power had surged to an impressive 489. Such advancement was beyond anyone's imagination. Now that my spiritual power is on the rise, it is time to seek a contract with a beast. The road ahead is fraught with challenges. Although Lin Shu had leveraged the system's simplifying capabilities to elevate his spiritual power with ease, it is essential to recognize that college entrance examinations are predicated on a holistic evaluation. Spiritual power is one facet, while the prowess of the contracted beast constitutes another. Both are indispensable. How on earth am I to acquire a high-level beast? Lin Shu lamented, feeling overwhelmed. It is crucial to understand that beasts are classified into ranks based on their lineage, ranging from lowly to exalted. The lineage levels include inferior, ordinary, intermediate, advanced, divine, legendary, and epic. Moreover, they come with clearly marked prices. Setting aside intermediate or advanced beasts, even an ordinary one commands several thousand gold coins. Although Lin Shu is a descendant of heroes, the annual stipend amounts to merely a few hundred gold coins, barely enough to cover basic expenses. His sister, on the other hand, sells vegetables in the market, ensuring only their fundamental livelihood. Well, I suppose I shall venture forth and try my luck. Chapter 2. The Simple Evolution Pill. Eastern District. The largest contract beast market in Cloud City. Due to the impending college entrance examination, the place was teeming with people. Some parents were relentlessly bidding up prices in hopes that their children could contract high-level beasts. The scene was bustling with activity. At that moment, in front of a particular stall, Lin Shu awkwardly smiled as his gaze fell upon a 1-meter-tall wild boar-type beast contained within a cage. Beast, Ironback Hedgehog. Level, growing stage. Bloodline, ordinary. Evolution, Goldenback Hedgehog. Characteristics, balanced offense and defense, formidable tusk lethality, and a powerful charge, but prone to drowsiness. Gazing at the system's introduction panel, Lin Shu felt quite pleased with the Ironback Hedgehog. However, his heart sank when he saw the price, an astonishing 8,000 gold coins, far exceeding his budget. In response to Lin Shu's inquiry, the stall owner replied coolly, "Young man, this is a small business, no negotiations." Just as Lin Shu was about to say something more, a bearded man accompanied by a burly student approached. "Boss, I'll take the Ironback Hedgehog," the bearded man declared, stepping forward and promptly swiping his card. Once the transaction was completed, the burly youth bit his fingertip. allowing a drop of blood infused with spiritual energy to fall onto the ironback hedgehog's head. With a buzzing sound, the ironback hedgehog struggled briefly before transforming into a streak of light and vanishing into the beast space created by the burly youth. Lin Shu watched enviously, left with no choice but to turn his attention to another beast at the stall. Beast, Flame Flying Eagle. Level, Growing Stage. Bloodline, Ordinary. Evolution, Thunderfire Flying Eagle. Characteristics, capable of flying 1,000 miles a day. Its claws can tear through opponents, and its wings are sharp, allowing it to breathe fire. The price was 100 gold coins less than that of the ironback hedgehog. Boss, could you lower the price on the Flame Flying Eagle? Lin Shu asked. The owner shot him an impatient look, ready to reprimand him, when suddenly a mocking voice interrupted. Lin Shu, have you still not secured your contract, beast? If you wait any longer, this market will close. Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Shu turned and felt a wave of frustration. Lu Sanqian, disregarding Lin Shu, circled around him with a group of sycophants and approached the Flame Flying Eagle. After a cursory inspection, Lu Sanqian's derisive voice rang out. Lin Shu, you are supposed to be a genius destined for Lingzhou University. A mere flame-flying eagle is unworthy of your stature. At this remark, Lu Sanqian's sycophants immediately chimed in with snide agreement. Indeed, Lin, only a beast with a divine bloodline would befit your identity. At this moment, a scrawny lackey turned to Lu Sanqian. By the way, what was your spiritual power score in the recent mock exam? And what is the name of the beast you contracted? Another lackey quickly interjected. Skinny monkey, your memory is atrocious. Lu's spiritual power reached an impressive 680 points. And he contracted a mature purple gold dragon python, costing a staggering 200,000 gold coins. With its divine bloodline, it can evolve into a purple gold thunder dragon. This time, Lu will undoubtedly become the second best in Cloud City. The skinny monkey feigned confusion. Second best? Then who is the top? The top, of course, is our school's unparalleled genius, Lin Shu, came the reply, prompting uproarious laughter from the sycophants. Lu Sanqian smiled silently, casting a glance at Lin Shu before turning to address the stall owner. Boss, I'll take the Flame Flying Eagle. The owner looked puzzled. Young master, are you perhaps a divine beast master, able to contract multiple beasts? Lu Sanqian felt slightly embarrassed. A divine beast master? It's not that simple. In the entirety of Blue Star, aside from the 10 great figures who established the era of beast masters, there are very few. Regrettably, Lu Sanqian's gaze shifted back to Lin Shu, the coldness in his eyes intensifying. Stop wasting time. Lu Sanqian glared at the stall owner, then barked, sell it, or I'll destroy your stall. The owner, naturally unwilling to offend Lu Sanqian, complied. After the payment was processed, Lu Sanqian commanded, now, open the beast cage and release the Flame Flying Eagle. Though confused, the owner ultimately unlocked the cage. With a cry, the Flame Flying Eagle took to the skies. Its bonds broken. In that moment, the owner regretted his decision. While the Flame Flying Eagle was not as ferocious as a magical beast, its escape could incite chaos. If casualties occurred and the oversight department found out, it would be disastrous for him. But at that instant, Lu Sanqian snorted coldly. You think it can escape? My purple gold dragon python just signed the contract with me. I still need to test its strength. With a hand gesture, a formation materialized, and a massive purple gold dragon python appeared, radiating a terrifying aura that swept through the market. The contracted beasts in their cages trembled in fear. The Flame Flying Eagle sensed the impending danger, flames enveloping it as it attempted to flee. Alas, the speed of the purple gold dragon python was overwhelming. It transformed into a streak of light and captured the Flame Flying Eagle in its jaws. The sound of crunching echoed, and the Flame Flying Eagle was swiftly devoured. Soon after, the purple gold dragon python returned to Lu Sanqian's beast space, and the surroundings gradually calmed down. Lu Sanqian approached Lin Shu. What do you think of my purple gold dragon python, Lin Shu? Before Lin Shu could respond, Lu Sanqian added with a grin. Don't say I'm bullying my classmates. Here's the deal. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you choose a few beasts as a gift. With that, Lu Sanqian summoned his lackeys, whispering a few words to them before they hurried off. A minute later, they returned, pushing 3 carts behind them, each containing a beast confined within a cage. To the left was a half-human-sized crow. In the middle was a massive cauliflower snake. On the right was a black bat. Lu Sanqian laughed heartily. Lin Shu, don't you think I'm treating you well? The divine sound crow can emit sound waves to disrupt opponents. The ice flower snake can freeze anything in its path. And this black bat is remarkable, capable of attacking with ultrasound. Choose one to contract quickly. Once you do, I'll be waiting for you to enroll in Lingzhou University in a week. As he spoke, the amusement in Lu Sanqian's eyes was unmistakable. After all, these 3 beasts were merely juvenile forms and possessed the lowest quality bloodlines, leaving no room for growth whatsoever. However, If Lin Shu were to refuse, he would use the excuse of the other party's rejection of goodwill to eliminate him without hesitation. Little did he know, just as Lu Sanqian anticipated Lin Shu's choice, a sudden system notification rang in Lin Shu's ear. Ding, the novice gift pack has been distributed. Congratulations, host. You have activated the Divine Guardian Body. Congratulations, host, you have received 3 simple bloodline evolution pills. Extraction successful. Upon hearing the system's voice, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Lin Shu's eyes. Since Lu had been so generous, he would not hold back. With that, Lin Shu bit his tongue, allowing 3 drops of his vital blood imbued with spiritual energy to fall onto the heads of the 3 summoned beasts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 beams of light flashed, and the 3 summoned beasts directly entered Lin Shu's beast space. What? You have lost your divine guardian body, haven't you? Lu Sanqian exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 3. The Trial of the Shura Field. The scene before them astonished not only Lu Sanqian and his sycophants, but also those around them, who cast bewildered glances. Lin Shu, however, paid them no mind. At this moment, his consciousness split into 3, entering the spaces of the 3 summoned beasts, while simultaneously feeding them the simple evolution pills. As the 3 beasts consumed the pills, Lin Shu beheld the following information. Summoned beast, divine sound raven. Level juvenile. Bloodline inferior. Simplified evolution process, epic. Evolution demon sound raven. Simplified evolution process, purgatory blood phoenix. Characteristics, sonic wave attack, disrupts opponents. Simplified evolution process, endless blood domain, hellfire. Capable of annihilating all. Summoned beast, ice flower serpent. Level juvenile. Bloodline inferior. Simplified evolution process, epic. Evolution, Xianbing serpent king. Simplified evolution process, rainbow devouring python. Characteristics, ice attribute. Freezes all in its path. Simplified evolution process, capable of devouring all. 7-colored divine fire, burns heaven and earth. Summoned beast, black bat. Level juvenile. Bloodline inferior. Simplified evolution process, epic. Evolution, black bat king. Simplified evolution process, golden-eyed bat emperor. Characteristics, ultrasound attack, concealed in the night. Simplified evolution process, golden-eyed divine light, shatters all. Annihilates enemies invisibly. At that moment, Lin Shu's heart was tumultuous with exhilaration. He never expected that the system, either dormant or in action, would bestow upon him such a grand gift. What were once 3 beasts that even dogs would shake their heads at, with the aid of the simple evolution pills, had directly leaped to an epic-level bloodline. Who would dare believe such a tale? Of course, what delighted Lin Shu the most was the restoration of his divine guardian body. Withdrawing his consciousness from the spaces, he set his gaze upon Lu Sanqian before him. Lu, your generous gift has been graciously received. Though I cannot repay you at this moment, I shall carry your blessings with me to successfully obtain the admission notice from Lingzhou University. With that, Lin Shu turned and departed. Until Lin Shu vanished, the surrounding vendors and passing students and parents continued to discuss his possession of the rare divine guardian body. Meanwhile, Lu Sanqian wore a grim expression. Brother Lu, why do I feel that Lin Shu seems to have regained his former talents? The thin monkey inquired. Another sycophant quickly echoed his sentiment. Lu Sanqian clenched his fists tightly. After a prolonged silence, he commanded, You lot, hurry and keep an eye on this kid. If I'm not mistaken, Lin Shu must be heading to the Shura field for training. Remember, if the opportunity arises. His words trailed off as he made a gesture across his throat. The thin monkey and his companions immediately understood and swiftly departed. As for Lu Sanqian, he continued to mutter to himself. How can this be? This kid simulated a spiritual energy value of barely 300. And even the principal said that after he lost his talent, it would be a miracle if he ever became a beast master in his lifetime. How could he possibly awaken his divine guardian body again? Yet soon, Lu Sanqian sneered. Forget it. No need to dwell on this. After today, this kid will be dead. What does it matter if he has a divine guardian body? Those 3 summoned beasts are utterly worthless. Can he truly turn trash into treasure? Moreover, the summoned beasts of the thin monkey and his companions were all of high bloodlines and mature forms. Dealing with this kid would be a mere formality. Unbeknownst to Lin Shu, events were unfolding on Lu Sanqian's side. However, he was indeed, as they had surmised, arriving at the outskirts of the Shura field in Yunqing. The so-called Shura field was essentially a place where magical beasts were kept, categorized into low, medium, and high tiers. Naturally, those who frequented such places were typically impoverished students. Meanwhile, those with slightly better circumstances would hire beast masters for one-on-one guidance. Some wealthy individuals would even spend lavishly on spiritual energy pills and enhancement potions to elevate their spiritual energy levels and the tiers of their summoned beasts. Even the slightest increase was worth the utmost effort from their parents. Lin Shu approached the payment counter. "Hello, I wish to enter the high-tier Shura field," he stated earnestly. The middle-aged woman responsible for collecting fees glanced at Lin Shu and replied nonchalantly, "The deposit for the high-tier Shura field is 1,000 gold coins, and it costs 100 gold coins for each hour of training. Moreover, the high-tier Shura field is quite dangerous. Once you enter, life and death are at your own risk. If that is acceptable, please register your information, pay the fee, and collect your card to enter." Lin Shu felt a pang in his heart. 100 gold coins was enough to cover his expenses for an entire year. However, one must be willing to risk for greater rewards. Furthermore, by entering the high-tier Shura field, he could hunt magical beasts to obtain magic crystals, which could be exchanged for money. 5 minutes later, Lin Shu entered the high-tier Shura field with his card. At that moment, the middle-aged woman finally remembered to check the information Lin Shu had left behind. Name: Lin Shu, grade 12, spiritual energy value, 489, and his summoned beast is merely the lowest tier ice flower serpent? The woman was momentarily taken aback. Then, she scoffed. "Heh, not strong in power but ambitious, huh? Too bad. You'll soon meet your demise in there." After all, a mature iron-armored explosive flame tiger with demigod-level bloodline had recently been captured in the high-tier Shura field. It was said that this hulking beast was on the verge of evolving to its complete form. She smiled slyly. "Well, the path you chose is yours to walk. When the time comes, I'll just go in to collect the corpse." After mumbling this, the woman resumed scrolling through short videos on her phone. Meanwhile, in a corner of the high-tier Shura field, Lin Shu was sitting cross-legged with his eyes tightly shut. Thanks to the simplified upgrade system, Lin Shu's spiritual energy value was continuously increasing. Before him, the Purgatory Blood Phoenix, Rainbow-devouring Python, and Golden-eyed Bat Emperor were diligently devouring a three-headed magic wolf. This three-headed magic wolf possessed a medium bloodline and was a mature beast, boasting formidable strength. In terms of level, it would easily overpower them. Unfortunately, Lin Shu's summoned beasts were all of the epic tier. Thus, when the three-headed demon wolf beheld the three Beast Tamers, it was instantly paralyzed with fear. In contrast, the three Beast Tamers appeared to have been ravenous for an extended period, launching themselves at the wolf without hesitation. 5 minutes later, the three-headed demon wolf lay in a heap of dry bones. Meanwhile, several other beast carcasses littered the ground, clearly the handiwork of the three tamers. Lin Shu opened his eyes, and at that moment, his spiritual power had surged to 610. According to the admission score thresholds of previous years, his acceptance into a prestigious institution was all but guaranteed. Nevertheless, Lin Shu felt it was still insufficient. After all, his ambition was to attend Lingzhou University. He needed to strive harder. Lin Shu murmured to himself before rising to examine the carcasses. After a thorough search, he discovered some magic crystals. He also collected the remains of the demon beasts. Having dealt with these matters, he sent the three beast companions into the beast space. As they needed ample time to digest their substantial meal, perhaps even evolving into their growth phase. Now, it was time to seek out the small boss lurking within this high-level Shura arena. Lin Shu smiled. With his heightened perception, he was aware that a complete demon beast resided within the arena. Defeating it would signify a successful completion of this trial. Chapter 4, Annihilation. However, just as Lin Shu intended to follow the aura to locate the beast, several figures approached menacingly from a distance. "Is it you?" Lin Shu exclaimed in surprise. He had not anticipated that Lu Sanqian's lackeys would follow him here. Seeing their silence, Lin Shu continued, "Why are only you here? Where is Lu Sanqian? Is he afraid of me?" The lean monkey scoffed. "Lin Shu, do you think Lu Ge needs to personally deal with a small fry like you? Just take a look in the mirror and see what you reflect. What are you even worth? Do you think just because you possess a divine body, you are impressive?" Lin Shu sighed, casting a glance at the lean monkey and his cohorts. "So, how do you plan to deal with me?" Lin Shu inquired. The lean monkey coldly replied, "Originally, we intended to watch you get eliminated by the demon beasts in this high-level Shura arena. But it seems the beasts are too disinterested in devouring a waste like you. So, we must take matters into our own hands. Rest assured, we won't make it too painful for you." Upon uttering these words, the lean monkey swiftly formed a summoning seal. Soon, a massive, monkey-shaped beast appeared before them. An attribute panel materialized in front of Lin Shu. Beast, Water Ape, Great Sage. Level Mature. Bloodline High. Evolution, Heavenly Divine Ape. Characteristics, controls wind and rain. Skill, Water Dragon Impact, capable of summoning great floods. With the lean monkey taking the first action, the other lackeys of Lu Sanqian followed suit. Before long, 6 powerful beasts of varying sizes surrounded Lin Shu. All these beasts were mature, possessed commendable bloodlines, and had reasonable evolution paths. But what of it? Lin Shu sighed. "Lean monkey, we are classmates." He wanted to offer these fellows one last chance. Unfortunately, the lean monkey laughed coldly. "Lin Shu, Are you not going to release your beasts? Shall we not fight to the death? Otherwise, killing you this way would be rather dull. Lin Shu nodded slightly. Since these fellows had come seeking death, he would not show them mercy. With this thought, Lin Shu prepared to cast his summoning array, intending to let them learn why flowers bloom red. Just then, a tiger's roar echoed through the air. In the next moment, a 3-meter-tall tiger-shaped beast appeared nearby. Its entire body was engulfed in flames, its fur gleaming like armor, radiating a metallic sheen. The terrifying pressure surrounding it raised the temperature significantly. Fortunately, this high-level Shura arena was constructed from special materials. Otherwise, it would have been engulfed in flames already. Lin Shu quickly summoned his spiritual power, forming a protective shield around himself. Even so, he felt drenched in sweat. If he was feeling this way, it was only natural that the lean monkey and his crew would be even more affected. Damn it, that wretched woman at the entrance. Why didn't she inform us there was a half-divine bloodline mature beast here? The lean monkey fumed, his companions' faces equally grim. Lin Shu smiled indifferently, clearly relishing the spectacle. For he had seen the information regarding the iron-armored explosive flame tiger. Beast, iron-armored explosive flame tiger. Level mature. Bloodline half-divine. Evolution, golden armored explosive flame tiger. Characteristics, derives pleasure from hunting beast tamers and their beasts. Armored for formidable defense. Explosive flame impact is immensely powerful, capable of shredding anything with its sharp claws. Note, on the verge of evolving into a complete form. Closing the system interface, Lin Shu planned to observe the unfolding drama. At that moment, even though the lean monkey and his companions were filled with dread, they exhibited the audacity of youth. After a brief moment of mental adjustment, the lean monkey rallied his comrades. Brothers, it's just a half-divine mature beast. Our beasts are capable too. Let us all charge together and deny this guy a moment to breathe. Perhaps we can slay it and share the magic crystals. The mention of magic crystals ignited a spark in the eyes of the lackeys. They were ready to command their beasts to charge forward. The water ape Great Sage led the charge, summoning a torrent of water dragons aimed directly at the iron-armored explosive flame tiger. The other beasts unleashed their respective abilities, filling the area with a dazzling array of colors. But in the next instant, a deafening roar erupted. The iron-armored explosive flame tiger exhaled a torrent of flames, rendering the flashy attacks of the beasts utterly ineffective. It lunged forward, delivering a crushing blow with its tail. The water ape Great Sage screeched as it was sent flying. Before it could recover, the iron-armored explosive flame tiger opened its massive jaws and severed the water ape Great Sage's neck in one swift motion. Blood gushed forth, and the scent of blood evidently excited the tiger, which tore off a chunk of flesh and swallowed it whole. At that moment, the iron-armored explosive flame tiger shone with a fiery glow. In an instant, its size doubled. Lin Shu understood that it had successfully evolved into its complete form. The magical energy radiating from it was terrifying. Is this the power of a complete beast? Lin Shu murmured to himself. It is essential to note that there are strict hierarchical classifications for beasts and demon beasts: juvenile, growth, mature, complete, ultimate, super beast, beast king, beast god, starry sky, and cosmic. Upon reaching the complete form, one could activate their bloodline, allowing for further evolution. It could be said that the complete form represented a watershed moment. Once crossed, it would unlock hidden talents within the bloodline, posing a significant threat. 3 years ago, a thunderous beast breached the defenses set by human beastmasters and invaded Cloud City. Caught completely off guard, the city suffered catastrophic losses, with over 10,000 innocent lives extinguished under its lethal onslaught. Although beastmasters eventually mobilized and vanquished the creature, the battle claimed the lives of several first- and second-tier beastmasters. This incident starkly illustrated the terrifying nature of the fully formed ironclad blazing tiger, a creature endowed with demigod bloodlines. Even though its power was restricted to a mere 1/10 of its normal capacity due to the unique formations of the arena, it remained a formidable foe. Suddenly, a sound pierced the air, a splatter of blood. Lin Shu's thoughts were jolted back to reality as he turned to see the frail monkey collapsing helplessly to the ground. Lin Shu understood that the death of the beast had resulted in a backlash against the frail monkey, bound to it by a blood contract. Although the monkey could form a new bond with another beast within 6 months once its spirit energy recovered, it was evident that this creature would be unable to participate in the upcoming exams. Damn it, my water monkey sage, which I borrowed 50,000 gold coins from Brother Lu to purchase. The frail monkey lamented weakly. The other sycophants immediately urged, Frail monkey, this is not the time for regrets. We must flee at once, or we shall surely perish. As they spoke, they collectively released their spirit senses, intending to retract their own beasts. After all, facing this fully formed blazing tiger, they had no chance of victory, just as the frail monkey had demonstrated. Sadly, despite their swift actions, The ironclad blazing tiger was even faster. Its razor-sharp claws extended, darting towards the remaining beasts, and in mere moments, all those creatures lay lifeless on the ground. The sycophants, too, found themselves coughing up blood. Witnessing this, the ironclad blazing tiger opened its gaping maw, its fierce gaze locking onto the frail monkey and the others, clearly intent on eradicating them entirely. However, just as despair enveloped the frail monkey and his companions, a detached voice from Lin Shu echoed, "I beg your pardon. But these creatures are my prey. I intend to deal with them myself, and you are also among my quarry." With that, Lin Shu swiftly positioned himself before the ironclad blazing tiger. Chapter 5. The Five-Color Magic Crystal. Lin Shu, the frail monkey and his companions were momentarily bewildered. Could this worthless individual possibly be planning to confront the ironclad blazing tiger? Were they the ones losing their sanity, or was it this fool? While they acknowledged Lin Shu's astonishing recovery of the divine beast body, they also knew his three contracted beasts possessed the most inferior bloodlines, and they were but juveniles. It was inconceivable that he could launch a successful assault against the blazing tiger, let alone be of any use in combat. Lin Shu, however, paid no heed to their thoughts. His gaze was fixed intently on the ironclad blazing tiger, an expression of playful intrigue illuminating his eyes. "My beasts, I trust you have recovered sufficiently? It is time to showcase your prowess." As these words left his lips, Lin Shu inscribed the first summoning array. A flash of crimson light erupted as the fully grown infernal blood phoenix materialized. Although its stature was less than a meter, the infernal blood fire engulfing its form was nothing short of mesmerizing. Next, Lin Shu inscribed a second summoning array, from which emerged a multicolored serpent stretching over 10 meters in length, radiating vibrant hues. Following this, he summoned the golden-eyed Bat King, with the three beasts bursting forth. The ironclad blazing tiger found itself encircled. What in the world is happening? The frail monkey and the sycophants were left speechless. Weren't Lin Shu's beasts supposed to be utterly worthless? Had he somehow secretly swapped them for high-ranking beasts? That seemed impossible. They had been tailing him the entire way. Moreover, everyone knew of his family's dire circumstances. His parents had perished in battle, leaving only his sister to scrape by in the market. How could he have contracted such precious beasts? Frail monkey, why do I feel as if these three beasts are even more formidable than Brother Lu's purple gold dragon python? Could they be of legendary bloodlines? One of the sycophants ventured. The frail monkey remained silent, his only desire to escape. However, upon witnessing Lin Shu's murderous gaze, he ultimately surrendered any hope. Seeing that the frail monkey and his companions had quieted, Lin Shu cast a glance at the ironclad blazing tiger, which now seemed to sense the imminent threat. Despite its superior level compared to the three juvenile beasts before it, the vast disparity in bloodlines, coupled with the restrictions of the high-tier arena formations, rendered it incapable of unleashing its full might. Clearly, it possessed a measure of intelligence. Recognizing its disadvantage, it resolved to flee. The frail monkey and his companions were taken aback. This colossal beast, facing Lin Shu's three creatures, was actually considering retreat? Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. "Don't let it escape," Lin Shu commanded. Buzz. The golden-eyed Bat King was the first to strike. Rays of golden light erupted from its eyes, momentarily stunning the ironclad blazing tiger. Seizing the opportunity, the seven-colored devouring python swiftly advanced, coiling around the beast. The ironclad blazing tiger instinctively unleashed a torrent of flames in a frantic attempt to break free. However, the seven-colored devouring python possessed the ability to absorb flames, effortlessly consuming the inferno. As the beast's defenses faltered, the seven-colored devouring python sank its razor-sharp fangs into the tiger's neck, blood spraying forth. The infernal blood phoenix surged forward, unleashing two bursts of infernal blood fire from its wings, which plunged into the wounds of the ironclad blazing tiger. With a final agonized howl, the ironclad blazing tiger collapsed to the ground, its life extinguished, the infernal flames having incinerated its blood. With the ironclad blazing tiger dispatched, it was time for Lin Shu's beasts to indulge in their feast. As they watched the ironclad blazing tiger being devoured, the frail monkey and his companions were left utterly dumbfounded. In less than 3 minutes, the fully formed beast, endowed with demigod bloodlines, had been eradicated. After the fleeting shock, fear crept in. The death of the rabbit brought sorrow to the fox. They understood that once Lin Shu finished with the ironclad blazing tiger, they would be next. "Lin Shu, you cannot kill us. We are classmates. Think of our 3 years of friendship, and all because of Lu Sanqian." Lin Shu smiled, a radiant, gleeful grin. "Frail monkey, let me ask you this. If the roles were reversed and I were in your grasp, would you spare me?" Lin Shu inquired. The frail monkey intended to respond, but in the next moment, Lin Shu's foot shattered the frail monkey's ribs, the bone piercing directly into his heart. Just like that, he was dead. 1 minute later, the frail monkey and his companions lay lifeless, their fates sealed. Before Lin Shu stood the skeletal remains of the iron-armored blazing tiger. As he probed the remains, a spark of realization ignited within him. To his astonishment, he discovered that this iron-armored blazing tiger possessed a quintessence of 5-colored magic crystals. Such an artifact was indeed a treasure of immense value. Lin Shu's face radiated joy. It was well known that magic crystals were classified into 9 grades, with 1-colored crystals being the least valuable and 9-colored crystals the most potent. The 5-colored magic crystal Lin Shu held could fetch no less than 100,000 gold coins on the black market. He felt elated by the prospect of wealth. 5 minutes later, having cleared the battlefield, Lin Shu exited the advanced Shura field. "Miss, I would like to reclaim my deposit," he said, presenting his card. The attendant was momentarily taken aback. This young man had emerged unscathed? It seemed fortune smiled upon him, though she muttered inwardly. She nonetheless returned the deposit along with the remaining funds. Once Lin Shu departed, the attendant intended to resume her phone scrolling, but a striking figure suddenly appeared. Initially, she presumed the newcomer was there to undertake trials in the Shura field. However, upon recognizing her, she immediately stood up. "Miss Gu, what brings you here?" she stammered. Gu Weiwei's delicate brows furrowed in concern. "I need to ask you, who has ventured into the advanced Shura field? Why has the life sign of the iron-armored blazing tiger vanished?" Faced with her inquiry, the attendant found herself at a loss for words. After all, the woman before her was someone she could not afford to offend. Setting aside Gu Weiwei's esteemed lineage as the daughter of the Gu family, she was a bona fide second-tier beast tamer. The iron-armored blazing tiger had been captured for her, and due to unforeseen circumstances, it had been temporarily placed in the Shura field. Could it be a misunderstanding? The attendant ventured. Gu Weiwei inhaled deeply, producing an object resembling a mobile phone. This is a beast tracking device, utilized for monitoring the condition of magical beasts. Half an hour prior, Gu Weiwei had been at home when the tracking device alerted her that the iron-armored blazing tiger had evolved into its complete form. She had hastened to the site, for this day had been highly anticipated. By slaying the iron-armored blazing tiger and acquiring its 5-colored magic crystal, she could potentially advance to a 3rd-tier beast tamer. However, en route, she learned that the beast had perished, leaving her feeling thwarted. "Never mind, let us head to the advanced Shura field and ascertain the truth," she concluded, turning on her heel with the attendant following closely behind. Upon entering the advanced Shura field, both Gu Weiwei and the attendant were rendered speechless. Before them lay several corpses, while the magical beasts had seemingly vanished without a trace. How could this be? Gu Weiwei was perplexed. At that moment, the attendant appeared to have an epiphany, exclaiming, "Could it be him? But how is that even possible?" Noticing Gu Weiwei's confusion, the attendant retrieved a registration form and recounted the events. "Lin Shu? That name seems somewhat familiar," she mused. Regardless, since Lin Shu is the only individual to have exited the advanced Shura field alive, finding him will surely unveil the truth. Whoever dares to snatch my 5-colored magic crystal will pay dearly. With that, Gu Weiwei jotted down Lin Shu's details and departed. Chapter 6. No more pretenses. Time to confront the truth. Unbeknownst to Lin Shu, events unfolded after his exit from the Shura field. At that moment, he was savoring a bowl of noodles at a nearby eatery before making his way to a shop specializing in magic crystal forging and recycling. Although Lin Shu's gold card still held over 4,000 gold coins, it represented his sister's entire savings, which he had no intention of touching. Moreover, with university expenses looming, he resolved to sell the magic crystals acquired from his recent hunt. However, after careful consideration, Lin Shu decided to withhold the sale of the 5-colored magic crystal, as its value was too exquisite. Who would believe that he, a mere impoverished student, had slain the iron-armored blazing tiger and obtained such a rare gem? Furthermore, with the system at his disposal, perhaps this treasure could yield even greater benefits. "Excuse me. I would like to," Lin Shu began as he entered the shop, but was interrupted by a chorus of chatter. "Brother Lu, you're truly remarkable. Even before becoming a beast tamer, you've slain 5 mature, demigod bloodline fire magic lizards. We're all in awe. Brother Lu, you're destined to be the top scorer in this year's college entrance exams." Hearing the flattery, Lu Sanqian beamed with pride. "It's nothing. But what a pity that the fire magic lizard king escaped. Otherwise, I could have secured more magic crystals and made quite a profit." Yet as the conversation continued, Lu Sanqian's expression darkened. The other sycophants mirrored his sudden change in demeanor, their eyes glinting with hostility. They had spotted Lin Shu. What is going on? Lu Sanqian wondered. Perplexed. Shouldn't this brat have perished in the advanced Shura field? Why is he here unscathed? And where are Shouho and the others? Why haven't they reported back? Not even a phone call. Lin Shu, observing their astonished faces, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He wished to inform Lu Sanqian that he had dealt with Shouho and the others, but to avoid unnecessary trouble, he opted for silence. Ignoring Lu Sanqian, his gaze drifted to a nearby shop assistant. "Hello, I would like to," he said. Unfortunately, the assistant seemed oblivious to Lin Shu's presence and walked directly to Lu Sanqian. "Young Master Lu, it has been quite a while since you visited our humble shop. What can I assist you with today? Are you in need of weaponry forged from magic crystals, or perhaps magical armor, or something else entirely?" Lu Sanqian cast a dismissive glance at Lin Shu before arrogantly declaring, "I'm here to negotiate a deal." As he spoke, one of Lu Sanqian's lackeys produced a box, which the assistant opened, revealing a dazzling array of magic crystals. "Young Master Lu, did you acquire all these?" The assistant inquired, astonished. Upon receiving a nod, he gasped, 32 two-colored magic crystals and 5 three-colored magic crystals. All of exceptional quality. Surely, these must be from the mature fire magic lizards? Lu Sanqian nodded nonchalantly. "You have a keen eye? Now, what can these magic crystals be exchanged for?" The assistant quickly responded, "Young Master Lu, please wait a moment. I happen to have some extraordinary items." Shortly thereafter, the assistant directed an aide to bring forth a large chest. As it was opened, a powerful surge of spiritual energy permeated the air. Lu Sanqian peered closely, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Before him lay a suit of armor, shimmering with radiant light, accompanied by a sharp longsword. "Young Master Lu, this is the exquisite 4th-grade Beastmaster armor and the Beastmaster sword crafted by our esteemed master at Chiyushian. Initially, this entire set of equipment would cost 400,000 gold coins. However, as you are a VIP customer of our establishment, we can extend a discount to you, bringing the price down to 350,000 gold coins. What do you think?" As the shop assistant spoke, he quickly began to calculate. The buyback price for the 2-colored magic crystal is 500 gold coins, while the 3-colored magic crystal fetches 5,000 gold coins. Therefore, you would only need to pay an additional 319,000 gold coins. Lin Shu, who stood nearby, was filled with envy. However, after a moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided to relinquish the idea. Although the Beastmaster weapons are of paramount importance to a Beastmaster, Lin Shu did not require them at this moment. Moreover, he possessed a simplified upgrade system, which might allow him to acquire the Beastmaster armor and sword at a lesser cost, perhaps even of a higher grade. Additionally, it was imperative for him to sell the 5 three-colored magic crystals and 2 4-colored magic crystals he held, after Lu Sanqian and his companions departed. As Lin Shu pondered this, Lu Sanqian had already completed his payment and was successfully performing the blood ritual. The 4th-grade Beastmaster armor and the Beastmaster sword had seamlessly merged into Lu Sanqian's being. With a mere thought, the armor adorned his form, and the sword rested in his grasp. "Brother Lu, you are simply magnificent," exclaimed one of the sycophants. "Indeed, we have never witnessed such a valiant Brother Lu." Another chimed in. "You were already at the pinnacle of our school, and now, with these 2 treasures, your score will undoubtedly soar." Listening to the flattery of his lackeys, Lu Sanqian felt an overwhelming sense of pride. He feigned modesty, saying, "Brothers, do not speak so highly of me, no matter how formidable I may appear. These 2 treasures are merely supplementary. My spiritual power can only reach a maximum of 730 points. Gaining admission to Lingzhou University remains a formidable challenge." As he spoke, Lu Sanqian cast a glance at Lin Shu, who lacked the confidence to aspire for admission to Lingzhou University, unlike our class's genius Lin Shu. Faced with the mockery, Lin Shu remained silent, a cold smirk forming within his heart. He had resolved to prepare thoroughly, ensuring that one day this arrogant fellow would learn that pride comes with a price. Noticing Lin Shu's indifference, Lu Sanqian continued, "By the way, Lin Shu, I forgot to ask, what brings you to Chiyushian?" Lin Shu knew that as long as he remained, Lu Sanqian would not leave either. Thus, he decided to lay his cards on the table. "I am here to sell some magic crystals," he said, producing a small box. Initially, Lu Sanqian dismissed it, but upon seeing the 5 three-colored magic crystals and 2 4-colored magic crystals within the box, both Lu Sanqian and his sycophants were left aghast. What is happening? This fellow possesses such a wealth of medium-grade magic crystals? But in the next moment, Lu Sanqian shouted, "Quick, seize this scoundrel. He is a thief who has pilfered magic crystals." With that, his lackeys surged forward. Lin Shu realized that Lu Sanqian intended to fabricate an excuse to deal with him. He immediately retorted, "Why should your magic crystals be deemed the spoils of your hunts? How can you claim that what I possess is stolen? Which of your eyes witnessed such a thing?" Lu Sanqian quickly countered, "Your spiritual power is less than 300, and your beasts are of inferior quality. How could you possibly?" Lu Sanqian's argument was not without merit. After all, he had fled during the hunt for the Fire-Earth Lizard, not due to the prowess of the Fire-Earth Lizard King, but because of his own inadequacy. Although the purple gold dragon python bore a divine bloodline, and was in its mature phase. The Fire-Earth Lizard King also possessed a divine bloodline in its complete form, making direct confrontation unwise for Liu Sanqian, whose spiritual power could not sustain prolonged combat. To save face, he spun a web of lies to his lackeys. However, how could Lin Shu, who was no match for the Fire-Earth Lizard King, possibly hunt two of them to acquire two four-colored magic crystals? At that moment, Lin Shu sneered, Liu Sanqian, think carefully with your feeble mind. If my spiritual power were less than 300, how could I possibly activate the Beastmaster space and awaken my divine beast form? Moreover, my current spiritual power is not 300, but 730. Lin Shu chose to drop the pretense. Since this insufferable fool continued to prattle on, it was time for him to experience the terror of being dominated. What? Liu Sanqian's face contorted in disbelief. After a brief moment of contemplation, he shouted to the shop assistant, you should have a spiritual power measuring device here, right? Bring it to me. The shop assistant quickly retrieved the device. Liu Sanqian coldly glared at Lin Shu. Lin Shu, do you dare to undergo the test? If your spiritual power exceeds 700, I will kneel and call you father. Lin Shu replied with a hint of amusement, are you certain? However, I am not the kind of unfilial son you might expect. Without giving Liu Sanqian a chance to respond, Lin Shu confidently took the device. Just as Lin Shu was about to test his spiritual power, a commanding voice rang out, who dares to cause a ruckus in my Chiuxian? At that moment, a young woman entered briskly. Miss Gu, what brings you here? The shop assistant hurriedly approached her. Gu Weiwei nodded indifferently. At that moment, she was in a foul mood due to the theft of the iron-armored explosive flame tiger magic crystal. Thus, upon witnessing Lin Shu and Liu Sanqian causing a disturbance, her brow furrowed in concern. What is going on here? She inquired. The shop assistant was about to explain, but Liu Sanqian quickly stepped forward. Miss Gu, hello. My name is. Liu Sanqian initiated the introduction. Gu Weiwei regarded him with indifference. Do we know each other? Liu Sanqian felt a twinge of embarrassment, but quickly replied, Miss Gu, although you may not know me, I am well aware of your esteemed name. 2 years ago, you were the top scorer in our city's college entrance examination. I have long admired you. Oh, by the way, we are also alumni. And our Liu family has connections with the Gu family. Before Liu Sanqian could finish, Gu Weiwei dismissed him outright and approached the shop assistant. What is troubling you, miss? The shop assistant asked, sensing Gu Weiwei's heavy demeanor. Gu Weiwei did not elaborate, but instead inquired. I want to know if there have been any suspicious individuals in our store recently. The shop assistant instinctively glanced at Lin Shu, while Liu Sanqian interjected, Miss Gu. Speaking of suspicious individuals, there is indeed one present. Under Gu Weiwei's puzzled gaze, Liu Sanqian eagerly pointed at Lin Shu. Miss Gu, this scoundrel is the most suspicious. He was once notorious as a waste in our school, yet he comes to your esteemed shop claiming to sell 5 3-colored magic crystals and 2 4-colored magic crystals. Moreover, he just boasted that his spiritual power exceeds 700. As soon as Liu Sanqian finished speaking, one of his sycophants immediately chimed in. Miss Gu. This brat's spiritual power was below 300 in the recent mock exam. Upon hearing this, Gu Weiwei's attention shifted to Lin Shu. May I have a look at the magical crystals you intend to sell? She inquired. Without hesitation, Lin Shu opened the box. Gu Weiwei scrutinized the crystals, noting their commendable quality. After a moment, she instructed the attendant, please purchase these magical crystals at market price. Naturally, the attendant dared not voice any objections. However, Liu Sanqian was not pleased. After all, he sought to leverage Gu Weiwei's influence to eliminate his rival. It is well understood that in the realm of beast tamers, strength reigns supreme. Once one attains the rank of a second-tier beast tamer, they gain the authority to act without prior approval. If a second-tier beast tamer suspects theft, they possess the power of life and death. Even a wrongful execution would not elicit dissent from bystanders. Miss Gu, please do not indulge in such misguided behavior. Liu Sanqian urgently called out. This scoundrel is nothing but a thief. He was cut off before he could finish. Gu Weiwei's eyes darkened, a chilling aura enveloping the space. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Liu Sanqian turned pale with fright. Though his Liu family held some influence in Yin City, it paled in comparison to the Gu family, whose patriarch was a 6th-tier beast tamer, responsible for safeguarding the city. In contrast, the Liu family was insignificant. Observing Liu Sanqian's sudden compliance, Gu Weiwei coldly remarked, if a beast tamer's magical crystal can be stolen by someone with spiritual power below 300, then such a person brings disgrace to all beast tamers. With this statement, Liu Sanqian was rendered speechless. Gu Weiwei continued, our Qiyu Pavilion operates a legitimate business. If there are no further matters, you may take your leave. Although Liu Sanqian felt aggrieved, he was at a loss for a retort. Ultimately, he cast a resentful glance at Lin Shu and muttered, Lin Shu, consider yourself fortunate. Just as he was about to continue, Gu Weiwei who had intended to enter the lounge, suddenly changed her expression. What did you just say? His name is Lin Shu? Lu Sanqian nodded. Without delay, Gu Weiwei swiftly approached Lin Shu, examining him from head to toe. After a while, she exclaimed, so it is you, the prodigy from Yun City High School 3 years ago. No wonder you look so familiar, and your name resonates with me. Lin Shu remained silent, merely regarding her with curiosity. Perceiving his bemusement, Gu Weiwei declared, come with me. I have questions for you. Lin Shu replied nonchalantly, if you have something to say, you may do so here. Lu Sanqian, seizing the opportunity, feigned indignation. Lin Shu, how audacious of you to refuse when Miss Gu seeks to speak with you. Lin Shu ignored him and turned to Gu Weiwei. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Gu Weiwei inhaled deeply, suppressing her excitement. Here's the deal. If you agree to accompany me, I will purchase your magical crystals at 30 above market value. Lin Shu was taken aback. Such a generous offer? He nodded eagerly and followed Gu Weiwei out. Lu Sanqian and his companions intended to follow, but could only leave in frustration upon encountering Gu Weiwei's icy gaze. 5 minutes later, in a lounge at the back of Chiyu Pavilion, Gu Weiwei regarded Lin Shu with a complex expression. After a moment, she spoke softly, Lin Shu. Age 18. 3 years ago, you were hailed as a once-in-a-millennium genius in Yun City. At 15, your spiritual power reached an astonishing 700. However, due to a family tragedy, your parents perished, and your spiritual power mysteriously vanished. Moreover, you are the legendary divine beast body. Lin Shu took a sip of the beverage brought by an attendant before replying coolly, Miss Gu, are you here to discuss my past achievements? If you have questions, please ask directly. But first, I would appreciate the payment for my magical crystals. Gu Weiwei wasted no time. She instructed the attendant to retrieve Lin Shu's gold card. When it returned, Lin Shu discovered an additional 162,500 gold coins in his account. He felt a surge of joy. Miss Gu truly lived up to her reputation as a second-tier beast tamer. Now, what is it you wish to ask? Gu Weiwei inquired earnestly. I want to know if you have ever been to the high-level Shura field and slaughtered all the magical beasts there, including the ironclad blazing tiger? Lin Shu regarded her quizzically. You seek me out for such matters? Noting his astonishment, Lin Shu admitted, indeed, I am the one who vanquished the ironclad blazing tiger. Additionally, I obtained a piece of 5-color magic crystal. Upon hearing this, Gu Weiwei was instantly electrified with excitement. How much do you require to part with that 5-color magic crystal? Lin Shu was about to respond when his peripheral vision caught sight of a blood-red jade pendant hanging around Gu Weiwei's neck. Although he could not identify it, his instincts suggested it was a valuable item. Just then, a notification sound echoed in Lin Shu's ear. Ding! The artifact refining mall is now open. Task issued. Obtain Blood Jade Magic Stone to refine 6th rank Blood Jade Beast Tamer armor. Instantly, information about the Blood Jade Beast Tamer armor appeared before Lin Shu. Chapter 8. Blood Jade Beast Tamer armor. Weapon, Blood Jade Beast Tamer armor. Rank, 6th rank. Upgrade, Blood Jade Beast King armor. Features, usable by beast tamers, and allows magical beasts to assume armor form. Seeing this information, Lin Shu's heart brimmed with joy. He had not anticipated that the Blood Jade Beast Tamer armor would possess such remarkable utility. It was known that magical beasts, aside from their various attributes, also had numerous special forms: fusion type, armor type, explosive type, X-type, etc. Although the 3 magical beasts he had contracted harbored tremendous potential, they were still relatively weak at present. Thus far, these 3 beasts, thanks to their epic bloodlines, could engage in battles beyond their level, achieving unexpected results. However, Lin Shu's ultimate goal was Lingzhou University, a bastion of excellence in Huagua. To stand out there, he needed to be thoroughly prepared. While Lin Shu pondered these matters, Gu Weiwei's expression darkened. Lin Shu, she said through gritted teeth, evidently perturbed by his unwavering gaze upon her. Lin Shu promptly diverted his eyes. You just inquired how much I would demand for the 5-color magic crystal from the ironclad blazing tiger? Seeing her nod, Lin Shu quickly added, that depends on how much you are willing to offer, Miss Gu. As far as I am aware, the market buyback price for the 5-colored magic crystal is 500,000 gold coins. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Weiwei declared, I can offer 800,000 gold coins. Lin Shu was taken aback. His initial thought had been to sell it for 60,000 coins. However, he felt compelled to comply. Setting aside Gu Weiwei's status as a paragon of grace, the Gu family was a prestigious clan in Yun City, with her father tasked with safeguarding the city. Thus, a certain degree of deference was naturally warranted. Moreover, Lin Shu contemplated that forging a favorable relationship with the Gu family through this transaction would be advantageous. After all, whether in the ordinary world or the realm of beast tamers, social connections are indispensable. With this in mind, Lin Shu smiled amiably and said, very well. 800,000 it is. but I would like to request another item from Miss Gu. Upon hearing this, Gu Weiwei expressed her curiosity. Lin Shu, not one to beat around the bush, pointed to the blood jade magic stone adorning her neck and stated, I desire this. Gu Weiwei looked at Lin Shu in confusion, questioning, what do you need this blood jade magic stone for? Her bewilderment was not unwarranted. For beast tamers, the blood jade magic stone was merely a decorative trinket. It was formed from the blood and life essence of magical beasts, absorbed by jade in their death zones. Although it contained potent spiritual energy, the blood of magical beasts rendered it exceedingly difficult to purify. Naturally, it could be used in weapon crafting, but the process was labor-intensive and fraught with a high failure rate, which is why master craftsmen seldom employed it. Only merchants specializing in adornments would inscribe formations upon the surface of the blood jade magic stone to fashion it into jewelry. Gu Weiwei herself had acquired this particular piece from a vendor near her school, attracted by its fine appearance, and had turned it into a pendant. Lin Shu chuckled as he explained, I intend to forge a 6th-tier blood jade Beast Tamer armor. What? Gu Weiwei exclaimed in astonishment, followed by a dismissive laugh. As a 2nd-tier Beast Tamer, she could sense that Lin Shu's spiritual energy was not feeble, possibly indicating a restoration of his innate talent. However, it is crucial to understand that weapon forging and beast taming are entirely distinct professions. Take Gu Weiwei's father, for instance. Although he was a 6th-tier beast tamer, he struggled to forge even a 1st-tier weapon, let alone a 6th-tier one. Each profession excels in its own right. And here was Lin Shu boldly claiming he intended to forge a 6th-tier weapon using a blood jade magic stone. This lad was clearly bragging without any basis. Lin Shu, however, was disinclined to elaborate further. Instead, he smiled and said, Miss Gu, should you agree, I will hand over the 5-colored magic crystal from the ironclad explosive flame tiger to you right now. If you do not agree, then I shall take my leave. Upon hearing this, Gu Weiwei promptly responded, very well, I can grant you that, but you must also agree to one condition. Lin Shu looked at her in puzzlement, and Gu Weiwei, uninterested in small talk, stated plainly, I want to see if you can truly forge the blood jade Beast Tamer armor. Of course, during this time, I can provide you with any materials you require. Lin Shu felt a surge of joy within. Such a fortunate turn of events. 5 minutes later, Lin Shu's gold card reflected an additional 800,000 gold coins. Not only that, but Gu Weiwei also placed the blood jade magic stone into Lin Shu's hands. The instant he touched the blood jade, a voice echoed in his ears. Ding, congratulations, host, for obtaining the blood jade magic stone. Simplifying the forging process. Simplification successful. Almost immediately, the materials and steps required to forge the blood jade Beast Tamer armor appeared before Lin Shu. Items such as earth-shattering magic iron, legendary-level bloodlines, and the feathers of the sea tower magical beast, all of which were exceedingly precious. Yet, after simplification, a series of materials materialized before Lin Shu, and the forging process was thoroughly streamlined. He merely needed to gather all the materials, and the 6th-tier Beast Tamer armor would be completed in an instant. With great delight, Lin Shu took out paper and pen, jotting down a list of materials and saying, Miss Gu, I would appreciate your assistance. Gu Weiwei glanced at the list and was immediately rendered speechless. Her lack of words stemmed not from the rarity or complexity of the materials Lin Shu required, but rather from their astonishingly low cost. For instance, the Earth Spirit Iron could be purchased for merely 10 gold coins, with at least half a ton available for that price. Other materials, like the feathers of the golden feather bird, were exceedingly commonplace. At that moment, Gu Weiwei felt as though Lin Shu was jesting at her expense. It seemed she had overestimated this young man. Initially, she had considered that if he truly possessed talent for forging, he could assist her in crafting a weapon that might secure her a commendable place in the upcoming intercollegiate competition. Sighing, she resolved to seek her father's assistance instead. Despite her internal monologue, Gu Weiwei retained a glimmer of hope, however faint. After all, it would only take a bit of time, and there was little to lose. With this thought, she quickly summoned a store attendant to prepare the materials. 10 minutes later, all the materials Lin Shu needed were ready. Lin Shu looked at Gu Weiwei and said, Miss Gu, I require a quiet place. May I? Gu Weiwei was unconcerned and promptly led Lin Shu into a private room. As the door closed behind them, Lin Shu immediately instructed, System, forge the 6th-tier blood jade Beast Tamer armor. Ding, system is forging. Forging successful. As the system's voice concluded, a miniature crimson armor materialized before Lin Shu. Without hesitation, he dripped blood onto it, and the blood jade Beast Tamer armor was instantly donned. A powerful aura enveloped him. The 6th-tier blood jade Beast Tamer armor had been successfully completed. Chapter 9, Semi-Ultimate Form, Earth-Shattering Poison Dragon. Within the private room, Lin Shu had successfully forged the 6th-tier blood jade Beast Tamer armor, while outside, Gu Weiwei patiently awaited the outcome. Just then, she received a phone call. Father, is what you said true? All right. I've obtained the 5-colored magic crystal from the ironclad explosive flame tiger. I'll come over right away. Please have Masterly wait for me. After ending the call, Gu Weiwei glanced toward the room where Lin Shu was, then promptly turned to leave. As Gu Weiwei exited, Lin Shu pushed open the secret room door, only to find no trace of her. At that moment, a store attendant approached, informing Lin Shu that Gu Weiwei had already departed. Lin Shu shook his head in quiet resignation, not dwelling on it, and left the establishment. At that moment, Lin Shu's spirits soared. He had not anticipated that a visit to Chiyu Pavilion would transform him from a penniless individual into a millionaire worth 1,000,000 gold coins. Most importantly, he was elated to have effortlessly acquired the 6th-tier Blood Jade Beast Tamer armor through the simplified upgrade system. The value of this armor far exceeded that of 1,000,000 gold coins. After all, Beast Tamer weapons are categorized from 1st to 9th tier, with the 1st tier being the lowest and the 9th tier the highest. The 6th-grade Beastmaster weapons, to say nothing of others, are likely in scarce supply throughout the entirety of Yin City, perhaps not exceeding a mere handful. It is noteworthy that after Lu Sanqian obtained a set of 4th-grade Beastmaster weapons, he was filled with self-satisfaction. Lin Shu gathered his thoughts. After a moment of reflection, he resolved to return home first to share this delightful news with his sister. However, just as Lin Shu appeared at the entrance of Kaiyukshuan, several figures swiftly approached from a distance. Again you? Lin Shu's eyes glinted with coldness upon seeing Lu Sanqian. This scoundrel truly seemed to haunt him without respite. Lin Shu had been harboring resentment ever since his spiritual power had inexplicably returned to 0 overnight, with this fellow persistently flaunting his presence, previously lacking the strength to retaliate. It was now time to give this rascal a taste of his own medicine. With that thought in mind, Lin Shu strode forward. Lin Shu, Lu Sanqian's gaze was intense. 3 years have passed, and our grievances. Before he could finish, Lin Shu waved his hand dismissively. Let us skip the pleasantries. If we are to fight, then let it be so. But let me make one thing clear. Should you lose, do not harbor any grievances. Furthermore, the state has strictly prohibited duels before the college entrance examination. However, we may settle this at the training grounds. What do you think? Lu Sanqian had no objections. Just as they were about to depart, Lin Shu's phone rang abruptly. It was a call from his sister, Lin Qingqiu. Brother, it's nearly 9 in the evening. Why haven't you returned? The food is almost cold. Moreover, the college entrance exam is approaching. Boom. A deep, thunderous explosion resounded. Lin Shu was taken aback. Sister, what is happening over there? Before he could finish his sentence, the call abruptly ended. Just as Lin Shu was left bewildered, a series of urgent police sirens blared. Warning! Warning! A half-ultimate land poison dragon has appeared in the Hucking community in the eastern part of the city. Citizens are advised to remain calm. The Gu family S-Guard team has been urgently dispatched. Please stay in place and await evacuation. Lin Shu felt as though struck by lightning. Hucking community, wasn't he that where his home was? With no time to waste on Lu Sanqian, he dashed toward Hucking community. For Lin Qingqiu was his only family in this world, and he must protect her. However, Lu Sanqian was unwilling to grant Lin Shu that opportunity. You think you can flee at this critical moment? He sneered. Do you believe that is possible? Lin Shu replied coldly, my sister is in danger. I must return. Lu Sanqian scoffed. You worthless fool. Returning is tantamount to seeking death. Besides, if your sister is to perish, what concern is it of mine? All I know is that you promised to fight me. With that, Lu Sanqian signaled his lackeys to move forward, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Shu found himself surrounded. At that moment, driven by a desperate need to save someone, Lin Shu was disinclined to waste time on these insignificant characters. Without further ado, he activated his power. A crimson light flickered around him as the Blood Jade Beastmaster armor adorned his form. In the next instant, a terrifying aura of blood surged forth, causing Lu Sanqian and his lackeys to instinctively shut their eyes. Lin Shu paid them no mind. With a swift motion, he leapt into the air. Above him, a teleportation array materialized, and shortly thereafter, a towering Hellfire Phoenix appeared, whisking Lin Shu away. Although it may sound convoluted, all of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Thus, when Lu Sanqian and his entourage opened their eyes, they found Lin Shu had vanished without a trace. What just happened? Lu Sanqian was momentarily bewildered. His gaze hardened as he decided to pursue Lin Shu to Hucking community. Yet, his lackeys hesitated. Lu Gu, let us spare that kid for now. After all, there's a half-ultimate land poison dragon over at Hucking community. Since the Gu family S-Guard team has mobilized, it must be serious. I think we should refrain from going. Yes, Lu Gu, that kid, if he goes to rescue someone, will undoubtedly meet his demise. Since he is doomed, why dirty your hands? Upon hearing this, Lu Sanqian found their reasoning somewhat persuasive. Moreover, his purple gold dragon python was merely of divine bloodline, and had only just reached maturity. Facing a half-ultimate creature like the land poison dragon, he would certainly fare poorly. With this in mind, Lu Sanxian coldly snorted, "Fine, let us go. Let that kid fend for himself." With that, the group turned and departed. Meanwhile, at Hucking Community, the area was already encircled by the guard team. The surrounding crowd had been dispersed. The members of the guard team donned gas masks. For the land poison dragon was known for its lethal toxins. Any ordinary person exposed would, at most, last an hour before succumbing to a gruesome fate. Even beastmasters who accidentally came into contact would suffer significantly, impairing their combat effectiveness. Among the crowd, a woman stood out prominently, Gu Weiwei. Initially intending to return to find Master Li to forge weapons, she rushed over upon learning of the incident. After all, the Gu family bore the heavy responsibility of safeguarding Yun City, and with her father absent, she had to take action. "Miss, here is a gas mask. Please put it on." A guard member approached her. Gu Weiwei replied coolly, "There's no need. My Bai Yunxing phone bird possesses X antibodies. Such levels of toxin cannot harm me." After saying this, under the envious gaze of the guard member, she inquired, "What is the current situation here?" The guard promptly produced a report. The land poison dragon emerged from an underground tunnel into Yun City. Currently, the entire Hucking community is shrouded in its toxic gas. Most of the residents are trapped inside. Although they managed to close their doors and windows in time, they cannot hold out for long. Our predicament is that we are unable to enter. Previously, we dispatched a flying Beastmaster squad for a direct assault, but they were repelled by the toxic gas and could not gain entry. Our next plan involved a ground-based Beastmaster squad, but those beasts sustained injuries. Upon hearing this, Gu Weiwei's brows furrowed in distress. "Damn it, my father is not here at such a critical moment. Otherwise, whether facing a half-ultimate land poison dragon or an ultimate one, what difference would it make?" After murmuring to herself, Gu Weiwei resolutely declared, "Enough of this. I will take action myself and see if my Bai Yunxing phone bird can confront the land poison dragon." The guard quickly interjected, "Miss, you must not act rashly. If a direct assault were possible, we would have already entered. This land poison dragon is not like other magical beasts. Its blood contains potent toxins. The number of trapped individuals in the community is far too great. If we act recklessly, casualties will be severe, and we will be unable to account to the people of Yun City." Hearing this, Gu Weiwei immediately calmed herself. Then what should we do now? In that moment, she was at a loss for how to proceed. But just then, the members of the guard team immediately shouted, "Miss, look quickly." Upon hearing this, Gu Weiwei turned her head and was startled to discover a figure engulfed in purgatorial flames, soaring swiftly towards the Huaqing community. She recognized it at a glance. It was the Purgatory Blood Phoenix. What left her astonished was that the Purgatory Blood Phoenix was adorned with armor, a special type, the Beast Armor. Moreover, this aura felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of the Blood Jade Demon Stone. Could it be him? A thought crossed Gu Weiwei's mind, instinctively linking it to Lin Shu. Chapter 10. The Beasts Unite to Slay. On the ground, the Yun City Guard team was utterly astounded by the appearance of the Purgatory Blood Phoenix in the sky. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner, Lin Shu seized the opportunity while everyone's attention was diverted and stealthily slipped into the Huaqing community. At that moment, chaos reigned within the Huaqing community. As far as the eye could see, gaping holes appeared incessantly, and the vegetation was corroded by toxic gas, emitting a foul stench. Furthermore, the community buildings showed signs of damage, clearly inflicted by the earth-cracking poison dragon. However, Lin Shu was not in the mood for lamentation. He was solely focused on finding his sister to ensure her safety. He swiftly made his way to the elevator, opened it, and stepped inside. Just as he pressed the button for his floor, the elevator suddenly jolted violently, plunging downward at an alarming speed. A loud explosion echoed, and the elevator was rendered inoperable. 1 minute later, on the 17th floor, bang! With a thunderous crash, the elevator doors burst open, revealing a massive python radiating a spectrum of colors. Following closely was a filthy figure, who used the 7-colored celestial python as a springboard to emerge. It was Lin Shu. 7-colored celestial python. Assist the Purgatory Blood Phoenix. "I shall handle things here with the golden-eyed Bat King," Lin Shu commanded. The 7-colored celestial python leaped down the elevator shaft, quickly joining the Purgatory Blood Phoenix. As for Lin Shu, he hastily approached his front door. "Sister, it's me, Lin Shu," he called out loudly. The door swung open swiftly. "Brother." Lin Qingxiu struggled to open the door. Just after her exclamation, her vision darkened, and she fainted. "Sister." Lin Shu caught her before she collapsed. He noticed her face was pale, clearly affected by poison. He intended to carry her away, but just then, the entire building began to tremble ominously. Lin Shu gently laid his sister on the sofa before rushing to the window. There, he beheld a colossal creature, 100 meters long. engaged in a fierce battle with two beasts in an open area not far away. It was indeed the earth-cracking poison dragon. The moment Lin Shu laid eyes on the creature, a system notification flashed before him. Beast, earth-cracking poison dragon. Level, half-ultimate body. Bloodline, legendary. Evolution, earth-cracking poison fire dragon. Characteristics, poison dragon shockwave, capable of causing earthquakes, possesses formidable defense, and its emitted poison mist can induce temporary paralysis in beasts, while its toxic blood can corrode anything. Lin Shu furrowed his brow. He wanted to save his sister, which posed no problem, but he could not abandon the other residents of the community. After all, ever since their parents passed away, the community members had treated the siblings kindly, and he could not be ungrateful. With this thought, Lin Shu's resolve hardened. He understood that battle was inevitable. With this in mind, Lin Shu swiftly activated the summoning array. The golden-eyed Bat King emerged from within. Lin Shu leaped from the windowsill, and the golden-eyed Bat King caught him, swiftly gliding into the fray. Is it really him? Outside the battle circle, Gu Weiwei gazed through binoculars at the conflict unfolding within the community. Upon spotting the three beasts standing behind Lin Shu, she was utterly astounded. Her first shock stemmed from the realization that Lin Shu had indeed forged the 6th grade Blood Jade beast armor. Not only that, but he had also equipped the Purgatory Blood Phoenix with it, transforming it into an armored entity. The second shock was that Lin Shu had restored his divine beast body and was simultaneously controlling 3 beasts. The greatest astonishment, however, was that Lin Shu's 3 beasts, though only in the semi-mature phase, possessed epic-level bloodlines. How could this be? Gu Weiwei was perplexed. It was no wonder she felt this way. Even if one disregarded Yun City and Huagua, across the entire Blue Star, there were merely over 200 beasts with epic-level bloodlines. The value of such beasts was beyond measure. In stark contrast, Lin Shu had monopolized 3. How on earth had he achieved this? Yet, Gu Weiwei knew that this was not the time for such ponderings. Since Lin Shu, a mere high school student, had entered the fray, she, a second-tier beastmaster, could not remain idle. Ignoring the guard team's objections, she summoned her beast, the Azure Cloud Blue Peak Bird, from the beast space using a summoning array. Let us go. With Gu Weiwei's command, the towering 5-meter Azure Cloud Blue Peak Bird spread its wings and soared into the battle zone alongside her. Lin Shu frowned upon seeing Gu Weiwei at his side. What are you doing here? Gu Weiwei replied coldly. Enough chatter. Let us resolve this battle first. Lin Shu intended to say something, but Gu Weiwei interjected. You wouldn't want the world to know about your divine beast body, would you? And you certainly wouldn't wish for your possession of 3 epic-level bloodline beasts to be widely reported, right? Lin Shu was taken aback. It is often said that a man who possesses a precious gem may invite calamity, while it might not matter if others discovered his divine beast body. As it was a trait no one could take from him, the epic-level bloodline beasts were highly coveted. Perhaps it wouldn't matter much in Huagua, but if Western forces learned of it, trouble would undoubtedly ensue. After all, throughout history, there have been numerous instances of epic-level bloodline beasts being seized. This was precisely why Lin Shu had kept his secret closely guarded. After a brief pause, he replied coolly, What do you want? Gu Weiwei smiled mysteriously. Let us work together. I won't leak your secret, but if you disregard my advice, I might accidentally let something slip. At that point, her words sparked a sense of aversion in Lin Shu. If she were to divulge his secret, it would be tantamount to his demise. He hoped that this woman was merely jesting. Otherwise, for the sake of his own safety, he would have to eliminate her. However, now was not the time for such considerations. The immediate priority was to swiftly deal with the earth-cracking poison dragon. All right, let us cooperate for now, Lin Shu said earnestly. From this moment forth, I shall take charge of the battle, while you, accompanied by your Azure Cloud Bird, will be responsible for thwarting the spread of the toxic gas. After all, your Azure Cloud Bird possesses the X antibody, rendering it immune to the toxins. Gu Weiwei was momentarily taken aback. How did he come to know such things? Very well, safeguarding the residents of Cloud City is indeed the duty of our Gu family's guard. You can focus solely on fighting. With that said, Gu Weiwei promptly summoned her Azure Cloud Bird, employing the X antibody to create a barrier against the encroaching poison. With her worries alleviated, Lin Shu's gaze deepened. Blood Jade Beast Armor, he quietly commanded. The Blood Jade Armor, originally donned by the infernal Blood Phoenix, descended directly onto Lin Shu. He was the first to charge forward, while the 3 beasts trailing behind him coordinated their efforts. The multicolored devouring python was tasked with consuming the toxic mist emitted by their adversary, the cracking earth poison dragon. The golden-eyed Bat King used divine light to disrupt the dragon's vision and impede its movements. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the infernal Blood Phoenix launched a surprise attack, unleashing the infernal blood fire. Meanwhile, Lin Shu darted about, seeking a flaw in the cracking earth poison dragon's defenses. Witnessing the cracking earth poison dragon being utterly overwhelmed by Lin Shu and the trio of beasts, Gu Weiwei found herself momentarily dazed. After all, while Lin Shu's beasts were indeed of epic lineage, they were still only semi-mature. In contrast, the cracking earth poison dragon belonged to the legendary bloodline and was a fully evolved entity. If Lin Shu managed to vanquish the cracking earth poison dragon, she felt her understanding of strength would be fundamentally challenged. Just as Gu Weiwei was lost in thought, Lin Shu joyfully exclaimed, "Aha! I've found this beast's weakness. It's in its abdomen." With that proclamation, the infernal blood phoenix ignited in flames, those flames compressing rapidly until they transformed into a crimson arrow, piercing through the cracking earth poison dragon's abdomen with astonishing speed. Blood gushed forth in torrents as the dragon let out a deafening wail. Subsequently, the multicolored devouring python surged forward, burrowing into the wound of the cracking earth poison dragon. The creature struggled desperately, but eventually succumbed, gasping for breath until it lay lifeless. Gu Weiwei stared in disbelief at the scene before her. A mere 10 minutes later, the cracking earth poison dragon had been reduced to a mere skeleton. Lin Shu swiftly located the dragon's magic crystal. Upon observing its 5-colored glow, he felt a twinge of disappointment. This cracking earth poison dragon is rather underwhelming. Only yielding a 5-colored magic crystal, he muttered, yet ultimately decided to keep it. He then stored the 3 beasts and the dragon's remains in the beast space before approaching Gu Weiwei. "Miss Gu, the battle has concluded. However, I hope you refrain from harboring any thoughts of threatening me or disclosing my affairs to others. Should you do so, I assure you, I will be the first to end your life before my own demise. I am steadfast in my word." Under normal circumstances, Gu Weiwei would have dismissed such statements with disdain, perhaps even furious enough to eliminate the speaker. Yet, after witnessing Lin Shu's series of actions, an involuntary shiver coursed through her. Although Lin Shu had yet to pass the Beast Master assessment, his prowess evidently exceeded that of this second-tier Beast Master. "Very well. I understand," Gu Weiwei nodded. Lin Shu smiled with satisfaction before turning to leave. Half an hour later, the rescue team arrived. Thanks to Lin Shu's swift intervention, there were minimal casualties. The damaged community would be repaired by specialized personnel dispatched by the Gu family. Everything proceeded with remarkable orderliness. Yet, at this moment, Gu Weiwei found herself unable to regain her composure. Her thoughts drifted back to the vivid image of Lin Shu battling the cracking earth poison dragon, leaving her momentarily entranced. At that moment, a figure approached. "Father, what brings you here?" Gu Weiwei inquired. "How could I possibly stay away after such a significant incident?" The head of the Gu family replied solemnly. He then smiled and patted Gu Weiwei on the shoulder. "My daughter, you handled the sudden attack of the cracking earth poison dragon on Hucking community exceptionally well. You have demonstrated the capability to stand on your own." The father felt a swell of pride. Typically, such praise would have delighted Gu Weiwei. Yet this time, she felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Weiwei resolved to report to her father. "Father, there are matters I wish to discuss with you privately. As part of my report on this incident," she said earnestly. The Gu family head raised an eyebrow in curiosity, but ultimately led her to the temporary command center. "Weiwei, what is troubling you? Did you not lead the Gu family guard to complete the mission?" he asked. "Is there something more to this situation?" Confronted by her father's inquiries, Gu Weiwei spoke candidly. "Father, that is merely the surface of it. The truth is, the Gu family guard played no role in defeating the cracking earth poison dragon. It was accomplished by another." The Gu family head was taken aback. Gu Weiwei continued. "Father, do you remember Lin Shu?" The Gu family head paused, then responded. "Are you referring to Lin Xiolong, son of Yang Su?" Upon receiving a nod from Gu Weiwei, he said, "Of course, I remember that lad. Lin Xiolong and Yang Su were core members of our Gu family guard. However, they tragically perished in battle 2 years ago. Lin Shu was once exceptionally gifted. Had he continued his training, he would surely have become a pillar of the nation. Yet, after the death of his parents, he fell into despair, and his talents seemed to vanish." Seeing Gu Weiwei nod, the Gu family head's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "Are you suggesting that Lin Shu was the one who defeated the cracking earth poison dragon?" Gu Weiwei took a deep breath and ultimately affirmed with a nod. The Gu family head displayed disbelief. "This is impossible. Lin Shu is only 18 years old, even if he has regained his talents. There is no way he could single-handedly slay a cracking earth poison dragon. After all, that creature belongs to a legendary bloodline and is a semi-ultimate beast. Moreover, considering its unique abilities, even a third-tier beast master would struggle to subdue it, especially with a contracted beast of similar caliber." Gu Weiwei inhaled deeply and recounted everything she had witnessed. What? In that moment, the Gu family head's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated that the young man had not only regained his talents, but also possessed the divine beast body. Even more alarming was the revelation that he commanded 3 epic bloodline beasts. The Gu family head gasped, his eyes wide with astonishment, struggling to regain his composure. After a prolonged silence, he spoke gravely. "Daughter, you must ensure that this information remains confidential to avoid any potential threats to our lives. Furthermore, you must delete any related videos and records." Gu Weiwei understood the gravity of the situation, knowing that the divine beast body alone could incite envy and danger. Moreover, Lin Shu has forged a contract with 3 epic tier bloodlines. "Father, rest assured, I have already deleted all relevant videos. Furthermore, I have instructed the guards who participated in the battle not to disclose this matter. They have raised no objections. For the very purpose of joining the guard is to hunt magical beasts and earn merit. They would never jeopardize such achievements." Upon hearing this, the head of the Gu family finally exhaled in relief. After a brief pause, he said, "Daughter, you shall handle matters here. As for me, I must report this incident to higher authorities." At this juncture, a shadow of solemnity crossed the head of the Gu family's face as he muttered to himself. "I have always felt remorse towards my dear brother for that incident back in the day. Now, I must make amends." With that, he turned and departed. Meanwhile, Gu Weiwei stood transfixed, her mind replaying her father's words. A woman's intuition hinted that Lin Shu's parents perished in battle and his loss of talent seemed somehow connected to her father. Of course, without tangible evidence. Gu Weiwei refrained from delving deeper into speculation and promptly turned to attend to the subsequent affairs. On another front, Lin Shu had successfully taken his sister to the hospital. Inside the ward, Lin Qingxiu exclaimed, "I've already told you. I'm perfectly fine. You insisted on bringing me for an examination, and now look. It's wasted several hundred gold coins." She continued, somewhat irately, "We aren't a wealthy family. I don't need to be hospitalized. The daily fees alone are around 40 to 50 gold coins. We can't afford this. Let us discharge me quickly." Observing the distressed expression on his sister's face, Lin Shu felt a mix of sympathy and amusement. "Sister, fret not. I can bear this minor expense." As he spoke, he produced the bank card his sister had previously entrusted to him. "Here, this is your gold card. I return it to you." Lin Qingxiu took the card, only to find not only had the original 5,000 gold coins remained untouched, but an additional 5,000 gold coins had appeared. "Lin Shu," she scolded immediately. Lin Shu stood upright, curiosity etched on his face. "Sister, what's wrong?" With an earnest expression, Lin Qingxiu demanded, "Tell me, where did these gold coins come from? And didn't I ask you to contract a beast? Why haven't you done so?" Lin Shu feigned innocence, responding, "Sister, I have indeed contracted a beast. Not only that, but my divine guardian physique has also been restored. Moreover, I have contracted 3 beasts, all of epic tier bloodlines." Lin Shu had anticipated that this revelation would fill Lin Qingxiu with joy. To his surprise, however, a frown crossed her face. After a long silence, she spoke gravely. "Lin Shu, regardless of the truth in your words, you must promise me one thing. At present, you are my only family. So never reveal the existence of your divine guardian physique, nor the fact that you have contracted 3 epic beasts. Keep this hidden to avoid any fatal repercussions. Do you understand?" Seeing his sister's demeanor, Lin Shu suddenly felt that the loss of his cultivation may harbor deeper implications. However, he refrained from probing further, nodding earnestly. "Sister, I understand. I will remain discreet." Yet, before he could finish, the door burst open. Lu Sanqian stormed in, accompanied by a throng of sycophants. "Well, Lin Shu, you and your sister truly are like unkillable cockroaches. Such resilience. That earth-splitting dragon couldn't even take you down?" Upon hearing this, Lin Shu's good mood evaporated, replaced by an icy glare. Indeed, Lu Sanqian had the audacity to prance before him once more. This time, he would not let it slide. With a frigid expression, Lin Shu declared, "Lu Sanqian, leave at once, or I shall ensure you leave here on a stretcher." Lin Shu. Lin Qingxiu gasped at the murderous aura emanating from her brother, feeling a sense of helplessness. She thought to herself, this boy, having just cautioned him against being too ostentatious, had already forgotten her advice. Lin Shu clearly recalled her warning and reassured her, "Sister, don't worry. I know how to handle this." He then turned to Lu Sanqian and said, "Previously, I didn't comply with your wishes because my sister was in danger. Now, she needs to rest. I have no intention of engaging in a duel with you today. How about we postpone our battle to another day?" Unfortunately, Lin Shu underestimated Lu Sanqian's resolve to eliminate him. Lu Sanqian sneered, "Lin Shu, do you always have so many excuses? If you're afraid to face me, just admit it. Is it so hard to acknowledge your own inadequacy?" After a brief pause, Lu Sanqian suddenly smiled. "How about this, Lin Shu? Don't say I lack compassion. Since your sister is currently hospitalized, kneel and kowtow a few times to me, and we can bury our grievances once and for all. What do you say?" "What?" Before Lin Shu could respond, Lin Shu exploded with fury. Lin Shu, how dare he humiliate you like this? Fight back, hit him hard. As long as you don't kill him, I'll take responsibility. Lin Shu stood there, dumbfounded, staring incredulously at his sister. Sister, are you serious? Lin Shu replied earnestly. Brother, we may be poor and may be bullied, but we must never lose our dignity. This is a principle our father taught us in navigating the world. We do not seek trouble, but we shall not shy away from it either. Lin Shu paused, pondering her words. After a brief moment of contemplation, he responded, Sister, I understand what I must do. With that, he approached Lu Sanqian. I accept your challenge. We shall meet at the training grounds in half an hour. However, I prefer that no one else witnesses our fight. Lin Shu articulated his conditions. Lu Sanqian had no objections and left with his lackeys. Having signed the life and death agreement with Lin Shu, he was confident Lin Shu would not back out, for this document held legal weight. Sister, you rest here. I'll be back shortly, Lin Shu said. To his surprise, Lin Shu replied, Rest? I have no thoughts of resting. I can hardly wait to see you pummel Lu Sanqian. Lin Shu chuckled, Sister, aren't you afraid I might be deceiving you? Lin Shu swiftly responded, That's impossible. A woman's intuition tells me my brother has undergone a transformation. Although I am not a beast master, I can sense the powerful spiritual energy emanating from you. Therefore, I am certain that what you say is true. Now, let us hurry and complete the discharge procedures and set off. Before long, the siblings completed the discharge formalities and made their way to the training grounds in the eastern square of the city. It must be noted that Lu Sanqian indeed possessed considerable financial resources. The eastern square, usually bustling with activity, now housed only Lu Sanqian and his numerous sycophants. Lin Shu, you actually dare to show up? Lu Sanqian mocked as he spotted him. Moreover, you brought your sister along? What? Do you feel that your own humiliation is insufficient, thus dragging your sister into this? Lin Shu was too weary to engage in futile conversation with the opponent. He swiftly took action. My sister's health has yet to fully recuperate. I do not wish to squander too much time on you. Upon hearing these words, a fierce murderous intent ignited in Lu Sanqian's eyes. Very well, since you seek death, I shall oblige. With that, Lu Sanqian made his way to the training ground, with Lin Shu closely following behind. Their gazes locked, a palpable tension filled the air. Lin Shu, standing nearby, clenched her delicate fists in anxiety. Though she held absolute confidence in Lin Shu, Lu Sanqian had consistently topped the school's rankings since Lin Shu's fall from grace. Furthermore, Lu's affluent background provided him with formidable resources. The outcome of a confrontation was uncertain. Meanwhile, Lu Sanqian's sycophants were already celebrating in advance. Brother Lu, annihilate this waste without mercy. Brother Lu, unleash your purple gold dragon python and tear apart this fool's pitiful beast. Let him die in despair. Hearing these sycophantic praises, Lu Sanqian was filled with smug satisfaction. He cast a playful glance at Lin Shu, intending to speak, yet Lin Shu preempted him. Lu Sanqian, do you still remember our previous agreement? Your current spiritual power exceeds 700. If I defeat you in the ensuing battle, it will prove that my spiritual power far surpasses yours. I trust you know what to do next, without needing reminders. Lu Sanqian scoffed, Waste. You dare to be so brazen before me? Very well, I shall show you my true terror. With that, Lu Sanqian swiftly conjured a formation, summoning a flicker of purple gold light. The imposing figure of the purple gold dragon python materialized, exuding a terrifying aura of beast mastery. The shimmering purple gold surrounding him radiated an unparalleled dominance. Lin Shu was taken aback. After all, during the day, this purple gold dragon python had merely reached maturity. Yet now, it had ascended to its final form. Moreover, its bloodline had evolved from divine to semi-legendary status. Observing Lin Shu's astonishment, Lu Sanqian assumed he was intimidated and taunted. Lin Shu, are you surprised? Let me tell you the truth. My father spent 3 million gold coins to buy me an upgrade potion to ensure my admission to Lingzhou University. And then he spent another 5 million to enhance the bloodline of my purple gold dragon python. This is the chasm between the wealthy and the impoverished like you. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu's heart sank. The other sycophants erupted in frenzied cheers. Yet, Lin Shu, the very person in question, merely scoffed. After all, following his battle with the earth-rending venomous dragon, his 3 beasts had experienced significant advancements. While he had required the combined efforts of all 3 to face the earth-rending venomous dragon, the purple gold dragon python, despite its outward prowess, paled in comparison to the semi-ultimate earth-rending venomous dragon with its legendary bloodline. Rubbish, Lin Shu derided. After a moment of contemplation, he waved his hand, invoking a summoning formation. As a cascade of colorful light surged, the majestic figure of the rainbow-consuming python appeared. What? This is an epic bloodline beast? And it's in its mature form? How is this possible? Lu Sanqian's smile froze in disbelief. Lin Shu smiled indifferently, too disinterested to mock such a character. Go, Lin Shu commanded, and the rainbow-consuming python surged forth. Due to the overwhelming bloodline pressure, the purple-gold dragon python hesitated, instinctively wanting to flee. However, the rainbow-consuming python offered it no such opportunity. It darted forward with incredible speed. With a swift strike of its tail, it knocked the head of the purple-gold dragon python askew. In the next moment, it coiled around the purple-gold dragon python. With its formidable devouring power, the purple-gold dragon python's body began to shrink rapidly. In mere moments, it was reduced to a desiccated husk. Thud! It collapsed to the ground, shattered. Lu Sanxian spat blood, suffering a backlash from the death of his beast, leaving him utterly devoid of any combat strength. This scene left the sycophants dumbfounded. Even Lu Sanxian wore a look of sheer disbelief. Clearly, he had not anticipated that the purple-gold dragon python, which he had invested a fortune to elevate, could be so easily vanquished by Lin Shu's beast. Lu Sanxian, do you still recall our prior agreement? Lin Shu coldly inquired. Lu Sanxian felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, but ultimately knelt. Father, Daddy, he repeated, bowing thrice. Lin Shu sneered. I have no need for a son as worthless as you. With that, Lin Shu brought his foot down. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed. Then came Lu Sanxian's wretched screams, akin to a slaughtered pig. The sycophants were left pale with fear, their horror evident. Chapter 13, Automatic Idol. As for defeating Lu Sanxian, Lin Shu felt no emotional upheaval. After all, to him, Lu Sanxian was merely a stepping stone on his journey of growth. Thus, after leaving the training ground, Lin Shu sought a place to settle down with Lin Qingqiu. Meanwhile, outside a certain hospital room in Yunqing, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Quickly, I demand that you do whatever it takes to ensure my son receives treatment, or I shall dismantle this pathetic excuse for a hospital. A thunderous voice boomed. The speaker was a middle-aged man with a bushy beard, the head of the affluent Lu family, Lu Tianba. His face was etched with fury, causing those who had accompanied Lu Sanxian to tremble in fear. Mr. Lu, please calm down. Your son's condition is not overly severe. He simply requires surgery and some time for recovery, said one of the attending physicians. Lu Tianba shot a furious glare at the doctor. Are you feigning ignorance? What I mean is, I want my son to recover before the college entrance examination. Furthermore, I need him to contract a new beast as soon as possible. The attending physician appeared exasperated but maintained his composure. Mr. Lu, I apologize, but we may be powerless in this regard. Your son's right leg has sustained a comminuted fracture and will require at least 6 months of rest. As for contracting a new beast, he must wait until then. Additionally, there's bad news. His spiritual sea has been damaged, so even if he recovers, it will be challenging for him to return to his previous level. What? Lu Tianba felt as if struck by lightning. Though he had long harbored suspicions, the moment he heard it confirmed, he still found it difficult to accept. My son, has he truly been rendered useless? Lu Tianba erupted in rage, an overwhelming wave of spiritual energy emanating from him. Above his head, a summoning array slowly materialized. The doctors trembled in fear. After all, the Lu Tianba before them was a 4th-tier beastmaster. Should he unleash his fury in this place, the entire hospital would undoubtedly be reduced to rubble. Fortunately, at that moment, a senior physician managed to maintain his composure. He stepped forward and said, Mr. Lu, we are merely doctors. We were only stating the facts regarding your son's condition. Is it not excessive to vent your ire on the hospital? You are the head of the Lu family. If in your wrath you commit a grave mistake, I believe the Gu family would not stand idly by. Normally, Lu Tianba would have pondered these words carefully. However, consumed by rage, he roared, Very well, you dare to threaten me? Then I shall strike you down first. I am eager to see whether the Gu family will intervene. Yet, before he could finish his tirade, a voice laced with cold disdain interrupted him. Lu Tianba, are you implying that you look down upon the Gu family? The familiar voice caused Lu Tianba's expression to shift. He swiftly turned to see the head of the Gu family approaching with Gu Weiwei by his side. Lu Tianba immediately stepped forward. Lord Gu, please do not misunderstand. I was merely disinterested in Lu Tianba's explanations. The head of the Gu family replied coolly, Lu Tianba, take your people and come with me. Before Lu Tianba could respond, 2 formidable figures appeared behind the head of the Gu family. Upon sensing their immense spiritual power, Lu Tianba began to tremble. They were, astonishingly, 5th-tier beastmasters. Realizing this, Lu Tianba felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. After all, the head of the Gu family was already a 6th-tier beastmaster. And with the addition of those 2 5th-tier masters, he felt an immense pressure. He dared not entertain any rebellious thoughts. 10 minutes later, outside the hospital, Lu Tianba quaked in fear. He had intended to inquire further, but suddenly, dozens of figures emerged nearby. Without uttering a word, they surrounded Lu Tianba completely. All of them were 5th-tier Beastmasters. Liu Tianba understood all too well that this formidable assembly represented the strongest combat force of the Yun City Guard. Confusion filled his mind. He had merely brought his injured son to the hospital and, dissatisfied with the doctor's diagnosis, had uttered a few harsh words. Surely, this did not warrant such treatment from the head of the Gu family. Moreover, in Liu Tianba's recollection, the head of the Gu family, though the strongest in Yun City, had never been one to bully others. Yet the current situation left him bewildered. Taking a deep breath, Liu Tianba steadied himself as the head of the Gu family spoke in a calm tone. Liu Tianba, I am already aware of your son Liu Sanqian's predicament. He engaged in a spar with Lin Shu at the training grounds, which ultimately led to the death of his beast and a catastrophic fracture on his part. Prior to their battle, they signed a life and death agreement. Therefore, even if Liu Sanqian was killed by Lin Shu, you must not seek vengeance. What? Liu Tianba was stunned. He had intended to reply, but the head of the Gu family continued. Liu Tianba, you should be aware of Lin Shu's background, correct? His parents were my comrades in arms, and he is a descendant of heroes. Thus, you must cease your hostilities. While I cannot interfere in matters concerning the younger generation, should you dare to send someone after Lin Shu, I will not show any mercy. Although the head of the Gu family spoke with an air of indifference, his words were laden with intimidation. Naturally, Liu Tianba dared not defy him and quickly assured the head of the Gu family that he would comply before departing. At that moment, Gu Weiwei spoke up. Father, why didn't you tell Liu Tianba the whole truth? The head of the Gu family replied coolly. The matter concerning Lin Shu is of great significance. The fewer people who know, the lesser the risk of leaks. Moreover, I am aware of Liu Tianba's vengeful nature. Do you think that if he were to learn of Lin Shu's situation, he wouldn't spread the word? That would place Lin Shu in jeopardy. With that, the head of the Gu family added coldly, I hope Liu Tianba heeds my warning. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to report the matter truthfully. In that case, the higher authorities will surely protect Lin Shu and obliterate the Liu family. Having said that, the head of the Gu family turned to Gu Weiwei and stated, Weiwei, from today until the end of the college entrance examination, I need you to lead these 5th-tier Beastmasters to protect Lin Shu around the clock. Remember, this is an order from the Alliance. Upon hearing this, Gu Weiwei momentarily froze. Yet, she quickly dismissed her surprise, for after all, possessing either a divine beast physique or 3 epic bloodlines meant that one would be regarded as a key protected entity by the nation. Now that Lin Shu possessed both, it was entirely reasonable for him to receive such protection. After all, any divine beast physique beastmaster alive today commanded immense respect. In that instant, Gu Weiwei's gaze became somewhat dazed as she envisioned a future where Lin Shu would rise to become a great beastmaster, surpassing millions of others. Meanwhile, Lin Shu remained oblivious to these developments. At that moment, after a period of rest, his spiritual power had surged past 800. Excellent. As Lin Shu examined his records and realized his spiritual power had crossed the 800 threshold, a joyful expression spread across his face. After all, the ranking system for Beastmasters is exceptionally rigorous, spanning from 1st tier to 9th tier, with each tier further divided into 9 stars. This classification also applies to apprentices beneath the Beastmaster level. For instance, a 1st-star apprentice has a spiritual power range of 1 to 99, while a 2nd-star apprentice ranges from 100 to 199, and so forth. Upon exceeding the 9th-star apprentice level and reaching 1000, one becomes a 1st-tier 1st-star Beastmaster. I am now among the ranks of 9th-star apprentices. However, this is merely the beginning. I, Lin Shu, must continue to break through before the college entrance examination, advancing to a full-star apprentice and ultimately becoming a 1st-tier Beastmaster. With this thought in mind, Lin Shu felt a surge of ambition. After all, with 6 days remaining, he had every opportunity to achieve a breakthrough. Just as Lin Shu was lost in contemplation, a system notification chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host, for breaking through to 9th-star apprentice. Simplifying the method for enhancing spiritual power. Simplification method, meditative auto-hang. Chapter 14, lucrative rewards. As the system voice faded, Lin Shu was startled to see a countdown timer appear on the system page before him. Ultimately, after some analysis, Lin Shu discovered that his spiritual power would automatically increase by 1 every 6 minutes. This meant that, at most, he could gain 240 points of spiritual power in a single day. This system is indeed impressive. Lin Shu chuckled, pleased that the issue of enhancing his spiritual power had been resolved. Yet, he did not let his guard down. After all, Lin Shu knew that to gain admission to a prestigious institution like Lingzhou University, merely having a high spiritual power value was not enough. On the other hand, it is imperative to enhance the level of the beast companions. Indeed, Lin Shu currently possesses 3 epic bloodline beasts. Moreover, after enduring numerous battles, they have experienced significant improvement. Prior to the college entrance examination, There should be no obstacle in successfully evolving them to their complete forms. Achieving such results would not only secure Lin Shu the top spot in Yun City's examination, but could also place him first in the entire Qingyun province. However, the predicament lies in Lin Shu's reluctance to prematurely unveil the truth of his divine beast affinity. Firstly, he had promised his sister. Secondly, Lin Shu increasingly comprehends the adage that a common man is guilty simply for possessing a treasure. It is not the thief that one fears, but the thief's covetous gaze. Contemplating this, Lin Shu resolved to establish a fourth beast space. 20 minutes later, he successfully created it. Due to the considerable expenditure of mental energy required for this endeavor, Lin Shu was utterly fatigued and fell into a deep, silent slumber. The following morning, Lin Shu was immersed in a delightful dream when an urgent ringing of the doorbell jolted him awake. He hurried to open the door. "Xiao Shu, something terrible has happened," Lin Qingxiu exclaimed, her expression fraught with anxiety. "Sister, please calm down. What is it?" Lin Shu inquired. Without delay, Lin Qingxiu produced her gold card. At first, Lin Shu was bewildered, but upon glimpsing the balance on the card, he was taken aback. Just yesterday, when he returned the card to his sister, it contained a mere 10,000 gold coins. Yet now, it boasted a staggering 200,000 gold coins. Just as Lin Shu was about to question her, Lin Qingxiu grasped his arm and pulled him toward her room. This action left Lin Shu even more perplexed. Before him lay numerous boxes of various sizes. As he opened them one by one, he discovered an abundance of valuable items, tricolored and quad-colored magic crystals, materials for upgrading beasts, and weapon crafting materials, an overwhelming multitude. Lin Shu estimated that these treasures were worth at least 2 million gold coins. "Sister, what on earth is happening?" he asked, his curiosity piqued. Lin Qingxiu replied, bewildered. "I have no idea. When I woke up this morning, I received a notification about the gold deposit. Before I could ascertain what was happening, a large group of people delivered these items to my room. I inquired, but they merely dropped off the goods and departed without explanation." Just then, Lin Shu's phone buzzed with an incoming call from an unfamiliar number. He quickly answered. "Lin Shu, do you have a moment?" It was Gu Weiwei's voice. "Yes." Lin Shu replied casually, glancing at the assortment of gifts in his sister's room. "Did you send these items?" Gu Weiwei readily admitted, "Indeed. I would like to ask you for a favor. These items, along with the 200,000 gold coins, are my remuneration." Lin Shu suddenly understood. It appeared that this woman was aware of his successful crafting of the 6th grade blood jade beast armor, prompting her to request his assistance. "Sure. What do you wish to forge?" Lin Shu inquired, eager to explore whether his newly acquired crafting system would enable him to create weapons of any caliber. If that were the case, he would indeed be embarking on a lucrative side venture with limitless potential. As Lin Shu pondered this, Gu Weiwei said earnestly, "Lin Shu, I will send you a location. Please come over. There are matters that cannot be discussed in detail over the phone." Lin Shu hesitated. Although Lin Qingxiu showed no signs of lingering effects from her poisoning, he remained uneasy. However, it seemed Gu Weiwei could sense his apprehension. "Lin Shu, you need not worry about your sister's safety. I have arranged for several 5th grade beast masters to protect you both in secret. Oh, and I understand your concerns regarding your sister's condition, so I have dispatched the finest doctor in Yun City to conduct a follow-up examination." Lin Shu was astonished. He had not anticipated that Gu Weiwei would go to such lengths for their protection. It appeared she had shared his situation with the Gu family head. Although Lin Shu felt displeased, he refrained from expressing it. "All right, I'll head over immediately," he replied coolly. Upon receiving the location from Gu Weiwei, Lin Shu offered some instructions to his sister before making his way to the destination. Half an hour later, he arrived outside Qi Yushuan. "Lin Shu, you're here?" Gu Weiwei approached him. Whether it was an illusion or not, Lin Shu noted that the typically aloof Gu Weiwei displayed a hint of a smile this time. Lin Shu acknowledged her with a brief nod, but suddenly adopted a stern expression. "Miss Gu, I recall instructing you not to divulge my affairs to anyone. Yet it seems you have breached that promise." Gu Weiwei broke into a cold sweat. "Lin Shu, please allow me to explain," but before she could finish, Lin Shu waved his hand dismissively. "I understand that you only reported this matter to your father. You trust that he will handle it appropriately, so I hold no grudge against you." Gu Weiwei sighed in relief. Lin Shu then got straight to the point. "All right, tell me what you need me to forge." Gu Weiwei quickly replied, "I would like to ask you to craft a special flying weapon known as the Golden Phoenix Dragon Wing. The crafting method for this beast weapon is exceedingly intricate, requiring the collection of magic crystals embodying the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Moreover, the crystals must range from 1 color to 5 colors, corresponding to their respective attributes. Most importantly, it necessitates the feathers of a 6-tailed golden phoenix and the flesh and blood of a golden feathered dragon as core materials, along with a plethora of other components. Unfortunately, As Gu Weiwei recited these details, Lin Shu absorbed little of it. The moment she uttered Golden Phoenix Dragon Wing, he was greeted by the sound of a system notification in his ears. Ding! Simplified upgrade system is starting. Beast weapon name, Golden Phoenix Dragon Wing. Initiating simplification of the crafting process. Simplification successful. Golden Phoenix Dragon Wing simplified. 1 feather from a 6-tailed Golden Phoenix. 1 piece of golden feathered dragon flesh. And 5 fragments of 5-element magic crystals are required for fusion. With this realization, Lin Shu's heart leaped with joy. Miss Gu, do you have all the materials ready? He asked. Upon her nod, he confidently declared, give me half an hour, and I will forge the 6th grade Golden Phoenix Dragon Wing for you. With that, Lin Shu turned and left, leaving Gu Weiwei momentarily stunned, her expression one of disbelief. Chapter 15. The successful forging of the Golden Phoenix Dragon Wing within Qi Yuxuan. Lin Shu, aided by the simplified upgrade system, was fervently engaged in the crafting of the Golden Phoenix Dragon Wing. Outside the lounge, Gu Weiwei awaited anxiously. Her concern was understandable. Having witnessed Lin Shu manifest the 6th grade Blood Jade Beast armor, she was aware of his latent talent in crafting. Yet, the complexity of the Golden Phoenix Dragon Wing was indeed formidable. Even the renowned master of weapon forging in Cloud City, Li Changxiu, would not dare to guarantee success within a short time frame. Naturally, Gu Weiwei did not expect to resolve everything in one go during her search for Lin Shu. Her motives were twofold. Firstly, to assess the other party's innate talent in weapon forging, and secondly, to establish a rapport with Lin Shu. With this in mind, Gu Weiwei felt a sense of calm wash over her. Miss, your coffee, a staff member swiftly approached, placing a freshly brewed cup before Gu Weiwei. She intended to take a sip when another staff member hurried in. Miss, Masterly has arrived. He mentioned he needs to speak with you regarding the forging of the Golden Phoenix Wing. The staff member relayed the message earnestly. Gu Weiwei planned to inform the staff that she was not at Chiyu Pavilion, but before she could articulate her thoughts, the door to the lounge swung open. A middle-aged man swiftly entered. Upon seeing Gu Weiwei, Li Changxiu exclaimed, Miss Gu, I have splendid news for you. Last night, did your father not request me to assist in forging the Golden Phoenix Wing? I previously mentioned that my success rate was less than 5. However, after a night of deep contemplation, I believe I have discovered a novel forging technique. Through this method, I estimate the success rate for the Golden Phoenix Wing could soar to 15. At these words, Gu Weiwei's heart skipped a beat. Although she lacked extensive knowledge about crafting weapons for Beast Tamers, she understood that a weapon master operates under a certain success probability. Even a 6th-tier master like Li Changxiu would not dare to assert 100% certainty in producing a Beast Tamer weapon. Thus, the mere fact that Li Changxiu could elevate the original 5 success rate to 15 was a testament to his profound skills in forging. Under normal circumstances, Gu Weiwei would have been overjoyed to hear such news. Yet, at this moment, a sense of awkwardness enveloped her. After all, prior to Li's arrival, she had entrusted all her prepared materials to Lin Shu. Masterly, I think it would be prudent to deliberate further on this matter. Gu Weiwei finally said after a moment of hesitation. Li Changxiu, unaware of the underlying circumstances, assumed Gu Weiwei was merely concerned about wasting the forging materials. He reassured her, Miss Gu, rest assured, I will not exhaust all the materials. At most, I will use 2 sets. If successful, that would be splendid. If not, I would still gain invaluable experience. At a loss for how to decline, Gu Weiwei found herself momentarily speechless. Noticing her hesitation, Li Changxiu pressed, Miss Gu, could you perhaps share your concerns? Or have you already found another master to assist you? Do not worry, I am an old acquaintance of your father. Even if you have found someone else, it is of no consequence. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by Li's earnestness, Gu Weiwei paused before confessing, Masterly, I apologize, but I have indeed found someone to forge the Golden Phoenix Wing. To Li Changxiu's surprise, he did not take offense. Instead, he responded with a smile. Might I inquire who this master is? Has he informed you of the success rate? Furthermore, did he provide a detailed explanation of the forging process? Li's inquiry stemmed from genuine concern. The circle of weapon masters was relatively small, and as a 6th-tier master, he possessed a vast network. Should Gu Weiwei reveal the identity of her forger, he could ascertain the individual's skills in comparison to his own and offer constructive advice in the event of failure. After all, collaboration among weapon masters was not uncommon. However, Gu Weiwei replied earnestly, Masterly, the person I sought is not within the forging community. His name is Lin Shu, a student preparing for his college entrance examinations. What? Li Changxiu was taken aback, then coldly chuckled. Gu Weiwei, are you attempting to humiliate me? Do you truly believe that weapon forging is a task suited for just anyone? Let me inform you. The path of a weapon master is far more arduous than that of a beast tamer. Your actions reflect a disdain for our craft. Do you not realize this? Gu Weiwei found herself at a loss for words. She was acutely aware that her decision was perhaps misguided, yet her trust in Lin Shu remained unwavering. After a moment of contemplation, she attempted to explain. Master Li, I understand this may be hard for you to believe, but Lin Shu has successfully forged a 6th-tier blood jade Beast Tamer armor. I witnessed it with my own eyes. What? Li Changqiu was stunned again. 6th tier? Blood jade Beast Tamer armor? Miss Gu, please do not tell me that armor was forged from blood jade demon stones. Upon receiving a nod from Gu Weiwei, Li Changqiu fell utterly silent. At that moment, he was convinced Lin Shu must be a fraud. After all, how could anyone make such claims? The blood jade demon stone harbors an exceptionally dense essence of beastly power, rendering it exceedingly difficult to purify. Not even a 6th-tier master could guarantee the removal of its violent elements, let alone a 7th-tier master. Only an 8th-tier or higher master might be capable of such a feat, a high school student forging blood jade Beast Tamer armor. Absurd. With this thought, Li Changqiu cast a profound glance at Gu Weiwei, feeling utterly speechless at her naivety. Miss Gu, I had assumed that as the daughter of the Gu family, you would be well informed. Yet, I am disheartened to discover that you have fallen prey to such a lowly ruse. I must admit, I am quite disappointed in you. Enough of this. I shall not speak further on the matter. Henceforth, should you seek my assistance in weapon forging, I will have to decline. You are on your own now, and I hope you do not fall victim to fraudsters again. With that, Li Changqiu turned to leave. Just then, the door to Lin Shu's lounge swung open. Master Li, who told you I am a fraud? Li Changqiu swiftly turned back. You, the high school student who claims to be a master forger? He inquired with a stern expression. Lin Shu ignored him and walked directly to Gu Weiwei. Miss Gu, I have successfully forged the golden phoenix wing, as you requested. With a flourish of his hand, a palm-sized golden wing materialized before them. Gu Weiwei stood in stunned silence, while Li Changqiu's words were abruptly swallowed in his throat. As he felt the potent spiritual energy emanating from the golden phoenix wing, his mouth fell agape. His face flushed with disbelief. It felt as though an invisible hand was relentlessly striking his face, leaving him with a stinging pain. Chapter 16. Crafting Artifacts? As long as one has hands. How could this be? At this very moment, Li Changqiu felt a buzzing in his head, utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Gu Weiwei also experienced a surreal sensation. Observing their expressions, Lin Shu spoke calmly. Miss Gu, I have fulfilled your request. May I take my leave now? Without waiting for a reply, Lin Shu handed over the golden phoenix dragon wing and prepared to turn away. However, Li Changqiu barked, wait. Lin Shu halted, and Li Changqiu stepped in front of him. Do you have any guidance for me? Lin Shu inquired. Li Changqiu took a deep breath, seemingly struggling to contain his shock. Young man, I must ask, did you truly forge this golden phoenix dragon wing? Lin Shu retorted. If it wasn't me, could it possibly be you? Li Changqiu felt an acute sense of embarrassment. Yet, Lin Shu was disinclined to engage further, as he had pressing matters to attend to. Just as he intended to sidestep Li Changqiu, Gu Weiwei exclaimed, Lin Shu, let me introduce you to this esteemed individual from our Cloud City. Lin Shu interjected. I am aware, the foremost artifact craftsman of Cloud City, Master Li Changqiu. Seeing Lin Shu's nonchalant demeanor, Gu Weiwei felt compelled to question why he did not offer a bow of respect, but the words caught in her throat. After all, the golden phoenix dragon wing represented only a 15 success rate for Li Changqiu, who had yet to dare act prematurely. Yet Lin Shu had indeed crafted it successfully. If she were to voice her thoughts, it would almost be tantamount to slapping Master Li's face. As Gu Weiwei grappled with how to navigate the situation, Master Li suddenly donned a different expression. He inhaled deeply and approached Lin Shu, bowing deeply. With an apologetic countenance, he said, Young friend, oh no, young senior. I was blind before, please do not take offense. Lin Shu replied coolly, what? Did you not just claim I was a fraud? Master Li found himself at a loss for words, ultimately resorting to a forced laugh. Fortunately, Lin Shu was not overly concerned with such trivialities, and so he stated, Master Li, if you have something to say, please do so directly. I truly have matters to attend to. Master Li chuckled, young senior. What is it that occupies your time? Lin Shu replied nonchalantly, nothing much. I simply wish to contract a beast for the upcoming high-stakes examination. Gu Weiwei was puzzled. Hadn't Lin Shu already contracted 3 epic-tier beasts? Why was he seeking to contract another? Yet soon she understood. It seemed Lin Shu intended to keep a low profile during the imminent exam, opting for an ordinary beast instead. In truth, Gu Weiwei's deduction was partially correct. Lin Shu did harbor such concerns, but he also had another objective, to experiment with evolving his beasts into special forms, such as fusion forms, armored forms, explosive forms, and X forms. After all, Lin Shu reflected, had it not been for Gu Weiwei's assistance with her by Yunqing Fengbird during the instance in Hucking Community. Even if he had managed to defeat the earth-rending poison dragon, the aftermath would have been catastrophic. To prevent such calamities, Lin Shu resolved to gather not only beasts of all attributes, but also those of every special form. Only then could he fully utilize the capabilities of his divine beast and system to their utmost potential. While Lin Shu was deep in thought, Li Changqiu remarked with a smile, "I was curious about your intentions, young senior. Rest assured, I will handle this matter. I happen to know some beast merchants with whom I have good relations, and I am certain they can find a suitable beast for you." Recognizing the goodwill in Li Changqiu's words, Lin Shu decided not to maintain a cold demeanor any longer. "Master Li, it seems you have something you wish to inquire about?" Li Changqiu grinned. "Indeed. I am curious to know from which master you learned the art of forging beast weapons. Additionally, I am quite intrigued as to how you were able to forge a 6th-grade beast weapon despite your spiritual power not exceeding 1,000. Lin Shu chuckled. It seemed Master Li intended to probe his background. Li Changqiu quickly shook his head. Curiosity, purely curiosity. This admission was indeed somewhat truthful. Although the craftsman and beast master were distinct professions, they shared a commonality, the necessity of formidable spiritual power. Take Li Changqiu, for example. Despite not having contracted a beast, his spiritual power was significantly strong, enabling him to forge 6th-grade beast weapons. In stark contrast, Lin Shu stood before him as a mere high school student. How could he achieve such feats? Li Changqiu was perplexed. As for Lin Shu, he found it difficult to provide an explanation, thus he simply stated, "My teacher has instructed me that his whereabouts must remain confidential, or I might encounter trouble. Therefore, I am sorry, but I cannot disclose anything." Hearing this, Li Changqiu nodded repeatedly, refraining from further inquiries. After a brief contemplation, he smiled. "Young senior, I was indeed abrupt earlier. Allow me to make an unusual request." With that, Li Changqiu retrieved a document from his briefcase. Upon receiving it, Lin Shu opened it and was immediately captivated. A 6th-grade beast weapon, the 9-Dragon Bone Whip? This was a commendable beast weapon. Lin Shu did not scrutinize the forging process or the materials in detail. He merely glanced over it before returning it to Li Changqiu. At that moment, the system interface before Lin Shu suddenly illuminated. Weapon 9-Dragon Bone Whip. Grade 6th. Upgrade 9-Dragon Blood Bone Whip. Characteristics. Forged from 9 segments of dragon bones with varying attributes, it possesses formidable power, capable of amalgamating the strength of 9 dragons. Once unleashed, it can effortlessly obliterate a mountain. Subsequently, Lin Shu's simplified system activated rapidly. He observed as the intricate forging method was continuously streamlined, ultimately revealing that he merely needed to connect the 9 segments of dragon bone and add 9 6-colored magic crystals to complete the creation. Realization dawned upon Lin Shu. He then smiled at Li Changqiu, saying, "Master Li, are you hoping for my guidance to complete this 6th-grade 9-Dragon Bone Whip?" Li Changqiu nodded vigorously. Lin Shu replied coolly, "Guidance is unnecessary. I will simply assist you in forging it. After all, crafting artifacts is not merely about having hands, is it?" With that, Lin Shu requested the necessary materials from Li Changqiu and re-entered the secluded chamber to undertake the second round of forging. Half an hour later, Lin Shu emerged, wielding a 9-segment bone whip. Although Li Changqiu had long anticipated Lin Shu's success, he was still astonished. Yet, when witnessing it firsthand, the heart remains profoundly shaken. He is assured that Lin Shu possesses an extraordinary talent for weapon forging, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Junior, Li Changqiu intended to express his admiration. However, Lin Shu waved his hand, stating, "I have successfully forged this 9-Dragon Bone Whip for you. As for the forging fee," without hesitation, Li Changqiu requested the account of Uncle Lin and promptly transferred 3 million gold coins to him. Lin Shu felt an immense joy within. He had indeed seized this fortuitous wealth. Meanwhile, Li Changqiu was equally elated. 3 million gold coins was no trivial sum. But if this money could foster a closer relationship with Lin Shu, it would be most advantageous. Contemplating this, Li Changqiu intended to say a few more words when his phone rang. "Really? All right, I understand. I'll head over right away." After hanging up, he looked at Lin Shu with excitement and said, "Junior, great news. A new batch of special beast tamers has arrived for auction in the west of the city. Among them is a divine bloodline beast, known as the Ice Extreme Dragon." Upon hearing this, Lin Shu was overjoyed. Half an hour later, Lin Shu accompanied Li Changqiu to the western part of the city. This place was renowned for its auction house in Yun City, boasting a high caliber of offerings. Beasts of divine and legendary bloodlines were abundant, alongside special beasts with fusion, armor, explosive, and X-antibody traits. Notably, Gu Weiwei's X-antibody Azure Cloud Green Peak Bird had been acquired from this very auction house. "Indeed, this place is quite impressive," Lin Shu remarked with a smile. He then turned to Li Changqiu, who quickly understood, saying, "Junior, feel free to browse for a while. I'll go find my friend to inquire about the whereabouts of the Ice Extreme Dragon, and then we can proceed to acquire it." Lin Shu had no objections to this plan. Once Li Changqiu departed, Lin Shu began to wander. However, after walking a mere few meters, he spotted a figure. Lin Shu furrowed his brow. He had encountered someone who should not be here at all, Lu Sanqian. Lin Shu was perplexed. For this individual had been incapacitated by him just the day before, even losing a leg. Yet here stood Lu Sanqian, seemingly unscathed. Moreover, Lin Shu sensed that this person's spiritual power had diminished rather than increased. Nonetheless, Lin Shu soon regained his composure. He speculated that Lu Tianba had expended considerable resources to forcibly restore his injuries and the damaged spiritual sea. On the other hand, upon seeing Lin Shu, Lu Sanqian was also taken aback, but soon a cold smile of hatred appeared on his face. Lin Shu, did you ever expect to see me here? Lin Shu chuckled. Indeed, I thought you would still be lying in a hospital bed. I must say, you truly resemble an unkillable cockroach. Lu Sanqian's fury surged at this taunt. Yet he quickly wore a smug grin. What can I say? My family is wealthy. My father spent 10 million gold coins to restore my spiritual sea and made me consume spiritual power potions. My spiritual power has not only remained intact, but even risen to 750. Additionally, my leg has been healed. Lin Shu scoffed internally but outwardly applauded. Quite impressive. So, are you here to contract a new beast? Lu Sanqian coldly replied, of course. With the high-stakes examination approaching, I plan to contract a complete divine bloodline beast. The Ice Extreme Dragon. Let me tell you, this Ice Extreme Dragon possesses special fusion abilities. As he spoke, the pride in Lu Sanqian's eyes was unmistakable. Lin Shu secretly chuckled, not anticipating that Lu Sanqian harbored ambitions for the fusion beast, Ice Extreme Dragon. Unfortunately for him, it seemed his efforts would be in vain. As Lin Shu pondered this, another figure approached. Sanqian, what are you doing here? I've already purchased the pass. Let us head in. Lu Sanqian glanced at the newcomer and replied, Cousin, the auction 1T start for over an hour. Let us wait outside for now. He then cast a glance at Lin Shu and continued, Cousin, allow me to introduce you to Lin Shu. Upon hearing this, Wu Ji's previously indifferent expression transformed into one of lethal intent. You're the one who nearly reduced Sanqian to a cripple? Wu Ji said coldly. Lin Shu nodded indifferently. Wu Ji's face hardened. You've got some skills, kid. However, it seems fortune is not on your side today, as you've encountered me here. Kneel, apologize, and hand over your beast, and I might let you off this once. Otherwise, I will make you experience the humiliation my cousin faced tenfold. As he spoke, Wu Ji prepared to make his move, ready to exact revenge for his cousin. Lin Shu, however, held Wu Ji in disdain. He intended to engage, but Lu Sanqian quickly intervened. Cousin, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Lin Shu is just a candidate for the examination, while you are a genuine beast master, a first-tier 9-star beast master at that. If you take action, it would only elevate Lin Shu's status. You can rest assured, once I contract the Ice Extreme Dragon, I will repay the humiliation I suffered tenfold. As he spoke, Lu Sanqian shot a glance at Lin Shu, his eyes brimming with hatred. For Lin Shu, these threats were inconsequential, even somewhat amusing. Although the Lu family was indeed formidable, with a foundation that allowed them to rank among the elite families of Yun City, securing the fusion beast, Ice Extreme Dragon, would typically be straightforward for Lu Sanqian. However, Lin Shu had already set his sights on it. Alas, Lu Sanqian, you may be in for a disappointment this time. Lin Shu thought smugly. With a 6th-tier weapon master like Li Changqiu backing him, outmaneuvering Lu Sanqian would be a walk in the park. At that moment, Lu Sanqian approached Lin Shu once more. Aren't you a divine body? This time, I will be thoroughly prepared. On the day of the examination, I will outpace you and make you realize that even a genius cannot rival wealth. With that, Lu Sanqian turned and departed with Wu Ji. Lin Shu couldn't be bothered to waste his emotions on such minor characters and continued to stroll leisurely. Half an hour later, the auction in the western city began to attract numerous luxury cars as affluent individuals from the city arrived. Many were there to scout formidable beasts for their children participating in the upcoming examination. As the impending college entrance examination approached, preparations were underway to ensure the children were equipped with the necessary contracts for their spirit beasts. Amidst Lin Shu's patient waiting, a young lady clad in a cheongsam approached him. Excuse me, are you Lin Shu? She inquired with a radiant smile. I am, Lin Shu replied amicably. The situation is this. Master Li is currently engaged in conversation with my grandfather, who has some matters to discuss with him, making it rather difficult for him to leave at the moment, the cheongsam-clad lady explained. Therefore, Master Li has asked me to escort you into the auction. As for the Icebound Extreme Dragon, we have made all the necessary arrangements on our end. You simply need to contract it personally. All expenses will be covered by us. Oh, and my grandfather also mentioned that, considering your exceptional talent, if you find any other auction items to your liking, feel free to acquire them without hesitation. Lin Shu was taken aback by this revelation and curiously asked, "May I inquire who your grandfather is?" The young lady chuckled softly but did not respond, instead guiding Lin Shu through a VIP entrance into the auction venue. Upon entering, Lin Shu was immediately captivated by the myriad of spirit beast cages that adorned the space. The cages varied in size, yet all contained spirit beasts of at least divine bloodlines. Each beast exuded an imposing aura, clearly indicating their formidable strength. Observing Lin Shu's fascination, the Cheongsam-clad lady remarked, "Lin Shu, these are merely the most ordinary spirit beasts at our auction. When we reach the special body spirit beast section, you will be in for a surprise." Lin Shu felt a surge of anticipation. However, as they walked further, he suddenly paused, a system notification echoing in his ears. Ding. The system has detected the presence of a spirit beast with chaotic bloodline. After purification, it can activate the fusion body. Contract successful. Reward, simplified purification pill X1. Would you like to contract it? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Shu responded affirmatively. Such a fortuitous opportunity was not one to be squandered. Nevertheless, he found himself pondering the peculiarities of this situation. After all, in his understanding, the epitome of bloodlines had been the epic level. How could a chaotic bloodline suddenly emerge? However, Lin Shu dismissed these thoughts, recognizing that the spirit beast civilization had only developed for less than a millennium. Although the hierarchies of spirit beasts and spirit beast masters had been well established, the special bodies and bloodlines had yet to reach completion. As more secret realms were unlocked and various powers fused with Earth's spiritual energy, it was only natural for many special bodies and new evolutionary bloodlines to arise. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Shu began to survey his surroundings, ultimately focusing on a spirit beast cage tucked away in a corner. He approached swiftly, only to find himself momentarily speechless. Inside the cage was a canine spirit beast. While its aura was decent and it was in its complete form, its appearance was far from commendable. A large, unsightly growth protruded from its forehead, and patches of fur were missing from its body, resembling a mangy dog. System, is this creature truly a spirit beast with a chaotic bloodline? Lin Shu inquired internally. The system offered no reply, instead displaying a 1-minute countdown in the upper right corner. With no other option, Lin Shu turned to the Cheongsam-clad lady and asked, "Am I able to contract this spirit beast?" "What?" The young lady, Zhao Sherman, was taken aback. "Lin Shu, are you serious?" Upon seeing Lin Shu nod affirmatively, she continued, "This black wind yellow dog, however." Lin Shu cut her off, smiling as he asked, "I simply want to know if I can contract it." Zhao Sherman was momentarily at a loss for words. She could not comprehend Lin Shu's thought process. Despite the numerous paths to evolution and decent combat prowess of the black wind yellow dog, its appearance was undeniably unappealing. Had her grandfather not mentioned its tremendous potential, Zhao Sherman would have long since discarded it. She found it perplexing that Lin Shu was so intent on contracting it. Initially considering dissuading him, Zhao Sherman was taken aback as Lin Shu stepped forward, biting his fingertip to let a drop of blood infused with spiritual energy fall onto the creature's head. After a struggle, the black wind yellow dog transformed into a stream of light and entered Lin Shu's fourth spirit beast space. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully contracted the black wind yellow dog. Reward, simplified bloodline purification pill X1. Lin Shu's consciousness now resided within the fourth spirit beast space, where he perused the details of the black wind yellow dog. Spirit beast, black wind yellow dog. Level, complete form, bloodline, chaotic, mixed, evolution, multiple pathways available, characteristics, extremely fast, high loyalty, equipped with sharp teeth capable of shredding enemies. After reviewing the information, Lin Shu promptly tossed the simplified bloodline purification pill, which the black wind yellow dog eagerly consumed. A swirl of chaotic light enveloped the creature, and a purification progress bar appeared before Lin Shu. Due to the slow pace of the process, he chose not to linger and withdrew his consciousness back to reality. Lin Shu, Zhao Sherman began, intending to say something. But Lin Shu interjected with a smile, "Let us go. I no longer require the contracting of spirit beasts." Lin Shu felt compelled to assert this. Though his divine spirit body had fully recovered, and his spiritual energy was perpetually increasing due to the simplified upgrade system, he did not wish to rush. Furthermore, caring for contracted spirit beasts posed its own challenges. Unlike humans, they could not simply eat anything. Their dietary requirements were quite stringent. First, their food must not be attribute restrained. And secondly, a plethora of upgrading materials were necessary. While his system could address these needs, it still required a considerable amount of resources daily to nourish them. Fortunately, Lin Shu had discreetly set aside some flesh while assisting Gu Weiwei in crafting spirit beast weapons earlier that day. Otherwise, he would have had to spend a significant sum of gold coins to feed his 3 spirit beasts. Truly, Raising spirit beasts was an expensive endeavor, Lin Shu mused. After some contemplation, he turned to Zhao Sherman and said, Miss Gu, although I no longer need to contract spirit beasts, I find myself lacking in food. I wonder if... Zhao Sherman, still absorbed in the absurdity of Lin Shu's contracting of the black-winged yellow dog, realized it was ultimately his choice and refrained from further comments. She nodded and replied, We naturally have provisions for that at our auction. Moreover, in the spirit of assisting spirit beast masters, we have developed numerous compressed foods in recent years, akin to compressed biscuits. Lin Shu's eyes lit up with delight at this revelation. He had intended to voice his thoughts, but Zhao Sherman promptly retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Soon, heaps of compressed beast food were delivered. Observing this, Lin Shu showed no hesitation and promptly tossed them into his beast space. Lin Shu, is there anything else you require? Zhao Sherman inquired. Lin Shu smiled and shook his head. No, I simply wish to broaden my horizons and witness the auction firsthand. Zhao Sherman had no objections to this and immediately produced a ticket for the VIP section, handing it to Lin Shu. Thank you, Lin Shu said as he accepted it and turned to leave. Watching Lin Shu's retreating figure, Zhao Sherman found herself at a loss for words. She could not fathom why her grandfather and Masterly held Lin Shu in such high regard. Moreover, Masterly claimed that Lin Shu could forge 6th-grade beast weapons, a statement she found utterly implausible. After a moment of muttering to herself, Zhao Sherman sighed. Well, it doesn't matter. This event is concluded, and we shall have no further interactions. I shall focus on my duties. With that, she turned and departed. Meanwhile, Lin Shu had arrived at the auction venue. Following the number on his VIP ticket, he found his designated seat and settled in to await the proceedings. Unexpectedly, a sharp voice cut through the air. Oh, Lin Shu, you truly have the audacity to occupy a VIP seat. Recognizing the voice, Lin Shu understood that Lu Sanqian was deliberately provoking him. He responded coolly, Lu Sanqian, do not underestimate me. This seat rightfully belongs to me. With that, Lin Shu produced his VIP ticket. Lu Sanqian scoffed at this. What do you think you are? My Lu family is among the foremost families in Yun City. My cousin and I could only manage second-class seats, while you, an orphan without parents, could not possibly possess a VIP ticket. You must have stolen it. Lu Sanqian's smug demeanor was palpable. Someone quickly. This brat has stolen a VIP ticket. He is mocking the authority of this auction house. As these words fell, many around them cast curious glances toward Lin Shu, while Lu Sanqian reveled in his triumph. Although this tactic was not new to him, he felt confident that Lin Shu would face severe consequences this time. After all, the auction house was backed by the Zhao family of the provincial capital, and Lin Shu, a mere nobody without wealth or power, was bound to meet his demise here. Seeing Lu Sanqian's foolishness, Lin Shu chuckled. Lu Sanqian, why go to such lengths? You could have participated in the auction peacefully, yet you choose to court disaster. How pathetic you are. Just as Lin Shu finished speaking, a large group of security personnel arrived. What is going on here? A captain asked. Lu Sanqian quickly stepped forward, using his silver tongue to smear Lin Shu's reputation. However, the captain was not easily deceived and, after examining Lin Shu's VIP ticket, promptly made a call. Understood, miss. I will ensure everything is handled properly. The security captain pocketed his phone, and upon seeing this, Lu Sanqian quickly urged, Officer, Lin Shu dares to steal openly and is exceedingly arrogant. You must teach him a lesson. The captain regarded Lu Sanqian with a look of incredulity. What do you suggest I do about this? Lu Sanqian gleefully replied. How about crippling his spiritual C and breaking his legs before tossing him out? That would assert the Zhao family's authority. To his surprise, the captain suddenly turned and approached Lin Shu. Lu Sanqian felt a surge of elation, believing the captain would follow his suggestion. However, the security officer bowed slightly and said, Mr. Lin, I apologize for the disturbance. Lin Shu waved his hand dismissively. No problem, as long as you can handle it. The officer understood and, under the bewildered gazes of Lu Sanqian and Wu Ji, commanded, take these two away, cripple their spiritual Cs, and break their legs. Upon hearing this, two security personnel, both third-grade beast masters, effortlessly seized Lu Sanqian and Wu Ji and dragged them away. Moments later, the anguished cries of Lu Sanqian echoed from outside, shocking the onlookers. Lin Shu remained unfazed, continuing to meditate quietly. Before long, the auction commenced. Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down. The head of the auction, standing atop a grand stage with a microphone, called out. At his words, the previously noisy venue fell silent. Lin Shu, who had been feigning indifference, lifted his eyelids. It was her. A flicker of intrigue crossed Lin Shu's eyes as he recognized Zhao Sherman standing beside the host. However, she had traded her chi-pao for a professional suit, exuding an air of poise and confidence. At that moment, Zhao Sherman also spotted Lin Shu and gave him a slight nod in acknowledgement. The host concluded his brief introduction and gestured toward the esteemed guests. Allow me to introduce to you the granddaughter of the Zhao family head and the manager of our Yun City branch, Miss Zhao Sherman. Lin Shu felt a jolt of surprise. While he had long known Zhao Shiman's background was exceptional, he had not anticipated her to be the granddaughter of the Zhao family head. No wonder she could arrange a VIP seat for him. He then understood why Li Changqiu had not accompanied him to the auction, but was instead with Zhao Shiman's grandfather. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shu quickly regained his composure and closed his eyes once more, knowing that the auction was merely a warm-up and unlikely to feature anything of great value. Yet, Lin Shu soon realized he had underestimated the event. Ladies and gentlemen, our first auction item today is a 6th-grade beast weapon crafted by a mysterious master craftsman. This item is called the 9-Dragon Bone Whip. It has been personally authenticated by Master Li Changqiu, a 6th-grade craftsman, and is considered one of the finest 6th-grade beast weapons. The starting bid is 3 million. We shall now commence the auction. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu's eyes flew open in astonishment. He had not anticipated that the auction would showcase his very own 9-Dragon Bone Whip as the first item. Curiosity piqued. He wondered if the price of his crafted beast weapon would double after this auction. However, he soon realized the short-sightedness of his thoughts. As Zhao Shiman's voice rang out again, the bidding begins now, with each increment no less than 3 million. Lin Shu was taken aback by the staggering amount. However, he quickly regained his composure, for an auction fundamentally revolves around the principle of mutual willingness. One must be eager to bid while the other is equally eager to let go. The 9-Dragon Bone Whip, without a doubt, boasted exceptional quality. With this thought, Lin Shu began to anticipate the proceedings. In less than half a minute, a paddle was raised in the air. The Zhou family from Yun City bid 6 million. With the first bid placed, others soon followed suit in a fervor. The Li family from Yun City offered 9 million, while the Lu family from the provincial capital escalated the bid to 12 million. Ultimately, the 9-section bone whip, crafted by Lin Shu himself, was sold for a staggering 21 million gold coins to a prominent family from the provincial capital. The buyer, as if in possession of a priceless treasure, concealed the artifact amidst envious gazes from the onlookers. Zhao Sherman then instructed her staff to present the second auction item. This time, the item was a suit of armor capable of transforming a beast into a fusion entity. Although categorized as a 5th-tier beast-controlling weapon, its uniqueness stirred quite a commotion, prompting everyone to bid vigorously, culminating in a sale for 30 million gold coins. The subsequent items dazzled the audience, and Lin Shu's earlier interest in the Ice Dragon, a fusion beast with divine-level bloodline, was unmistakably featured among them. Upon witnessing someone secure it for 40 million, Lin Shu felt a pang of regret. Had he anticipated such a high price, he would have certainly made every effort to acquire it. As Lin Shu pondered this, his phone vibrated with a series of notifications. Upon checking, he discovered an unexpected addition of 40 million gold coins to his account. Turning his gaze to Zhao Sherman, he noticed she was also looking at him before discreetly placing her phone in her pocket. Lin Shu couldn't help but smile inwardly, ultimately deeming Zhao Sherman as forthright. However, after the recent auction, Lin Shu understood that her treatment of him was likely under the behest of old Master Zhao. Perhaps he had recognized Lin Shu's prowess in crafting. Or perhaps he had learned from the head of the Gu family about Lin Shu's divine physique and his 3 epic-level beasts, leading him to wish to befriend him. Regardless of the reason, as long as they posed no threat to him, it was undoubtedly a favorable situation. Moreover, forging connections with the Gu family of Yun City, the Zhao family of the provincial capital, and the renowned craftsman Li Changqiu would spare Lin Shu considerable trouble. Thus, he resolved to seek an audience with old Master Zhao upon the conclusion of the auction. At that moment, Lin Shu's phone vibrated once more, this time with the upcoming auction list from Zhao Sherman. After a cursory glance, he found the items commendable yet unnecessary for his needs. Consequently, he shook his head at Zhao Sherman and rose to leave the auction. As Lin Shu stepped into the lounge, a staff member promptly approached him. "Mr. Lin, our master requests your presence." Following the individual, Lin Shu soon arrived outside a room on the top floor. As the door opened, a formidable and overwhelming aura surged forth, causing Lin Shu's breath to quicken momentarily. He marveled internally, pondering if this was the pressure of a 7th-tier beast master. Lin Shu recognized that achieving such a rank required unparalleled mastery over spiritual energy. Thus, he understood that old Master Zhao was attempting to intimidate him. Well, I too wish to gauge my capabilities after forming a contract with a chaotic-level bloodline beast and possessing a fusion entity. Since old Master Zhao intends to test my strength, let it be as he wishes. After this contemplation, Lin Shu swiftly harnessed the fusion power of the Black Wind Yellow Dog. He then invoked the powers of the Infernal Blood Phoenix, the Rainbow-Devouring Python, and the Golden-Eyed Bat King. Ultimately, he summoned the 6th-tier Blood Jade Beast Armor. infusing it with the fusion energy. In an instant, a tremendous force emanated forth, and Lin Shu's system interface displayed his fluctuating spiritual energy values, 1,000, 2,000, 4,000, ultimately reaching an astonishing 160,000. Although such a spiritual energy level paled in comparison to the over 1 billion of the 7th-tier Beast Master, Old Master Zhao. It was essential to note that Lin Shu was still merely an apprentice and had not yet attained the title of Beast Master. Thus, this figure was sufficient to instill awe in all present. Shortly after Lin Shu had executed his fusion technique, the oppressive aura dissipated rapidly, allowing him to finally discern the figures within the room. Seated at the center was an elderly man with hair as white as snow, Old Master Zhao himself. Flanking him were familiar faces, the renowned craftsman Li Changqiu and the head of the Gu family, Gu Wanyan. At that moment, all three rose to their feet. Li Changqiu stepped forward, stating, "You must be Lin Shu." Indeed, as the head of the Gu family described, "You are a prodigious talent. No, I feel that no words can truly encapsulate your gifts. You possess a divine physique and 3 epic-level beasts, and now you have contracted a chaotic-level bloodline beast. The Black Wind Yellow Dog. Your accomplishments are unprecedented." Lin Shu was internally astonished. How could Old Master Zhao be so well informed about the Black Wind Yellow Dog? Nevertheless, now was not the time for inquiries. He was eager to understand why the elder had disclosed his entire background upon their very first meeting. What was his intention? Naturally, Lin Shu refrained from asking these questions and opted for a modest demeanor. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Old Master Zhao suddenly leaned forward, saying, "Young Lin, you have had some interaction with my granddaughter Zhao Sherman, haven't you? What are your thoughts on her? I intend to have her marry you. What is going on?" Lin Shu was momentarily taken aback. What was this old man orchestrating? Chapter 20, A Promise is a Promise. At this moment, Lin Shu was utterly speechless. Clearly, he had not anticipated that Old Master Zhao's elaborate setup was ultimately aimed at arranging a marriage between Zhao Sherman and himself. What a jest. For him, women would only hinder his swiftness in drawing his sword. Absolutely not. However, before Lin Shu could decline, a voice interjected from Gu Wanyan. "Old Zhao, this seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it? My young friend Lin Shu is already acquainted with my daughter Gu Weiwei. If we are to discuss relationships, it should be my daughter who takes precedence." Old Master Zhao intended to retort, but Li Changqiu interjected with a chuckle. "Gu, my friend, in matters such as these, what does precedence even mean? If we are to find a partner, my niece is quite excellent as well." Lin Shu, witnessing their debate, interjected with a serious tone, "Gentlemen, your good intentions are appreciated. However, I am currently merely a student. The college entrance examination is of utmost importance to me. I shall not consider other matters for the time being. If there is nothing else, I must take my leave." After stating this, Lin Shu intended to exit. Seeing this, Old Master Zhao quickly smiled and said, "Young Lin, we were indeed presumptuous. You have been here for quite some time. Please, take a seat. I shall immediately arrange for the finest spirit tea." After speaking, Elder Zhao personally brewed tea for Lin Shu. Witnessing this, the head of the Gu family exchanged a knowing smile with Li Changqiu. Lin Shu, unfamiliar with the nuances of tea, remained oblivious, yet they understood that the tea Elder Zhao had just prepared was of exceptional quality, worth thousands of gold coins per ounce. In truth, Elder Zhao typically refrained from indulging in such luxuries himself. This clearly demonstrated the high regard in which he held Lin Shu. Of course, they found no reason for surprise, for Lin Shu possessed the divine royal body and had forged contracts with 3 epic-grade summoned beasts. Moreover, he had recently bonded with the Black Wind Yellow Dog, a creature with a chaotic grade bloodline. The notion of one individual commanding 4 summoned beasts was unprecedented in the annals of Yuanqing's summoner history. In fact, within the entire Huagua, there had been fewer than a handful of individuals achieving such a feat in the past 500 years, and all of them had ultimately ascended to godlike status as guardians of the nation. As the two pondered, Elder Zhao poured a cup of fragrant tea for Lin Shu. After taking a sip, Lin Shu turned to Elder Zhao and inquired, "Elder Zhao, may I venture to ask a question?" Elder Zhao chuckled. "What you wish to ask must pertain to the Black Wind Yellow Dog, correct? Since I am aware that this creature possesses a bloodline superior to that of epic grade and is a fusion entity, why then exhibit it? Furthermore, why did I not intervene during your bonding process?" Lin Shu nodded, acknowledging the shrewdness that often accompanies age. Indeed, Elder Zhao had accurately surmised his thoughts. "Oh, regarding the Black Wind Yellow Dog, the tale stretches back some years and is intertwined with my invitation for you to visit," Elder Zhao began, recounting the story. "It all began 2 decades ago when I had already attained the rank of a 6th-tier, 9-star summoner. At that time, I had contracted a beast of divine bloodline, registered at the Beast King level. Dissatisfied with my current state, I learned of a summoning secret realm that had recently opened in the provincial city. rumored to harbor beasts of emperor level, possessing bloodlines even higher than epic grade. I was intrigued and rallied a group of like-minded friends, intending to tame and contract one of these beasts. Alas, the chaotic grade beast proved far too formidable. All my companions perished, and I found myself on the brink of death. Had it not been for the timely arrival of experts from the Summoner-S Alliance, I surely would have met my demise. The Emperor-level beast was subsequently subdued by the Alliance and taken away, leaving behind the Black-Wind Yellow Dog. At the time, the Alliance experts determined that the Black-Wind Yellow Dog possessed a chaotic grade bloodline. However, its bloodline was impure. Although it could be refined, the costs were exorbitant, leading them to abandon it. Thus, I took it upon myself to bring it back and nurture it until now. Perhaps it is a kind of obsession, but I have always believed that someone with discerning eyes would eventually tame it and purify its bloodline. As I reached this point in my story, Elder Zhao cast a deep gaze at Lin Shu. My earlier test of you has brought me a sense of relief, he continued. Lin Shu, momentarily stunned, then asked, Elder Zhao, you mentioned that your search for me is related to the Black-Wind Yellow Dog? What is the situation? Upon hearing this, Elder Zhao sighed and opened his palm. Lin Shu leaned in to examine it closely, discovering a dark line that stretched from the index finger to the forearm. Is this a poison? Lin Shu inquired. Elder Zhao nodded. You are correct. This is a result of an injury inflicted by a poison attribute monster during my time in that secret realm. I have sought out renowned physicians both domestically and abroad, yet none have been able to cure it. They informed me that only the blood of a chaotic grade beast could be used to concoct an antidote. Otherwise, all remedies would be ineffective. Of course, I initially held little hope. My desire to meet you was primarily to forge a connection so that after my passing, you might protect the Zhao family. But now, I find a glimmer of hope for survival. Lin Shu finally grasped the full context of the situation. He smiled and said, If Elder Zhao has a request, I shall not refuse. However, I wonder if you have gathered all the necessary materials for the antidote. Lin Shu intended to offer the Black-Wind Yellow Dog as chaotic grade blood directly if Elder Zhao had everything prepared. Just then, a mechanical voice echoed in his ear. Ding! The medicine shop has been opened. This shop has been simplified. As long as you gather the raw materials, you can concoct the antidote. As the words faded, a structure resembling an alchemical furnace materialized before Lin Shu. His heart surged with joy. He turned to Elder Zhao and said, Elder Zhao, if you trust me, I can assist you in crafting this antidote. What? Upon hearing this, Elder Zhao, along with the head of the Gu family and Li Changqiu, wore expressions of utter astonishment. They exchanged glances, momentarily unable to believe what they had just heard. Finally, Elder Zhao inquired, My young friend, please do not tell me that in addition to your formidable talents as a summoner and your skills in forging, you also possess the ability to concoct medicine? It was no wonder Elder Zhao was so taken aback. In the realm of summoners, alchemists were exceedingly esteemed. If one were to consider a population of 1 million, perhaps only about 10,000 would be summoners, and among those, only 50 might attain the status of forging masters. As for alchemists, there would be at most one. The reason for this is simple. Alchemists require not only extensive knowledge of medicinal properties, but also years of experimentation. Consequently, most alchemists are typically in their 50s or 60s. Of course, there are exceptional talents among them. Yet even in the history of summoners, the youngest alchemist hailed from Huagua and was renowned as a prodigious genius. However, even he did not reach the level of a first-tier alchemist until after the age of 25. Yet here was Lin Shu, claiming he could concoct an antidote. The three present were left in disbelief. However, seeing Lin Shu's earnestness, Elder Zhao, after a moment of hesitation, declared, Lin Shu, if you can rid me of the toxins within, I would gladly consider you a brother. As he spoke, Elder Zhao retrieved the materials required for the antidote from his Summoner-S space. Lin Shu accepted the materials and requested a secluded chamber to begin the concoction. 10 minutes later, the antidote was successfully crafted. Is it truly finished? Upon witnessing Lin Shu present a specially crafted wooden box containing the pills, Elder Zhao and the others were momentarily dumbfounded. However, given Elder Zhao's limited time, he had no choice but to grasp at straws and swallow the antidote without hesitation. As the pill containing chaotic grade blood entered his system, Elder Zhao immediately felt the dark line on his arm constricting until it ultimately vanished without a trace. Not only that, but old Zhao, due to being gravely poisoned, found his spiritual energy remarkably increasing at this moment. Witnessing this, the head of the Gu family and Li Changqiu could not help but gasp in astonishment. Their gazes towards Lin Shu now filled with a mixture of disbelief and shock. Lin Shu had indeed spoken and acted upon his words. Terrifying. This young man was truly formidable. Chapter 21, Worthless Rubbish. It had already been an hour since Lin Shu departed from the auction in the western city, bidding farewell to the head of the Gu family and Li Changqiu. At this moment, His face was aglow with joy. Undoubtedly, today had brought him substantial rewards. He had formed a contract with the chaos-level bloodline beast, the black-winged yellow dog, and procured specialized compressed food for beast taming. Additionally, Lin Shu had amassed several million gold coins. For the previous Lin Shu, such wealth had been a mere fantasy. However, for Lin Shu, his greatest acquisition lay in befriending the esteemed Old Zhao. This individual was the most formidable person Lin Shu had encountered after the Gu family and Li Chanqiu. Nevertheless, Lin Shu was aware that forming a connection with Old Zhao would not significantly benefit him. After all, his ultimate goal was to attend Lingzhou University, one of the 4 major universities of Huaguo. The Zhao family, although a prominent clan in Yun City and even in the provincial capital, appeared rather insignificant in the grand scheme of Lingzhou. Yet, during this transitional period, Old Zhao could offer considerable assistance. Moreover, his sister would continue to reside here. Thus, with this connection, the Zhao family would undoubtedly ensure that his sister would never face hardship, possibly even living a life of luxury. As long as his sister thrived, Lin Shu could pursue his academic endeavors without concern. Just as Lin Shu pondered these matters, his phone rang. It was his sister, Lin Qingxiu, calling. "Xiao Shu, where are you? Why haven't you returned?" She inquired gently. "Sis, I've just wrapped up my business," Lin Shu replied with a smile. Without allowing her to respond, a thought struck him. "Sis, are you still at the hotel? Please tidy up and wait for me at Tianfu Garden. I have a surprise for you." Lin Qingxiu sounded puzzled. "What surprise?" "Oh, sis, if I tell you, it won't be a surprise anymore. Just hurry over and let us meet there," Lin Shu urged. Though Lin Qingxiu was baffled, she had no choice but to comply with Lin Shu's insistence. After hanging up, Lin Shu hailed a taxi and headed straight for Tianfu Garden. Upon his arrival, after waiting for a few minutes, he spotted Lin Qingxiu approaching. "Xiao Shu, you have just a few days until the college entrance exam. Shouldn't you be focusing on meditation rather than preparing surprises for me?" Lin Qingxiu chided. Lin Shu smiled helplessly. He would indeed like to take the opportunity to meditate, but his system had streamlined his cultivation process. Therefore, he didn't need to meditate intentionally. Every 6 minutes, he could gain a bit of vitality. As for the upgrading of his beasts, it was even simpler. Just eat and sleep. With so much food available in the beast space, he had no worries regarding their advancement. "Sis, don't worry, I have a plan. Just wait for the day of the exam, and you'll see my name on the honor roll," Lin Shu said cheerfully. Lin Qingxiu playfully poked his forehead. "As long as you have a plan in mind, that's all that matters." In the next moment, Lin Qingxiu extended her hand. "Xiao Shu, you mentioned a surprise over the phone. Where is it?" With a mysterious smile, Lin Shu led her forward until they arrived at the sales office. "Xiao Shu, what are we doing here?" Lin Qingxiu asked, a bit confused. Lin Shu spoke earnestly. "Sis, didn't you always say that our house is too small? You wanted to move to a bigger place. So, I plan to buy a house here at Tianfu Garden. And since I know you can't sit still, I intend to open a beast-themed restaurant for you, hiring a large staff so that you can simply count the money every day." Lin Qingxiu was taken aback. "Xiao Shu, don't joke around. We don't have that much money." Her reaction was understandable. Tianfu Garden was renowned in Yun City for its luxurious villas, with the lowest price being 100,000 gold coins per unit, and the smallest unit spanning at least 200 square meters. In other words, a single property would cost no less than 20 million gold coins. While Lin Shu had regained his talents and hunted numerous magical beasts in the advanced Shura arena to acquire magic crystals, purchasing a house here would still be a stretch. Yet, unbeknownst to Lin Qingxiu, Lin Shu was now worth 40 million gold coins, making the acquisition of such a property a mere trifle. "Sis, let us not dwell on the details. Since we're here, let us take a look first," Lin Shu said enigmatically. With no other option, Lin Qingxiu reluctantly agreed. Upon entering the sales office, a woman resembling a manager approached them immediately. "Are you two here to view properties? I can show you around. And if you find something you like, I can arrange an on-site visit." Lin Shu intended to follow the sales representative to check out the model, planning to purchase whatever caught his eye. However, after taking just a few steps, a somewhat astonished voice called out, "Lin Shu, is that really you?" The sound was familiar, prompting Lin Shu to turn. He saw a young couple approaching. The young man was dressed in designer clothes, while the girl possessed a pure, innocent beauty. Lin Shu recognized her, but maintained a cold demeanor, clearly unwilling to acknowledge her. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxiu, oblivious to Lin Shu's unusual attitude, scrutinized the girl before stepping forward. "Aren't you Chi-Su?" she exclaimed, excitement radiating from her. "Xiao Shu, you forgot. This is your Chi-Su Jia. She moved across from our house in the first year of high school and often came over for dinner. You two even meditated together. She once said she would only marry you. Have you forgotten?" Lin Shu felt a chill in his heart. He certainly hadn't forgotten. Regrettably, at that time, Chi-Su was not enamored with him, but rather with his formidable talents. Consequently, when his parents perished in battle and Lin Shu fell into a coma, losing his abilities, he had intended to confide in Chi Su. However, she had not even opened the door for him. After a period of frustration, he had finally managed to get her to answer, but he would never forget the look of indifference she had cast upon him then. He also recalled her chilling words. "Do you think you still deserve me now?" Even to this day, those words pierced his heart like a thorn. As Lin Shu lost himself in thought, Chi Su glanced at Lin Xingqiu with a serene expression. "Those were merely childish jokes. Let us not bring them up again. By the way, this is my boyfriend," she added, gesturing to the young man beside her. "Thus, you say, he will certainly take offense." With that, Chi Su intended to link arms with Huang Yuanfeng, planning to depart from the scene. However, Huang Yuanfeng seemed indeed perturbed. Instead of leaving, he approached Lin Shu. "You are Lin Shu, are you not? Once the unparalleled genius of Yun City, now reduced to a mere shadow of your former self." Upon Lin Shu's nod, Huang Yuanfeng's lips curled into a derisive smile. "Huh. I never imagined that accompanying Xiao Su home for a family visit would lead me to encounter you here. Pray, do not tell me you intend to purchase a property in this upscale neighborhood? Yet, I recall that following the death of your parents in battle and your subsequent loss of talent, you and your sister have been each other's only solace. Do you truly possess the means to acquire a residence in such a luxurious area?" Lin Shu was bewildered by the intense animosity Huang Yuanfeng harbored towards him. Was it merely due to Chi Su's past confession of affection? Nonetheless, Lin Shu adhered to a principle. As long as one did not provoke him, all would be well. However, once provoked, he would not hesitate to shatter their facade. With this thought in mind, Lin Shu coldly retorted, "As a first-tier, 9-star Beastmaster, what audacity grants you the right to boast before me?" Chapter 22, The Infernal Bloodfire. "What did you say?" Huang Yuanfeng seethed with rage. Clearly, he had not anticipated Lin Shu's audacity to counter his words, much less to mock him as rubbish. Chi Su, witnessing the exchange, could no longer restrain herself. "Lin Shu, you are crossing the line. How can you speak to young Master Huang in such a manner? Moreover, if you deem him rubbish, then what do you consider yourself?" Lin Shu cast a dispassionate glance at Chi Su. Evidently, he held no affection for such a superficial woman. He even questioned how he had once been so blind to her allure. At that moment, Lin Xingqiu, sensing the tension in the air, felt a surge of protectiveness for her brother. It was inconceivable for her to tolerate anyone bullying him. With that thought, she immediately interjected, "Chi Su, are you blind or deaf? It was your boyfriend who insulted my brother first. Is he not allowed to retort? What sort of twisted logic is that?" Chi Su scoffed. "Is what young Master Huang said not the truth? Who knows your family situation better than me? Previously, I recognized Lin Shu's considerable talent and his possession of the divine beast body. Otherwise, given your family's circumstances, even if you knelt before me, I would not spare you a glance." Smack. Lin Xingqiu swiftly delivered a resounding slap, leaving 5 distinct marks on Chi Su's cheek. Lin Shu felt a surge of satisfaction at this sight, yet concern for his sister's safety compelled him to shield her behind him. At that moment, Chi Su's fury ignited, and Huang Yuanfeng exuded an aura of menace. The commotion naturally caught the attention of the sales department staff. The sales manager promptly took out his walkie-talkie. Soon, 2 security personnel arrived on the scene. The manager then stated coolly, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a property sales venue. If you are not here to purchase a property, I kindly ask that you vacate the premises. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to contact the Yun City Gu family security team to escort you out." Upon hearing security team, Huang Yuanfeng and Chi Su's expressions shifted dramatically. They were acutely aware that as Beastmasters, causing a disturbance in public would result in their arrest. Consequently, Huang Yuanfeng glared icily at Lin Shu. "Boy, do you dare to confront me outside?" Lin Shu replied nonchalantly, "Of course, I have no objection. However, I must attend to some matters first." With that, Lin Shu summoned the sales manager and led his sister to a model display. "I will take this villa," he declared, producing a gold card and his identification to hand over to the manager. "I wish to move in today, so please expedite the purchase contract and other formalities." The sales manager was momentarily taken aback. He quickly instructed his assistant to check the balance. The assistant soon returned and whispered in the manager's ear. The sales manager's eyes widened with astonishment and delight. "Mr. Lin, rest assured, I will handle it promptly." Lin Shu smiled in satisfaction, then turned to the visibly stunned Huang Yuanfeng and Chi Su. "Come, I noticed an uninhabited area nearby. You may challenge me there, but let me make it clear, I do not wish to waste too much time on individuals like you, so you should come at me together." With that, Lin Shu took his sister by the hand and departed from the scene. "That scoundrel!" Huang Yuanfeng and Chi Su seethed in frustration and followed closely behind. The sales manager then instructed, "Xiaozhang, take care of Mr. Lin's property formalities." "Manager, where are you going?" Xiaozhang inquired. Curiosity piqued as the manager prepared to leave. To call the security team, the sales manager explained. Previously, this matter was none of our concern. However, Mr. Lin is now a distinguished guest of our Tianfuan. Xiao Zhang hesitated. But the Huang family, to which Huang Yuanfeng belongs, holds considerable influence in Yun City. Won't we offend them by doing this? The sales manager scoffed. No matter how powerful the Huang family is, they are still merely a minor faction in Yun City. Do not forget, the Zhao family stands behind our Tianfuan. With that, the sales manager promptly moved aside and dialed the security team's number. Meanwhile, Lin Shu had already led his sister to the desolate area, where Huang Yuanfeng and Qi Su awaited them. Sister, step back. I will handle this, Lin Shu commanded with a wave of his hand. Lin Qingqiu hesitated. Xiao Shu, since you and Qi Su are somewhat acquainted, perhaps we should, Lin Shu interrupted with a smile. Sister, this is not about my unwillingness to let go. Ask Qi Su and her boyfriend if they intend to spare me. Lin Qingqiu instinctively glanced at Huang Yuanfeng and Qi Su. Qi Su remained silent, while Huang Yuanfeng sneered. Spare you? Dream on. Today, I intend to eliminate both of you. This place shall serve as your final resting ground. As he spoke, Huang Yuanfeng felt no qualms. After all, he was a beastmaster, and to him, Lin Shu and Lin Qingqiu were mere commoners. Eliminating them would be a trivial task, provided he left no trace behind. Lin Qingqiu remarked coolly, you truly are courting your own demise. Xiao Shu, since they have set their sights on killing us, do not hold back, Lin Shu nodded. Even if you had not said so, I would have acted accordingly. Once Lin Qingqiu had retreated, Lin Shu fixed his gaze upon Huang Yuanfeng and Qi Su. You may make your move now. Huang Yuanfeng smiled coldly, raising his hand. As the beast summoning array activated, a leopard-like beast materialized before them. A hum reverberated through the air as gusts of wind blades rapidly spread, carving deep gashes into the ground and surrounding boulders. Lin Shu remained unfazed, then glanced at Qi Su. You may join in as well. Qi Su furrowed her brows deeply. Finally, she spoke softly. If you wish for death, so be it. With that, Qi Su summoned a beast, a lion adorned with wings and emanating a purple glow. Beast, Wind Blade Leopard. Level, Complete Form. Bloodline, High Grade. Evolution, Wind, Thunder Flash Leopard. Characteristics, Exceptional Speed, capable of unleashing fierce winds, sharp and formidable. Beast, Purple Crystal Winged Lion. Level, Complete Form. Bloodline, High Grade. Evolution, Purple Fire Thunder Lion. Characteristics, Remarkable Speed. Its purple crystals can condense beams of purple laser. Lin Shu stated indifferently. Very well, since you are all going all out, I shall indulge you in a little amusement. As these words fell, Lin Shu swiftly activated the summoning array. With a sweep of black wind, the figure of the black wind yellow dog appeared as if conjured from thin air. Thanks to the simplified and purified bloodline pills, the black wind yellow dog was now a far cry from its former self. However, due to Lin Shu's indecision regarding the direction of its evolution, it retained its previous form, albeit with strength several times greater than before. Unfortunately, Huang Yuanfeng and Qi Su, with their narrow perspectives, failed to perceive this transformation. They remained oblivious to the fact that Lin Shu's black wind yellow dog possessed a bloodline surpassing even the epic level, that of the chaotic great. Yet, they were left in a state of shock. What? They had assumed Lin Shu was merely a boastful waste of space. To their astonishment, he had summoned a beast? But Huang Yuanfeng soon scoffed. Kid, you think that by contracting a mangy dog, you can defeat us? Are you joking? Qi Shu also shook her head in disdain. A waste was a waste, contracting such a lowly beast and still feeling proud of it. In the face of their derision, Lin Shu coldly replied, laugh while you can. For soon, you shall have no cause to smile. With that, Lin Shu focused his thoughts, and a surge of hellfire erupted from his brow. As it fused with the black wind yellow dog, flames of hellfire ignited upon its form, a manifestation of the unique ability of the fused entity, which allowed it to harness all powers for its own use. The black wind yellow dog unleashed the hellfire, transforming it into two fire dragons that swiftly engulfed the wind blade leopard and the purple crystal winged lion. A mere second later, two complete corpses fell to the ground. Qi Shu and Huang Yuanfeng, witnessing the demise of their beasts, coughed up blood, their eyes flashing with terror. How could this happen? Their minds were in turmoil. Faces etched with disbelief. Chapter 23. Annihilation of the Dog and the Woman. Lin Shu paid no heed to the reactions of Qi Shu and Huang Yuanfeng. He recalled the black wind yellow dog and cast a somber glance at the two. I believe this place serves quite well as your grave, Lin Shu stated coldly. Huang Yuanfeng shuddered. Lin Shu, you cannot kill me. If I die, the Huang family will not let you off. Moreover, fighting in private in Huagua is a grave offense. Not to mention, you have slain a beast master. Just as Huang Yuanfeng finished speaking, Qi Shu chimed in. Lin Shu, Could you perhaps spare us this once, considering our acquaintance? Despite her words, a flicker of malice flashed in Chishu's eyes, clearly indicating her intent to not let Lin Shu off the hook. She had already decided to seek out Huang Yuanfeng's father once she safely left, knowing he would handle Lin Shu effortlessly. Meanwhile, as Chishu contemplated her scheme, Lin Qingxiu interjected. Little Shu, I think it's best to let this matter rest. After all, they have learned their lesson. Furthermore, if this incident is investigated by the guards, you could lose your studies or even be imprisoned. It's not worth it. Upon hearing Lin Qingxiu's words, Chishu hurriedly added, Lin Shu, your sister is right. Lin Shu shot a fierce glare at her before turning gently to Lin Qingxiu. Sister, sometimes kindness, constant forbearance, and waiting do not lead to mercy. Some individuals relish trampling on others. Moreover, Chishu is no good person. Sister, do you believe that if I spare her, she wouldn't turn around and seek vengeance against me? I'm not worried for myself, but I fear for your safety. Therefore, to eliminate any potential danger, it's better to end it all decisively. Lin Qingxiu fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. I understand. Once Lin Qingxiu stepped aside, Lin Shu turned his attention back to Chishu. He had intended to speak, but Huang Yuanfeng intervened first. Lin Shu, I have no enmity with you. It was Chishu who instigated me. The moment you entered, we laid eyes on you. Chishu instructed me to humiliate you. She is the true instigator. I have nothing to do with this. Please spare me. Lin Shu let out a cold laugh. Neither of you shall leave alive. With that, Lin Shu stepped forward, hellfire coalescing in his palm, clearly intending to obliterate the two. However, just as he was about to strike, a commanding voice rang out. Lin Shu, stop. As the words fell, a massive figure descended from the sky. Lin Shu immediately recognized it as Gu Weiwei's azure cloud blue peak bird. Indeed, from the enormous bird, a figure leaped down. It was Gu Weiwei herself. What brings you here? Lin Shu inquired coolly. Gu Weiwei replied hurriedly. I received a call saying there was a private fight here. I was worried about potential trouble, so. Lin Shu merely responded with an indifferent "Oh. It's not really a private fight. These two insisted on courting death in front of me, so I obliged them. Gu Weiwei intended to intervene, but Lin Shu stated flatly, Miss Gu, do not think to stop me. I am not one to seek trouble, but once someone dares to act recklessly before me, their demise is inevitable. With that, Lin Shu unleashed the hellfire with lightning speed. In an instant, Huang Yuanfeng became engulfed in flames. Within mere seconds, he was reduced to ashes, leaving not a trace behind. Lin Shu then dispatched Chishu in the same manner. Witnessing this, Gu Weiwei's brows knitted tightly. It must be noted that her father was the leader of the Yunqing Guard army, and she had been indoctrinated with the belief that matters should be handled officially. Now, Lin Shu had killed Huang Yuanfeng and Chishu right before her eyes. Did this not signify his defiance against authority? Lin Shu, do you realize the enormity of the trouble you have caused? Gu Weiwei exclaimed repeatedly. Before she could finish, Lin Shu leisurely retrieved his phone. Once the call connected, he pressed the speakerphone button. Lin Shu, my young friend, what brings you to seek me at this hour? Lin Shu replied flatly, nothing much. I was merely on my way to purchase a property at Tianfuan. As a result, some individuals dared to be audacious before me, even threatening my demise. However, they ultimately met their own end at my hands. Now, the daughter of the Gu family stands before me. Upon hearing this, the elder Zhao on the other end of the line paused momentarily. He then replied nonchalantly, I was wondering what the matter was. Please hold on, my young friend. I shall call you back shortly. After hanging up, 1 minute later, Gu Weiwei's phone began to ring. Weiwei, I command you to leave immediately and to forget everything you have just witnessed, came her father's urgent voice. Father, I understand, Gu Weiwei responded. Tucking her phone away, she cast a bewildered glance at Lin Shu, her heart brimming with confusion. Ultimately, however, she leapt onto the back of the Bai Yunqing foam bird and departed the scene. The members of the guard team, who had not yet arrived, saw Gu Weiwei leave and promptly retreated as well. Little tree, is that it? Has the matter been resolved, just like that? Lin Qingxiu asked incredulously. Lin Shu smiled reassuringly. Sister, do not worry, it is all settled now. With that, he took her hand and retraced their steps back. Upon returning to Tianfu Garden, Lin Shu had intended to take his sister to see their newly purchased villa. But at that moment, his phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Who is this? Lin Shu inquired coolly. Mr. Lin, it is I, Zhao Sherman. I have something of great interest here. I wonder if you would like to take a look? A melodious voice responded from the other end. Lin Shu contemplated refusing, considering that Elder Zhao had previously mentioned arranging a match between himself and Zhao Sherman. Regrettably, he had no intention of entertaining romantic matters at present. He harbored concerns that Zhao Sherman might be fabricating reasons to approach him, so he deemed it best to avoid a meeting altogether. After all, having experienced a situation akin to that with Chi Su, one was enough. However, before Lin Shu could express his refusal, Zhao Shimon's voice chimed in with a laugh. Mr. Lin, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. I truly possess something remarkable. It is a Beast Master egg, and according to my grandfather, it may harbor the bloodline of the ancestral beast. What? Lin Shu's heart raced violently. For ordinary Beast Masters, an epic-level bloodline is already considered the pinnacle of achievement. It was later discovered that beyond the epic-level bloodline, there existed even more formidable chaotic-level bloodlines. After discussions among the top Beast Masters from various nations, it was decided to categorize bloodlines as epic, chaotic, and ancestral beast levels. Of course, the latter was virtually unheard of. He could hardly believe that Zhao Sherman possessed a Beast Master egg that potentially held an ancestral beast-level bloodline. If this were true, hatching it would undoubtedly lead to his prosperity. With this thought in mind, Lin Shu promptly replied, "You had better not be deceiving me. Send me the location. I shall come at once." After hanging up, he quickly received the coordinates. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Qingqiu interjected with a smirk, "You little rascal. When did you secretly start dating? And you didn't even tell your sister. Just be gentle with the girl. Don't act all aloof like a cold-hearted god." Lin Shu was speechless. "Sister, she's just a friend." Lin Qingqiu laughed even more heartily. "All right, a friend. Now go meet your friend. As for me, I shall take a look at our new home first." Lin Shu felt helpless but refrained from explaining further, knowing that doing so would only complicate matters. Besides, he was eager to see that ancestral beast-level egg. He immediately set off for his destination. Half an hour later, at the Mingxian tea house, when Lin Shu arrived at the private room, he found Zhao Sherman already seated there. Upon seeing Lin Shu, she rose promptly, her gaze filled with gratitude. "Mr. Lin, you have arrived." Zhao Sherman greeted him with a warm smile. It was no wonder she felt this way. Although the Zhao family was a significant presence in the provincial capital and its surrounding cities, on a national scale, they were hardly anything of note, not even ranking among the top 100 elite families. In contrast, Lin Shu, as a divine body, had contracted 3 epic-level beast masters and 1 chaotic-level beast master. The Black Wind Yellow Dog, which possessed a unique fusion ability. Additionally, Lin Shu was a master craftsman and could concoct high-grade antidotes. Having removed the toxins from his grandfather's body, such accomplishments rendered him unparalleled in history. "Miss Zhao, how is your grandfather doing now?" Lin Shu inquired. Zhao Sherman smiled. "My grandfather is doing quite well now. Since taking the antidote you prepared, his previously stagnant cultivation has begun to progress. He said that within 6 months, he will likely break through to a 7-star Beast Master level. You must understand, ever since the toxins in his body accelerated 5 years ago, he has made no progress whatsoever. All of this is thanks to you, Mr. Lin." As she spoke, Zhao Sherman bowed deeply. She then presented a black gold card, saying, "Mr. Lin, this is a world-class black gold card, which allows for an overdraft of 1 billion gold coins. Please accept it." Lin Shu felt an overwhelming surge of excitement within, but he maintained a calm exterior. After accepting the black gold card, he replied nonchalantly, "Now, may I see that Beastmaster egg?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Sherman felt a pang of disappointment. Ever since her grandfather had shared detailed information about Lin Shu, she had secretly harbored feelings for him. However, observing Lin Shu's indifferent demeanor made it clear that he felt no affection for her. Forcing affection is seldom sweet. After adjusting her thoughts, Zhao Sherman retrieved a black box. When she opened it, inside was a special container designed for incubating Beastmaster eggs. Although Lin Shu could not sense the aura of the egg due to the container, he had the system. Beastmaster, Ancient Blood Spirit Dragon. Level, Beastmaster Egg. Bloodline, Ancestral Level. Evolution, Chaotic Ancestral Dragon. Characteristics, a fusion of traits such as armor, explosion, and X-antibodies, with skills including blood sacrifice to heaven and earth. An ancient dragon claws capable of tearing through space. Upon reading the details, Lin Shu's heart raced uncontrollably. This was indeed the Beastmaster Egg of the Ancient Blood Spirit Dragon. Lin Shu could no longer maintain his composure. "Miss Zhao, is this Beastmaster Egg meant to be a gift for me?" he inquired eagerly. Zhao Sherman nodded. "Indeed, this egg was entrusted to my grandfather by an old friend. I do not know who that friend is, but my grandfather spoke of him with great respect. I heard my grandfather mention that the friend had said if he did not return within 5 years, the egg should be given to a fated individual. Thus, after much consideration, my grandfather decided to send it to you." Upon hearing this, Lin Shu could hardly conceal his excitement. Without further ado, he bit his fingertip, and as his blood dripped onto the special device, a contract formation enveloped the Beastmaster Egg. In the next instant, the Beast Egg seamlessly integrated into Lin Shu's 5th beast space, filling him with quiet joy. It was fortunate that he had previously established a new beast space specifically for hatching this egg, rendering it perfectly suitable. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have contracted a primal ancestral beast egg. Simplified upgrade system is now initializing. Simplification successful. Hatching is simplified to, the host must obtain the Beast Master certification, and the ancient blood spirit dragon can then be hatched. Lin Shu felt elated. He had firmly etched the favor he owed to the Zhao family in his mind. Should the Zhao family encounter difficulties in the future, he would undoubtedly feel compelled to assist, provided he had the means to do so. Reflecting on this, Lin Shu smiled and said, Miss Zhao, thank you. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Zhao Sherman quickly rose, saying, Mr. Lin, since you're here, why not join me for a meal? Lin Shu shook his head, replying, I'll treat you next time, if the opportunity arises. With that, he intended to depart. Zhao Sherman felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, it was rare for her to invite someone to dine, and now that she had mustered the courage, Lin Shu had outright declined. Though disheartened, she concealed her feelings, saying, Very well, Mr. Lin, it's difficult to get a taxi from here. Let me give you a ride home. This time, Lin Shu did not refuse. As they reached the ground floor and were about to get into the car, a Maserati sped towards them, halting beside Zhao Shimon's vehicle. A young man with flowers in hand exited the car. Sherman, I've finally, he began, but his words faltered as his expression changed upon spotting Lin Shu. Who are you, kid? The young man demanded coldly. What are you doing with Sherman? Lin Shu, uninterested in engaging, remained silent. The young man turned to Zhao Sherman. Sherman, what does this kid have that I lack? My Wang family ranks within the top 10 in Lingzhou. I, Wang Yu, am a graduate of Lingzhou University and a 5-star 1-star Beast Master. As he spoke, Wang Yu glared at Lin Shu. Kid, I command you to leave Sherman and never see her again, or else. Lin Shu had no intention of stirring trouble, so he replied nonchalantly, You seem to be mistaken. Miss Zhao and I are merely friends. Believe it or not, that is entirely up to you. Turning to Zhao Sherman, he added, Miss Zhao, since someone has come to find you, I shall take my leave. It's not far from here, and I can walk back. With that, he attempted to depart, but Wang Yu blocked his path. A fierce aura emanated from Wang Yu, who coldly asserted, Kid, do you dare accept my challenge? The winner gains the right to pursue Zhao Sherman, while the loser must leave. Lin Shu was taken aback. He had not expected to encounter such a cliché scenario, reminiscent of a novel. However, he felt wronged, for he harbored no intentions towards Zhao Sherman. Nevertheless, he figured he might as well comply with this fool's request, since he had brought it upon himself. Just as Lin Shu prepared to speak, Zhao Sherman stepped forward, shoving Wang Yu aside. Wang Yu, what are you doing? Do you think of me as a bargaining chip for your duel? I have made it clear that I do not like you, so please leave. Her words only served to confirm Wang Yu's suspicions. All right, Sherman, you would push me aside for this kid? Today, he shall pay the price. Wang Yu declared ominously. Zhao Sherman had intended to say more, but Lin Shu's indifferent voice interrupted. Miss Zhao, since this fellow insists on a challenge, let us grant his wish. I'm also curious to see whether the graduates of Lingzhou University are truly as talented as rumored, or if some simply feigned their way through to acquire diplomas. Upon finishing his statement, Lin Shu cast a deep gaze towards Wang Yu. Wang Yu, undeterred, retorted, Kid, do you dare come to my Yuyan dojo? It's a private venue for such duels, where we can determine both victor and fate. If you have the guts, follow me. With a provocative glance, Wang Yu drove off first. Chapter 25, Armored Body. I shall not hold back. In the city center, outside the Yuyan dojo, as Lin Shu exited the car, he observed an array of luxury vehicles lined up outside the venue. Hello, are you two? A smiling attendant approached. After Lin Shu and Zhao Sherman nodded, the attendant continued. May I ask if you have an invitation? On the way, Lin Shu had learned from Zhao Sherman that the Yuyan dojo was a private establishment, euphemistically termed a dojo. But in reality, it resembled an underground fighting arena from Lin Shu's past life, far from the light of day. Of course, the fact that Wang Yu could operate such a venue in the city center without scrutiny indicated he had some influential connections. We don't have an invitation. Wang Yu sent us, Lin Shu stated. The attendant was about to radio in for confirmation when a brawny man emerged from within. Leave these two to me, he said. Once the attendant departed, the man cast a sinister glance at Lin Shu. Kid, now that you're here, leaving will be difficult. Lin Shu ignored him. But Zhao Sherman remained visibly anxious. Mr. Lin, perhaps we should reconsider? Let me handle Wang Yu's situation, she suggested, revealing her concerns. It was understandable. As one of her suitors, she was well aware that Wang Yu was not simply a frivolous individual, but rather a prodigious talent. At the mere age of 15, while still in high school, he had already surpassed a spirit power level of 1,000, becoming a certified beast master shortly thereafter. He had contracted a semi-epic beast, and after significant investment in its training, it had now evolved to an extraordinary level. This was no ordinary beast. It surpassed even the ultimate forms. While Wang Yu publicly claimed to be a 5-star 1-star beast master, his true spirit power had long exceeded 30 million, placing him within the realm of a 5-star 3-star beast master. He He simply lacked the motivation to undergo recertification. Zhao Sherman acknowledged Lin Shu's formidable talent and the prowess of his 4 beasts, capable of challenging those above their rank. However, she was aware that even with fusion techniques, Lin Shu's spirit power could only match that of a 3-star beast master. It was essential to understand that in battles between beast masters, factors such as the bloodlines and levels of the beasts, as well as the strength of the beast master's spirit power, played crucial roles. The spirit power of a beast master is shared with their beast, making it a critical element in combat. The spiritual energy value serves as the vital force underpinning the battle of summoned beasts. Should this energy be excessively depleted, it would render one incapable of sustaining the summoning array, leading inevitably to defeat. Observing Zhao Shiman's troubled demeanor, Lin Shu chuckled reassuringly, "Do not fret. My presence here is indicative of my preparedness. I have considered all your concerns, and I shall emerge victorious this time." Zhao Sherman sighed inwardly. Although she remained skeptical of Lin Shu's capabilities, the situation was now beyond her control, and she resolved to take it one step at a time. If all else failed, she could always contact her grandfather, whose influence would surely sway Wang Yu. Unbeknownst to them, their group had already arrived at the Grand Hall on the first floor. "Excuse me, but I must request that you hand over your communication devices," the burly man stated. "I will return them to you upon your departure, as per the confidentiality agreement of the Yuyan Dojo. Such matters must remain undisclosed, for if they were to leak, complications would ensue." Zhao Sherman felt a pang of anxiety. She had initially intended to forcibly lead Lin Shu away, yet he promptly surrendered his phone to the imposing figure without hesitation. Understanding Lin Shu's character, Zhao Sherman resigned herself with a wry smile. "Very well, if Mr. Lin encounters any peril, I shall summon my beast. However, I wonder if I can control it now?" After a moment of murmuring, Zhao Sherman retrieved her phone. Following a series of tedious security procedures, the two finally accompanied the burly man down to the basement level. The surroundings were lavish, with massive, specially designed cages situated on elevated platforms nearby, encircled by layers of defensive mechanisms. Lin Shu discerned that these iron cages would serve as the battlefield to come. "Huh, you truly dare to show up?" Wang Yu sneered coldly, flanked by a throng of young men. Lin Shu did not recognize them, but Zhao Sherman immediately identified them as the scions of Yun City and its neighboring regions. It was evident that these second-generation heirs were already aware of the conflict between Lin Shu and Wang Yu. One particularly brash young man with bleached hair spoke up first. "Brother Yu, this is the brat who dares to vie for your woman?" Upon receiving Wang Yu's nod, the young man's grin widened. "All right, Brother Yu, leave this kid to me. I've just taken on a new underling. I'll have him take the stage and bring this brat down." With the first declaration made, the other second-generation heirs chimed in eagerly. Wang Yu relished this response, choosing to ignore Lin Shu as he approached Zhao Sherman. He intended to utter something, but Lin Shu impatiently interjected, "If you're going to take the stage, do it swiftly. I'm pressed for time." Wang Yu gazed at Lin Shu in disbelief. "Fine. Since you're so eager to meet your demise, I shall accommodate you." He then clapped his hands, prompting a staff member to swiftly produce a waiver of life and death. After Lin Shu signed it, he prepared to leave. "Wait," Lin Shu called out, halting the staff member. Turning to Wang Yu, he stated, "I've signed the waiver, but you haven't." At this pronouncement, Wang Yu was left dumbfounded, while the second-generation heirs erupted into laughter. "Is this kid implying he intends to fight Brother Yu? Who does he think he is? Brother Yu is a 5th-tier beastmaster. How dare he make such a declaration?" Wang Yu gestured for silence, fixing Lin Shu with a bemused gaze. "Very well, I will sign it. After all, this waiver holds little significance. Besides, I don't even need to lift a finger to eliminate you. A mere companion of mine can take care of you with ease." With that thought, Wang Yu glanced at the young man with bleached hair, who immediately understood. "Zhang Kuei," he called out. Upon hearing this, a towering youth, standing 2 meters tall with a visage marred by scars, approached. His appearance exuded a fierce aura. "Zhang Kuei, this brat is yours. I've already transferred 500,000 gold coins to you. If you perform well, I shall reward you with an additional 500,000. Zhang Kuei responded affirmatively. "Rest assured, young Master Huang, I will ensure today's opening act is unprecedentedly entertaining." After casting Lin Shu a knowing glance, he stepped onto the stage, followed closely by Lin Shu. As they ascended the platform, the guests who had been chatting turned their attention to the central arena. "Interesting. I didn't expect Zhang Kuei to be the first to take the stage today. I've heard this guy, despite only being a 3rd-tier 5-star beastmaster, commands a rare explosive beast. When he exerts himself, he can unleash the power of a 4th-tier 1-star beastmaster. Moreover, he has nearly annihilated his opponents in the last 20 showcases. Today promises to be thrilling." Whispers of anticipation filled the air. Hearing this, Zhao Sherman couldn't help but feel anxious for Lin Shu. Meanwhile, Wang Yu casually remarked to his companions, "Brothers, let us make a little wager, shall we? Let us bet on how many moves it will take for Zhang Kuei to shred that kid named Lin Shu." The second-generation heirs nodded in agreement. After all, Wang Yu had established the Yuyan Dojo not merely for profit, but as a venue for entertainment for himself and his peers. The grand showcases on the platform provided the perfect source of amusement. "I bet 1,500,000 on 3 moves. I wager 2 million gold coins on 5 moves." Bets were placed enthusiastically. Lin Shu, however, remained oblivious to the unfolding wagers, instead focusing intently on Zhang Kuei. "Kid, are you ready to meet your end?" Zhang Kuei asked menacingly. Before Lin Shu could respond, Zhang Kuei clapped his hands, summoning a teleportation array. In an instant, a wave of bloodthirsty energy enveloped the area, and a 10-meter-tall gorilla materialized. Its eyes glowed crimson, its fur a deep scarlet, resembling steel needles. Beast, bloodthirsty rampaging ape. Level, ultimate form. Bloodline, divine. Evolution, diamond divine ape. Characteristics, explosive body, bloodthirsty, indiscriminate attacks in battle, tough as iron, possessing immense strength capable of moving mountains. Lin Shu nodded slightly. He had intended to commend Zhang Kuei, but at that moment, he suddenly noticed a new interface appearing beneath the attributes of the bloodthirsty rampaging ape. Loyalty 0. System, what does this mean? Lin Shu inquired. Host, loyalty denotes the beast's evaluative allegiance to its master. The higher the loyalty, the harder it is to conquer. Lin Shu grasped the meaning. Just then, the system's voice echoed again. Ding. A new side quest has been activated. Tame the beast. System is undergoing simplification. Simplification successful. Taming the beast simplified to defeat the beast. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu's face lit up with joy. After acquiring the fused entity known as the Black Wind Yellow Hound, I found myself lamenting the absence of other extraordinary beast companions. Therefore, I shall not hesitate to employ this armored bloodthirsty ape. Chapter 26. Taming the Bloodthirsty Ape. What Lin Shu contemplated was beyond the comprehension of Zhang Kuei. At this moment, he merely wished to conclude the battle swiftly and await the commencement of the next grand spectacle. Thus, he coldly remarked, "Brad, do you have any final words? If not, I shall send you on your way now." Lin Shu could perceive the murderous intent directed at him by his opponent. However, he paid it no mind. Instead, he promptly activated the teleportation array. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lin Shu resolved to summon the Black Wind Yellow Hound. After all, whether it be the infernal blood phoenix, the 7-colored devouring python, or the golden-eyed bat monarch, their appearances would undeniably be quite spectacular. In contrast, the Black Wind Yellow Hound, lacking a clear evolutionary direction, remained an underestimated entity, with no one realizing that it possessed a chaotic-level bloodline. Allowing it to engage in battle was, naturally, a low-profile and convenient choice. Buzz. As the summoning array dissipated, the figure of the Black Wind Yellow Hound materialized. However, as its power remained contained, at first glance, it seemed utterly unremarkable. Consequently, when it made its entrance, a chorus of disillusioned murmurs arose around the platform. TCH, I expected more excitement. Is this all there is? A canine beast, and merely in its complete form. How can it possibly contend with Zhang Kuei's beast? The outcome seems predetermined. Upon hearing the discussions surrounding him, Huang Mao laughed heartily. Brother Yu, made a wise choice to dispatch that brat in one swift move. TSK, having won millions of gold coins in one breath. Shouldn't you be treating us to tonight's entertainment? The other second-generation heirs chimed in agreement. Wang Yu replied nonchalantly, "All right, tonight. I shall arrange for a few more ladies for you." Huang Mao then asked, "And what about Brother Yu?" Another second-generation heir quickly interjected, "Isn't that obvious? Our brother Yu will naturally be out on a date with his sister-in-law. He wouldn't bother with us." As these words fell, many second-generation heirs turned their gazes toward Zhao Sherman, addressing her as sister-in-law. Meanwhile, Wang Yu approached Zhao Sherman, declaring, "Sherman, I reiterate, you are my woman. No one else is entitled to pursue you." Zhao Sherman chose to remain indifferent. Observing this, Wang Yu's eyes darkened. He glanced at Huang Mao, who understood immediately, and shouted toward the arena, "Zhang Kuei, what are you waiting for? Strike, deliver a finishing blow." Upon hearing this, Zhang Kuei on the platform promptly issued the command to attack. The bloodthirsty ape began to pound its chest with its massive arms. Blood mist enveloped its form, and its aura intensified, becoming at least tenfold stronger than before. Lin Shu recognized this as the ability of a burst body, which could amplify a beast's power. Of course, this posed a significant challenge to the Beastmaster's spiritual energy. "Die!" Zhang Kuei roared. Whoosh! The sharp sound of slicing wind echoed. The enormous form of the bloodthirsty ape charged forward, its fist imbued with a malevolent energy, hurtling toward the Black Wind Yellow Hound with the force of a mountain crashing down. Witnessing this, the spectators around the platform shook their heads in disbelief. They believed that with this strike, Lin Shu was undoubtedly doomed. However, what transpired next astounded everyone. Although the bloodthirsty ape's attack landed squarely on the black-winged yellow hound, it did not stir even a ripple, as if a grain of sand had fallen into the ocean. Not only that, but the bloodthirsty aura emanating from the bloodthirsty ape vanished in an instant. It let out a furious roar before staggering back, ultimately lacking the strength to stand. What is happening? Zhang Kuei's expression changed dramatically, filled with disbelief. It was important to note that Beastmasters and their beasts shared spiritual energy. At the moment the bloodthirsty ape's power dissipated, he felt as though his own energy was being siphoned away. What had just transpired? Zhang Kuei was utterly perplexed. Not only him, but the crowd beneath the platform was also in an uproar. Lin Shu smirked coldly, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Truly, the black-winged yellow hound, ever since it became my contracted companion, could harness the power of other beasts without any direct invocation from me. That previous strike was the result of the black-winged yellow hound utilizing its fusion ability to draw upon the devouring power of the seven-colored devouring python. Excellent. Lin Shu mused contentedly. He then commanded, Black-winged yellow hound, subdue this behemoth. Remember, do not kill it, as I intend to tame it. The black-winged yellow hound, attuned to Lin Shu's thoughts, understood this implicitly. Otherwise, it would not have employed its devouring power, but rather unleashed the infernal blood phoenix's strength to reduce it to ashes. Whoosh! The black-winged yellow hound surged forward, manifesting a series of fierce winds. Under normal circumstances, the bloodthirsty ape might have been able to withstand such an assault. Unfortunately, its power had just been drained, rendering it utterly defenseless. Thus, as the fierce winds descended, the bloodthirsty ape was immediately marked with countless deep gashes, exposing bone beneath. Once it collapsed, Lin Shu seized the opportunity to establish a brand new Beastmaster space. He stepped forward, inquiring, "Have you surrendered?" The bloodthirsty ape exhaled hot gusts through its nostrils, its gaze toward Lin Shu filled with fury. "Heh, it seems you remain unconvinced," Lin Shu remarked coolly. He issued a command, and the black-winged yellow hound prepared to strike. The bloodthirsty ape sustained even more injuries, and due to excessive blood loss, its once anger-laden eyes transformed into a plea for mercy. Lin Shu smiled with satisfaction, declaring, "Now, I shall contract you." With this, Lin Shu bit his fingertip, allowing a drop of his essence to fall. In the distance, Zhang Kuei's expression shifted dramatically as he realized that his connection with the bloodthirsty ape was swiftly fading. At that moment, the bloodthirsty ape transformed into a beam of light and entered Lin Shu's Beastmaster space. Although the bloodthirsty ape was gravely injured, Lin Shu had prepared healing potions in advance. After consuming them, its wounds began to mend at a visible rate. Excellent. Following the fusion entity, I have now contracted a burst body. This journey has not been in vain, Lin Shu murmured. There are those who rejoice and those who lament. Lin Shu was elated by the acquisition of a new beast, yet Zhang Kuei was consumed by fury. "You bastard, I will kill you," Zhang Kuei roared. Unfortunately for him, before he could finish his sentence, Lin Shu delivered a punch from midair, infused with the black-winged yellow hound's fierce winds. Crack! A headless corpse crumpled to the ground. Subsequently, Lin Shu unleashed the infernal blood phoenix's purifying flames, incinerating it into nothingness. In that moment, silence reigned over the entire arena. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Every individual present was struck with astonishment. And in a certain corner, the smile on Wang Yu's south face froze in place. The second generation rich around him were seething with rage, particularly the one with the yellow hair. Zhang Kuei was his golden goose, and in recent years, thanks to his spectacular displays, he had reaped substantial profits. This scoundrel, the yellow-haired youth, was on the verge of rushing forward, but Wang Yu restrained him. This imbecile. Wang Yu gritted his teeth, his heart shaken to its core. Clearly, he had underestimated Lin Shu, who turned out to be a divine spirit body capable of contracting multiple beasts. "Brother Yu, what shall we do next?" one companion inquired. However, before Wang Yu could respond, Lin Shu's indifferent voice echoed from a distance. "Wang Yu, you might as well refrain from sending your subordinates to their doom. Why not take matters into your own hands? Aren't you a graduate of Lingzhou University? Aren't you a 5-star Beast Tamer? Come, challenge me," Lin Shu provocatively declared. Wang Yu was incensed. "Fine, if you seek death, I shall oblige." With that, he ascended to the arena, and in that moment, the atmosphere within the Yuyun dojo ignited with excitement. Chapter 27. The Divine Sword Slays the Thunder Dragon. While Zhang Kuei's demise shocked the onlookers, it was merely a fleeting astonishment. After all, deaths occurred daily within the Yuyun dojo, and to them, Zhang Kuei was simply a means to pass the time. Whether he lived or died was inconsequential. Now, with a new spectacle at hand, they paid little heed to the earlier incident. Haha, it seems we misjudged this newcomer. Who would have thought he possesses real talent? One spectator remarked. Indeed, who could have anticipated that the earlier display was merely a prelude? What follows promises to be truly captivating. As these words were exchanged, the crowd's attention shifted towards Wang Yu, brimming with anticipation. It was no wonder. Wang Yu was a graduate of Lingzhou University and a 5-star Beast Tamer. It was precisely these accolades that drew such a multitude of patrons. Unfortunately, they had never witnessed Wang Yu in action. Today, however, they were eager to see him unleash his prowess. The atmosphere within the Yuyun dojo was electric. Meanwhile, Zhao Sherman's face was etched with worry. Observing her concern, the yellow-haired youth stepped forward. Sister-in-law, are you worried about brother Yu? Fear not. His Annihilation Thunder Dragon is already a super beast, and its bloodline has evolved to legendary status. With the Annihilation Thunder Dragon in play, this kid is undoubtedly doomed. We can simply sit back and enjoy the show. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shimon's heart sank. A 5-star Beast Tamer, a super beast, and a legendary bloodline. While Lin Shu possessed several beasts, their levels were alarmingly low. How could he possibly contend with that? What Zhao Sherman was unaware of was that Lin Shu, standing on the arena, wore an expression of calm indifference. He was brimming with confidence. Swiftly, he accessed the system interface and located 10 weapon fragments in his inventory. These fragments were rewards for completing various tasks, which had largely gone unnoticed until he was prompted by the system when he contracted an ancient ancestor-level beast egg that he could synthesize a weapon. The system's offerings were invariably exquisite. Thus, Lin Shu possessed the means to compete with the 5-star Beast Tamer, Wang Yu. System, commence synthesis, Lin Shu commanded internally. As his words fell, a refining furnace materialized before him, accompanied by a loading screen. When the progress reached 100, a long sword emerged. Ding! Congratulations, host, for using 10 fragments to fuse into a 7th-tier Beast Tamer weapon, the Dragon Slayer's sword. Would you like to extract it? Extract, Lin Shu responded mentally. Unbeknownst to Wang Yu, who remained immersed in Lin Shu's earlier taunts, he was oblivious to the changes occurring within Lin Shu. Kid, don't think that, Wang Yu began. But Lin Shu waved his hand. Your chatter is excessive. Let us settle this with action. Wang Yu gritted his teeth in response. In the next instant, his expression hardened. As bolts of lightning crackled, a colossal dragon enveloped in thunder manifested before them. The specially crafted iron cage rattled ominously, threatening to collapse at any moment. Fortunately, staff members promptly activated defensive measures, preventing the thunder from wreaking havoc. Otherwise, the moment the Annihilation Thunder Dragon emerged, this place would have become a graveyard. The onlookers were electrified, feeling that this time, the spectacle was worth their ticket price. They widened their eyes, eagerly awaiting Wang Yu's display of power. However, to their surprise, Wang Yu didn't fulfill their expectations. Instead, he stared at Lin Shu with an expression of indifference. Kid, what do you think of my Annihilation Thunder Dragon? Wang Yu boasted with a hint of pride. Lin Shu silently observed the Annihilation Thunder Dragon. Beast, Annihilation Thunder Dragon. Level, Super Beast. Bloodline, Legendary. Evolution, Annihilation Thunder Dragon King. Characteristics, enveloped in thunder, releases millions of volts of electricity, possessing immense destructive power. Lin Shu absorbed the information about the Annihilation Thunder Dragon. At that moment, Wang Yu continued with his boastful tone, to elevate it to this level. I spent a whopping 100 million gold coins. Initially, I had no intention of letting it take the stage, but Lin Shu waved his hand once more. Your words are excessive. With a thought, he summoned the eagerly waiting black wind yellow dog into his beast space. What? Lin Shu's unusual behavior perplexed the spectators. Did this kid intend to concede? Yet, it was somewhat understandable. After all, it was a super beast. Who would dare provoke it? Among the crowd, Zhao Sherman was now exceedingly anxious. She did not wish for Lin Shu to perish in this battle. She intended to rush forward to stop it, but was blocked by the yellow-haired youth and his companions. In desperation, Zhao Sherman shouted, Wang Yu, stop. If you, Wang Yu feigned ignorance, clearly intent on bloodshed and unwilling to relent. Just then, Lin Shu's calm voice reached her ears. Miss Zhao, rest assured, this mere super beast, the Annihilation Thunder Dragon, I can eliminate with ease. Zhao Sherman was utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Wang Yu burst into laughter. Kid, I will ensure you suffer before your demise. With that, the Annihilation Thunder Dragon unleashed a barrage of lightning, weaving together to form an electrifying net that spread across the arena, obscuring the view within. The crowd erupted with excitement, having witnessed the terrifying might of a super beast. Yet, within the confines of the electric net, Lin Shu wore a radiant smile. Boy, are you still in the mood to laugh? Wang Yu inquired coldly. Lin Shu remained silent. Instead, he wielded his hand and drew forth the Dragon Slayer Divine Sword. Are you not summoning your beasts? Do you truly believe you can confront me with this worthless scrap? Wang Yu felt a profound sense of insult. However, Lin Shu merely scoffed. Worthless scrap? Are you blind? Without granting his opponent a chance to respond, Lin Shu swiftly summoned the fusion power of the Black Wind Yellow Hound. Then, the Infernal Blood Phoenix, the seven-colored devouring python, the golden-eyed bat monarch, the Black Wind Yellow Hound, along with the recently tamed bloodthirsty mad ape, combined the strength of 5 beasts into one. The Dragon Slayer Divine Sword erupted in resplendent radiance. This is a 7th-grade beast weapon you. Wang Yu's face turned ashen with disbelief. He did not dwell on how Lin Shu could wield a 7th-grade beast weapon since it was well known that the higher the grade, the more arduous it was to control. Yet, the evidence was irrefutable, forcing him to concede. At that moment, all he desired was to swiftly reclaim his myriad catastrophe thunder dragon. Alas, Lin Shu was quicker. Drawing his sword first, with a swift motion, a flash of sword light pierced through the heart of the myriad catastrophe thunder dragon before it could even emit a cry. The terrible sword light wreaked havoc, sending flesh and shattered remnants of the heart flying. The myriad catastrophe thunder dragon, filled with unwillingness, collapsed lifelessly to the ground. In the next instant, Lin Shu charged forth, and before Wang Yu could even plead for mercy, he was cleaved in two. Ultimately, alongside the myriad catastrophe thunder dragon, he was devoured by the infernal blood phoenix. The surrounding electric net dissipated, leaving Lin Shu as the sole figure upon the stage. Witnessing this scene, the entire crowd was left in shock. Chapter 28, Contract, the Wolf God Anubis. At this moment, within the Yuyun Taoist temple, silence reigned, so profound that a falling needle could be heard. Everyone gazed incredulously at the arena, their astonishment evident in their eyes. How could this be? The second-generation heirs, including the yellow-haired youth, displayed expressions of sheer terror, as if their souls had been stolen away, disbelief etched across their features. Even Zhao Sherman felt turmoil within her heart. Yet, it wasn't long before Zhao Sherman regained her composure and rushed forward. A glance at the skeletal remains of Wang Yu momentarily stunned her. "Miss Zhao, could you lend me a hand?" Lin Shu's voice, tinged with weakness, reached her ears. At this moment, he was filled with poignant reflections. Although the 7th-grade beast weapon, the Dragon Slayer Divine Sword, possessed immense power, it also drained his spiritual energy excessively. Had it not been for Lin Shu's unwavering will, he might have already succumbed to unconsciousness. Zhao Sherman clearly sensed something was amiss with Lin Shu and promptly stepped forward to support him. Wait. Lin Shu suddenly cast a glance at the remains of the myriad catastrophe thunder dragon and, with the scant spiritual energy he had left, stored it within his beast space. This action was prompted by a system notification, as it had been before. Although he did not understand the system's reasoning, he trusted that its decisions were based on sound logic. With Zhao Shimon's assistance, Lin Shu intended to leave. The onlookers parted to create a path, clearly intimidated by his earlier display. Meanwhile, the second-generation heirs, after a moment of silence, stepped forward to block the way of the two. "Boy, you've killed Brother Yu. Do you think you can simply escape? Do you know that Brother Yu is one of the 10 great families of Lingzhou?" The yellow-haired youth was the first to take action. They were not foolish and could see that Lin Shu, having endured 2 fierce battles, was now at his limit. If they were to strike now, the likelihood of subduing him was exceedingly high. Of course, they had no choice. After all, the Wang family, to which Wang Yu belonged, was not one they could afford to provoke. With Wang Yu dead, although Lin Shu was the murderer, if the Wang family sought revenge, they would bear the consequences. Thus, they could only attempt to eliminate Lin Shu to redeem themselves. Lin Shu's eyes turned cold. He had no intention of exterminating them entirely. But since they were so insistent on seeking their own demise, he would oblige. With this thought, Lin Shu swiftly activated the system. Soon, a pill appeared in his spatial storage. It was a 5th-grade spirit-gathering pill he had crafted from the materials he had collected over time, capable of restoring his spiritual energy in a short amount of time. However, it would cause a brief period of weakness after consumption. But now, faced with danger to his life, he was willing to endure the weakness. Just as Lin Shu was about to swallow the spirit-gathering pill, Zhao Sherman's deep voice resonated. "Yellow-haired one, while you fear the retribution of the Wang family, are you not afraid of my Zhao family? Lin Shu is my dear friend. The battle with Wang Yu was a life-and-death agreement. If you insist on targeting Lin Shu, you must first pass through me." With that declaration, an unusual wave of spiritual energy emanated from Zhao Sherman, and an eerie skull floated above her head. Lin Shu was taken aback. He had assumed Zhao Sherman to be merely a pampered heiress. Even as a beast tamer, she would not be particularly formidable. Yet, the power she had just unleashed sent shivers down his spine. He glanced at the skull hovering in the air, feeling as though his very soul was on the verge of being absorbed. If Lin Shu felt this way, one could only imagine the terror it instilled in the yellow-haired youth and the others. "Zhao Sherman, what do you intend to do?" They all bore expressions of sheer horror, their hearts shaken profoundly. After all, rumors about Zhao Shimon's mysterious beast had circulated among the major families. They had thought these tales were mere exaggerations. How could a beast, mythical in nature, be controlled by a beast tamer? Yet, the scene before them made it clear that these were not mere fabrications. Miss Zhao, Lin Shu spoke suddenly, realizing that something was amiss with her. Dark, ethereal energy swirled around Zhao Shiman, and strange patterns began to spread across her body. Mr. Lin, while I still possess some self-awareness, I must tell you a few things. First, my power, once unleashed, will run rampant and become uncontrollable. You must leave quickly. Secondly, contact my grandfather as soon as possible before I cause a disaster. As she spoke, Zhao Shiman produced a pill and handed it to Lin Shu. Take this pill. It will restore your spiritual energy, but its effects will only last 10 minutes. Without hesitation, Lin Shu swallowed the pill, and in an instant, his depleted energy was restored. However, at that moment, it appeared that Zhao Shiman could no longer contain the power within her. Strange sounds escaped her lips, and then, boom. The sound of a violent explosion reverberated, sending shockwaves through the guests in the Yuyun Taoist temple, who fled in panic. The second-generation heirs, visibly at a loss, could only watch in astonishment. Meanwhile, a dark, ethereal fire began to blaze around Zhao Shiman. Upon her crown rested a skull, which incessantly absorbed the ethereal flames of the underworld, ultimately transforming into a figure with the head of a wolf and the body of a man. In its grasp, it held a scepter, surrounded by swirling phantoms of ghostly fire, exuding an aura of unutterable dread. Beast Master, Anubis, the god of jackals. Level Ultimate Form. Bloodline, Primordial Divine Ancestor. Evolution, Divine Anubis. Characteristics, Embodiment of the Grim Reaper, with the ability to manipulate all undead spirits to its will. Loyalty, 0. Upon perusing this succinct introduction, Lin Shu's heart raced uncontrollably. He had not anticipated that Zhao Shiman's beast would be the very incarnation of death from mythology. Such a revelation was utterly astonishing. However, upon observing the loyalty section, a notion began to form in Lin Shu's mind. He remained oblivious to the reasons behind Zhao Shiman's pact with such a formidable beast. Its primordial divine bloodline was indeed remarkable, enhanced further by the divine prefix. In the midst of Lin Shu's astonishment, the staff of the Yuyun dojo and numerous onlookers began to flee. The dojo was engulfed in raging flames, teetering on the brink of collapse. As for Huang Mao and his sycophants, they clearly lacked the audacity to confront Zhao Shiman's beast head-on. Quickly, escape this place and contact the guards. With these words, Huang Mao hastily summoned his own beast, followed closely by the other second-generation heirs activating their summoning formations. However, before Lin Shu could discern the forms of Huang Mao's summoned beasts, he witnessed Anubis elegantly wave its scepter. As the ghostly flames surged forth, all summoned beasts were reduced to mere skeletons. Huang Mao and his companions, in turn, spat blood and collapsed. In the next instant, a scene unfolded that left Lin Shu utterly astonished. He beheld the skeletal figures rising, their forms ablaze with the underworld's fire. Swiftly, they encircled Lin Shu. Damn it, Lin Shu thought, his gaze sharpening. He understood that battle was now unavoidable. Beep, detecting tameable beast. Simplified upgrade system is initiating. Simplification successful. Taming a beast simplified to call out the beast's name. Lin Shu's heart soared with joy, though he realized that, at this moment, he could potentially harness the combined might of numerous beasts along with the 7th-grade dragon-slaying sword to vanquish Anubis. He was well aware that it would require a significant price. Since the system was proving advantageous, Lin Shu would not hesitate. Tame Anubis. As soon as he uttered this command, the beast before him momentarily paused before transforming into a streak of light, vanishing into the beast space Lin Shu had urgently opened. Along with it disappeared the skeletal beasts. Is that it? Lin Shu murmured to himself, a mixture of disbelief and relief flooding over him. After a brief moment of reflection, he cast a glance at the unconscious Zhao Shiman, and after a moment's silence, he cradled her and departed the Yuyun dojo. Just as he exited, a deafening crash reverberated through the air as the dojo collapsed into ruins. Chapter 29. Hatching the primordial blood spirit dragon. The incident at the Yuyun dojo evidently sparked considerable commotion. The head of the Gu family personally led a team of guards to the scene, creating a flurry of activity. Meanwhile, Lin Shu, carrying the unconscious Zhao Shiman, made his way to a nearby hospital. Shiman. Old Master Zhao hurried to the hospital upon receiving word. Old Master, Miss Zhao is fine. She merely lost consciousness. Lin Shu assured him. The elder regarded Lin Shu with gratitude, fully aware of his granddaughter's condition. Although Lin Shu had briefly explained the situation over the phone, the old man had grasped the gravity of the matter. Alas, Old Master Zhao sighed, his demeanor appearing aged by years. There are some matters I did not elaborate on over the phone. Now may I? Lin Shu inquired. Old Master Zhao glanced at the peacefully slumbering Zhao Sherman in the hospital room and nodded affirmatively. 5 minutes later, in a small lounge, Old Master Zhao instructed his confidants to stand guard outside. He bore an expression of deep concern. Noticing Lin Shu hesitating to speak, he forced a smile and said, "My young friend, you must have seen the Anubis summoned by Sherman, correct?" Lin Shu nodded. Old Master Zhao continued, unrestrained by hesitation. "Ah, poor Sherman. Her fate is indeed tragic. This tale began 2 years ago. She has always been enamored with Egypt, dreaming of seeing the pyramids. At that time, I had pressing matters to attend to, so I entrusted her parents to accompany her on the trip. Unfortunately, they encountered robbers along the way. Her parents were slain, and Sherman fled, accidentally tumbling into a mysterious realm. Upon her return, she had formed a pact with a beast, the very Anubis. She exacted vengeance upon those robbers. And since then, her temperament has drastically changed. Fortunately, I have some connections and know masters of sealing. They banded together to seal Anubis. Of course, I also taught Sherman the secret methods for unsealing it, so she could have some means of self-defense when danger arose. Upon learning of Anubis's origins, Lin Shu was struck by a sudden understanding. He then posed a question. If this beast can alter one's temperament so drastically, why not simply have Miss Zhao dissolve the pact? Old Master Zhao managed a bitter smile. Do you think I haven't considered that? Alas, conventional methods are ineffective against it. Moreover, every time Sherman attempts to break the pact, she suffers a backlash. If someone could separate it from her, I would willingly sacrifice my life for them. As he spoke, tears streamed down Old Master Zhao's face. Lin Shu chuckled. So, in a way, I have inadvertently assisted Miss Zhao? Old Master Zhao was taken aback. Lin Shu then recounted the tale of his own pact with Anubis. What? Old Master Zhao exclaimed in astonishment, nearly rising to kneel before Lin Shu. The latter hastily assisted him, saying, Old Master, I initially felt guilty, considering the immense power of Anubis and how I had taken it from you. Now, however, I feel at peace. With that, Lin Shu took his leave, leaving Old Master Zhao in a state of shock. After a lengthy pause, the old man promptly dialed a number, instructing that the events at the Yuyun Dojo be deemed an unfortunate accident. If anyone spreads rumors, they shall face dire consequences. Once he hung up the phone, Old Master Zhao felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Unbeknownst to these developments, Lin Shu was engulfed in contemplation. With only a few days until the impending college entrance examination, he had managed to forge pacts with the infernal blood phoenix, the rainbow-devouring python, the golden-eyed bat king, the black-winged yellow dog, and Anubis himself. Additionally, he had acquired an egg of a primordial divine beast. At present, Lin Shu felt no urgency to contract new beasts. He resolved to first obtain his Beastmaster certification. Once he achieved that, he would. The system will assist in hatching the beast egg, which will undoubtedly provide me with significant support. The ancient blood spirit dragon, await my arrival, Lin Shu eagerly proclaimed. 20 minutes later, Lin Shu arrived at the eastern square of the city, gazing at the long line of Beast Tamer certification offices in the distance. Initially, he intended to join the queue, but at that moment, a mocking voice reached his ears. Oh, isn't this Lin Shu? What brings you here? Don't tell me you're planning to join the Beast Tamer certification? Lin Shu did not turn around. He recognized that infuriating voice immediately. Indeed, there was Lu Sanqian approaching, flanked by his sycophants from the same school. Lin Shu had no interest in such insignificant characters at this moment. After all, he could easily defeat a 5th-tier Beast Tamer like Wang Yu. Lu Sanqian had long since fallen from his esteem, and he didn't even entertain the thought of dealing with him. Unfortunately, Lin Shu's indifference only spurred Lu Sanqian to act more provocatively. Lu Sanqian deliberately glanced at Lin Shu's empty surroundings and then, with a teasing glint in his eyes, remarked, What's this? This time, Gu Weiwei and Zhao Sherman aren't trailing behind you? Haha, you're merely a waste hiding behind women. Without them, you're nothing more than a maggot. A chill swept through Lin Shu's eyes. Although he felt somewhat weakened after using the 7th-tier Beast Tamer weapon, the dragon-slaying sword, he had already regained a significant portion of his spiritual power. Dealing with such a petty adversary would be effortless. Sighing inwardly, Lin Shu regretted his earlier mercy. Had he known that this fellow would cling to him like a stubborn leech, he would have crushed him without hesitation. With that thought, Lin Shu spoke indifferently, Lu Sanqian. I have given you ample chances to preserve your life. Why do you fail to cherish them? Now, kneel before me, and I may allow you to retain your corpse intact. What? Lu Sanqian, caught off guard by Lin Shu's unexpected response, was momentarily stunned. However, recalling that they were in the Beast Tamer certification area, he understood that making a move here would surely provoke resentment. If he were to lose his chance at certification, it would lead to considerable trouble. Thus, Lu Sanqian coldly declared, Kid, I'll allow you to live a few more hours. Today, you will undoubtedly die. Lu Sanqian was well aware that Lin Shu was not an ordinary individual, so he resolved to seek assistance to eliminate him. With that in mind, he shot Lin Shu a meaningful glance before turning to leave. Lin Shu, ignoring him entirely, patiently awaited his turn. Half an hour later, it was finally Lin Shu's moment. As he was being certified as a first-tier Beast Tamer, the procedures were quite straightforward. First, his spiritual power was assessed, followed by the recording of relevant information about his beast. Lin Shu effortlessly obtained the certification as a first-tier, one-star Beast Tamer. Just as the certification document landed in his hands, the system notification chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the Beast Tamer certification. Ancient ancestor level bloodline beast egg is currently hatching. When the progress bar reached 100%, Lin Shu observed through introspection that within the beast space containing the ancient blood spirit dragon egg, a crimson mist enveloped the area, and a formidable aura from the ancient times began to emanate. Ding! The ancient blood spirit dragon has successfully hatched. Lin Shu gazed at the newly hatched ancient blood spirit dragon, shrouded in a blood-red divine light, feeling ecstatic. Beast, ancient blood spirit dragon. Level, juvenile. Bloodline, ancestral level. Evolution, chaos ancestral dragon. Characteristics, a fusion of multiple special traits such as armor, explosion, and X-antibody, with skills such as blood sacrifice of heaven and earth, and ancient dragon claws capable of tearing apart space. Lin Shu clenched his fist and immediately turned to leave. He sensed that someone was covertly following him, so he intentionally headed toward a less populated area. Soon, he found himself in a desolate stretch of land. Just as he stood still, a series of whistling sounds pierced the air. Lu Sanqian, accompanied by a throng of followers, rushed toward him. A group assault? Lin Shu's eyes glimmered with amusement. Perfect timing. My ancient blood spirit dragon has just hatched. Let them experience the terror of an ancestral-level dragon cub. Chapter 30. Instantaneous defeat. Lu Sanqian's despair. Lin Shu's thoughts remained hidden from Lu Sanqian and his companions. Lu Sanqian sneered, "Congratulations. You've actually obtained the Beast Tamer certification. However, it's a pity that today marks the pinnacle of your achievements. You will soon perish here. Do you have any last words?" Hearing Lu Sanqian's triumphant voice, Lin Shu remained unfazed. He sighed and replied, "Lu Sanqian, do you truly harbor such deep-seated hatred for me?" Upon hearing this, Lu Sanqian's expression darkened instantly. "Isn't that obvious? I have always been the favored one. Yet ever since high school, your brilliance has overshadowed mine. You were so arrogant back then, with your parents being core members of the Cloud City Guard, heroes in their own right, and your terrifying talent. I could not accept it. Thankfully, fate intervened, leading to the death of your parents and your subsequent fall into mediocrity. That has been my motivation for stepping on you these past 2 years." Lin Shu's eyes flashed with coldness at the mention of his parents, but simultaneously felt a tinge of pity for Lu Sanqian. Nonetheless, it mattered not. Since he had dared to provoke him repeatedly, he would be dealt with. As Lin Shu pondered, Lu Sanqian continued to taunt, "Enough of this. I want to strike swiftly to avoid any lingering issues." Upon finishing his words, Lu Sanqian quickly activated the summoning array. In an instant, a purple wolf-like beast appeared before them. Beast, Starry Sky Purple Wolf. Level, Semi-Ultimate Form. Bloodline, Semi-Legendary. Evolution, Purple Crystal Starry Wolf King. Characteristics, absorbs the power of the stars, compressing it into formidable projectiles. Its claws shred everything, and its teeth are incredibly formidable. Loyalty 100. With Lu Sanqian making the first move, the rest of his companions quickly followed suit, showcasing their prowess. In the blink of an eye, Lin Shu found himself surrounded by over a dozen beasts, each at least fully evolved with divine bloodlines, forming a formidable array. Seeing this, Lin Shu remarked, "Lu Sanqian, it appears you are indeed intent on eliminating me?" Believing Lin Shu was begging for mercy, Lu Sanqian was about to boast when Lin Shu continued, "If that is the case, do not blame me for being merciless." With those words, Lin Shu waved his hand. Accompanied by a blood-red summoning array, a creature as tall as a person, the ancient blood spirit dragon cub, materialized beside him. Though the little one appeared cute and harmless, its aura began to spread. The once arrogant beast tamers now emitted mournful howls of despair. A few feeble beasts trembled in terror, retreating in fright. What was happening? Lu Sanqian was utterly bewildered. At that moment, a sycophant beside him remarked, "Brother Lu, the beast contracted by this young man seems extraordinary. Its bloodline appears to be at least legendary. No, a juvenile beast capable of instilling such fear in your semi-ultimate starry purple wolf must possess an epic bloodline at the very least." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Lu Sanqian was momentarily taken aback. He was not surprised to learn that Lin Shu was a divine beast master capable of contracting multiple beasts, but he was astonished at the sheer power of Lin Shu's newly contracted beast. "Very well," Lu Sanqian said, a smile breaking across his face, revealing his avarice. Undoubtedly, he had developed a covetous interest in the ancient blood spirit dragon's offspring. Everyone, did I not promise you each 200,000 gold coins upon successful completion of our task? I shall now raise the bounty to 2 million if you assist me in eliminating Lin Shu. The sycophants understood Lu Sanqian's intentions well. However, one audacious individual boldly stated, Brother Lu, 2 million seems rather insufficient. That beast of suspected epic bloodline, especially a dragon type, is priceless. If you want our help, it must be 20 million. Lu Sanqian's brows furrowed in disbelief. He had not anticipated such a price hike at this juncture. A cold smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. Fine. 20 million is not unreasonable, but it depends on whether you live to claim it. With that, Lu Sanqian issued a command in his heart. In the next instant, a flash of purple light erupted as the starry purple wolf lunged at one of the beasts, sinking its teeth into its neck. With a forceful shake, it sent the creature, several times larger than itself, soaring into the air. Then, the starry purple wolf unleashed a stellar blast, followed by a resounding explosion, leaving the unfortunate beast utterly annihilated. The individual who had previously demanded a higher price immediately spat blood, his words dying on his lips. Before he could utter another sound, Lu Sanqian, wielding a beast-slaying sword, swiftly severed his head from his body. The remaining sycophants stood frozen in shock. Meanwhile, Lin Shu maintained an indifferent expression, clearly relishing the spectacle of dogs turning on one another. Lu Sanqian's display had thoroughly intimidated the remaining sycophants. They had contemplated raising their own price moments ago, but now dared not speak a word. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Sanqian harbored murderous intentions not only towards Lin Shu, but also towards the sycophants he had summoned. As he viewed Lin Shu's beast as already belonging to him, he understood better than anyone the significance of an epic bloodline beast. If news of his possession were to leak before he had fully matured, it would spell trouble. A commoner is guilty of possessing a precious item, he thought. Thus, silencing witnesses became his best course of action. However, it was not the time to reveal such intentions. Lu Sanqian proclaimed, Everyone, let us swiftly eliminate Lin Shu. I will deliver the 2 million coins immediately. The sycophants, fearing for their lives, complied without hesitation. Just as they were about to strike, Lin Shu's calm voice interjected. I advise you all to leave at once. Consider this, regardless of whether Lu Sanqian can defeat me, if he were to seize the ancient blood spirit dragon, do you believe you would survive? Moreover, if I were to eliminate Lu Sanqian, would you not be the ones to suffer? Upon hearing his words, the sycophants hesitated, caught in a web of uncertainty. Yet Lu Sanqian shouted, Everyone, attack now, or I shall eliminate you all. His words snapped the sycophants back to reality. Clearly, they were beginning to believe Lin Shu's warnings. But what choice did they have? They hoped Lu Sanqian would consider their shared camaraderie and spare them. Resolute, they commanded their beasts to charge forth in unison. Lin Shu's gaze deepened. Since you seek death, I shall grant your wish. With that, he issued a command for attack. A thunderous roar reverberated as the ancient blood spirit dragon's offspring swung its tiny claws. At first glance, it appeared harmless, but in the next moment, every beast, including Lu Sanqian's starry purple wolf, froze in place. Instantly, their bodies shattered into pieces, raining down like confetti, and blood flowed like a river. Lu Sanqian and his entourage spat blood, their shock eclipsing even the pain of their injuries. They had never anticipated that Lin Shu's ancient blood spirit dragon would be so formidable. How could this be? Lu Sanqian muttered in disbelief. At that moment, Lin Shu's indifferent voice reached his ears. Lu Sanqian, I forgot to mention that my ancient blood spirit dragon is not merely of epic bloodline. It is of a transcendent lineage, one that surpasses epic and belongs to the chaotic ancestral level. Your starry purple wolf was not wrongfully slain. In that instant, Lu Sanqian felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Chapter 31, Quantity? An unattainable desire. Lin Shu, please, do not kill me. I realize my mistakes. Lu Sanqian's shock reached an unparalleled level. Dragging his feeble body before Lin Shu, he fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head. Clearly, in the face of death, his dignity was rendered inconsequential. Lin Shu glanced at him with disdain. Lu Sanqian, do you believe you still have a chance? He inquired. However, I find killing you beneath me. To Lu Sanqian's surprise, Lin Shu kicked him aside and turned his gaze to the remaining sycophants. I offer you a chance. Assist me in eliminating Lu Sanqian, and perhaps I shall consider sparing your lives. Hearing this, the sycophants rejoiced. Though they had lost their beasts and their spiritual power had temporarily waned, they still possessed some strength. With their numbers on their side, they steeled themselves and approached Lu Sanqian. Some struck him with fists and feet, while others picked up bricks and stones to rain blows upon him. In the blink of an eye, Lu Sanqian was left battered and unrecognizable. Soon, he breathed his last. Seeing Lu Sanqian dead, the sycophants rushed to Lin Shu. eager to speak. However, Lin Shu unleashed the purgatory fire of the purgatory blood phoenix, reducing them to mere ash, leaving no trace behind. Lin Shu cast a dispassionate glance at the numerous corpses of beasts before turning his focus to the ancient blood spirit dragon offspring. Go forth. The flesh and blood of these beasts belong to you. The little creature, already famished, immediately surged forward like a tempest. In an instant, he devoured the flesh and blood of numerous beasts, sending their remains into the Beastmaster space. Subsequently, he cast the carcasses of those beasts into the domain of the wolf god Anubis, compelling it to forge them into undead soldiers. Having completed this, Lin Shu intended to depart from the area. However, at that moment, his phone rang, revealing a call from Lu Sanqian's cousin, Wu Ji. Cousin, have you made your move yet? If not, I've already gathered a formidable group of Beastmasters for you. That Lin Shu, isn't he a divine body? I've paid handsomely to enlist several 3rd and 4th tier Beastmasters. Together, we will ensure that scoundrel meets a fate worse than death. This way, we can finally vent our frustrations. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu's gaze deepened. He replied, Lu Sanqian has already been captured by me. If you wish to rescue him, I'll send you the coordinates. With that, he swiftly hung up and dispatched the location. After finishing these tasks, Lin Shu patiently awaited Wu Ji's arrival. 10 minutes later, the after effects of using the 7th rank Dragon Slayer sword at the Yuyun dojo dissipated entirely. At this moment, he merely wished to quietly await Wu Ji, intending to eliminate this hidden threat once and for all. Finally, after 15 minutes, Wu Ji arrived with a throng of Beastmasters. Where's my cousin? Wu Ji inquired, his voice laced with fury. Lin Shu chuckled and glanced around. The pile of ashes that had once lain on the ground had been scattered by the wind, leaving no trace of Lu Sanqian behind. What? Wu Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. Without bothering to discern the truth of Lin Shu's words, he waved his hand and commanded, Everyone, attack this scoundrel. I will reward each of you with 1 million gold coins. Upon hearing this, the 3rd and 4th tier Beastmasters erupted in excitement, realizing they could reap such rewards for slaying a mere 1st tier Beastmaster. It was a lucrative deal indeed. However, Lin Shu found himself in a quandary. While he had dispatched numerous opponents, he had only managed to eliminate a mid-tier Beastmaster, Wang Yu. Although he was capable of defeating even 5th-tier Beastmasters, especially since he had yet to hatch the ancient blood spirit dragon, he regarded these individuals before him with disdain. The complication arose from the fact that Beastmasters were classified into 9 tiers. The first 3 tiers were deemed low tier. Killing them bore no significant consequence. However, those above the 3rd tier enjoyed the protection of the Huagua Beastmaster Alliance. If he were to slay too many, he could attract unwanted scrutiny, leading to endless troubles. After all, Beastmasters were the backbone of every nation, pivotal in resisting the invasion of hellish beasts. As Lin Shu wrestled with his indecision, the 3rd and 4th tier Beastmasters had already summoned their beasts, with Wu Ji summoning his own ominous creature. It seemed they intended to charge at him en masse. Lin Shu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He found himself surrounded, yet still hesitating. With a cold smile, he declared, Very well. It appears I shall unleash a massacre once more. After some contemplation, Lin Shu resolved his dilemma. Anubis, it is your turn to perform. As these words fell, a surge of deathly energy coalesced above Lin Shu's head, and soon, the wolf-headed, human-bodied god Anubis materialized, wielding his scepter. Initially, Lin Shu planned to strike swiftly. However, Wu Ji, unfamiliar with the entity before him, scoffed. What is this abomination? An ultimate form? But what does it matter? Everyone charge. We have 2.5 super beast level creatures on our side, and we outnumber him. Hearing this, Lin Shu grinned. Outnumbered, you say? Excellent. That is precisely what I desire. With that proclamation, Lin Shu issued a command within his mind. Anubis immediately manipulated the scepter, unleashing beams of light that morphed into skeletal beasts. What? Wu Ji's expression darkened. Among the skeletal beasts, he recognized the purple-gold dragon python previously contracted by Lu Sanqian, as well as the starry purple wolf, which Lu Sanqian had only recently bonded with. In that moment, Wu Ji was utterly convinced that Lu Sanqian had indeed been eliminated by Lin Shu. At that juncture, one of the beast masters in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, How can this be? Isn't this beast the embodiment of Anubis, the Egyptian god of the underworld? It is said that this creature was contracted by the young lady Zhao Sherman from the Zhao family in the provincial city. Why is it under the control of this scoundrel? Upon hearing this, the assembled beast masters were struck with astonishment. A 4th-tier beast master shouted in indignation, Wu Ji, didn't you claim that our opponent was a mere nobody? How can he command Anubis? Wu Ji found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the unfolding scene. He had even forgotten his vengeance against Lu Sanqian, realizing that facing Lin Shu was a guaranteed defeat. After much hesitation, Wu Ji contemplated speaking, But at that moment, a flash of sword light appeared. With a swift sound, Wu Ji and his contracted beast were both reduced to headless corpses, collapsing to the ground. What is happening? The sudden turn of events left the beast masters exchanging bewildered glances. They initially believed Lin Shu had attacked, yet he remained unmoved, scanning the surroundings until his gaze settled in a particular direction. Lin Shu looked perplexed. It was no wonder. He did not recognize the figure who had intervened. Why had this person acted so abruptly? He was utterly baffled. Meanwhile, the third and fourth tier beast masters were equally confounded. After a lengthy pause, they collectively shouted, "Big brother. What is the meaning of this?" Zhu Tong, the newcomer, did not respond but instead barked, "Listen to my command. All of you. Retract your beasts and kneel to this young man to apologize. If you refuse, don't blame me for the consequences." Upon hearing this, the beast masters were left in utter shock. "Big brother," they all exclaimed, their hearts filled with conflicting emotions. Zhu Tong was the most powerful among them. A fifth-tier one-star beast master. Just half a month prior, he had ventured into a magical beast secret realm and procured a 5-colored magic crystal, which he had used to forge a 5th-grade beast master weapon. His strength is sufficient to rival that of a 5th-rank 2-star beast master. Moreover, the contracted beast of his opponent is quite formidable, possessing a semi-legendary bloodline and existing at the half-super beast level. Yet, upon encountering Lin Shu, they all knelt before him. What in the world is going on here? Kneel down. I don't want to repeat myself a third time. Otherwise, I will slay you all, Zhu Tong admonished once more. Thud. The group of beast masters promptly fell to their knees. Seeing this, Zhu Tong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately approached Lin Shu, saying, "Brother, I sincerely apologize for my subordinates provoking you. They nearly caused a disaster. To make amends, if you have any conditions, I will fulfill them as long as they are within my capabilities." As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Observing the sincerity in Zhu Tong's demeanor, Lin Shu chose not to pursue the matter further. After all, Wu Ji was already dead. With this thought in mind, Lin Shu inquired, "Do we know each other?" Zhu Tong chuckled, "Brother, you may not recognize me, but I am well acquainted with you. I witnessed your might at the Yuyan Dojo when that genius graduate from Lingzhou University, Wang Yu, could not withstand a single round against you and perished. Furthermore, I personally saw you tame the Anubis, the wolf-headed beast of Miss Zhao's family, as your own contracted beast." As he spoke, Zhu Tong cast a sidelong glance at the wolf-headed humanoid beast nearby, his heart still overwhelmed by the shock. Lin Shu regarded Zhu Tong with newfound respect. After all, his ability to remain observant rather than fleeing when Zhao Sherman lost control demonstrated his courage. Moreover, seeing his genuine admiration suggested that Zhu Tong held him in high regard. It seemed that throughout his journey, he had been a solitary figure. If he could gather a group of loyal confidants, it would undoubtedly be advantageous. Lin Shu smiled, "I see. Rise." Zhu Tong immediately stood up, while the 3rd-rank and 4th-rank beast masters dared not do the same. They had long heard Zhu Tong speak of the events at the Yuyan Dojo. Who could have imagined that the terrifying and enigmatic beast master was right before them? Had it not been for Zhu Tong's timely arrival, they would likely have met their demise. The more they contemplated, the more they felt a chill of dread. At that moment, had Wu Ji not already perished, they would have certainly wished to annihilate him. Fortunately, although Lin Shu was decisive in his killings, he resolved to spare them for Zhu Tong's sake. However, it was still essential to maintain a balance of grace and authority. After some thought, Lin Shu stated solemnly, "Zhu Tong, you must keep everything that transpired at the Yuyan Dojo strictly confidential. If anyone leaks this information, you should understand my methods." The group of beast masters nodded vigorously. "All right. Everyone stand up. From now on, we are brothers." Upon hearing this, they cautiously rose to their feet. In the time that followed, Lin Shu engaged in open conversation with Zhu Tong and his companions. He learned that Zhu Tong had originally served in the Beast Master Alliance of Huagua, but had to retire early due to the lack of care for his elderly mother. After returning to Yun City, his reputation for loyalty had earned him numerous acquaintances among 3rd-rank and 4th-rank beast masters. He even established a civilian organization called the Demon Hunter Organization. This group comprised primarily 30 to 40 members who mostly engaged in part-time work. As the leader of the organization, Zhu Tong also worked part-time as a guard at Wang Yu's Yuyan Dojo. After hearing all this, Lin Shu chuckled, "So? It seems I've inadvertently disrupted your livelihood?" Zhu Tong quickly replied, "Brother, you jest. Wang Yu is a fraud, relying on his connections to the top 10 families of Lingzhou and his graduation from Lingzhou University, while consistently dismissing us. His beast masters are quick to resort to violence. Such a person deserves to die. If it weren't for necessity, I would have long ceased my association with him." At this point, Zhu Tong shifted the conversation, "Brother Lin. Today, with all my brothers present, I have an unreasonable request. I would like you to assume the position of the new leader of our demon hunter organization. What do you think? As soon as these words left his lips, Zhu Tong exchanged glances with the 3rd rank and 4th rank beast masters, who immediately knelt. We salute our leader. Brother. Lin Shu was not one to engage in pleasantries. Furthermore, he welcomed the idea of having more allies by his side, so he readily agreed. Good, brothers. Under our leader's guidance, our demon hunter organization will undoubtedly thrive. Quickly, go inform the others. We will gather at the Yun City Grand Hotel for a feast with our leader. With this proclamation, the Beast Masters sprang into action. Half an hour later, at the Yun City Grand Hotel, renowned for its exceptional chefs and myriad culinary delights, even capable of preparing the meat of ultimate beasts for those who could afford it, Lin Shu and Zhu Tong's group arrived to find the other members of the Demon Hunter organization had been waiting for some time. After a brief introduction, they entered the establishment. Waiter, is our private room ready? Zhu Tong inquired. The waiter promptly arranged for them to be escorted to their room. However, before they could settle in, the hotel manager swiftly approached them. Ladies and gentlemen, I regret to inform you that our establishment may not be able to accommodate you. The manager appeared quite troubled. Zhu Tong's expression darkened. What is the matter? The manager awkwardly explained. Our establishment has been booked by another guest. They hail from the Xiqing Fire Club, and today seems to be the birthday of their leader. Upon hearing this, the members of the Demon Hunter organization, who had initially considered confronting the situation, fell silent. Zhu Tong, too, no longer exhibited his previous assertiveness. Lin Shu, however, could understand the predicament. After all, he had heard of the Xiqing Fire Club. This faction was a dominant force in Yun City, deeply rooted in the area. Their leader, Luo Ruli, was a 5th-rank 8-star beast master, and his contracted beast, the fire-poison spirit python, possessed a semi-epic bloodline and was a super beast-level entity. In the entire Yun City, only the head of the Gu family and a few top-ranking beast masters could contend with him. However, that was the situation before. After some contemplation, Lin Shu replied nonchalantly, Please inform the leader of the Fire Club that our Demon Hunter organization is gathering here today. We are not numerous, and we will occupy at most 2 private rooms. I hope we can coexist peacefully. The manager wore a troubled expression, intending to continue dissuading them. When suddenly a booming voice interjected, What kind of rubbish is this Demon Hunter organization? Merely trash. Do you think you deserve to gather in the same restaurant as our leader? It's simply laughable. As the words fell, a burly man with a bushy beard strode in. Without further ado, he unleashed a powerful aura, declaring imperiously, I give you 30 seconds to leave, or you shall all bow down. His intimidating presence was palpable. Clearly a 5th-rank, 5-star beastmaster. In response, all members of the Demon Hunter organization, including Zhu Tong, fell into a heavy silence. Only Lin Shu stepped forward leisurely. Addressing the man, You young man. The burly man with a beard spoke coldly, but before he could finish his words, Lin Shu delivered a swift kick. The man, weighing nearly 200 pounds, was sent flying several dozen meters, ultimately losing consciousness as darkness enveloped him. Trash, how dare you act presumptuously before me? Lin Shu remarked icily. The sudden turn of events left the restaurant manager astounded, while Zhu Tong and several members of the demon hunting organization were filled with elation. However, their moment of joy was short-lived, as apprehension began to creep in. They were all aware of Lin Shu's swift victory over Wang Yu, and his recent display of prowess was indeed impressive. Yet, they believed it was merely the result of Lin Shu's surprise attack. If that burly man summoned his beast, the situation would undoubtedly take a different turn. Moreover, the most troubling aspect was that the restaurant was filled with members of the Flame Club. Once they realized that Lin Shu had harmed the burly man, the consequences would surely be dire. The more they pondered, the more anxious they became, unsure of how to proceed. It's over. Our restaurant cannot continue operating, the hotel manager lamented, on the verge of tears. Observing their distress, Lin Shu replied indifferently, Do not worry, since I dared to act here, I have no fear. He then glanced at Zhu Tong and the others, saying, Come, let us descend and confront the greatest power in Yun City, the Flame Club. Zhu Tong immediately stepped forward. Brother, should we call Miss Zhao Sherman? Otherwise, I fear for our demon hunting organization. Lin Shu interrupted him with a smile. Do you think I would fear the Flame Club? Zhu Tong shook his head vigorously. Then that settles it, Lin Shu replied coolly. Rest assured, not only will we emerge unscathed, but we shall also achieve a resounding victory. Today marks the day our demon hunting organization makes its name known in Yun City. Chapter 33, Storming the Flame Club. Zhu Tong hesitated for a moment, then seemed to arrive at a resolution. Brothers, have we not always sought to establish a reputation? Today, let us follow our brother and fight for it. At worst, we shall die. With that, Zhu Tong boldly approached the burly man. The man had already regained consciousness, but Zhu Tong, without hesitation, struck him squarely in the temple. causing him to faint once more. Under Zhu Tong's direction, several companions hoisted the man and followed Lin Shu downstairs. With a resounding crash, the companions threw the burly man onto the ground. This scene certainly startled the members of the Flame Club on the first floor. A grim-faced man at the forefront inquired, with the other members of the Flame Club closing in. Who are you, kid? The man spoke coldly. Lin Shu did not respond immediately. Instead, he surveyed the Beast Masters present. While the majority were third-tier Beast Masters, there were at least 20 fourth-tier Masters among them, and astonishingly, 7 fifth-tier Masters. The leader wore a 5th-tier 7-star Beast Master badge on his chest, indicating his significant status within the Flame Club. Kid, I'm asking you a question, the leader reiterated, his expression now frigid. Lin Shu calmly chose a spot to sit. My name is Lin Shu. Today marks my ascendancy within the demon hunting organization. This restaurant was ours first, yet you chose to bully us, even resorting to insults from this hulking brute. Is it excessive for me to give him a sound thrashing? Although Lin Shu's words were delivered with a flat tone, they were laden with provocation. Luo Xiu's expression darkened, while the members of the Flame Club seethed with indignation. After all, they had always been the ones to bully others. When had they ever been bullied themselves? With this thought, they collectively advanced, clearly intent on teaching this audacious young man a lesson. The atmosphere grew tense, with Zhu Tong and the other members of the demon hunting organization breaking into cold sweats. They understood that if a conflict erupted, they would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Yet, they were equally unwilling to stand by and watch as Lin Shu was surrounded by so many experts. For a moment, they were at a loss as to how to proceed. Just then, Lin Shu's indifferent voice broke the silence. It seems this matter cannot be resolved amicably. Very well. Zhu Tong, let us prepare to head to the West City Flame Club and address this predicament. I am also curious to see if the leader of the Flame Club is truly as formidable as the legends suggest. What? Zhu Tong and his companions were left dumbfounded. Luo Xiu's eyes darkened. Kid, you don't need my brother's intervention to teach you a lesson. I could do it with just a single finger. However, before Luo Xiu could finish, Lin Shu waved his hand, and the 7th-tier dragon-slaying sword appeared in his grasp. As Lin Shu unleashed the divine light of the golden-eyed Bat Emperor, Luo Xiu found himself momentarily paralyzed. By the time he regained his composure, Lin Shu had already pressed the dragon-slaying sword against Luo Xiu's throat. Oh my, Zhu Tong exclaimed in shock. If Lin Shu's previous defeat of the burly man could be attributed to luck, this feat was something far more profound. Moreover, Zhu Tong immediately recognized the dragon-slaying sword in Lin Shu's hand as the very weapon that had vanquished Wang Yu. Kid, what you call a sneak attack is hardly a display of skill. If you have the guts, let's have a one-on-one duel. Release your sword, or else. Luo Xiu, filled with fear, could only resort to taunting Lin Shu with words. Yet, Lin Shu remained unfazed. He regarded the eager members of the Flame Club surrounding them and said, "Lead the way to the Flame Club." Luo Xiu, seething with anger but acutely aware of his precarious situation, dared not act recklessly. He shouted, "Quick, let us return and guide this kid." Thus, the two groups swiftly boarded their vehicles. 10 minutes later, they finally arrived at the Flame Club. At that moment, the leader of the Flame Club, Luo Ruli, had already received word and was waiting at the entrance. "Kid, you're finished," Luo Xiu spoke coldly. "For how you have treated me today, my brother will undoubtedly flay you alive." Lin Shu ignored him, delivering a kick before leisurely sheathing the 7th-tier dragon-slaying sword. Seeing this, the members of the Flame Club surged forward, eager to engage in combat. However, Luo Ruli barked a command, halting them in their tracks. Once his subordinates had retreated, Luo Ruli stepped forward. "Kid, you possess quite the audacity to enter my Flame Club with such a small entourage. You are the first in history to do so. Speak. How do you wish to die?" As he spoke, Luo Ruli emanated a powerful aura. Behind him blazed a raging inferno. A fusion entity? Lin Shu's eyes widened in surprise. But he quickly dismissed the thought with a scoff. "Master Luo, this time, I am not the one instigating trouble. Rather, your men have exhibited excessive audacity. Hence, I seek an explanation." Luo Ruli gazed at Lin Shu with astonishment, then replied with a hint of amusement. "What sort of explanation do you desire?" Lin Shu replied nonchalantly. "Either a formal apology accompanied by compensation for emotional distress, or I shall take over your fire hall." With that simple declaration, the atmosphere was ignited. Both the fire hall and the demon hunting organization members stared incredulously at Lin Shu, clearly astonished that he would dare utter such arrogant words upon meeting Luo Ruli. How brazen could one be? "You're courting death," roared Luo Xiu, furious and ready to advance, intent on settling old scores alongside new grievances. Luo Ruli made no attempt to stop him. He too was curious to see where Lin Shu's confidence stemmed from, daring to speak so boldly. Meanwhile, Zhu Tong and the other members of the demon hunting organization were engulfed in regret. Had they known Lin Shu was this unhinged, they would have rather died than hand over their organization to him. Now, they faced the grim reality. The demon hunting organization was on the verge of being swallowed whole. Regret, however, was futile at this point, for Luo Xiao had already reached Lin Shu's side, while the remaining subordinates surrounded Zhu Tong and the others, creating a tense atmosphere. Yet, Lin Shu remained unfazed, remarking, "Planning to make a move? By all means, come at me together. However, I advise you to reconsider. Once I strike, I will show no mercy. You'll find it too late to regret." As he spoke, Lin Shu cast a glance at Luo Ruli, his eyes glinting with a hint of murderous intent. Lin Shu had ample reason for his animosity towards the Fire Hall, as its members were notorious for their bullying tactics. For several years, his sister Lin Xingqiu had struggled to make a living selling vegetables, only to be extorted for protection fees by the Fire Hall members. On multiple occasions, when financial difficulties prevented her from making payments, these thugs had destroyed her stall. Beyond that, the organization was involved in heinous acts of murder and smuggling. Such a malignant entity had previously eluded Lin Shu, but now that he had encountered them, he was determined to eradicate them entirely. With this conviction, Lin Shu spoke again. "Luo Ruli, gather your subordinates and come at me. I am pressed for time." "What?" Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, the entire fire hall fell into stunned silence. Luo Ruli's face flushed crimson with rage. As the leader of the fire hall, he was a 5th-rank, 8-star beast master, commanding numerous skilled subordinates. He had bonded with a dual elemental poisonous fire serpent, a creature with a semi-epic bloodline and an extraordinary level of power. Such strength was enough to intimidate even the guard forces of the Gu family in Cloud City. Yet here was Lin Shu, daring to challenge the entire fire hall alone. "You're asking for death," Luo really seethed. Before him, poison smoke and flames intertwined as a summoning array rapidly materialized, conjuring a massive serpent engulfed in poisonous fire, stretching several dozen meters in length. Chapter 34. The Slaughter of the Luo Brothers. Luo really had intended to strike directly and eliminate Lin Shu, but seemingly to regain face. Luo Xiao stepped forward and declared, "Brother, there's no need for excessive force. Leave this boy to me. I guarantee he will not have a grave to rest in." With that, Luo Xiao swiftly activated a teleportation array, summoning a bird-shaped beast crackling with lightning and flames. Beast Mastery, 8-winged Thunderfire Eagle. Level Semi-Super Beast. Bloodline Semi-Legendary. Evolution 10-winged Thunder Eagle King. Characteristics: a dual elemental beast of lightning and fire. Its 8 wings transform into razor-sharp blades capable of slicing through anything. Boasting incredible speed and the ability to unleash thunderfire projectiles, causing widespread damage. Loyalty 100. Lin Shu nodded slightly. The Luo brothers indeed lived up to their reputation as leaders of the Fire Hall, possessing formidable beast mastery and impressive bloodlines. Alas, for Lin Shu, they were still insufficient. Sighing, Lin Shu remarked, "Luo Xiao, you all should come at me together, otherwise it lacks challenge." "What?" Luo Xiao's eyes blazed with fury. He sensed the provocation in Lin Shu's words. "Die, you will perish." Luo Xiao bellowed, immediately commanding his 8-winged Thunderfire Eagle to attack. Luo Ruli's expression remained indifferent. He was already prepared to turn away, believing Lin Shu to be as good as dead. However, just as the claws of the 8-winged Thunderfire Eagle were about to tear Lin Shu apart, a blood-red summoning array appeared out of thin air. In the next moment, a figure enveloped in purgatorial blood flames emerged. "What is this?" Luo Xiao gasped in shock, before he could discern the identity of the figure within the blood flames. It shot forth towards the 8-winged Thunderfire Eagle. The eagle attempted to evade, but it was too late. Boom. Upon impact, the 8-winged Thunderfire Eagle screeched in agony, its body engulfed in purgatorial flames. In an instant, a lifeless carcass plummeted to the ground. Uffed. Luo Xiao coughed up blood, his face replaced by sheer shock. Although Lin Shu had previously subdued him, he had believed it was merely a sneak attack. Now he realized just how terrifying this young man truly was. At that moment, not only Luo Xiao, but even the other members of the Fire Hall wore expressions of horror, their hearts shaken to the core. No one had anticipated that after just one encounter, the second in command of the Fire Hall would be utterly defeated without the slightest chance of resistance. "Brother." Seeing the murderous intent in Lin Shu's eyes, Luo Xiao cried out in alarm. Luo Ruli's expression grew complex as he shouted, "Quick, save Luo Xiao." With that command, numerous 5th-rank beast masters activated their summoning arrays, hoping to thwart Lin Shu's advance. However, Lin Shu paid them no heed, casually conjuring a teleportation array that brought forth the figure of the wolf god Anubis. Luo really was taken aback. This boy had not only contracted one beast, could he be the legendary divine beast master? After a brief moment of shock, Luo really immediately commanded his poisonous fire serpent to attack Lin Shu. The poisonous flames erupted forth, reaching extreme temperatures. Yet, Lin Shu effortlessly consumed the flames with the power of the seven-colored devouring serpent. Luo really was taken aback. Could this young man possibly possess other beasts? He pondered silently. However, this was not the moment for such distractions. Observing Lin Shu's formidable prowess, he realized he had encountered a formidable adversary. He immediately called out, "Young brother, I believe we..." But before Luo really could finish his sentence, the wolf deity Anubis abruptly swung his staff. A surge of necromantic energy descended upon the nearby corpse of the eight-winged Thunderfire Eagle. In the next instant, the cadaver of the eight-winged Thunderfire Eagle soared into the air, its bony wings slicing through Luo Xiu's heart. Such a bizarre spectacle left all members of the Flame Fire Guild in a state of shock, causing them to scatter in fear, hastily retracting their beasts to avoid being caught in the chaos. In stark contrast, Luo Ruli's pupils constricted. How could this happen? He was too distraught to even grieve, fully aware that if he did not swiftly devise a solution, his brother Luo Xiu would serve as a grim warning. "Young brother, Luo really forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Yet, before he could articulate his plea, he witnessed Lin Shu issuing another command. With a flick of Anubis's staff, numerous skeletal beasts materialized, encircling the flame fire poison spirit python, who was then mercilessly attacked. In mere moments, the flame fire poison spirit python lay lifeless, reduced to a mere skeleton by the voracious powers of the seven-colored devouring python. Luo really then suffered a significant backlash, losing all combat capability. Witnessing this, the beast masters of the Flame Fire Guild turned ashen, while Zhu Tong and the elite members of the demon hunting organization were overjoyed. "Brother, well done," Zhu Tong shouted exuberantly. Lin Shu paid him no heed and stepped steadily towards Luo Ruli. "Young brother, I beg you do not kill me. I possess great wealth and can transfer ownership of the Flame Fire Guild to you. I only ask for..." But Luo Ruli's words were abruptly cut short as Lin Shu wielded the 7th-rank dragon-slaying divine sword, severing his head from his body with ease. Lin Shu then leisurely took a seat nearby. "Today, I have slain the Luo brothers and seized the Flame Fire Guild. Anyone who dares to contest this may step forward. I offer them a chance to challenge me." Upon hearing this declaration, silence enveloped the assembly. Ultimately, the sound of kneeling echoed throughout the hall. All the elite members of the Flame Fire Guild and the demon hunting organization knelt before him. "We acknowledge our leader," resonated loudly, filling the air. Satisfied, Lin Shu smiled at the display. Ding! The system detects the presence of 9th-rank materials nearby. This material can upgrade the 7th-rank dragon-slaying divine sword. The simplified upgrade system is now activated. Simplification successful. The upgrade process for the 7th-rank dragon-slaying divine sword is simplified to make contact between the material and the sword. Upon upgrading, the system grants 10 upgrade cards. Chapter 35. The opening of the Beastmaster Secret Realm. 10 minutes later, Lin Shu announced the merger of the Flame Fire Guild and the demon hunting organization, assigning Zhu Tong to oversee the process. Naturally, neither side dared to voice any objections. Once these matters were settled, Lin Shu proceeded to Luo Ruli's chamber. At first glance, the room appeared unremarkable. However, guided by the system, he easily located the entrance to his secret chamber. As the entrance swung open, Lin Shu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I never anticipated that the Flame Fire Guild harbored such a treasure vault. The value of its contents must easily amount to several hundred million," he mused to himself. He immediately began rummaging through the items, swiftly organizing the valuable goods within. Here, he discovered numerous vials of potions, each possessing a myriad of functions. Additionally, he found a plethora of crafting materials. Most importantly, a significant amount of gold coins lay in wait. Lin Shu wasted no time, tossing anything useful directly into his beast space. After a thorough search, he emerged with a bounty beyond his expectations. Eventually, he stumbled upon a black box. This box, evidently crafted from a unique material, was exceptionally airtight, making it impossible for Lin Shu to discern its contents. With utmost caution, he opened the black box. Instantly, an intense heat surged forth. As the box fully opened, Lin Shu was momentarily stunned. Inside lay a piece of glowing iron, radiating a formidable energy. Material: core fire iron. Rank 9th. Description: formed from a meteorite that fell into a volcano and tempered for millennia, suitable for upgrading Beastmaster weapons. Upon reading this, Lin Shu's heart soared with joy. Without hesitation, he retrieved the 7th-rank dragon-slaying divine sword. Following the system's guidance, he swiftly made contact between the dragon-slaying divine sword and the core fire iron. With a resonant hum echoing through the air, a brilliant light flickered. The core fire iron vanished, and Lin Shu's dragon-slaying divine sword underwent a transformation. The previously smooth surface now bore 6 distinct grooves, perfectly matching the number of beasts he had contracted. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the dragon-slaying divine sword. Following this, an information panel appeared before Lin Shu. Weapon, divine sword. Rank 9th. Description, this divine sword is attuned to its master's will, capable of inscribing beast imprints upon it, allowing for effortless summoning and manipulation of their powers and abilities. Host, would you like to inscribe the imprints? Yes. Upon confirming, Lin Shu observed his 6 beast spaces tremble violently. In the next moment, 6 beams of light burst forth from the beasts and converged upon the 9th rank divine sword. As he gazed closely, he noticed that the 6 grooves were now adorned with crystals of varying colors, each etched with intricate patterns corresponding to his beasts. Thanks to the system's explanation, Lin Shu finally understood how to wield the 9th rank divine sword. System, what about the upgrade cards? Lin Shu inquired. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. 10 upgrade cards are being issued. Note, these upgrade cards can be utilized by Beastmasters and their beasts, with each card granting a single level upgrade. Elated, Lin Shu began to allocate the cards after a brief moment of contemplation. 3 upgrade cards for the Primordial Blood Spirit Dragon, Ultimate Form in the Growth Phase. 2 upgrade cards for the Infernal Blood Phoenix, Ultimate Form in the Maturity Phase. 2 upgrade cards for the 7-colored Devouring Python, Ultimate Form in the Maturity Phase. 2 upgrade cards for the Golden-Eyed Bat Emperor, Ultimate Form in the Maturity Phase. As the news of successful upgrades popped up one after another, Lin Shu felt a surge of joy within. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the wolf god Anubis and the black wind yellow dog. After all, these 2 beasts had already attained their ultimate forms. I have only 1 upgrade card left. Whom should I elevate to the super beast level? Very well. Let us allow the wolf god Anubis to be the first to ascend to the super beast status, Lin Shu expressed with anticipation. However, just as he was about to utilize the upgrade card, a red exclamation mark suddenly appeared before him. Warning! Warning! The host can currently only upgrade their beasts to the ultimate form. If an upgrade is forcibly attempted, the host will face backlash. The host may continue to upgrade their beasts only after reaching the 5th tier of Beastmaster. Lin Shu was taken aback and had no choice but to destroy the upgrade card. System, why did you not inform me earlier? What a waste of an upgrade card. Just as Lin Shu voiced his frustration, the system's voice resonated. Due to a delay in the system's warning, resulting in the destruction of the host's upgrade card, compensation will be provided. Automatic speed increased to 6. In the next moment, a system interface materialized. Lin Shu discovered that the rate of his spiritual energy enhancement had increased 6-fold. Previously, it took 6 minutes to gain a single point. Now, it took only 1 minute. This meant that in a single day, Lin Shu could accrue 1440 points of spiritual energy. Excellent, very good. Lin Shu smiled with satisfaction. This compensation has not left him at a loss. Lin Shu intended to continue searching the secret chamber to see if any other treasures remained. However, at that moment, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside. Lin Shu promptly exited the secret chamber, closed the entrance, and rushed to the door. Upon opening it, he found Zhu Tong standing outside. Boss, it's bad. Something serious has happened, Zhu Tong exclaimed anxiously. What is going on? Lin Shu inquired, curiosity piqued. Zhu Tong appeared overly nervous, struggling to articulate the situation for quite some time. Ultimately, he could only say, Boss, just come with me, and you'll understand. Under Zhu Tong's guidance, Lin Shu soon arrived at the courtyard of the Fireblaze Guild. Upon seeing the scene, Lin Shu was taken aback. Above the Fireblaze Guild, a fissure had appeared, from which an ominous aura of magical beasts seeped forth. The fissure expanded rapidly, growing from 3 meters to 10 meters in the blink of an eye, with no sign of stopping. Lin Shu could vaguely discern a dragon-like magical beast slowly approaching the entrance. This is terrible. Has a new magical beast realm emerged? Lin Shu's expression darkened. At that moment, Zhu Tong spoke. Boss, should we contact the Gu Family Guard team immediately? Lin Shu remained silent, not responding. It was imperative to understand that the emergence of a magical beast realm above the city was a grave matter. If the magical beasts lurking within were to invade in large numbers, the casualties would be catastrophic. After all, the previous incident with a Fisher Poison Dragon had nearly decimated the Huaqing community. Nevertheless, Lin Shu soon remarked, it would likely be too late to contact the Gu Family Guard team now. It seems I must take action myself. Without allowing Zhu Tong to respond, Lin Shu commanded, Zhu Tong, I am entering this magical beast realm. As for you, contact the guard team and have them come over. With that, Lin Shu summoned the Golden-Eyed Bat King, allowing it to carry him into the magical beast realm. Chapter 36. One Strike, Annihilation of the Magical Beasts. Meanwhile, Lin Shu had already breached the confines of the magical realm. Zhu Tong swiftly contacted members of the Gu Family Guard team. Thanks to the guard team possessing instruments that could sense magical beast realms, they had already begun to respond upon receiving the call. In less than 10 minutes, Gu family head Gu Weiwei, accompanied by members of the guard team, arrived outside the Fireblaze Guild. The sealing team must act swiftly to seal this fissure. We cannot allow it to expand further, or things will become unmanageable. The reconnaissance team prepared to deploy detectors immediately. I need to ascertain the situation within the realm. The defense team set up instruments to prevent the magical beasts from entering the city. The command team, once the situation is confirmed, develop an operational plan without delay. The combat team, be prepared for immediate action. With Gu family head series of orders issued, each team sprang into action. At that moment, Gu family head glanced at Zhu Tong and the others. Where's Luo Ruli? Have him come out quickly. I need to record some intelligence. To which Zhu Tong awkwardly chuckled. Luo Ruli and Luo Xiu have perished at Lin Shu's hands. However, such an incident was not something they could openly disclose. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Tong stepped forward and said, Gu family head. Luo Ruli and Luo Xiu have resigned from their positions as the heads of the Fireblaze Guild. The guild has now changed hands. Gu family head's expression shifted with intrigue, yet he refrained from probing further. And who is your new guild master? Zhu Tong hesitated for a moment before providing a truthful account. Upon learning that the new master of the Fireblaze Guild had entered the magical beast realm, Gu family head's countenance immediately darkened. Is this not reckless? Do you not know that the laws of Huagua forbid unauthorized entry into newly opened realms? Moreover, the circumstances within a magical beast realm are exceedingly complex. Not allowing Gu family head to finish, Zhu Tong awkwardly replied, Gu family head, our master had no choice. The entrance to the magical beast realm opened far too rapidly, and magical beasts have already begun to emerge. Gu Weiwei interjected, regardless of the reasons. You must provide us with information about your master. Otherwise, we will struggle to explain to our superiors. Hearing this, Zhu Tong hastily replied, Our new master is named Lin Shu, a senior student from Yun City. He what? Gu Weiwei and Gu family had exchanged incredulous glances. Clearly, they had not anticipated that Lin Shu had become the new master of the magical beast realm, nor that he had brazenly entered it. Did he seek his own demise? Although they were well aware of Lin Shu's talents, abilities, and strategies, the complexities within the magical beast realm posed significant dangers. Countless 6th and 7th tier beast masters perished each year within its confines. Even Gu family head would require meticulous planning before daring to act upon learning of the magical beast realm's opening. Father, what should we do next? Gu Weiwei inquired. Gu family head's brow furrowed deeply. He had intended to articulate a plan, but at that moment, the reconnaissance team obtained intelligence. Captain, we may have a problem. The newly opened magical beast realm contains 10 super beast-level magical beasts, in addition to a half-beast king, whose bloodline appears to be of epic quality. What? Gu family head's expression turned grim. It was crucial to note that while the Gu family guard team boasted many experts, the majority were 5th-tier beast masters, with only a handful being 6th tier. As for Gu family head himself, he was merely a 6-star 6th-tier beast master at present. His beast was merely a half-super beast, a legendary entity. Although their strengths were comparable, their bloodlines differed by a level. After a brief contemplation, the head of the Gu family quickly retrieved his mobile phone and dialed the number of the patriarch of the Zhao family. Xiao Gu, I have heard that a new magical beast secret realm has emerged in Yun City. What is the current situation? Inquired Old Master Zhao. The head of the Gu family forced a bitter smile before responding. Zhao, this matter is somewhat troublesome. In this magical beast secret realm, there exists a half-beast king-level creature with an epic bloodline. Old Master Zhao dismissed the concern, saying, That's straightforward. You can simply seal the entrance. The head of the Gu family sighed. If only it were that simple. Lin Shu, my young friend, entered without permission. The sound of Old Master Zhao rising caught the head of the Gu family's attention. What? All right, hold on, I'll be right there. The call ended. 2 minutes later, Old Master Zhao hurriedly arrived on his beast. The two exchanged brief greetings before Old Master Zhao remarked with a wry smile. This lad truly enjoys stirring up trouble. Well, who can blame him? He is my old friend after all. It's just as well. I too wish to see if my skills remain sharp. Upon hearing this, the head of the Gu family couldn't help but smile. Although his progress had been slow due to a severe poison affliction over the years. Since taking the antidote concocted by Lin Shu, his strength had been gradually improving. He had now reached the status of a Tier 7, 3-star beast master, and his beast had ascended to the level of a half-beast king. With the other S assistants, he was confident they could safely retrieve Lin Shu this time. Harboring such thoughts, the head of the Gu family promptly commanded, Quickly, battle team, come with me. We must enter to rescue him. However, Old Master Zhao chuckled, Xiao Gu, let us not overdo it. This time, our focus is solely on the rescue. Just the two of us will suffice. We must strive to bring Lin Shu out as swiftly as possible. Finding some sense in this, The head of the Gu family followed Old Master Zhao, and they both rushed into the entrance of the magical beast secret realm. Observing this, Zhu Tong and his companions were left dumbfounded. They recognized Old Master Zhao. But who would have thought that the patriarch of a prominent family in the provincial city would refer to Lin Shu as an old friend? It seemed their leader was more formidable than they had imagined. However, they had no way of knowing that Old Master Zhao and the head of the Gu family were oblivious to the fact that Lin Shu had the audacity to slay Wang Yu, one of the 10 great families of Lingzhou, without any reliance. Once they entered the magical beast secret realm, they swiftly retrieved the magical beast sensing devices. This is bad. Lin Shu is in danger. He is surrounded by 10 ultimate magical beasts, exclaimed the head of the Gu family, his expression shifting dramatically. The two hastened their pace and soon arrived at Lin Shu's location. Yet, just as they approached, before they could offer assistance, several sword lights flickered, and the 10 originally arrogant ultimate magical beasts fell to the ground, transformed into lifeless husks. One strike. All 10 magical beasts eliminated? What is happening? The head of the Gu family and Old Master Zhao exchanged bewildered glances. Chapter 37. Encirclement? Counter-encirclement? At that moment, Lin Shu was acutely aware of the presence of Old Master Zhao and the head of the Gu family. However, he did not rush to greet them. Instead, he meticulously searched and discovered 5 five-colored magic crystals. After completing this, he contentedly sent the corpses of the 10 ultimate magical beasts into his spatial realm for Anubis, the wolf god, to handle. Old Master Zhao, head of the Gu family, you've arrived. Lin Shu greeted them with a smile. Yet, Old Master Zhao and the head of the Gu family remained in a state of shock from the earlier spectacle. After a moment, they regained their composure and gathered around Lin Shu. Young friend Lin Shu, your timing is impeccable. However, before the head of the Gu family could finish, Lin Shu interjected, Old Master Zhao, you both came at just the right moment. I was worried that the entrance to this magical beast secret realm would be unguarded. If a beast were to escape while I was hunting, it would indeed be troublesome. Therefore, I entrust the task of guarding the entrance to the two of you. What? The head of the Gu family and Old Master Zhao were taken aback. What did Lin Shu mean? Was he planning to hunt beasts within the secret realm? After a pause, the head of the Gu family spoke. Young friend Lin Shu, do you not understand? There is a half-beast king-level magical beast within this realm, and it possesses an epic bloodline. Old Master Zhao quickly added, young friend, a half-beast king is no laughing matter. You are aware of my strength, yet I cannot guarantee. Before Old Master Zhao could finish his sentence, Lin Shu replied earnestly, when I entered here, I sensed the presence of the half-beast king. If it were otherwise, I wouldn't have wanted to stay. Upon hearing this, Old Master Zhao and the head of the Gu family were momentarily at a loss for words. Although they had come to understand Lin Shu's character since their interactions, recognizing his immense talent and extraordinary capabilities, this situation was unprecedented. If the half-beast king-level magical beast appeared, even Old Master Zhao could not assure its defeat, let alone consider hunting it. Lin Shu, perceptive as ever, understood their concerns. He smiled reassuringly. You two need not worry. Since I dare to come here, I have my confidence. Now, I will leave this side to you. I have sensed 2 super beast-level magical beasts not far away. We cannot allow those 2 to escape. With that, Lin Shu dashed off. The head of the Gu family intended to pursue him, but Old Master Zhao stopped him. Xiao Gu, you guard the entrance. I will go with that rascal. With a sigh, Old Master Zhao remarked, having lived so many years, I feel as though I have never acted recklessly. Today, I shall indulge in a bit of madness with this young lad. Saying this, Old Master Zhao followed in the direction Lin Shu had taken. The head of the Gu family could only sigh in resignation and ultimately shook his head, standing guard at the entrance. Meanwhile, Lin Shu sprinted fervently and soon found himself before a valley. At that moment, 2 super beast-level magical beasts were foraging. They possessed 2 lion heads, a goat body, and a serpent tail, with wings sprouting from their backs, surrounded by flames. Magical beast, 2-headed chimera. Level, super beast. Bloodline, legendary. Evolution, 3-headed chimera. Characteristics, breathes fire, possesses incredible speed, can fly, controls the fire of the Earth's core, possesses formidable combat strength, and can command lower-level magical beasts for its own use. Lin Shu originally did not plan to spend much time on these 2 beasts. However, upon seeing their attributes, a cunning idea formed in his mind. Just then, the 2-headed chimeras seemed to sense Lin Shu's presence, turning to glare at him with bared teeth. Lin Shu sneered and immediately summoned the Black Wind Yellow Dog. He intended to strike fiercely against the 2-headed chimeras, compelling them to summon other magical beasts. But at that moment, Old Master Zhao, however, followed closely behind. Young friend, let us resolve this swiftly. You shall take down the one on the right, while I shall handle the left. With that, Old Master Zhao quickly initiated the summoning array. Little did he know, Lin Shu chuckled and replied, "Old Master Zhao, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Moreover, you have only recently consumed an antidote, so allow me to take charge." With that, Lin Shu promptly issued an attack command. Whoosh! The black wind yellow dog moved with astonishing speed, dashing in an instant to confront the two-headed chimera. Although the black wind yellow dog was merely an ultimate form, one rank below the chimera, it was still a being of chaotic lineage. Furthermore, the chimera possessed a unique fusion ability. Thus, it faced the two beasts with remarkable ease. Its form flickered continuously, unleashing purgatorial bloodfire one moment, striking with gale force the next, and occasionally employing the divine light of the golden-eyed bat emperor and the devouring power of the seven-colored devouring python. Hence, within a mere 3 minutes of combat, both chimeras were left drenched in their own blood and severely injured. However, the black wind yellow dog refrained from delivering a fatal blow, choosing instead to retreat swiftly. This was because Lin Shu intended to allow the two-headed chimeras to summon additional beasts for assistance, thus saving himself considerable time and effort. As anticipated, events unfolded precisely as Lin Shu had predicted. The two-headed chimeras glared furiously at Lin Shu, their expressions filled with resentment. In the next moment, they emitted a series of strange sonic waves from their mouths. Soon, the nearby roars of beasts echoed through the air, shaking the very ground. From all directions, bizarre figures of beast tamers began to appear. This left Old Master Zhao utterly bewildered. Clearly, he had not expected the two-headed chimeras to possess such capabilities. In the blink of an eye, the valley was filled with a horde of beasts, each one at least in ultimate form, while some even approached the half-super beast level. Just as Old Master Zhao worried that Lin Shu might encounter difficulties and prepared to intervene, Lin Shu burst into laughter. "This is perfect." With that, Lin Shu swiftly summoned the jackal god Anubis. As he waved his staff, flickering beams of light emerged, revealing a host of skeletal beasts. In that moment, Old Master Zhao was left speechless. Initially, they had been surrounded, yet now the beast tamers found themselves encircled instead. At this juncture, Old Master Zhao's emotions were quite complex. Firstly, he was astonished by how Lin Shu had instantly turned the tide. Secondly, he was awestruck by the capabilities of the jackal god Anubis. Most importantly, Anubis had originally been the familiar of his granddaughter, Zhao Sherman, yet it seemed utterly unmanageable by her. In stark contrast, it now obeyed Lin Shu effortlessly, even controlling the skeletal beasts with ease. It was simply unfathomable. Lin Shu, however, paid no heed to Old Master Zhao's astonishment. At this moment, his gaze was intense, his desire to conclude the matter swiftly evident. He aimed to subdue all the beasts before him, ultimately transforming them into skeletal puppets under the command of the jackal god Anubis. With the addition of these beasts, Lin Shu's overall strength would undoubtedly receive a significant boost. Lin Shu commanded, and upon hearing his words, the jackal god Anubis promptly waved its staff, sending the skeletal puppets charging forth. At this moment, they had been granted the ghostly powers of Anubis and retained some of their abilities from when they were alive, allowing for a remarkable fusion and transformation. Thus, when faced with those ultimate and half-super beasts, they could be effortlessly exterminated. In less than 3 minutes, aside from the two-headed chimeras, all other beasts lay dead, subsequently controlled by the jackal god Anubis through its ghostly might. Old Master Zhao was now utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 38, Evolution, the Eight-Winged Demon Pung King. Meanwhile, Lin Shu had already displayed his might. In stark contrast, the two-headed chimeras trembled, casting fearful glances at one another as they contemplated fleeing. "You wish to leave? Is that possible?" Lin Shu coldly remarked, immediately activating the summoning array. As a surge of blood energy coalesced, a colossal blood dragon emerged. This, Old Master Zhao's eyes nearly popped out of his head. For the moment, the ancient blood spirit dragon appeared. Even he, a 7th-tier beast master, felt a tremor coursing through his body. The aura was simply terrifying. "Young Lin, what is this?" Old Master Zhao inquired. Lin Shu smiled. "Old Master, have you forgotten? This is the beast egg you previously had Miss Zhao Sherman gift to me, which has now hatched. This beast, known as the ancient blood spirit dragon, possessed a bloodline of ancestral level and had already attained the ultimate form." What? Old Master Zhao was left utterly speechless. As a 7th-tier beast master, he understood well the arduous nature of elevating a beast's rank. Lower-tier beasts were manageable, requiring only some materials, potions, or special cultivation methods. However, advancing to the mid-tier level was exceedingly time-consuming and labor-intensive. Take Old Master Zhao himself, who had been a beast master for several decades. His current familiar was merely a half-beast king, and he had spent several years to elevate it to the ultimate form. Yet a beast egg of ancestral level had been in Lin Shu's possession for such a short time, and it had already reached the ultimate form? While old Master Zhao was still in a daze, the ancient blood spirit dragon had already made its move. With a surge of blood energy, the two-headed chimeras barely had time to scream before their bodies erupted in a mist of blood, leaving them without a grave. Their beast powers were entirely absorbed by the ancient blood spirit dragon. Is this really the end? Old Master Zhao found it hard to believe. Lin Shu, however, paid no mind to old Master Zhao's incredulous expression. With a leisurely smile, he began to search for magic crystals. Before long, Lin Shu had gathered 7 magic crystals in his hands. Indeed, both two-headed chimeras contained 6 colored magic crystals. Lin Shu's eyes sparkled with delight. Ding! Detected 2 6-colored magic crystals. Can forge a 6th grade beast weapon, chimera armor. Forging shop activated. Simplifying in progress. Simplification completed. 6th grade chimera armor simplified to fuse fire attribute materials with 6 colored magic crystals. Lin Shu's heart soared with joy. He quickly retrieved several fire attribute materials from his beast space. As they fused together, a flaming chimera armor soon emerged in Lin Shu's forging shop. Old Master, Lin Shu said with a smile, I would like to propose a deal. I have something of great value. May I inquire as to how much you would be willing to offer? Old Master Zhao's heart leaped with excitement. He understood that Lin Shu's willingness to trade at this moment meant he possessed something extraordinary. He nodded eagerly in response. Lin Shu refrained from idle chatter and promptly retrieved the 6th grade chimera armor. The old man Zhao's heart trembled violently. Although he had long been aware that anything produced by Lin Shu would undoubtedly be of exceptional quality, the sight of the 6th grade chimera armor still left him utterly astonished. Young friend, this is... Lin Shu began. I have been contemplating the forging of a piece of armor for some time. Yet I have been hindered by the lack of a super beast-level tamer. Coincidentally, I just vanquished 2 two-headed chimeras, so I decided to utilize their remains. However, this item does not significantly enhance my capabilities, thus I intend to bestow it as a favor. Old man Zhao felt speechless. A 6th grade beast taming weapon was already considered a highly esteemed item, especially since he himself wielded only a 5th grade beast taming weapon. Moreover, armor signified what? It was a treasure that could endow an ordinary beast with the unique attributes of armor, amplifying its effectiveness tremendously. Zhao suppressed his excitement and inquired eagerly, young friend, are you truly intending to sell it to me, or is this a jest? Lin Shu replied with a smile, I am not jesting. To be frank, my ancient blood spirit dragon possesses a multitude of unique attributes. Furthermore, I possess another extraordinary weapon, rendering this chimera armor somewhat superfluous for me. At that moment, old man Zhao found himself at a loss for words. It was common knowledge that even the most inferior armor was sought after by countless factions. Yet Lin Shu seemed to regard it with indifference. Zhao, old man, just say whether you desire it or not. Lin Shu feigned impatience. The old man Zhao nodded fervently. I want it, of course. After a brief silence, old man Zhao continued, young friend, you have gifted me such a precious item, and it has significantly aided our Zhao family in recent days. How about this? I will transfer the rights to our Zhao family's auction house in Yun City to you. The net income from each year will belong to you, while we will bear all rental expenses. He paused briefly before adding with a smile, by the way, young friend, aren't you due to take your college entrance examination in a few days? Given your prowess, gaining admission to Lingzhou University is practically a certainty. However, your sister, Lin Qingxiu, may not have your attention, but I assure you that our Zhao family will ensure she lives a stable life in Yun City. Lin Shu smiled with satisfaction. Old man Zhao was quite astute. A minute later, with a face full of joy, old man Zhao refined the 6th grade chimera armor. Lin Shu stretched lazily and said, Old man, let us continue our endeavor. We must not keep the head of the Gu family waiting. With that, Lin Shu swiftly unleashed his consciousness, attempting to locate the half-beast king-level magical beast and resolve the matter swiftly to exit this realm of magical beasts. However, after an extensive search, he found no results. Just then, old man Zhao smacked his forehead, exclaiming, how could I forget that I have a detection device with me? He produced an object resembling a radar. Lin Shu chuckled, old man, with such a valuable item, why didn't you bring it out sooner? Old man Zhao smiled sheepishly, having genuinely forgotten. After all, he had initially intended to come here to rescue someone, but upon arrival, he saw Lin Shu wreaking havoc. At this moment, Lin Shu had activated the magical beast detection device. Soon, a multitude of glowing points appeared on the screen. Ultimately, Lin Shu's attention landed on the largest energy point among them. A half-beast king-level magical beast, accompanied by 8 super beast-level magical beasts, presented a considerable challenge. Very well, I shall take them down one by one, he resolved. With that, Lin Shu locked onto a super beast and charged toward it, with old man Zhao closely following. In less than 10 minutes, all 8 super beast-level magical beasts were annihilated, becoming puppets of Anubis, the jackal god. Having dealt with these, Lin Shu swiftly approached the domain of the half-beast king-level magical beast. As he steadied himself, his gaze swept around until it fixed upon a colossal mountain. There lay a six-winged illusionary magical rock, exuding a terrifying aura with an immense physique. Furthermore, an indescribable oppressive force emanated from it. Magical beast, six-winged illusionary rock. Level, half-beast king. Bloodline, epic. Evolution, eight-winged rock king. Characteristics, exceptional speed, a product of the fusion between magical beasts and beast tamers. Capable of emitting sound waves to induce hallucinations in opponents, allowing it to shred them apart. As Lin Shu examined the details of the six-winged illusionary rock, a series of red exclamation marks suddenly appeared on his system interface. Warning! Warning! The six-winged illusionary rock is currently evolving. Countdown: 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown reached 0, a magical light enveloped the six-winged illusionary rock. When the light dissipated, it had transformed into the eight-winged rock king, and its level had escalated to that of a beast king. This, Old Man Zhao was left dumbfounded, his forehead slick with cold sweat, clearly taken aback. Lin Shu, my young friend, I think we should. Old Man Zhao's face paled, his heart devoid of confidence. It was no wonder he felt this way. The sudden turn of events was overwhelming. Had it been the half-beast king-level six-winged illusionary rock, he would have felt confident enough to engage it in battle. After all, with the Chimera armor, he could mitigate the bloodline suppression on his magical beast. But now, with its evolution to the eight-winged rock king and its ascension to the beast king level, Old Man Zhao felt utterly incapable of even contending with it. Just as he found himself at a loss, Lin Shu's indifferent voice broke the silence. Heh, an eight-winged rock king at the beast king level? Only then does it merit being my opponent. Otherwise, if this battle were resolved so easily, it would be far too mundane. Lin Shu murmured, a smile revealing his eagerness for battle. Old Man Zhao was left utterly speechless. This young fellow was utterly brazen. He had intended to dissuade him. But Lin Shu interjected with a grin, Old Man Zhao, retreat quickly. Remember, just focus on your own safety. Leave everything else to me. With that, Lin Shu began his assault. Meanwhile, the head of the Gu family, situated at the entrance of this magical beast secret realm, remained oblivious to these developments. He maintained a demeanor of utmost vigilance, yet after Old Man Zhao had departed, no magical beasts had appeared at the entrance. Sigh. I wonder how things are faring with young friend Lin Shu. The head of the Gu family pondered aloud. Perhaps I should check the current status of this magical beast secret realm. Unfortunately, when he rummaged through his pockets, he found them empty. Only then recalling that the magical beast detection device had been taken by Old Man Zhao. Let it be, with the venerable Zhao present. Young Lin Shu is undoubtedly safe and sound. Thus murmuring to himself, the head of the Gu family patiently awaited developments. However, at that moment, an unexpected sensation washed over him. He turned to behold Gu Weiwei, riding upon her azure cloud bird, drawing ever closer. Father. Gu Weiwei's face was a mask of urgency. What is it? The head of the Gu family inquired, perplexed. He had nurtured Gu Weiwei since her childhood, and she was well acquainted with his temperament. Therefore, during his assignments, she had always adhered to his directives. Yet, what could compel her to appear here without his consent? Suddenly, a change flickered across the head of the Gu family's countenance. Could it be that something amiss had transpired within the magical beast realm? As he pondered, Gu Weiwei's anxious voice pierced through. Father, something terrible has happened. Without waiting for him to probe further, Gu Weiwei hastily recounted the unfolding events. After the departure of the head of the Gu family and the venerable Zhao, she had been leading various teams, ever prepared for action. Initially, all was tranquil, and they had even observed a dwindling number of magical beasts within the forest. At first, Gu Weiwei had thought little of it. For the elder Gu was a 7-star beast master, effortlessly capable of dispatching several superclass magical beasts. However, it soon became apparent that an extraordinarily potent energy had manifested within the magical beast domain. The aura of a beast king-level creature was unmistakable. At first, Gu Weiwei suspected a malfunction in their instruments. Yet, after replacing several devices, the readings remained unchanged. After considerable contemplation, she arrived at a disconcerting conclusion. The half-beast king-level magical beast within the secret realm was in the throes of evolution, and moreover, it had upgraded. What? The head of the Gu family was taken aback. If what Gu Weiwei said held true, they were in grave peril. After all, they were dealing with a beast king-level creature, one imbued with an epic bloodline. Such an entity would be beyond Zhao's capabilities, and while Lin Shu was formidable, he too could not hope to conquer a beast king-level magical beast. Weiwei, you must leave at once and inform the sealing team to reinforce the barriers. Additionally, report this to the higher-ups. We require reinforcements. The Beast King level magical beast is far beyond what the Gu family's guard can contend with. Also, if we have not departed within an hour, seal the entrance. Otherwise, our Yun city may face catastrophic casualties. What? Gu Weiwei was astonished by her father's resolute decision. She was acutely aware of what sealing the magical beast realm entailed. Should they proceed with the sealing, her father, the venerable Zhao, and Lin Shu would undoubtedly face demise. What are you still hesitating for? Hurry. The head of the Gu family spoke with a profound intensity. Father Gu Weiwei wished to protest, but it seemed her father had made up his mind. As the guardian of Yun City, he would prioritize the city's safety above all else. Unwilling to risk significant loss for the sake of a few. With tears welling in her eyes, Gu Weiwei forced a semblance of a smile and said, Father, let us not rush. Perhaps a miracle might occur. It's possible that the venerable Zhao, once he regains his strength, may possess a means to avert disaster. Or perhaps Lin Shu could turn the tide. Together, they might even vanquish that Beast King level creature. Of course, even she found it hard to believe such words, as the probability of such an outcome was akin to winning the lottery only to be struck by lightning afterward. The head of the Gu family recognized that Gu Weiwei was merely seeking solace, yet he responded, Very well, I shall believe in a miracle. However, until then, you must adhere to my commands to mitigate any potential risks. Now, hand me that magical beast detection device. I shall stay here and maintain contact with you. Although reluctant, Gu Weiwei ultimately acquiesced. Soon, she retrieved the device and, upon activating it, her expression shifted abruptly. A red mark appeared on the screen, indicative of the energy from the Beast King level creature. Yet, this mark flickered ominously until it finally faded into darkness. What? Gu Weiwei's face paled. She initially thought the instrument had malfunctioned, but then the incredulous voice of the reconnaissance team leader crackled through the intercom. Miss Weiwei, we have detected that the Beast King level creature has been eliminated. I suspected a malfunction, but verified it multiple times, and the results remain consistent. We suspect that the Beast King level creature has been vanquished. What? Gu Weiwei was astounded. After a long pause, she finally responded, Understood, continue monitoring. Cutting off the intercom, she inhaled deeply and declared, Father, a miracle has indeed occurred. The Beast King level creature has been slain. The head of the Gu family was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the venerable Zhao and young Lin Shu had truly wrought a miracle and united to eliminate the Beast King level creature? Just as Gu Weiwei was about to speak, two swift sounds of wind approached from a distance. Moments later, the slightly rueful voice of the venerable Zhao reached them. Young Gu, you are mistaken. The miracle was not wrought by me and young Lin Shu. It was Lin Shu alone who vanquished the Beast King level creature. I had no opportunity to assist. What? Both Gu Weiwei and the head of the Gu family were left speechless, their expressions reflecting sheer incredulity. The notion that Lin Shu could single-handedly dispatch a Beast King level creature seemed utterly implausible. The venerable Zhao, observing their astonishment, sighed and said, Very well. We shall discuss the details later. For now, let us hasten our return. It would be inappropriate to leave the Gu family's guard in a state of anxious anticipation. The head of the Gu family and Gu Weiwei nodded in agreement, retracing their steps. Half an hour later, the head of the Gu family instructed the sealing team to temporarily barricade the entrance to the magical beast realm and then directed all guard members to withdraw. Although the magical beasts within had been eradicated by Lin Shu, the realm itself retained its value and was subsequently relocated through specialized means. Within Lin Shu's flame fire pavilion, Zhu Tong and his subordinates prepared tea for the head of the Gu family, Gu Weiwei, and the venerable Zhao before taking their positions outside as guardians. Young Lin Shu, do you not intend to disclose the events that transpired within the magical beast realm? The head of the Gu family inquired with a smile. While Gu Weiwei gazed at Lin Shu with unbridled curiosity, Lin Shu delicately sipped his fragrant tea, yet he had no intention of speaking. Fortunately, Old Master Zhao timely broke the silence. This matter is truly astonishing. Well, I shall recount it to both of you in its entirety. Over the course of the next 10 minutes, Old Master Zhao began to narrate the events. He recounted how Lin Shu had effortlessly vanquished a horde of magical beasts, forged armor and beast-controlling weapons for him using 6-colored magic crystals, and faced the 8-winged demon Rock King alone, dispatching it effortlessly with a 9th-tier divine sword. Although Old Master Zhao had articulated these events in the simplest of terms, the sheer magnitude of the shock they inspired was overwhelming. Thus, the listeners, Gu Weiwei and the head of the Gu family, found themselves so astounded that they were rendered speechless. After a prolonged silence, the head of the Gu family turned to Lin Shu and said, Young friend Lin Shu, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Noticing Lin Shu's curious expression, he continued earnestly, Recently, the Huaxia Beast Tamer Alliance announced a training program for young beast tamers. This initiative is organized by several major nations. aiming to hone the temperament and combat abilities of beast tamers, while also serving as a subtle competition among these nations. However, participating in the training does not guarantee entry into the final competition. A series of selections will ensue. Lin Shu nodded slightly, grasping the essence of the proposal. This selection process reminded him of the hunter training he had seen on television in his past life. Initially, exceptional talents would be chosen from various cities for intensive training, and upon completion, they would proceed to the next round of testing. Those who passed would face new challenges until only the top contenders remained to participate in the world-class Beast Tamer assessment. Indeed, the head of the Gu family succinctly elaborated this process, aligning closely with Lin Shu's analysis. He then added, originally, I intended to recommend my daughter and a few members of the guard team to participate. Of course, I do not believe they possess the capability to reach the final competition. It would merely be a trial for them. However, I have since changed my mind. I wish for you, young friend Lin Shu, to represent our Yun City Beast Tamers in the assessment. Before Lin Shu could respond, Old Master Zhao interjected. Young friend Lin Shu, such an opportunity is rare indeed. We all acknowledge your undeniable genius. However, you must remember that there are always greater talents beyond the horizon. If you wish to accelerate your growth, you must engage with world-class contenders. Naturally, I am aware that you are preparing for your college entrance examinations, but there is no need for haste regarding this matter, as the assessment will not take place for another 3 months. At this point, Old Master Zhao exchanged a knowing smile with the head of the Gu family and continued, moreover, even if you were to decline, it may be too late now, for I have already instructed Xiao Gu to register you. Lin Shu chuckled, finding no reason to object. In fact, he was quite eager to witness the myriad talents among the top beast tamers on this planet. Very well, he agreed. Having witnessed your formidable capabilities today, Old Master Zhao, I shall treat you all tonight. Unexpectedly, Lin Shu remarked, Old Master Zhao, let's not rush into that just yet. We should finalize the details of your auction first. Old Master Zhao laughed. Young friend, I have already made the necessary calls. The procedures are underway and should be completed shortly. Just as he finished speaking, his phone rang. After answering, he said, all right, I understand. Hanging up, he turned to Lin Shu and declared, young friend, the transfer procedures have been finalized. The auction house in Yun City has now successfully been transferred to your name. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu smiled and said, Old Master Zhao, your efficiency is impressive. I shall forego dinner for now and head to my auction house to assess the situation. With that, Lin Shu stood to leave. Just before departing, he seemed to recall something and quickly instructed Zhu Tong to discuss the merger of the Fire Association with the Gu family's guard team with Old Master Zhao and the head of the Gu family. Once in a taxi, Lin Shu promptly called his sister, Lin Qingqiu. Little Shu, I just bought a lot of ingredients. What time will you be home? I can prepare dinner for you in advance, Lin Qingqiu said cheerfully. Sis, let's eat out tonight. As for now, I have a surprise for you, Lin Shu said mysteriously. Another surprise? Lin Qingqiu sounded puzzled on the other end of the line. Just hurry and take a taxi to the West City auction house, Lin Shu instructed, not giving her a chance to ask further questions before he hung up. Soon, Lin Shu arrived at the West City auction house, where a supervisor had been waiting. Mr. Lin, here is the transfer agreement. From now on, this auction house will be your private property. Of course, aside from the change in ownership, all current staff will remain in their original positions. If you wish to make any adjustments, I am at your service, the supervisor said with a smile. Thank you. Lin Shu replied with a smile. If there is nothing else, you may leave. The supervisor promptly departed, and Lin Shu patiently awaited his sister's arrival. Before long, he spotted Lin Qingqiu approaching. Little Shu, what is going on? Why did you rush me here? Lin Qingqiu asked, filled with curiosity. Lin Shu smiled and said, Sis, weren't you always dreaming of running a stable business? What do you think of this auction house? Lin Qingqiu replied, Little Shu, I lack a degree and have little work experience. I've heard that to work here, one must at least be a second-tier beast tamer. I'm not qualified. Lin Shu was about to respond when a mocking voice rang out from a distance. Oh, isn't this my good friend from high school, Lin Qingqiu? What brings you here? Looking for a job? The voice dripped with sarcasm, causing discomfort. Lin Shu turned to see the source of the voice, his expression darkening at the sight. Lin Qingqiu, too, furrowed her brows, for the person before them was none other than Jiang Wan, her former close friend from high school. However, Lin Shu was well aware of Jiang Wan's duplicitous nature. Jiang Wan, what brings you here? Lin Qingqiu maintained a facade of politeness despite her distaste. Yet Jiang Wan seemed determined to embarrass Lin Qingqiu, responding with a hint of mockery. Qingqiu, shouldn't I be the one asking you that? This is an auction house. Are you here to bid on something? No, wait. Ever since your parents passed away, your family's fortunes have dwindled. Are you planning to look for a job? But that doesn't make sense. The requirements here are quite high, and someone like you wouldn't qualify for an interview. At this point, Jiang Wan feigned a sudden realization, glancing at Lin Shu and pretending to be surprised. Oh my, isn't that Lin Shu? You've become quite the handsome young man. Regrettably, you were once the renowned genius of our Yun city, but alas, your downfall came far too early. After a brief pause, Jiang Wan deliberately covered her mouth and remarked, "Oh dear, look at me, speaking without consideration and inadvertently hurting your siblings." Lin Shu, observing her ostentatious and pretentious demeanor, chose to ignore her. He coldly retorted, "Leave quickly before I take action, otherwise it will be too late." Jiang Wan, feigning surprise, turned to Lin Shu and then scoffed, "Oh my. I didn't expect you to have developed quite the temper over these past few years. However, I advise you to tread carefully, and let me make it clear. I am not someone you can easily provoke." Jiang Wan seemed convinced that Lin Shu and his sister had come here seeking employment. She crossed her arms defiantly and declared, "Let me inform you, my boyfriend is the overall head of this auction house. His family is immensely wealthy, and he is also a 4-star beast master. If you dare to lay a hand on me, I assure you, you will leave here on a stretcher." Lin Xingqiu's expression shifted slightly, and she opened her mouth to speak. Yet at that moment, Lin Shu's gaze turned icy. "Ha, 4-star beast master? Mere trash. And do enlighten me about your boyfriend's identity. I guarantee I can have him removed from this auction house immediately." Lin Xingqiu was well aware of Lin Shu's favorable relationship with the Zhao family, and given that this auction house was under the management of Old Master Zhao, she believed Lin Shu's words held weight. Thus, she hastily urged, "Jiang Wan, my brother speaks the truth. You should leave while you still can, otherwise you may regret it." Unfortunately, Jiang Wan paid her no mind. With a cold smile, she retorted, "You two are nothing but trash without parents, and you dare to stand before me?" Suddenly, a crisp slap echoed through the air. Jiang Wan was momentarily stunned. "You," she began, but before she could finish, a series of slaps followed, transforming her into a visage reminiscent of a pig's head. Lin Shu believed he had intimidated her into submission. However, she showed no intention of departing and instead glared at him with unbridled fury. "You will pay dearly for this. I will ensure you suffer a most miserable fate. You worthless scum." As she continued to hurl insults, Jiang Wan pulled out her phone and dialed her boyfriend. "Darling, I'm outside your auction house, and I've been assaulted. Yes, hurry and bring people to deal with them. You must avenge me." After ending the call, she coldly glared at Lin Shu and Lin Xingqiu, declaring, "You will both perish." A minute later, a well-dressed man arrived, accompanied by a throng of security personnel. Jiang Wan approached him, appearing as if she had found her savior. "Darling, it's them. These two scoundrels have reduced me to this state." Upon hearing her words, Lu Wu immediately began to calm her down. Without further ado, he waved his hand and commanded, "You lot, take these two to the security office. After I tend to my girlfriend's injuries, I will attend to them." He also instructed, "Confiscate their phones. Remember, if anyone escapes, you will bear the consequences." The security guards rushed forward. Lin Shu did not recognize Lu Wu and surmised that he was a newcomer. He decided to observe what this fellow intended to do. Thus, Lin Shu exchanged glances with his sister Lin Xingqiu, allowing the security personnel to escort them away. As for Lu Wu, he had initially planned to take Jiang Wan to the hospital. However, at that moment, his phone rang. "Manager Zhang." "Yes, I understand. I've encountered a situation and will be there shortly." After hanging up, Lu Wu turned to Jiang Wan and said, "Darling, you should head to the hospital on your own. I have matters to attend to. Today, a new boss is arriving at this auction house, someone of significant stature, and we are undergoing internal adjustments to present our best image." Noticing Jiang Wan's displeasure, Lu Wu quickly reassured her, "Darling, you know how hard I've worked to secure this position. I had to pull many strings to get here. With the new boss arriving, if I can impress them, I might even secure a promotion." Jiang Wan nodded reluctantly. "All right, but what about Lin Xingqiu and Lin Shu?" Lu Wu replied coldly, "Rest assured, I will ensure those two do not see the light of day tomorrow." With that declaration, Jiang Wan departed. Lu Wu swiftly gathered the remaining personnel and headed to meet Manager Zhang. Soon, they arrived in the conference room, where the upper echelons of the auction house and various managers had congregated. Lu Wu entered rapidly. "What took you so long?" Manager Zhang asked irritably. Lu Wu offered a dry chuckle. "I ran into a bit of trouble. My apologies." Manager Zhang was about to reprimand him when Old Master Zhao and Zhao Sherman entered, instantly invigorating the room. Without further ado, Old Master Zhao addressed the assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen, you should be aware of the purpose of today's meeting. I have transferred ownership of this auction house. Your new boss is Lin Shu, and here is his photograph." As he spoke, Lin Shu's image illuminated the projector. "What?" Lu Wu, initially eager to catch a glimpse of the new boss, was struck with disbelief upon realizing that Lin Shu was the very individual who had slapped his girlfriend. His expression soured dramatically as he realized the gravity of his blunder. In that instant, he he felt a wave of panic wash over him. Meanwhile, as Lu Wu grappled with his predicament, the director in charge of surveillance stood up and reported, "Old Zhao, my subordinates have just informed me that Mr. Lin has been taken away by Lu Wu, and he appears to be in the security office." What? The expressions of Old Master Zhao and Zhao Sherman shifted dramatically. As Lu Wu recognized that his actions had been exposed, he felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his face turning ashen. Chapter 42. A brutal reckoning with the vicious woman in the conference room. Given that the new boss Lin Shu had been apprehended, Lu Wu had evidently become the target of everyone's ire. In contrast, in the security office, Lin Shu and Lin Qingqiu wore expressions of serene contentment. The security personnel, while having detained Lin Shu, did not overstep their bounds, recognizing that their duty was merely to escort him there, leaving other matters well out of their jurisdiction. When Lin Qingqiu inquired about the situation, Lin Shu replied nonchalantly, "Sister, there's no need to rush. You will soon find out." With that, Lin Shu slowly closed his eyes. "You rascal," Lin Qingqiu chuckled helplessly, fully aware that Lin Shu had acted to vindicate her. After all, during her time selling vegetables at the market, she had frequently been harassed, and Jiang Wan had often been behind the schemes. Recalling these events, Lin Qingqiu licked her parched lips. Observing her discomfort, a security guard promptly offered her a bottle of water, urging, "Drink up, but do so quickly. Otherwise, if Manager Lu sees, we will certainly be reprimanded." Lin Qingqiu was indeed parched and began to drink eagerly, while Lin Shu maintained his tranquil state, eyes still closed. On the surface, he appeared to be dozing. Yet in reality, he was engaged in communication with the system. It was crucial to note that Lin Shu had merely a few days left before the impending college entrance examination. As for Lingzhou University, it was practically a certainty. Although Lin Shu had made considerable arrangements for life after leaving, particularly concerning his sister's residence and workplace, he remained aware that both the Zhao and Gu families would undoubtedly take special care of her. Nevertheless, to preempt any unforeseen circumstances, Lin Shu believed it was essential for his sister to become a beastmaster. Previously, he might not have had the capability to ensure this, but now, with the simplified system at his disposal, such tasks were no longer daunting. Thus, 5 minutes later, with the assistance of the system, Lin Shu concocted an entire vial of meditation potion. This potion was to be taken once daily, with each dose capable of augmenting one's spiritual power by 500 points. Additionally, Lin Shu crafted a 7th-tier explosive armor, which possessed the capability to be donned by his sister or her contracted beasts. Following this, all that remained was for his sister to contract a beast, thereby gaining a measure of self-defense. With this in mind, Lin Shu extracted the meditation potion. "Sister, this is for you. Hurry and drink it. Then close your eyes and pretend to doze," he said with a smile. "What is this?" Lin Qingqiu asked, puzzled. Lin Shu offered no explanation, merely gestured for her to take it. Without hesitation, Lin Qingqiu swiftly consumed the potion and, following Lin Shu's instructions, closed her eyes to begin meditating. 10 minutes later, Lin Qingqiu suddenly opened her eyes wide, filled with astonishment. "Brother, what just happened? It's only been 10 minutes, and I feel my spiritual power continuously rising." Lin Shu smiled. "Sister, you should take one of these potions every day." Although Lin Qingqiu was baffled by the sudden display of Lin Shu's formidable skills, she was assured of his good intentions and nodded in agreement. "Little Shu, is this the surprise you mentioned?" Lin Shu shook his head, stating that this was merely a portion of the surprise. However, before he could elaborate further, the door was abruptly kicked open. In stormed Jiang Wan, visibly furious. Seeing Lin Shu and Lin Qingqiu unharmed ignited her wrath. "What are you incompetent fools doing? Lu Wu instructed you to bring them here, not to let them rest. I command you, if you wish to continue working here, beat this brother-sister pair to a pulp. I will have my boyfriend increase your salaries afterward," Jiang Wan declared imperiously. Regrettably for her, the security personnel paid her no mind. After all, Lu Wu was the head of the security department, and they were obliged to follow his directives. Jiang Wan was merely Lu Wu's girlfriend, of little consequence. Infuriated by her dismissal, Jiang Wan was about to advance when a sharp command pierced the air. "Jiang Wan, stand down." At the sound, Jiang Wan turned to see Lu Wu approaching, instantly adopting a pitiful demeanor. "Darling, you finally arrived. You have no idea. Your subordinates are a bunch of ruffians. Just now, they intended to take advantage of your absence to assault me." Upon witnessing Lu Wu's grim expression, Jiang Wan felt a swell of triumph, believing he would immediately dismiss those underlings. To her astonishment, however, Lu Wu made no such response, instead striding directly toward Lin Shu and Lin Qingqiu. At that moment, Lu Wu appeared as if he were trembling in fear, his body shaking visibly. Lin Shu observed this silently, while his peripheral gaze fell upon Zhao Sherman at the doorway. Comprehending the entire situation, Lin Qingqiu, however, remained oblivious and exclaimed, "If you're here for me, Do not harm my brother. Lu Wu intended to provide an explanation, but Lin Shu interjected coolly. Manager Lu, I find myself at your mercy. I wonder how you plan to deal with me? Oh, that question should not be directed at me, but rather at your girlfriend, Jiang Wan. As he spoke, Lin Shu's gaze turned to Jiang Wan, who radiated a sense of petty triumph. Darling, why are you hesitating? Break this brat's legs and toss him into the river to drown. As for Lin Qingqiu, leave her to me. I know a group of vagrants under the overpass in the southern district. They've likely never seen a woman in their lives. If they catch sight of Lin Qingqiu, they will surely swarm her. Hearing Jiang Wan's brazen proclamation nearly drove Lu Wu to the brink of violence against her foolishness. Did she truly possess no sense whatsoever? Meanwhile, Lin Shu's murderous intent surged to an all-time high. He glanced at Lin Qingqiu, who remained silent. Though kind-hearted, she was not foolish. Jiang Wan's words left no room for mercy. Very well. Excellent, Lin Shu replied coldly, then turned to Lu Wu. You should know what to do now, right? I can spare your life, but the price is that Jiang Wan must suffer a fate worse than death. Upon hearing this, Lu Wu felt as though he had been granted a reprieve. Jiang Wan, meanwhile, was utterly perplexed. She had intended to hurl insults at Lin Shu, but before she could utter a single word, Lu Wu dashed forward. Though he had not summoned a beast, his strength was sufficient to easily subdue Jiang Wan. Witnessing this, the security staff stood in shock. What are you waiting for? Join me, Lu Wu barked, and a throng of individuals surged forward. Sister, let us go outside. Lin Shu chuckled, leading Lin Qingqiu away. Zhao Sherman rushed forward, saying, Mr. Lin, I apologize for. Lin Shu waved his hand dismissively. No need for concern. These are mere trifles. Next, please take my sister to take over this auction house. As for me, I will first check if there are suitable beasts available. Zhao Sherman had no objections to this arrangement, but Lin Qingqiu appeared utterly bewildered. Little Shu, what are you saying? She exclaimed incredulously. You mean to say I should take over the auction house? Lin Shu nodded, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Indeed, sister. From now on, this auction house will belong to us. Having spoken, Lin Shu turned and departed under Lin Qingqiu's astonished gaze. She was clearly taken aback, not anticipating that the surprise Lin Shu had alluded to was this. After a brief moment of shock, Lin Qingqiu followed Zhao Sherman out. Meanwhile, Lin Shu entered the auction hall. Concerned that similar incidents might recur, Zhao Sherman promptly arranged for Supervisor Zhang to be on standby nearby. Under Supervisor Zhang's guidance, Lin Shu soon arrived at the display stand housing special beasts. Thanks to the system's convenience, he meticulously sifted through the options until his attention was captured by a magnificent dragon radiating a silvery glow. Beast Mastery, Silver Moon Dragon Serpent. Level, Complete Form. Bloodline, Semi-Epic. Evolution, Silver Moon Dragon King. Characteristics, a subdragon-type beast, capable of manipulating replication, feeding on the essence of the moon, transforming into a fusion armored form, and morphing into a Silver Moon Dragon Spear or Silver Moon Armor to fuse with the Beast Master. Lin Shu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Excellent, you shall be the one. With that, Lin Shu instructed Director Zhang to take the Silver Moon Dragon Serpent away from the premises. Chapter 43, Meditative Critical Strike, Spirit Power Value 999. Half an hour later, after a flurry of activity, Lin Shu successfully gathered all the necessary items he required. Now, he merely awaited his sister's completion of her tasks to unveil the forthcoming surprise. At that moment, the door creaked open. Lin Qingqiu stepped inside. Sister, you've arrived? Lin Shu greeted with a smile. However, Lin Qingqiu suddenly placed her hands on her hips and fixed Lin Shu with a stern gaze. What troubles you, sister? Lin Shu inquired, his smile unwavering. Lin Shu, stand up. Lin Qingqiu feigned anger. Lin Shu immediately rose, his smile fading. What is the matter, sister? He asked. Lin Qingqiu huffed lightly. You've truly outdone yourself, Lin Shu. First, you purchase me a mansion, then you grant me the opportunity to become a beast master, and now, you have me managing this auction house. At times, I genuinely question whether you are indeed my brother. Lin Shu felt a pang of anxiety, but replied earnestly, I assure you, I am your true brother. I know I shouldn't have kept this from you, but I had no choice. Old Master Zhao insisted, and I couldn't refuse the auction house without disrespecting him. Not wishing to dwell further on the topic, Lin Shu asked, Sister, how does it feel to assume your new role? Lin Qingqiu smiled. It feels rather good, though I fear I may be ill-equipped for such responsibilities. Although Miss Zhao Sherman and Old Master Zhao have assured me that I can reach out to them for assistance, I believe it inappropriate to burden them with our own affairs. Moreover, I dislike being a mere figurehead. Yet, as a mere apprentice beastmaster, managing so many beastmaster employees leaves me feeling somewhat unsteady. Lin Shu chuckled. Fear not, sister. I have considered everything. Come, I have a surprise waiting for you. Lin Qingqiu paused, intrigued by the mention of yet another surprise. Lin Shu smiled enigmatically as he led the way outside. Soon, the siblings arrived outdoors. Lin Shu, do you have pressing matters to attend to? Why the haste? Old Master Zhao inquired with amusement. Lin Shu replied with a smile, no. I intend for my sister to contract a beast. Without further ado, Lin Shu summoned the silver moon dragon serpent from the beast space. Sister, I believe this beast is perfect for you. Contract it first, and then I shall assist in upgrading its bloodline and level. What? Lin Qingxiu was taken aback. Though not a beast master herself, she understood that enhancing a beast's bloodline and level was a laborious endeavor. Yet, Lin Shu was suggesting to simultaneously elevate the silver moon dragon serpent's bloodline and level? How incredulous! Old Master Zhao and Zhao Sherman exchanged astonished glances, but Lin Shu paid them no mind, urging his sister to proceed with the contract. Naturally, Lin Qingxiu had no objections. As she let her blood drop onto the silver moon dragon serpent within the beast cage, it offered no resistance, seamlessly merging into the beast space she had opened. Sister, now summon your silver moon dragon serpent, Lin Shu instructed. Although Lin Qingxiu was perplexed, she complied and activated the summoning array. In no time, the imposing figure of the silver moon dragon serpent materialized before them. The plaza was filled with numerous guests, all of whom turned their attention to the unusual spectacle. Lin Shu, what comes next? Lin Qingxiu inquired. Lin Shu smiled mysteriously and produced 2 pills. These pills, naturally, were products of the system. One was a simple bloodline enhancement pill, while the other was an upgrade pill. Lin Shu tossed them out, and the silver moon dragon serpent promptly consumed them. In the next moment, a radiant silver glow enveloped the silver moon dragon serpent. 5 minutes later, its bloodline had ascended to the epic level, and its level had risen to the ultimate form. Most notably, the beast's size had significantly increased, and its appearance had undergone a dramatic transformation, evidently evolving into its next form. Witnessing this, the onlookers were left utterly speechless, while the Zhao family was overwhelmed with shock. Clearly, they had not anticipated that Lin Shu would indeed accomplish what he claimed. Lin Shu, this. Lin Qingxiu's mouth hung open, unsure of how to respond. Lin Shu chuckled, sister, this silver moon dragon king is also a fusion armored form. Why not give it a try? Following Lin Shu's guidance, Lin Qingxiu began issuing commands, and the silver moon dragon king first transformed into a silver armor that adorned her. In an instant, Lin Qingxiu exuded a striking aura. Then, with another transformation, it became a silver spear. Regardless of its form, Lin Qingxiu's spirit power surged significantly. Lin Shu knew that with the silver moon dragon king's assistance, his sister Lin Qingxiu could easily contend with a 5th-rank beast master. In fact, under unexpected circumstances, she could even defeat a 6th-rank beast master. With this, Lin Shu was free of concerns. Brother, this silver moon king is truly remarkable, Lin Qingxiu exclaimed with delight. However, she quickly added, but you have your college entrance exams approaching. Perhaps I should dissolve the contract with this silver moon king? Then you could take the contract, ensuring greater security during your exams. Lin Shu smiled. Sister, you need not worry about my affairs. While he spoke, he found the situation amusing. After all, during this period, Lin Shu had contracted numerous beasts. With the hatching of the ancient blood spirit dragon of the primitive bloodline and the contract with the wolf god Anubis, beasts of the epic bloodline hardly captured his interest anymore. Lin Shu's next aspiration was to elevate the bloodlines of the infernal blood phoenix, the colorful devouring python, the golden-eyed bat monarch, and even the chaos-level black wind yellow hound to the ancient bloodline. Until then, unless a suitable beast appeared, he had no intentions of contracting any new ones. Of course, such aspirations were a formidable undertaking. Lin Shu's immediate priority was to seize the opportunity to enhance his own beast master level in preparation for the entrance exams. As Lin Shu grappled with the perplexity of how to expedite the enhancement of his spiritual power, the voice of the system suddenly resonated. Ding! The system has detected the host's distress regarding the elevation of spiritual power. The simplified upgrade system is now initializing. Initialization successful. From this moment until the commencement of the college entrance examination, the host will acquire the meditation critical hit attribute. Meditation may yield random critical hits, ranging from 1 to 999 times. A surge of elation coursed through Lin Shu's heart. He promptly closed his eyes and engaged in a brief meditation. In just a minute, Lin Shu discovered that his spiritual power had experienced 3 critical hits. One of these resulted in an enhancement of 800 points, while another astonishingly reached 999 points. Overjoyed, Lin Shu declared, Sister, I must return to my training. From this moment forth, aside from meals, I shall be in seclusion. With that, he hastily departed. Upon returning home, he devoted himself entirely to meditation. In the blink of an eye, the eagerly anticipated day of the college entrance examination had arrived. Chapter 44, A Shockwave Through the School. On this day of the exam, Lin Shu awoke early. Xiao Shu, I believe in you. You must give it your all, Lin Qingqiu said, bearing a breakfast she had prepared in advance. Sister, rest assured, I will not disappoint you. With that, Lin Shu quickly finished his breakfast and prepared to leave. Xiao Shu, let me drive you, Lin Qingqiu offered. Lin Shu paused, taken aback. Lin Qingqiu chuckled. You see, I've been cycling to the auction these past few days, and it has been quite inconvenient. Miss Zhao Sherman gifted me a car. As she spoke, Lin Qingqiu teased, You rascal, tell me honestly, does Miss Zhao Sherman have feelings for you? Otherwise, why has she been inquiring about you these past few days? Before Lin Shu could respond, she continued, speaking of which, aside from Zhao Sherman, Gu Weiwei has also been visiting the auction frequently. Although she hasn't asked directly, she has been subtly probing about you. At this, Lin Qingqiu grew earnest. Xiao Shu, our parents are heroes. Do not engage in morally dubious actions. Whatever you do, remain steadfast and loyal. If you dare to play both Zhao Sherman and Gu Weiwei against each other, I shall not spare you. Lin Shu, feeling exasperated, replied, Sister, what are you rambling about? My sole focus is on enhancing my abilities, and other matters are far from my thoughts. Now, let's hurry, we mustn't be late. Hearing this, Lin Qingqiu swiftly grabbed the keys and left the villa. 10 minutes later, they arrived at Yun City No. 1 High School. At that moment, the entrance was bustling with parents sending their children off to school, offering words of encouragement. After bidding farewell to his sister, Lin Shu entered the campus directly. However, just as he took a few steps, a derisive voice echoed from nearby. Lin Shu, you worthless fool, how dare you show up for the exam? The speaker was a robust young man accompanied by a group of followers, clearly exhibiting a hostile demeanor. Lin Shu recognized this individual as Hong Daniu, the second-ranked student in the year. To be precise, he had been the third during their first year until Lin Shu's talent had waned, allowing Hong Daniu to ascend to second place. This scoundrel, much like Lu Sanxian, took pleasure in bullying Lin Shu. Previously, Lin Shu would have avoided him, but now, just a mere nuisance. With indifference, Lin Shu replied, You called for me. What is it you desire? If it's mockery, I prefer you refrain. Let us see who triumphs in the exam. Hong Daniu cast a disdainful glance at Lin Shu before boasting, Lin Shu, don't be ungrateful. I'm here for your benefit. You might not be aware, but the rules for this exam have changed. Spiritual power is merely the entry ticket. Subsequently, you must enter the beast realm for your trials. Your final score will be determined based on your performance there. I am quite eager to compete with you. The former genius, Lin Shu, was internally astonished. He had not heard of any changes to the rules. However, entering the beast realm was something he was well versed in, having recently obliterated a beast realm himself. With this in mind, Lin Shu nonchalantly remarked, Thank you for the heads up, but if that's all, I must be on my way. Watching Lin Shu walk away, Hong Daniu coldly declared, You better pass the first round of assessments. I'll be waiting to settle scores with you in the beast realm. Be ready. With that, Hong Daniu turned away. Lin Shu paid him no mind and approached a notice board displaying the detailed rules of the exam. After meticulously noting them down, he patiently awaited further instructions. Half an hour later, a tremendous noise erupted. Numerous candidates turned their attention to the source of the sound. They discovered a colossal teleportation array had materialized in the distance, pulsating with intense spatial fluctuations. Lin Shu's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he joined the throng heading towards the field. At that moment, several formation masters had completed their preparations, stationed around the array to ensure its stability. From an elevated platform, the principal of No. 1 High School spoke in a calm tone. Everyone, this college entrance examination will adopt a format entirely different from before. Both spiritual power and experiences within the beast realm will each account for 50% of the score. The detailed rules are displayed at the notice board. If there are any uncertainties, please read carefully. If all is clear, line up and proceed towards the teleportation array. With this announcement, students promptly formed a long queue. By coincidence, Hong Daniu stood right in front of Lin Shu. Lin Shu, we meet again, Hong Daniu said smugly, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Lin Shu chose to ignore him and remained silent, waiting patiently. Time passed, and one by one, the candidates placed their admission tickets on the validation platform, subsequently releasing their spiritual power. The corresponding data instantly appeared on their tickets. Some students, unable to exceed 300 points in spiritual power, were eliminated on the spot. However, the vast majority passed the first round of assessments. 20 minutes later, only Hong Daniu remained in front of Lin Shu. He strutted confidently to the validation platform, and upon having his information read, swiftly summoned his spiritual power. In no time, a line of numbers appeared, 710 points of spiritual power. This revelation left many students astounded. Wow, he truly deserves to be the second ranked in the school. Ever since Lu Sanxian inexplicably vanished, Hong Daniu has undoubtedly taken the crown as the top student. Moreover, I have heard that Hong Daniu's family has expended a considerable fortune in preparation for this upcoming college entrance examination, acquiring a semi-legendary complete beast. This time, the top scorer from our school is undoubtedly Hong Daniu. Hearing such flattery, Hong Daniu was utterly elated. He cast a triumphant glance toward Lin Shu. Lin Shu, I am most eager to observe your transformation over the past 3 years, he remarked with a hint of playful malice before stepping into the teleportation array. However, Lin Shu chose to ignore him, quietly retrieving his examination permit. He then proceeded to unleash his spirit power. In that instant, a line of numbers appeared on the instrument. Oddly enough, the figures fluctuated incessantly before ultimately stabilizing at 3,000 points. This, of course, was a deliberate concealment of his true spirit power. In recent days, due to the system's influence, Lin Shu's spirit power had been steadily increasing by the minute. Moreover, the system had augmented the effects of meditative critical hits. Consequently, Lin Shu's spirit power had already soared to an astounding 500,000, comparable to that of a third-tier 5-star Beastmaster. This was achieved without the aid of his beasts. Should he harness their power, the figure would undoubtedly reach a staggering height. Nevertheless, even at 3,000 points, his spirit power was sufficient to instill awe among the onlookers. Thus, the previously arrogant Hong Daniu now found himself at a loss for words. The candidates who had been mocking Lin Shu also fell silent. Even the principal of the first high school stared blankly at Lin Shu. In the vast expanse of the playground, thousands of candidates stood in utter silence, an atmosphere of uncanny stillness enveloping them. Chapter 45, The Hunt begins. After a full 5 minutes, Hong Daniu was the first to break the silence. Principal, it is impossible for Lin Shu to possess such formidable spirit power. I suspect there is a malfunction with the instrument, perhaps a programming error. Following his declaration, the other students nodded in agreement. Clearly, they were more inclined to believe in a malfunction of the equipment than to accept that Lin Shu's spirit power had surpassed 3,000. However, the principal of the first high school held a different opinion. After all, Lin Shu had once displayed extraordinary talent, making him the pride of the school. Had it not been for the incident 2 years prior, Lin Shu might have become a source of pride not just for the school, but for the entire Yunqing and even Huagua. Thus, the principal leaned towards the belief that Lin Shu's talent had been restored. Furthermore, the instruments in question had been distributed by the state and had undergone maintenance in recent days to ensure no errors during the examination. After a brief contemplation, the principal decided to rule out any malfunction. He approached Lin Shu and said, Lin Shu, please accompany me to the next instrument. Lin Shu had no objections. Consequently, 1 minute later, Lin Shu's 3,000 points of spirit power were displayed prominently before everyone. The principal proceeded to test each candidate individually, and the results remained consistent throughout. Upon witnessing this, a smile began to grace the principal's face. Yet Hong Daniu remained incredulous. He had intended to voice his thoughts, but the principal interrupted, saying, Hong Daniu, don't tell me you believe all the instruments are malfunctioning? Hong Daniu stuttered for a moment, ultimately muttering weakly, perhaps that is indeed a possibility? The principal of the first high school appeared visibly irritated. He immediately retorted, very well, you may test your own spirit power, one by one. Hong Daniu nodded, promptly stepping out of the teleportation array to begin his assessment. Each instrument accurately measured his spirit power, leaving Hong Daniu embarrassed. At that moment, Lin Shu remarked coolly, what is the matter? Is it so difficult to admit that you are inferior to me? Oh, Hong Daniu, why must you make things difficult for yourself? Had it not been for your commotion, we would have finished testing long ago. Hong Daniu found himself momentarily speechless. Lin Shu, disinterested in any further discourse, turned and entered the teleportation array. Seeing this, Hong Daniu was filled with indignation, his heart unwilling to concede. However, he concealed his feelings, thinking bitterly, Lin Shu, you worthless fool, you must be employing some deceptive means. But I will find an opportunity to expose you. In this school, there can only be one genius, and that must be me. As for you, I will ensure you remain forever buried in the depths of the Beast's secret realm. Hong Daniu's thoughts were inscrutable to Lin Shu. Nevertheless, he had resolved that should this fool persist in his self-destructive path, he would ensure he accompanied Lu Sanqian to the depths of hell. An hour later, after the last student had tested their spirit power and entered the teleportation array, the principal of the first high school promptly commanded, now, activate the teleportation array. As these words fell, the array masters surrounding them sprang into action. When the teleportation array was activated, all candidates vanished in a whirlwind of motion. 5 minutes later, within a certain Beast secret realm, Lin Shu slowly opened his eyes. Oh, Lin Shu, what a coincidence. I never expected we would be teleported to the same secret realm, came Hong Daniu's chilling voice from nearby. Lin Shu focused his gaze and noticed that, in addition to Hong Daniu, several of his sycophants were present. Indeed, it is quite a coincidence, Lin Shu replied nonchalantly. Observing Lin Shu's nonchalant demeanor ignited an inexplicable fury within Hong Dainyu. He initially contemplated attacking Lin Shu directly, but in the next moment, he abandoned that notion, deeming it too mundane. Instead, he resolved to slay numerous beasts within the secret realm, showcasing his accomplishments to Lin Shu before ultimately dealing with him. Only by striking at Lin Shu both physically and psychologically could he find satisfaction. With this thought in mind, Hong Dainyu said, "Lin Shu, just you wait." With that, he waved his hand and led his lackeys away. Lin Shu smiled faintly. "Very well, I shall allow you to linger a little longer." As he spoke, Lin Shu began to survey the information pertaining to the beast secret realm. Interesting, Lin Shu mused, noticing that the beast secret realm appeared oddly familiar, as if he had visited it before. Could it be? Lin Shu chuckled softly to himself, then retrieved his examination permit. Apart from recording candidates' relevant information, the permit had numerous other uses, such as serving as a map and providing details about the current secret realm. As Lin Shu activated it, a map quickly materialized before his eyes, revealing information on 10 beast secret realms. Each of these realms was interconnected, accessible via teleportation arrays. Lin Shu swiftly located the pertinent information regarding his current realm. He found an introductory line that read, "This beast secret realm was discovered above the Li Hu Guild in Yunqing. Initially inhabited by the Beast King-level creature, the 8-winged demon Rock King, it was slain by the guild's master, hence the realm is known as the Li Hu secret realm. The advanced magical beasts within have been eradicated, leaving only 1,800 mature magical beasts and 300 growing ones behind." Lin Shu smiled wryly. For having grown accustomed to battling in high-stakes environments, he found himself somewhat ill at ease in this lower-tier arena. Nevertheless, in pursuit of points, he had no choice but to commence his actions. Beep. Congratulations to the host. The college entrance examination has commenced. Main quest officially initiated. Objective: obtain the admission notice from Lingzhou University. Upon completion of the task, the host will receive a mysterious gift package. To facilitate the host in hunting magical beasts, the system has activated the map search mode. As the system's voice faded, a map materialized before Lin Shu, dotted with red points indicating the locations of magical beasts. Grateful for the system's convenience, he was relieved to save time on the search. After murmuring his thoughts, Lin Shu swiftly made his way to the nearest magical beast location. A minute later, he steadied himself as a wolf-shaped magical beast emerged nearby. Lin Shu, disinterested in gathering information about his adversary, drew forth a 9th-grade divine sword and effortlessly cleaved the creature in two. As it crumpled into a lifeless heap, Lin Shu promptly placed his examination permit atop the remains. Witnessing his points surge by 10, having triumphed in his first battle, Lin Shu wasted no time and embarked on a rampage of hunting. Thus, half an hour later, he had slain 50 growing magical beasts and 10 mature ones. With 1 point awarded for each growing beast and 10 points for each mature one, his total score escalated to 160. Just as Lin Shu intended to press on relentlessly, he suddenly sensed the distant tremors of battle. Quickly extending his perception, he noted with intrigue that a mature magical beast had seized the opportunity to evolve into its complete form. He wondered which unfortunate soul had encountered such a fate. Although he murmured this to himself, Lin Shu was determined not to miss the opportunity to hunt a complete magical beast, as slaying one would yield a substantial 100 points. Resolute, he hastened towards the source of the commotion. Upon arrival, he was nearly overcome with laughter. Chapter 46, Greed. It was not surprising that Lin Shu was taken aback. He had not anticipated running into Hong Dainyu so soon. At this moment, Hong Dainyu and his sycophants were busily unleashing their summoned beasts, facing a colossal, serpentine magical beast that stretched nearly 1,000 meters in length. Magical beast, Netherworld Magic Serpent. Level complete. Bloodline legendary. Evolution, Netherworld Magic Serpent King. Characteristics, can unleash Netherworld flames. Capable of incinerating anything. Lin Shu nodded slightly, clearly acknowledging the formidable strength of the Netherworld Magic Serpent. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of sympathy for Hong Dainyu, who had believed himself the top of the school since Liu Sanqian's demise. Yet, in the inaugural battle within the magical beast secret realm, he found himself pitted against a legendary bloodline, complete Netherworld Magic Serpent. How pitiable. While Lin Shu quietly analyzed the unfolding battle, he recognized that Hong Dainyu, as an apprentice beast master, could not fully harness the power of his summoned beast. Therefore, it was evident that he would inevitably face defeat in this encounter. Oblivious to the impending doom, Hong Dainyu brimmed with confidence, while his sycophants lavished praise. Brother Dainyu, we're quite fortunate. We've barely entered and already found a complete magical beast. This creature looks formidable, but I wager it's just a gilded pillow stuffed with cotton. Brother Dainyu, shall we strike quickly? Hong Daniu basked in their flattery, yet deep down, he felt a flicker of anxiety. After all, the golden horn dragon rhino he had contracted was a complete beast of semi-legendary bloodline, contrasting with the netherworld magic serpent in bloodline only. In a confrontation, the outcome was far from certain. However, he was acutely aware that the battle prowess of a summoned beast was intrinsically tied to the strength of its master. Currently, Hong Daniu was merely an 8-star apprentice beast master, insufficient to sustain a prolonged engagement. Despite this, he was reluctant to retreat. The prospect of humiliation loomed large, and the allure of 100 points for slaying a complete magical beast far surpassed the meager points earned from lower-tier creatures. Fortune favors the bold. With this thought in mind, Hong Daniu resolved to give it a try. Golden Horn Dragon Rhino, charge forth and end this swiftly, he commanded. Obeying the order, the Golden Horn Dragon Rhino surged forward, shaking the ground with its might. The netherworld magic serpent, sensing the assault, retaliated with a sweeping tail, and the two beasts clashed violently. Thunderous explosions echoed as they battled fiercely, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Yet, within less than half a minute, Hong Daniu's complexion paled. The intensity of the fight was overwhelming. While the Golden Horn Dragon Rhino could withstand the onslaught, Hong Daniu was unable to maintain the required stamina for a drawn-out conflict. Furthermore, he knew that in no more than half a minute, the Golden Horn Dragon Rhino would exhaust its spiritual energy and be forced back into the beast's space. Damn it! Hong Daniu gritted his teeth in frustration. Had he foreseen this, he would have urged his father to purchase potions to replenish his spiritual energy. As Hong Daniu simmered in discontent, a piercing scream shattered the tension. He focused intently, his pupils dilating in horror. To his dismay, he saw his Golden Horn Dragon Rhino ensnared by the netherworld magic serpent, rendered immobile. The bond between a summoned beast and its master allowed for a psychic connection, and Hong Daniu sensed the diminishing vitality of his beast. Not only that, but several of its bones had also been crushed by the serpent's grip. If this continued, the Golden Horn Dragon Rhino was doomed. In the midst of his panic, he watched as the netherworld magic serpent opened its massive jaws, poised to swallow the Golden Horn Dragon Rhino whole. Terror gripped Hong Daniu, and he regretted his greed. Yet, it was too late to turn back now. Seeing Hong Daniu's distress, his sycophants were equally alarmed, realizing that if the netherworld magic serpent vanquished the Golden Horn Dragon Rhino, they would be next. One by one, they recalled their beasts, eager to escape the impending doom. You all, Hong Daniu seethed through clenched teeth. Yet, the sycophants remained unfazed, fully aware that the Golden Horn Dragon Rhino was beyond salvation. With its loss, Hong Daniu would be akin to a cripple, left to face certain death within this magical beast secret realm. One of the sycophants coldly remarked, Hong Daniu, if you perish, just ensure you don't drag us down with you. If it weren't for your arrogance, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Casting aside those words, the group of sycophants intended to flee. However, at that moment, a cold scoff echoed through the air. You, the abyssal serpent, ought not to be so audacious. As the voice faded, a brilliant golden light flickered, rendering the abyssal serpent momentarily immobile. Seizing this opportunity, the golden-horned rhinoceros promptly thrust its horn against the abyssal serpent's body, eliciting a wretched scream. In that instant, the golden-horned rhinoceros broke free from its restraints. What is happening? The sudden turn of events left Hong Daniu stunned, though he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Meanwhile, the sycophants glanced around in confusion. Who intervened? That voice sounds oddly familiar. Who could it be? Soon, their curiosity was satisfied. In the sky not far away, a colossal bat hovered, upon which stood a figure with unwavering poise. It was Lin Shu. What? Hong Daniu was taken aback, his emotions a tumultuous mix. He felt joy at his rescue. Yet a greater sense of frustration loomed, for it was Lin Shu who had come to his aid. Lin Shu, what are you doing here? Hong Daniu demanded. Who gave you the right to meddle? I can handle the abyssal serpent on my own. Be gone at once. Lin Shu, unperturbed by Hong Daniu's defiance, swiftly moved before the abyssal serpent. 100 points are now mine, he remarked with a smile. In the next moment, he wielded the 9th-rank divine sword, unleashing an engulfing force that reduced the abyssal serpent to a desiccated corpse. Lin Shu approached, and, gliding his examination permit over the lifeless form, added another 100 points to his tally. Subsequently, he harnessed the power of Anubis, the wolf god, through the divine sword, transforming the abyssal serpent into a necromantic beast puppet, which he stored in his beast-controlling space. With everything in order, Lin Shu cast a casual glance at Hong Daniu. All is well here. You may leave now. He had resolved to grant Hong Daniu a chance at survival, should he choose to depart. However, if he insisted on courting death, Lin Shu would not hesitate to act. As Lin Shu contemplated this, Hong Daniu stormed forward, seething with rage. Lin Shu, you shameless cur. The abyssal serpent was my quarry, nearly vanquished by my hand. And you took advantage of the situation. I command you to relinquish your points, or I shall ensure you meet a most untimely end. Though his words were fierce, Hong Daniu's gaze was greedily fixated on the 9th-ranked divine sword in Lin Shu's grasp. Observing this, Lin Shu sighed inwardly. With Hong Daniu so consumed by avarice, it was clear that sparing him would be unwise. Chapter 47. Hidden Opportunities. Hong Daniu remained oblivious to Lin Shu's growing intent to kill. At this moment, he was solely focused on subduing Lin Shu and seizing the divine sword, convinced that its power was the reason for Lin Shu's swift defeat of the abyssal serpent. Lin Shu, I advise you not to act recklessly, Hong Daniu warned coldly. My numbers are overwhelming. You may possess some abilities, but do you truly believe you can annihilate us all? Upon hearing this, the sycophants erupted in boisterous agreement. Lin Shu, Brother Daniu speaks truth. Surrender now, and perhaps we shall leave you with some semblance of life. Otherwise, prepare to be devoured by the beasts. Lin Shu scoffed at their canine-like barks. Oh, you lot truly are fickle as the wind. When Hong Daniu's beast was nearly defeated, you were ready to abandon him. Now that he is unharmed, you crawl back to him like loyal hounds. How utterly disgraceful. Turning to Hong Daniu, Lin Shu continued. Did you not see their true colors? Are you not afraid they will betray you once more? Hong Daniu's eyes darkened at this, but he had learned caution. He smirked coldly. Lin Shu, do not attempt to sow discord. Do you think we are naive? Even if I were to believe you, that would only be after I have dealt with you. In any case, surrender your weapon and your points, or, Lin Shu chuckled, Hong Daniu, you will soon regret your decision. The sycophants, fearful of Lin Shu's words, exchanged worried glances. They knew Hong Daniu was a brute, unlikely to reconsider his actions. If Lin Shu truly attacked, they would be in dire straits, for even wounded, Hong Daniu was formidable. One sycophant urged, Brother Daniu, strike swiftly and eliminate this brat. We will apologize afterward, for we were indeed in the wrong. Though Hong Daniu was a fool, he was not without sense. He harbored deep resentment towards his followers, but the priority was to defeat Lin Shu. Enough talk. All of you, together. Subdue Lin Shu. He bellowed. With that, Hong Daniu summoned the golden-horned rhinoceros, while the remaining sycophants unleashed their abilities. Very well. Since you insist on this course of action, do not blame me for my ruthlessness, Lin Shu declared, preparing to end the confrontation swiftly with the 9th-ranked divine sword. Lin Shu, you truly are a waste. Hong Daniu taunted. Is your only skill relying on your treasures? If you have any courage, release your bat and fight us. Lin Shu paused, then burst into laughter. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request. As he spoke, he sheathed the divine sword. Quickly, do not allow him to summon his beasts. Hong Daniu shouted, urging his followers to seize Lin Shu. Lin Shu chuckled softly to himself. He had not anticipated Hong Daniu would act with such cunning this time. Yet, in the face of absolute power, such schemes were mere folly. With that thought, Lin Shu summoned the power of the ancient blood spirit dragon. A dense blood cloud formed above him, drawing forth a powerful suction. The pores of the beasts opened wide, their blood flowing freely into the cloud. This was the ancient blood spirit dragon's technique, blood sacrifice to the heavens. Though currently limited in scope, it was more than sufficient to deal with these minor adversaries. What is happening? What on earth is this? What power does Lin Shu command? He has not summoned any beasts, yet he wields such a bizarre ability. Hong Daniu and his sycophants were left in stunned terror, their expressions betraying their fear. A sound echoed as a beast collapsed to the ground, transforming into a lifeless husk. Shortly thereafter, a series of thuds followed, and within half a minute, all the summoned beasts lay dead. Lin Shu, showing no hesitation, swiftly transported them into the beast space, commanding the jackal god Anubis to gather them under his dominion as undead puppets. Gurgling sounds of blood spurting erupted as Hong Daniu and his sycophantic followers fell to the ground, evidently gravely injured by a backlash. How could this be? Hong Daniu felt a profound despair engulfing him. The physical blow was nothing compared to the crushing blow to his psyche. Wasn't Lin Shu supposed to be a weakling? How could he possess such formidable strength? Even now, he struggled to believe that Lin Shu had a spiritual power of 3,000. He could not fathom that Lin Shu's power had reached heights he could no longer aspire to. As Hong Daniu grappled with his shock, Lin Shu's indifferent voice pierced the air. Hong Daniu, were you not previously skeptical of my 3,000 points of spiritual power? He paused, then continued. Let me reveal the truth. It is indeed a falsehood. My current spiritual power has escalated to an echelon beyond your reach. Upon concluding his words, Lin Shu unleashed his true strength. Instantly, a tempest surged forth, and the ground began to crack. What? Hong Daniu's eyes widened in disbelief. He could acutely sense the terrifying pressure radiating from Lin Shu. It was a sensation far more potent than that exerted by his elder brother. a third-tier 4-star Beast Master with a staggering spiritual power of 400,000. You must be a third-tier 5-star Beast Master? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin Shu, however, was denied the opportunity to further elucidate the situation to this self-deceiving fool. After all, it was futile to argue with a corpse. Casting a glance at the sycophants, Lin Shu observed that they were as if struck by lightning. Thud. They all knelt before him. Lin Shu, we beseech you to spare us. It was Hong Daniu who coerced us into this. We had no desire to act thus. After all, we are classmates. If you would grant us mercy, we are willing to become your subordinates and await your commands. Lin Shu scoffed internally, yet maintained a facade of civility. Very well, if you wish for my mercy, you must eliminate Hong Daniu first. I shall grant you the opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, the sycophants surged forward, unleashing a barrage of fists and feet that left Hong Daniu on the brink of death until he finally breathed his last. Once their task was complete, they approached Lin Shu with eager expressions. Lin Shu remarked coolly, this tactic is truly foolproof. I despise being betrayed by my underlings. Therefore, it would be best for you to perish. With that, he turned on his heel and departed without further ado. Not long after Lin Shu's departure, a cadre of juvenile magical beasts materialized behind him. Amidst a cacophony of screams, those hapless sycophants met their demise, becoming mere sustenance for the beasts. This interlude bore no consequence for Lin Shu, who continued his relentless hunt for magical beasts. An hour later, Lin Shu noted that he had nearly eradicated all the magical beasts within this realm. He intended to seek out a teleportation point to venture into other secret realms. Just then, a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! The system has scanned and detected hidden opportunities within this magical beast space. If this opportunity is seized, the host shall ascend without hindrance to the rank of 4th-tier Beast Master. What? Such fortuitous news. Quickly, system. I shall claim this opportunity. Lin Shu exclaimed, elated beyond measure. Chapter 48. Ascension to 4th-tier Beast Master. 20 minutes later, guided by the system, Lin Shu arrived at the base of a grand mountain. What is this? Lin Shu pondered, perplexed. His confusion was warranted. Previously, during the trials at the Fire Club, he had slaughtered his way through this magical beast realm, gaining some understanding of it. He distinctly recalled having vanquished a superclass magical beast in this vicinity and lingering nearby for some time. Yet, he had no recollection of the entrance not far away. Could it be that this entrance was recently unveiled? Lin Shu mused to himself. Regardless of the reasoning, he was not concerned. His sole desire was to swiftly obtain this hidden opportunity and thus elevate himself to the level of a 4th-tier Beast Master. With such anticipation, Lin Shu summoned the 6th-tier Blood Jade Beast Armor, which adorned his form. Certainly, he possessed the formidable 9th-tier Beast God Sword, a treasure of considerable might. Yet it was one of his greatest trump cards and best reserved for dire situations. However, Lin Shu had scarcely taken a few steps when a chilling voice resonated from within. You, boy, hasten to leave this place. This is not a domain for students like you to tread. This is my final warning. Take another step, and you shall meet a certain demise. Lin Shu's brow furrowed in contemplation. He found it curious. He had assumed this magical beast realm, designated as a trial ground for examination candidates, would be devoid of outsiders. Why, then, was there someone who did not belong to the examination present? As Lin Shu pondered, the voice from the entrance became laced with intent to kill. Are you truly intent on seeking your own death? Before Lin Shu could respond, a flurry of arrows whistled through the air. Anticipating the attack, Lin Shu nimbly evaded. And after a half-minute of relentless assault, the barrage of arrows finally ceased. Turning to inspect the source of the attack, he discovered that the arrows were composed of solid ice, leaving behind a thick layer of crystalline frost where they had landed. Clearly, a formidable opponent. Lin Shu muttered to himself. He then called out, Might you only be capable of lurking in the shadows? If you possess any prowess, emerge and face me directly. Let us see whose strength prevails. Yet the enigmatic presence in the cave remained reticent. Humph, Lin Shu scoffed, deliberating briefly before deciding to take the initiative. He swiftly summoned the powers of various beasts from his space, amalgamating them into the Blood Jade Beast Armor, creating an impenetrable defense. Having completed his preparations, Lin Shu strode boldly into the depths of the cave. The mysterious figure, however, refrained from further aggression, seemingly waiting for Lin Shu's approach. Upon entering, Lin Shu was enveloped in darkness, unable to see his own hand. Fortunately, with the aid of the golden-eyed Bat King and its echolocation, he remained composed. Thus, he advanced steadily, traversing nearly 1,000 meters before discerning a glimmer of light. Before him lay a vast cavern, illuminated by a faint phosphorescence. Lin Shu surveyed his surroundings. Despite having prepared himself mentally in various ways, he was still shaken upon encountering the mysterious figure. Not far ahead, A man was ensnared by iron chains. Lin Shu had no idea how long he had been trapped in this place. Although he stood at a distance, he could still sense a foul stench wafting towards him. The man's visage remained obscured, yet Lin Shu could perceive an aura of terror emanating from him, even more formidable than that of the Zhao family's elder. Before this figure lay a mountain of corpses, some of which belonged to beast tamers and others to their beasts. Lin Shu's attention was drawn to one particular corpse, which bore the insignia of a 5-star 7th-tier beast tamer. His heart raced with trepidation, and he found himself curious about the identity of this enigmatic individual. Why was he here? Why were so many beast tamers intent on his demise? Who are you? Lin Shu inquired. The man shackled by chains suddenly let out a cold laugh. You wish to know my identity? There is but one way to find out. You must be eliminated by me, and then you can seek answers from these deceased beast tamers. As these words fell, a tempest arose around the mysterious figure, and strange fluctuations began to spread. In the next instant, a summoning array materialized before Lin Shu's eyes, followed by a swirling storm that revealed a colossal dragon stretching over 100 meters in length. Beast, Storm Demon Dragon. Level, Half-Beast Monarch. Bloodline, Epic. Evolution, Black Hole Demon Dragon. Characteristics, a newly formed species resulting from the fusion of the Storm Dragon and the Storm God Dragon, classified as half-demon, half-beast. With unfathomable power capable of tearing through space and employing terrifying methods. Lin Shu felt a surge of astonishment within him. Once a prodigy, he had mastered the theoretical knowledge of beast taming by his first year of high school. One of the principles he had learned was that magical beasts could not be contracted. Yet here stood a storm demon dragon, a hybrid resulting from the amalgamation of a magical beast and a beast. Had this been the reason for the man's imprisonment and the subsequent pursuit by the beast tamers? However, now was not the time for hesitation. The pressing matter at hand was to swiftly eliminate this black hole demon dragon and resolve the immediate threat. Yet, Lin Shu felt a pang of insecurity, for he did not believe he possessed the strength to contend with a half-beast monarch, a being far superior to a beast king. After much internal conflict, Lin Shu ultimately resolved to give it a try. Submitting to fate was not in his nature. Moreover, he possessed the 9th-rank Beast Taming Divine Sword. If necessary, he would fight this foe head-on. With this thought in mind, Lin Shu decided to probe the creature's capabilities. As he executed summoning arrays one after another, he unleashed a myriad of beasts: the 7-colored devouring python, the golden-eyed bat monarch, the black-winged yellow hound, the infernal blood phoenix, the Anubis wolf god, and even the primordial blood spirit dragon. Clearly, Lin Shu was prepared to go all out. Upon witnessing Lin Shu summon such a multitude of beasts, the mysterious man was taken aback. You are indeed a beast body, he exclaimed. Very well. Since you have come to this place, it seems we are fated to meet. Here, take my storm demon dragon and leave. What? The sudden declaration left Lin Shu momentarily stunned. What was this man scheming? Just as Lin Shu grappled with his confusion, the mysterious figure had already severed his contract with the storm demon dragon. Beep, system detects a contractable beast. Would you like to contract? After a brief hesitation, Lin Shu replied decisively, yes. As these words escaped his lips, he swiftly approached the dragon, which was momentarily dazed due to the abrupt dissolution of the contract. Consequently, Lin Shu easily succeeded in forming a contract, integrating the beast into the realm he had hastily opened. Beep, congratulations, host. You have successfully contracted 7 beasts. System reward, unconditional upgrade to 4th-tier beast tamer. With this announcement, Lin Shu felt his spiritual power surging. In mere moments, it soared to 1,000,000 points of spiritual energy, signifying that he had ascended to the rank of a 4th-tier 1-star beast tamer. At this moment, Lin Shu was filled with both amazement and joy. He had not anticipated that the opportunity the system referred to would manifest as the storm demon dragon. However, amidst his elation, he was also perplexed. He had intended to inquire further, but at that instant, a crisp shattering sound echoed through the air. The chains binding the mysterious man fell away, and he approached Lin Shu directly. Young man, what is your name? The mysterious figure asked. Lin Shu, he responded. Excellent. Lin Shu, I hope the storm demon dragon can unleash its formidable power under your command and continue to evolve. The mysterious man nodded in satisfaction. However, I must advise you, due to the unique nature of the storm demon dragon, do not summon it unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, you may find yourself targeted as well. After all, those stubborn individuals believe that magical beasts are inherently evil while beast tamers are righteous, failing to recognize that humanity possesses its own spectrum of virtue and vice. As do magical beasts. Lin Shu silently committed these words to memory. Thank you for your guidance, senior. I will heed your advice. Very well. I leave this place to you. Pausing for a moment, the mysterious man gazed intently at Lin Shu. I hope we can meet again. With that, he departed with an air of grace. Outside the cave, The mysterious man pushed aside the hair obscuring his face and gazed at the secret realm before him. Lost in thought, after a long moment, he spoke. Did you see that, my child? Our son has grown up. I once feared he might falter due to past traumas. But it seems we underestimated him. I have entrusted the storm demon dragon to him. Now, I shall begin my quest for vengeance. Only by eliminating that wretched group can I reunite with my children. I believe that day is not far off. Meanwhile, as the mysterious man reflected, a number of magical beasts were hastening towards him. He snorted coldly, then charged forth, moving with incredible speed as he navigated through the throngs of magical beasts. Within a few breaths, he found himself behind them. Without uttering a word, he slipped his hands into his pockets and began to walk away. Not long after he departed, the arrogant, mature, magical beasts collapsed to the ground with a thud. Flames erupted, transforming them into mere skeletons. Unbeknownst to Lin Shu, he remained within the cave, meditating to solidify his cultivation. Upon awakening, half an hour had already elapsed. Lin Shu swiftly rose and ventured outside the cave, only to discover the remains of several magical beasts not far away. He could sense an aura emanating from these carcasses, an essence left by the enigmatic figure. Who could that person be? Lin Shu murmured to himself. Ultimately, he sighed and thought, never mind, I shall not dwell on this for now. After all, the mysterious individual mentioned there would be another chance to meet. With that, Lin Shu redirected his focus to his examination scores. 3 hours later, Lin Shu had thoroughly scoured the magical beast realm. He promptly accessed the map on his examination permit and arrived at the teleportation array, stepping into the next magical beast domain to continue his hunt. At this moment, it was only 5 in the afternoon. However, the area known as the lava secret realm was already shrouded in dimness. This was due to the numerous volcanoes scattered throughout. Every few minutes, one would erupt, spewing forth scorching lava amidst swirling black mist, casting a heavy gloom over the sky. Lin Shu quickly activated his system and soon scanned the entire lava secret realm for information on the magical beasts. What is this? Why are the majority of magical beasts in this realm congregated in one area? He mused. Well, this is advantageous. It means I can unleash a massacre. With that thought, Lin Shu intended to head directly toward the location indicated on the map. However, he had barely traversed 100 meters when the ground trembled violently, accompanied by the sound of flapping wings above. Suddenly, the earth before him erupted, creating a large chasm, and a magical beast engulfed in toxic flames emerged. Following closely, several other magical beasts appeared, while the sky was filled with a number of flying magical beasts. Although their varieties differed, they were all of the fire attribute. It seemed this place had been claimed by someone. Lin Shu found this amusing. Indeed, the next moment saw figures appearing from all directions, clad in the uniforms of Yun City No. 2 High School. Each bore a stern expression, radiating an air of arrogance. Hey, which school are you from? Inquired one of the students from No. 2 High School. Lin Shu replied nonchalantly, Does it concern you? The student's face darkened, and he sneered, Yes. It does not concern me which school you belong to, but your presence here relates to us. Be wise and scram. He continued, To be frank, this place is already under the control of the rocket class from Yun City No. 2 High School. Not only you, but even students from our own school cannot set foot here without being expelled. Lin Shu chuckled, intrigued. I didn't expect to encounter the elite of the rocket class here. What an honor. This statement was, in fact, quite sincere. After all, Yun City No. 2 High School was renowned throughout Yun City and several surrounding cities, boasting a history spanning hundreds of years and producing countless prodigies. The rocket class, in particular, was a gathering place for geniuses. Lin Shu had even heard that wealthy families would spend millions of gold coins to secure a spot for their children in the rocket class, underscoring the caliber of talent present within. Nevertheless, Lin Shu regarded them with disdain. He intended to say something, but at that moment, the rocket class students wore expressions of triumph. The student who had spoken first declared with arrogance, Kid, since you recognize our identity, why not hurry up and leave? Do you intend to oppose the entire rocket class? Lin Shu ignored their taunts and scanned his surroundings before casually stating, You must be considered the mid-tier students of the rocket class, correct? Otherwise, why would you be performing menial tasks like patrolling here? Summon your strongest member to face me. What? The rocket class students seethed with rage, clearly incensed by Lin Shu's mockery. You're asking for death, roared a particularly volatile student. In the next moment, he commanded his magical beast to attack, charging directly at Lin Shu with the intent to kill. Lin Shu coldly chuckled. Magical beast, toxic fire scorpion. Level, ultimate. Bloodline, semi-epic. Evolution, toxic fire dragon king. Attributes, a dual attribute magical beast of poison and fire. Its poisonous stinger can instantly slay foes, impossible to defend against. Having reviewed the information on this magical beast, Lin Shu remarked, The magical beast is indeed impressive. However, the Beastmaster's level is rather inadequate, since you seek your own demise. Do not blame me for being ungracious. With that, Lin Shu summoned the devouring power of his 7-colored sky-devouring python. In an instant, the toxic fire scorpion was reduced to nothing more than a shell. With a swift motion, Lin Shu appeared before the student controlling the toxic fire scorpion. With all his strength, he delivered a punch, causing the student to spew blood and collapse, lifeless. Elite of the rocket class? Hardly. Lin Shu scoffed at the sight of the fallen body. Chapter 50. Instant defeat of the elite. At this moment, the rocket class students were utterly dumbfounded. Clearly, none of them had anticipated that Lin Shu, upon making a move, would exhibit such formidable prowess. With a single strike, he had effortlessly vanquished one of their own, leaving them without any means of defense. However, after a brief moment of shock, their demeanor shifted to one of indifference. As members of the rocket class, they adhered to the philosophy of survival of the fittest. Since the student who had just fallen could be so easily dispatched by Lin Shu, they concluded he was merely a facade of strength. Pathetic, he died and brought shame upon us. What a disgrace, one of the students remarked coldly, directing a frosty glare at Lin Shu. Kid, if I were you, I would kneel and accept your fate. Otherwise, what awaits you is a torment worse than death. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu calmly replied, I offer you one last chance. Summon your strongest individual here. I wish to duel him. And do not misunderstand. I find it rather tedious to battle with mere minor characters like you. Also, I would like to inquire whether the lava secret realm belongs to your rocket class. If it does, I will turn and leave. But if it does not, I wish to convey a message. In your next life, if you lack the strength, do not attempt to employ tricks of claiming dominion. Lin Shu's words were intended as a gentle admonition. However, to the ears of these so-called elites, they dripped with sarcasm. You're asking for death. With that declaration, the leading student waved his hand, commanding the group to swiftly maneuver their magical beasts, encircling Lin Shu without an escape route. Kid, prepare to die. Next, I shall enlighten you regarding our situation. However, before that individual could finish speaking, Lin Shu remarked nonchalantly. A third-tier 3-star Beastmaster, 3 third-tier 1-star Beastmasters, and the remainder are all second-tier Beastmasters. How dare such a lineup behave so audaciously before me? Before the opponent could respond, Lin Shu sighed. Well, I have already advised you kindly. Since you wish to court death, allow me to grant your wish. With this declaration, Lin Shu surveyed the surroundings and continued. Very well, you wish to win by numbers, do you? Let us then compare our numbers. Having said this, Lin Shu activated the summoning array. In the next instant, the figure of the wolf god Anubis materialized before the crowd. Upon witnessing this eerie apparition, the expressions of many elite individuals shifted dramatically. A chilling sensation swept over them. Observing their reaction, Lin Shu immediately issued a command. The wolf god Anubis swiftly unleashed a horde of skeletal puppets. In the blink of an eye, a multitude of skeletal beast master puppets appeared. What? The group of students was taken aback. Though they were the elite of their school, they had never encountered such a bizarre spectacle. What perplexed them the most was that Lin Shu, who appeared to be merely an ordinary Beastmaster apprentice, could command such formidable beasts. And it must be noted that while Beastmaster apprentices can indeed control powerful beasts, it requires the expenditure of spiritual energy. With a spiritual energy level below 1,000, he could not possibly maintain those skeletal puppets in battle. However, they quickly came to a realization. Lin Shu before them was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Young man, who exactly are you? The leader of the group evidently sensed something amiss and hastily inquired. Lin Shu replied coolly, Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Lin Shu. You are aware of the fire hall in Yin City, correct? I am now the hall master. This simple statement instantly caused the faces of the elite individuals to pale. After all, a major event had transpired in Yin City just 3 days before the college entrance examination. The fire hall had changed hands. Moreover, on the very day the former hall master was eliminated, a beast realm had appeared above the fire hall. At that time, the situation was urgent, and the Gu family guard team was mobilized. Even the esteemed Elder Zhao from the provincial capital was alerted, for within that beast realm resided beast kings. However, after the head of the Gu family and Elder Zhao entered, they were unable to provide any assistance. The beasts within were all eradicated by the newly appointed hall master. This was later confirmed by both the Gu family head and Elder Zhao during interviews. Presently, the realm above the fire hall had been claimed by the Alliance's experts and transformed into one of the top 10 secret realms for the college entrance examination, known as the Fire Secret Realm. If Lin Shu's words held any truth, then he was indeed a figure to be reckoned with. Regrettably, self-deception is a fundamental reflex of humanity in any world. Kid, stop your nonsense. How could you possibly be the master of the fire hall? Even your boasting has its limits. Enough chatter. We are here to eliminate you. Lin Shu sighed in resignation. It was you who inquired about my identity. Yet now you demand I cease my explanations. Your double standards are rather glaring, are they not? Nonetheless, you do have a point. There has indeed been an excess of dialogue. With that, Lin Shu's gaze deepened, and he issued a battle command. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The skeletal puppets surged forward. In response, the elite individuals revealed their murderous intent. Just a bunch of puppets. Quickly, turn them to ashes and capture him. Let the class leader deal with it. With that, they commanded their beasts to charge forth. Boom. In an instant, flames erupted into the sky. Countless flames surged forth, racing towards the skeletal puppets. In the blink of an eye, the flames enveloped the multitude of skeletal beast master puppets. However, before the group of examinees could revel in their apparent victory, an uncanny scene unfolded. The skeletal puppets began to exhibit a peculiar attraction. Within moments, the fireballs vanished, only for hellfire to ignite upon their forms. Under the crimson glow, the skeletal puppets appeared exceedingly eerie. What is happening? The elite students from the second school were left dumbfounded, their minds reeling in shock, clearly unaware of what had transpired. At this moment, Lin Shu too felt a tinge of amazement. After all, even he had not anticipated that the skeletal beasts could harness the powers of the Hellfire Phoenix and the prismatic devouring python. Indeed, Lin Shu mused with satisfaction. He had no intention of prolonging the encounter. Thus, with a single command, the skeletal beasts charged forth, confronting the opposing beast masters. As the devouring force descended, those beasts were reduced to desiccated corpses. When the hellfire enveloped them, they were all transformed into mere bones. Anubis, the wolf god, did not hesitate and promptly converted those skeletal remains into his own puppets. The elite examinees from the second school spewed blood, evidently stripped of their combat prowess. In that moment, their former arrogance evaporated, leaving only fear of Lin Shu and the looming specter of death. Chapter 51. The Otherworldly Deity, Yamada no Orochi. Thud. The sound of kneeling echoed. Thud, thud. The sounds of kneeling continued in succession. The elite members of the second school's rocket class now appeared pale and trembling. Though kneeling in supplication had previously been inconceivable to them, they found themselves compelled to do so in order to preserve their lives. They understood that Lin Shu could eliminate them at any moment should he choose. However, Lin Shu did not rush to strike. Instead, he remarked with a bemused smile, "Now, may I request that you take me to your strongest member of the rocket class?" Naturally, the elite individuals dared not voice any objections. Lin Shu smiled in satisfaction. His choice to spare them stemmed from the realization that they were utterly terrified. He resolved to grant them an opportunity for submission, knowing that he had a long journey ahead. Being a solitary figure could work, but it would bring about numerous complications. If he could recruit all the elite members of the second school's rocket class as his subordinates, it would undoubtedly ease his future endeavors. Furthermore, Lin Shu was not yet ready to reveal too much of his strength. Should he eliminate all the elites from the second school, he might attract unwanted attention. This thought reminded him of a saying from his past life: develop cautiously, do not act recklessly. Holding such thoughts, Lin Shu retrieved several healing potions from his spatial storage and handed them to the trembling elite members of the second school. Upon witnessing this, the group could only accept them with trembling hands and consume the potions. Certainly, among these students, the overwhelming majority were intimidated by Lin Shu's formidable methods, deterred from harboring any rebellious thoughts. However, there were a few who entertained a flicker of hope. They believed that by uniting with the top-ranking students in their class, they could surely bring Lin Shu down and exact their vengeance. While everyone harbored their own intentions, Lin Shu's indifferent voice cut through the air. Everyone, it would be wise to refrain from any chaotic thoughts. We are all here for the purpose of accumulating points for the college entrance examination. If we can put an end to our conflicts here, that would be ideal. However, should anyone attempt to stir trouble, do not blame me for taking ruthless measures. This is my final warning and my last act of mercy. Now, let us proceed. Thus, for the ensuing 20 minutes, the elite group from Class 2 led the way. Given that the majority of the magical beasts in the vicinity had been subdued and captured by the students from the elite class, the journey was relatively tranquil. Occasional stray beasts attempted to attack, but Lin Shu dispatched them effortlessly. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a mountain ravine. What is the situation with you all? Why do you look so disheveled? And who is this? Why have you brought him along? A slender student inquired. The elite students, who had been subdued by Lin Shu, wore expressions of embarrassment, at a loss for how to explain. Lin Shu, however, spoke candidly. I am here to find the top student of your class, Luo Fei. I wish to discuss a matter with him. The thin student dismissed him with disdain. You? Where did this nobody come from? You think you have the right. Before he could finish, Lin Shu swiftly struck, sending the third-tier, 8-star beast master flying, rendering him unconscious. This scene left the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. However, they reacted quickly, each invoking summoning arrays in an attempt to subdue Lin Shu. Unfortunately, Lin Shu wielded his 9th-grade divine sword, effortlessly obliterating their summoned beasts and banishing them into his beast space. Witnessing Lin Shu's merciless prowess, the afflicted students turned pale. Meanwhile, those who had yet to act felt a surge of relief. They exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Lin Shu observed this and remarked coolly, "If you wish to avoid further injury, it would be prudent to hand over Luo Fei promptly. My patience is limited." The students exchanged glances, and ultimately, one of them coldly declared, "Wait here, I will summon help immediately." With that, he dashed away. Outside the ravine, Lin Shu stood alone, facing the elite disciples of Class 2. Inside the ravine, a different scene unfolded. It was shrouded in a blood-red array. Several students stood at the array's focal points, while a basin emerged at the center of the ravine, housing a multitude of magical beasts trapped within specially designed cages, unable to escape, their anguished roars filling the air. Atop the basin, a young man with striking brows stood with his hands clasped behind his back, accompanied by an 8-headed serpent, each had a different hue. One of the heads was ablaze with fierce flames. "Should be about time," Luo Fei muttered to himself. He cast a casual glance at the beasts in the cages, preparing to command the 8-headed serpent to devour them. However, just then, a figure burst in. "Class leader, trouble. There's an unknown individual outside demanding to see you. And he seems to harbor ill intentions." That fellow. Before the student could finish, Luo Fei interjected coolly, "If he bears ill intent, then let us eliminate him." The student, feeling awkward, replied, "We intended to take action, but the beasts of several students on watch outside were all slain by that fellow in a single strike." "What?" Luo Fei's eyes darkened, but then he scoffed. "Good. I shall see who dares to provoke me here. You all, maintain the array." With that, Luo Fei stored the 8-headed serpent in his beast space and strolled leisurely outside. Before long, he reached the perimeter of the array. "Who are you?" Luo Fei asked. Lin Shu was about to respond, but Luo Fei waved his hand dismissively. "It doesn't matter who you are. Now that you have caught my attention, you are doomed. Do you have any last words?" Lin Shu remained silent, studying Luo Fei before him. He noticed a resemblance to the former leader of the Flame Fire Guild, Luo Ruli, and inquired with a smile, "Are you the son of Luo Ruli?" Luo Fei's eyes darkened, and he coldly replied, "What of it?" Lin Shu laughed heartily. "What a coincidence. Your father, Luo Ruli, was killed by me. I suppose I am your father's nemesis." "What?" Upon hearing Lin Shu's admission, Luo Fei's brows furrowed tightly. "You are the mysterious individual who killed both of Luo Ruli's brothers and seized the Flame Fire Guild?" Lin Shu nodded, slightly puzzled, as he noticed Luo Fei actually smiling upon his acknowledgement. In the next moment, Luo Fei's expression turned icy. "Fine, I had planned to eliminate you after the entrance exam, but I didn't expect you to be merely a student. That scoundrel Luo Ruli, who abandoned his family, must be slain by me. Since you killed him, I shall eliminate you as well, as an act of indirect revenge." With that, Luo Fei activated a summoning array, and the 8-headed serpent materialized. Beast, 8-headed serpent. Level, semi-super beast. Bloodline, half-epic level. Evolution, 9-headed Xiang Lu. Traits, a divine being of a different kind, with 8 heads, each possessing unique abilities and capable of individual evolution. Its power is unfathomable. Lin Shu's eyes widened as he perused the information about Luo Fei's beast. This was none other than the mythical 8-headed serpent. Given this revelation, Lin Shu resolved to seize the opportunity without hesitation. Chapter 52, Fusion Technique, 6-Colored Lotus. What Lin Shu contemplated remained unknown to Luo Fei, who now wore a fierce expression. His gaze towards Lin Shu was filled with murderous intent. In response, Lin Shu remained unfazed, his eyes fixed intently on the 8-headed serpent, growing increasingly fond of it. After all, a beast possessing 8 distinct attributes, each formidable in its own right, would substantially enhance Lin Shu's own strength if he could claim it as his own. Although the bloodline of this beast was inferior to that of Lin Shu's other beasts, he believed that once he forged a contract with it, the system would not disappoint him. Of course, his desire to contract this beast stemmed primarily from its potential for evolution. As Lin Shu pondered these thoughts, Luo Fei coldly urged, "Summon your beast quickly, boy. I want to see how you managed to kill Luo Ruli." Lin Shu smiled gently. "Very well, as you wish." After a brief moment of silence, he released the Black Wind Yellow Hound. Upon seeing the Black Wind Yellow Hound, Luo Fei's expression darkened. It wasn't that he feared the creature. Rather, he found its aura lacking. In fact, it seemed insufficient even to serve as an obstacle for his Yamada no Orochi. "Don't tell me you used this creature to eliminate Luo Ruli?" Luo Fei inquired. Lin Shu chuckled. "Patience, we are merely at the beginning." He then summoned the golden-eyed Bat King. Luo Fei was astonished. He hadn't anticipated that Lin Shu was a divine vessel, capable of contracting multiple beast companions. Ignoring Luo Fei's surprise, Lin Shu continued to activate the summoning array. Soon, the figure of the colorful devouring python emerged. With each summoning array completed, 6 figures stood behind Lin Shu. Initially, Lin Shu contemplated summoning the storm demon dragon, but ultimately decided against it. He always remembered the mysterious person's admonition: never summon it unless absolutely necessary. However, the beasts he had summoned were sufficient to instill fear in the elite students of Class 2. Of course, Lin Shu's intentions were not to flaunt his divine vessel or his contracted beasts. Rather, he had discovered through the system that the loyalty of the Yamada no Orochi to Luo Fei was an astounding 90. Thus, forcing a contract would be exceedingly challenging. Only through intimidation and persuasion could he diminish its loyalty. Lin Shu's decision proved astute, as he noted the loyalty of the Yamada no Orochi steadily declining. In mere moments, it plummeted to 75. He needed to keep pressing. I almost forgot the main matter, Lin Shu began. Luo Fei, I came here to inquire about the audacity you possess to occupy this lava secret realm, forbidding other students from entering. Do you believe this realm belongs to your family? Luo Fei retorted coldly, survival of the fittest. Lin Shu nodded slightly. You are indeed correct. Therefore, I shall take possession of this lava secret realm. You and your elite classmates will all submit to me. After all, I appreciate the effort it took for you to grow to this level. Killing you would be a pity. Luo Fei was infuriated. He scoffed. You think you can defeat me simply by the number of beasts you control? Let me be frank. My Yamada no Orochi can annihilate every examinee in our class in an instant. Lin Shu nodded slightly, acknowledging this statement. He understood that engaging in a war of words with Luo Fei would be a futile endeavor. Thus, he spoke directly. Let me offer you a choice. You may either engage in combat, deciding our fates through battle, or you can submit, becoming my subordinate, and surrendering your Yamada no Orochi. We can wipe the slate clean regarding past grievances. Upon hearing this, Luo Fei was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in laughter. Very well. I did not expect you to be so arrogant. After a brief silence, he turned to the elite students of Class 2, saying, do not be intimidated by this brat. Zhang Peng, Li Wei, Huang Bing, you deal with that firebird. Qian Liang, Gao Chong, you take on that bat. As for this blood dragon and the jackal beast, I will handle them myself. With his orders given, everyone sprang into action. Yet, Lin Shu merely smiled and said, there is no need for such trouble. These beasts exist solely to deter others from intervening. I do not require their power to deal with you. I can handle this with my bare hands. What? Upon hearing this, Luo Fei was taken aback. The other students were furious. After all, Luo Fei was not just the pride of Class 2, but also their unwavering belief. Yet now, Lin Shu was employing the most humiliating tactics against Luo Fei in combat. What did this signify? Did he not regard their faith at all? Or did he simply believe that Luo Fei was no match for him? As this realization struck, many examinees who had witnessed Lin Shu eliminate beasts began to shout, Class leader, take down this brat. Nevertheless, the majority of examinees maintained a cautious stance, fully aware that any further actions could dictate their very lives. At that moment, Luo Fei fixed a piercing gaze upon Lin Shu. Since you seek death, allow me to grant your wish. With that, Luo Fei swiftly issued an attack command. One of the heads of the Yamada no Orochi expanded dramatically, condensing into a massive fireball. Initially, the fireball measured several dozen meters in diameter, but with intense compression, it shrank to just 1 meter. Yet the energy within was formidable. Whoosh! The sound of the wind was audible as the fireball hurtled towards Lin Shu at astonishing speed. Luo Fei's expression was cold. He believed Lin Shu was doomed. However, upon contact, an unseen force appeared before Lin Shu, causing the fireball to vanish without a trace. Luo Fei's eyes darkened, and he continued his assault. This time, the Yamada no Orochi unleashed its full power. 8 heads released a barrage of energy, fireballs, lightning, ice orbs, and fierce winds. All of these flamboyant attacks struck Lin Shu. Yet, he absorbed them all, as if they had sunk into the abyss. In that instant, Luo Fei was left dumbfounded. It was essential to note that the abilities of those 8 heads were of the highest caliber. The fireball, for instance, contained the power of the Earth's core, while the lightning was devastatingly destructive. The ice orb could extinguish a volcano and remain frozen for centuries. Yet, in the end, Lin Shu absorbed everything. What on earth was happening? Luo Fei seemed unwilling to accept this reality and continued his onslaught. Unfortunately, Lin Shu remained unscathed, while Luo Fei, exhausted from the relentless barrage, found himself panting heavily. Luo Fei, you've attacked so many times, now it's my turn. Without allowing Luo Fei a chance to respond, Lin Shu opened his palm. As he summoned the fusion power, the strength of the 6 contracted beasts converged and transformed into a 6-colored lotus. The lotus was exquisitely crafted. and the energy emanating from it caused every student from Class 2 to turn pale. They certainly did not possess Lin Shu's abnormal capabilities. Should this six-colored lotus erupt, they would undoubtedly perish. Brother, please cease your actions. I beg you. We have already recognized your strength. We are willing to submit. Yes, we are all willing to be your subordinates. At that moment, apart from Luo Fei, every examinee in Class 2's elite cohort displayed expressions of sheer terror. They implored incessantly, hoping fervently that Lin Shu would relent and accept their divine abilities. Otherwise, an inescapable demise awaited them. As for Luo Fei, he wore a grim expression, yet, burdened by the reputation of a genius from the second high school, he found it impossible to beg for mercy. However, Lin Shu had no intention of truly striking. Grasping the six-colored lotus, his gaze fixated on the eight-headed serpent. The serpent trembled with palpable fear. Through the system, Lin Shu could distinctly observe the creature's loyalty metrics plummeting steadily, soon reaching a mere 40. Excellent. Once the loyalty dips to 30, I shall be able to enforce a contract. Lin Shu's heart brimmed with delight, while his exterior remained solemn as he regarded Luo Fei. What will it be, Luo Fei? Shall we continue this battle, or will you capitulate? Lin Shu inquired. Noticing Luo Fei's silence, he remarked coolly, Very well. It appears you are determined to press on. So be it. I shall acquiesce to your wishes. With that declaration, Lin Shu swung his hand, casting the six-colored lotus forth. Luo Fei stood aghast, while the eight-headed serpent sensed the looming peril. Although one of its heads could absorb attacks, there were limits to its capacity. Clearly, the six-colored lotus was beyond its ability to consume. Otherwise, it would surely meet a catastrophic end. The serpent's gaze shifted imploringly towards Luo Fei, as if beseeching him to draw it into his beast-taming space. Regrettably, Luo Fei did not comply. The serpent appeared enraged, yet it was helpless against its master. Very well. Lin Shu's voice rang with a calm mirth. He noted that the serpent's loyalty to Luo Fei had dwindled to 35. Just a little further to 30. And I can act. At that moment, the six-colored lotus soared before the eight-headed serpent. Yet, just before it was about to explode, Lin Shu wielded the 9th-rank divine sword, forcibly absorbing the energy entirely. Luo Fei exhaled in relief, while the serpent felt as though it had narrowly escaped death. However, both Luo Fei and the serpent felt a tightening in their chests, sensing the terrifying power of the 9th-rank divine sword in Lin Shu's grasp. What are you doing? Luo Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. Though not a master in weaponry, he was sufficiently knowledgeable to recognize that the sword in Lin Shu's possession was undoubtedly a beast-taming weapon of at least 7th rank. Observing Luo Fei's reaction, Lin Shu chuckled. You wish to inquire about the weapon in my hand, do you not? This is called the Divine Sword, a 9th-rank beast-taming weapon. Pausing for effect, he toyed with the sword and continued. Luo Fei, do you dare to guess if I wield this 9th-rank divine sword? Whether your 8-headed serpent would be vanquished in an instant. Luo Fei was rendered speechless. Meanwhile, the elite students from the rocket class at the second high school were utterly astounded. The divine body, 6 formidable beasts. Furthermore, the ability to harness their powers for his own use. His skills were nothing short of miraculous. Most critically, he possessed a 9th-rank beast-taming weapon. Until now, they had believed themselves to be exceptionally gifted, the chosen ones. In their eyes, Luo Fei had always been a figure to aspire to. Yet now, the idol they revered was so effortlessly subdued by Lin Shu. Their complex emotions were beyond articulation. At that moment, Lin Shu continued, Luo Fei, I ask you, can I eliminate Luo Rulai? Is it possible? His tone grew increasingly grave. Yes, Luo Fei, after a prolonged struggle, finally gritted his teeth and uttered a single word. Excellent, Lin Shu replied with satisfaction. Now do you yield? Luo Fei remained silent, yet internally he was filled with frustration. Lin Shu chose not to press further, for he realized that through his machinations, the serpent's loyalty to Luo Fei had plummeted to 25. At that instant, a notification chimed. Ding, system detecting a contractable beast. Simplification in progress. Simplification successful. Contracting beast simplified to coercion, inducement, intimidation. Lin Shu understood immediately. With a swift motion, he approached the 8-headed serpent. I present you with 2 choices. Either become my beast, or face annihilation. The serpent, seemingly aware that it had no recourse left, prostrated itself on the ground, clearly terrified by Lin Shu's might. Good, Lin Shu said with a satisfied smile. He bit his tongue, allowing a drop of his blood to fall upon the creature's brow. In the next moment, the 8-headed serpent plunged into the newly established beast-taming space. Ding. Congratulations to the host for contracting the 8th beast. System reward, Simplified Bloodline Evolution Pill X1. System reward, Simplified Upgrade Pill X1. Note, this system is exclusively applicable to the 8-headed serpent. Lin Shu quickly extracted the 2 pills and tossed them into the beast taming space. As the 8-headed serpent consumed them, a radiant light flickered. In the next instant, the serpent's form began to transform, sprouting 9 heads, each adorned with differently colored crystals. Undoubtedly, its energy cores. Beast Xianglu. Level, Super Beast level. Bloodline, Chaos level Divine. Evolution, 9-headed Dragon God. Characteristics, an ancient malevolent deity, possessing 9 heads with unique abilities that can merge to create entirely new powers. Unpredictable and awe-inspiring. Upon reading this, Lin Shu could hardly contain his elation. All his efforts for this creature had been worthwhile. As Lin Shu's consciousness returned to reality, he noticed Luo Fei could no longer suppress the torrent of blood that erupted from his mouth. Clearly, the backlash had rendered him incapable of further resistance. Luo Fei. Lin Shu spoke softly, "Thank you. However, I perceive that you harbor a strong desire for vengeance. Should I allow you to remain, the consequences could be dire. Thus, you shall accompany Luo Rulai. Yet, before your demise, I shall ensure you leave no regrets." With that, Lin Shu swiftly activated the summoning array. In the next moment, a Xiang Lu spanning several thousand meters appeared. What? Luo Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Shu, noticing his astonishment, explained calmly. This is the evolved form of the 8-headed serpent, known as Xiang Lu. Not only has it ascended to Super Beast level, but its bloodline has also been enhanced. In just 2 brief statements, Luo Fei felt as though he had been struck by lightning, realizing the lengths he had gone to in order to upgrade the 8-headed serpent. He brought the entire rocket class from the 2nd high school here, with the express purpose of allowing the 8-headed serpent to absorb numerous fire element magical beasts, thereby enhancing its power. Just moments ago, he felt a pang of reluctance and regret, believing that if the 8-headed serpent devoured those magical beasts, he might stand a chance against Lin Shu. However, who could have anticipated that Lin Shu would contract the 8-headed serpent and immediately elevate it, transforming it into the ancient malevolent deity, Xianglu? Luo Fei let out a bitter laugh, fully aware that he had suffered a complete defeat. His so-called genius was utterly insignificant when compared to Lin Shu. With this realization, Luo Fei closed his eyes, awaiting the judgment of fate. "Farewell," Lin Shu uttered calmly. With the command given, a brilliant beam of light shot forth from the crystal embedded in the central head of Xianglu. Upon striking Luo Fei, he instantly turned into a lifeless stone statue. Witnessing this, the remaining students of the 2nd high school were left utterly dumbfounded. In the next moment, a chorus of thuds echoed as they all knelt before Lin Shu, completely surrendering, not daring to harbor any treachery. Chapter 54. Points Mall, Beast Taming, everyone levels up. Half an hour later, the originally 30-plus elite members of the rocket class dwindled to merely 20. The other 10 had all fallen to Lin Shu's hands. He had to do this. Before encountering Luo Fei, Lin Shu had issued a warning. Yet those individuals continued to waver. Such indecisive characters were bound to be eliminated swiftly. Otherwise, the consequences of future betrayal would be dire. After Lin Shu's ruthless extermination, the remaining 20 students harbored a profound respect and fear for him. Beyond the fact that he had effortlessly vanquished Luo Fei, there was another crucial factor. 10 minutes earlier, Lin Shu had entered the ravine and, facing the magical beasts trapped in cages, he had released all the enclosures, liberating over 2,000 magical beasts. The weakest among them were fully evolved, while the strongest even reached the Ultra Beast level. Yet, Lin Shu, unfazed by the horde of magical beasts, summoned the jackal god Anubis. Within a minute, the entire swarm of magical beasts was annihilated, all transformed into Anubis's undead puppets. At that moment, the 20 students were completely astounded. They had expended tremendous effort to capture such a multitude of magical beasts, and even Luo Fei had taken considerable time to deal with a few of them. Yet, Lin Shu had obliterated them all in an instant. It was terrifying, truly terrifying. They were left in a state of shock, filled with both dread and relief. Consequently, they had resolved to pledge their unwavering loyalty to Lin Shu. What the students were thinking was beyond Lin Shu's awareness. All he comprehended was that these individuals had completely submitted to him. "All right, everyone, I have hunted so many magical beasts. I shall take half, and the remaining half is yours to share," Lin Shu said with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, the elite students were filled with immense joy, clearly surprised by Lin Shu's generosity. Soon, the points were evenly distributed, and Lin Shu calmly added, "Next, let us seize the opportunity to accumulate more points." With his words, the students felt their spirits lift and eagerly followed Lin Shu to the next teleportation point. Thus, in the ensuing days, Lin Shu led the 20 students in systematically sweeping through the 10 secret realms. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and only 15 minutes remained until the end of the examination. "Brother Lin Shu, it seems we should be heading back now?" one student inquired. with the others casting excited glances in Lin Shu's direction. Over the past 3 days, Lin Shu had guided them through numerous encounters, effortlessly dispatching any magical beasts they met. Lin Shu's points had soared into the tens of thousands, while the students averaged around 2,000 points each. Considering that the maximum score for the entrance examination was 750 points, and 10 points equated to 9 points in the final score, it effectively meant that they were all on track for perfect scores. More than 20 perfect scores. This was an unprecedented feat in the history of the examination. Yes, you may head back first. As for me, I need to take some time to adjust, Lin Shu replied with a serene smile. While the students were curious, they refrained from probing further, quickly departing and indicating they would reconnect with Lin Shu once the results were released. Once the students had left, Lin Shu found a secluded spot to sit in peace. After 3 days of relentless hunting, I certainly need to recuperate. I wonder if this time, having hunted so many magical beasts, I might achieve another elevation? Lin Shu mused aloud. At that moment, a system notification chimed in. Beep. Congratulations to the host for exceeding the high-stakes examination challenge. Statistics show that the host has slain 2 Ultra Beast magical beasts, 10 Semi-Ultra beasts, and 100 Ultimate Form magical beasts over these 3 days, converting high-stakes examination points into lottery tickets. Ratio, 10-0-0-0-1. Lottery mall now open. As the system's voice faded, Lin Shu was astonished to find a massive roulette wheel appear before him. He glanced at his 5 points and immediately exchanged them all. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a Beast Upgrade card. Beep. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a random critical strike bonus. Beep. Congratulations to the host for earning the title of Master Smith. Beep. Congratulations to the host for earning the title of Apothecary. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a synchronized Beast Strength Enhancement. After carefully reviewing the system rewards, a wave of joy washed over Lin Shu. The Beast Upgrade card was a one-time use item that could enhance all of his beasts, unrestricted by his own tamer rank. The random critical strike bonus could be triggered every minute, granting a random increase of 10 or 50 spirit points. The Master Smith title allowed Lin Shu to analyze beast weapons and simplify the refining process with the system's assistance. The Apothecary title held similar benefits. However, what thrilled Lin Shu the most was the synchronized beast capability enhancement. As the name suggests, it enabled Lin Shu to synchronize his strength with that of his beasts. For instance, if his beast was in the growth stage, he would become a first-tier Beast Tamer. If it were in the mature stage, he would be a second-tier Tamer. And so forth. Excellent. This high-stakes examination has proven worthwhile. Previously, I could not elevate my beast to the Ultra Beast stage due to being a 4-star Tamer. Now, as a 5-star Tamer, I can finally upgrade them all. Lin Shu chuckled heartily. Subsequently, he swiftly utilized the Beast Master upgrade card. Ancient Blood Spirit Dragon upgrading. Ultimate Beast Form. Purgatory Blood Phoenix upgrading. Ultimate Beast Form. Rainbow Devouring Python upgrading. Ultimate Beast Form. Golden-Eyed Bat Emperor upgrading. Ultimate Beast Form. Wolf God Anubis upgrading. Ultimate Beast Form. Black Wind Yellowhound upgrading. Ultimate Beast Form. Given that Xiang Lu was already in the Ultimate Beast Form, the upgrade card elevated it to the Beast King level. As for the Storm Demon Dragon, it was a terrifying existence at the Semi-Beast Emperor level. Thus, with the system's card bestowing its miraculous enhancement, it had already ascended to the Beast Emperor form. The system activated the synchronization ability for Beast Masters. Ding! Synchronization successful. Congratulations. Host, your level has risen once again. Lin Shu was astonished to observe that his spiritual power was escalating at an astonishing pace, eventually transcending the 10 million spiritual power threshold. Excellent. I am now a 5-star Beast Master. I possess a divine beast body, 6 ultimate beast forms, 1 Beast King, and 1 Beast Emperor. I dare say, I am now invincible among my peers. However, as a Beast Master, progression becomes increasingly arduous. I still have a long journey ahead. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shu cast these thoughts aside. After all, there were merely 10 minutes remaining until the college entrance examination concluded. I wonder what rewards the system will bestow upon me once the results are announced and I receive my admission letter from Lingzhou University. I believe the rewards will undoubtedly be exceptional. After completing his musings, Lin Shu eagerly made his way toward the exit. Chapter 55. Perfect Scores in the College Entrance Examination. Everyone stunned. At Yun City No. 1 Middle School, countless parents had gathered at the entrance, having waited for a considerable time. The secret trial of the college entrance examination had concluded, and they anxiously anticipated their children's names appearing on the honor roll. Among the throng, Lin Qingqiu craned her neck, hoping to catch a glimpse of Lin Shu's appearance. Sister Qingqiu, is he not out yet? A melodious voice inquired. Lin Qingqiu turned to see Zhao Sherman approaching, and a smile broke across her face. Sherman, what brings you here? Over the past few days, Lin Qingqiu and Zhao Sherman had developed a close friendship. Their bond strengthened by their shared age. Sister Qingqiu, what kind of question is that? Of course, I had to come to see how Lin Shu fared in the exams. Zhao Sherman replied earnestly. Lin Qingqiu chuckled. I suspect your motives are not solely sisterly concern. Zhao Shimon's cheeks flushed. What else could it be? Lin Qingqiu remarked seriously. I believe you have some feelings for our little Shu, don't you? But I think it's wonderful. If my sister were to become my sister-in-law, our relationship would only deepen. Zhao Sherman was visibly flustered by the revelation of her innermost thoughts. Nevertheless, she was acutely aware of Lin Shu's extraordinary talent as a beast master, a rarity throughout history. Although the Zhao family, to which she belonged, held considerable influence in the provincial capital, it paled in comparison to the broader landscape of the Huagua nation. As for the world at large, it was hardly worth mentioning. Zhao Sherman possessed self-awareness, understanding that her current circumstances were already quite favorable. At that moment, a hearty laugh resonated. Little Lin, has Lin Shu not yet emerged? Lin Qingqiu turned to find the elder Zhao approaching, accompanied by the head of the Gu family and Gu Weiwei. Grandfather, Uncle Gu, Zhao Sherman exclaimed as she hurried forward. What brings you here? Elder Zhao replied with a smile. We came to bask in the glory of Lin Shu's anticipated success. The head of the Gu family added, Indeed. I am eager to learn about Lin Shu's overall score. Zhao Sherman nodded. Let us await the results together. Following this exchange, everyone settled in to await patiently. At that moment, the previously closed school gates began to open slowly. All present exhibited expressions of eager anticipation. Shortly thereafter, groups of students appeared before them. Parents rushed forward, some rejoicing while others bore expressions of dismay. Lin Qingqiu and her companions stretched their necks, waiting for Lin Shu's figure to emerge. However, after a prolonged wait, he still had not appeared. What is taking Shu so long? Is everything all right? Lin Qingqiu's expression shifted with concern. She feared that Lin Shu might have encountered unforeseen circumstances within the beast's secret realm. Elder Zhao, however, reassured her, Do not worry, little Lin. Lin Shu's strength is formidable. Even I would not claim to defeat him easily. Rest assured, he must be delayed due to some matters. The head of the Gu family quickly concurred. Their reassurances were not mere platitudes. They spoke the truth, for Lin Shu had effortlessly dispatched beasts of the Beast King level. Surely, the college entrance examination posed no challenge for him. As everyone pondered this, several passing students began to converse. Have you heard? A mysterious figure appeared in the top 10 secret realms. Though he looked disheveled, his strength was astonishing. Over a dozen students from our school saw that he was not a candidate and intended to inquire, but he single-handedly defeated all their beasts. One student added, Among those beasts were several ultimate forms. I heard that the head of our school noticed something amiss and entered the beast's secret realm to apprehend him. Accompanied by several 5th and 6th tier beast masters, they released their ultimate beasts in an attempt to subdue the mysterious figure, but ultimately, he knocked them all down with a single punch. Heavens, how could such a terrifying presence exist? Thank goodness we didn't cross paths, otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingqiu's brows furrowed. The expressions of Elder Zhao and the head of the Gu family were similarly grave, their faces etched with concern. Just then, a few more parents began to share their thoughts. Have you heard? At number 2 middle school, 20 students achieved perfect scores in the college entrance examination. Yes, I'm aware. They're all from the elite class. It must be said, this phenomenon has never occurred before. 20 perfect scores, garnering over 2,000 points, and it's no. 2 middle school. However, I've also heard another piece of news. There was a significant upheaval in the elite class at number 2 middle school. Aside from those 20 perfect scores, all the other students in the elite class perished. It was said to be a gruesome fate. Even the top student, Luo Fei, met his end. Do you think it was the mysterious figure who intervened? Upon hearing such exchanges, Lin Qingqiu nearly lost her footing. After all, the elite class at No. 2 middle school was renowned not just in Yun City, but also across several surrounding provinces. Within this assembly, they are all prodigies of heaven. Among them, Luo Fei is particularly renowned, regarded as a once-in-a-century genius since the establishment of the second school. However, with all of them dispatched, Lin Qingqiu could not help but feel that Lin Shu must have encountered some unforeseen misfortune. At this moment, Zhao Sherman and Gu Weiwei were equally consumed by worry. Time slipped away, second by second. The original throng of high school students had dissipated, with only a few solitary figures occasionally emerging, yet Lin Shu remained conspicuously absent. Lin Qingqiu, unable to bear the tension any longer, nearly collapsed to the ground. Qingqiujia, Zhao Sherman exclaimed loudly, rushing forward to support her. Qingqiujia, are you all right? She inquired with deep concern. Lin Qingqiu intended to respond, but then her peripheral vision caught sight of a solitary figure approaching from a distance. It was none other than Lin Shu. Sis, what's wrong? Lin Shu called out, hastening towards Lin Shu. Lin Shu, you're fine. Thank heavens. That's truly wonderful. Lin Shu smiled. Sis, what do you mean? Of course, I'm fine. Besides, my results are out. However, since I was the last to leave, they've only just finished printing. As he spoke, Lin Shu produced his report card. 750 points. Furthermore, detailed information was included below. Overcome with joy, Lin Shu wept tears of happiness. Zhao Leoi and the head of the Gu family soon gathered around as well. Though they had surmised Lin Shu's college entrance examination results would be outstanding upon his arrival, even they were astounded to discover his score exceeding 50,000 points. Lin Shu, my young friend, it appears you have been on a rampage in the magical beast secret realm. Zhao Leoi chuckled. Meanwhile, the head of the Gu family remarked earnestly, Lin Shu, I can't help but feel that your beast master level has significantly advanced. Lin Shu nodded with a smile. Indeed, I am now a 5th-tier, 1-star beast master. What? The revelation left everyone present in utter astonishment. Finally, Zhao Leoi asked, Lin Shu, what exactly did you experience in that magical beast secret realm? His inquiry stemmed from the astonishing nature of Lin Shu's transformation. Just days prior, during their initial meeting, Lin Shu had only been a 1st-tier beast master, relying solely on fusion techniques to elevate his spiritual energy to an extraordinary level. Yet, in a mere few days, he had ascended to a 5th-tier beast master. At that moment, both Zhao Leoi and the head of the Gu family felt as though they had wasted their lives in comparison. Lin Shu quickly pressed for details. Xiao Shu, please, tell us what happened. Just as Lin Shu was about to respond, a series of piercing sounds of wind slicing through the air interrupted them. Kid, are you Lin Shu? The voice was chilling and filled with malice. I am Lin Shu. And you are? Lin Shu responded calmly, surveying the uninvited guests before him. Each of these individuals emanated a formidable aura. The weakest among them was a 5th-tier beast master, while the most powerful was a 6th-tier beast master. This sight caused the head of the Gu family to furrow his brow, while Zhao Leoi also wore a grave expression. They did not recognize these individuals. Yet their demeanor suggested they hailed from an extraordinary background. At that moment, Lin Shu stepped forward. Ladies and gentlemen, what is the matter? Is there some sort of misunderstanding? The leader among the 6th-tier beast masters coldly replied, This has nothing to do with you. Leave at once. Lin Shu, though typically composed, was irked, especially since these individuals intended to harm her younger brother. Gu Weiwei and Zhao Sherman felt similarly. Gu Weiwei stepped forward. This is Yun City. My father is the captain of the Yun City Guard. Zhao Sherman quickly added, My grandfather is the head of the Zhao family in the provincial city. Before you act recklessly, you ought to weigh your options. The intruders were about to respond when a cold, mocking voice interrupted. Who dares to cause trouble at the gates of our Yun City No. 1 high school? Are you looking for a fight? Do you believe we fear you? As these words echoed, a large group of individuals entered the scene, none other than the principal, vice principal, and other high-ranking officials of the school. Zhao Sherman and the others were not surprised by this development. After all, the school had a duty to protect its students. Moreover, Lin Shu had just received a perfect score on his entrance examination and boasted an impressive 50,000 points, far surpassing his peers. Naturally, the school would be eager to safeguard such a remarkable talent. However, the intruders regarded this with disdain. Very well. You are audacious to protect someone our Wang family wishes to eliminate. How dare you? What? Upon hearing the leader's identification, the crowd visibly paled. Clearly, they had not anticipated that these individuals were from the Wang family, one of the 10 great families of Lingzhou. The attention of all shifted to Lin Shu, with Lin Shu pressing him for answers. Xiao Shu, what is going on? Why do you have enmity with the Wang family? Zhao Sherman, too, was intrigued. After all, if Lin Shu had any connection to the Wang family, it could only pertain to Wang Yu. Could it be that the Wang family attributed Wang Yu's death to Lin Shu? After a brief contemplation, Zhao Sherman exclaimed, Everyone, if this is about Wang Yu, you should address me instead. This has nothing to do with Lin Shu. It's all. Before she could finish, the leader of the Wang family interjected with a sneer. Zhao Sherman, are you certain you want to involve yourself? Very well. Once we eliminate this Lin Shu, it will be your turn. He cast a glance at the distant Zhao Leoi, who felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Although the Zhao family was a formidable presence in the provincial city and its surrounding areas, they paled in comparison to the Wang family of Lingzhou. In fact, even 10 Zhao families could not measure up. Given the circumstances, Zhao Leoi could only grit his teeth and declare, Lin Shu, my young friend. The Zhao family will always stand by your side. Following suit, the head of the Gu family affirmed, Lin Shu, the Gu family stands with you as well. The principal, vice principal, and other school officials echoed this sentiment. Lin Shu felt a surge of emotion at their unwavering support. It was evident that, despite the Wang family's pressure, they were willing to side with him, demonstrating their sincerity. Thus, he resolved that when he achieved success, he would undoubtedly reciprocate their loyalty. Nevertheless, now was not the time for such reflections. The pressing matter was to address the imminent threat before him. With that determination, Lin Shu prepared to take action when suddenly, a sharp voice rang out, "Who dares to bully our leader?" As these words fell, Zhu Tong led all the members of the merged fire hall to this point. Immediately, a series of resounding voices echoed forth, declaring, "Who dares to bully our elder brother? We shall ensure their demise." At this moment, another group of individuals dramatically appeared. Lin Shu focused his gaze and was astonished to discover that the newcomers were, in fact, 20 students from the rocket class of Yunsheng No. 2 Middle School, accompanied by a large entourage of parents and teachers. What on earth was happening? The sight before Lin Qingqiu left him somewhat bewildered. When had Lin Shu befriended such formidable figures? The same could be said for Zhao Sherman and Gu Weiwei. In response to this unexpected assembly, Lin Shu offered a casual inquiry. "What brings you all here?" One of the students replied, "Boss Lin, it's like this. All 20 of us in the rocket class achieved full marks, which garnered the school's attention. Consequently, the principal summoned us to discuss the reasons behind our success, and we had no choice but to reveal everything." Coincidentally, a representative from Lingzhou University's admissions office was present, awaiting results. "They learned of your exploits in the 10 great secret realms, and so we decided to come together, as the university staff wanted to witness your prowess firsthand." Upon hearing this, Lin Shu smiled subtly. After all, he had been pondering when he might receive the admission notice from Lingzhou, hoping to obtain the system's reward for completing tasks. Who could have anticipated that someone would arrive so soon? His gaze swiftly locked onto a middle-aged man wearing glasses, whose spiritual energy was remarkably potent, rivaling that of old Zhao. Undoubtedly, he was also a 7th-tier beast master. As Lin Shu appraised him, Bai Wuyo stepped forward and said, "Lin Shu, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Given your outstanding achievements, we at Lingzhou University are pleased to offer you unconditional admission. Here is your acceptance letter." Lin Shu immediately accepted the document. Beep. "Congratulations, host, on completing the first main quest. System reward, 9th-tier defensive armor. Would you like to extract it?" "Extract." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Shu responded. Soon, a piece of armor radiating divine light appeared in his Beastmaster space. Lin Shu felt elated. The system had indeed not let him down. The 9th-tier defensive armor. Did this not imply his defensive capabilities were now unparalleled? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shu returned to reality, playfully examining the acceptance letter in his hands before smiling and addressing Bai Laosher. "Thank you for personally delivering this notification. However, I have some matters to attend to." Bai Wuyo, intrigued, inquired, "What matters?" Lin Shu's gaze fell upon the members of the Lingzhou Wang family, who immediately fell silent. Clearly intimidated, they were capable of boasting in front of any force, yet dared not provoke the teachers from Lingzhou University. For even the most ordinary faculty members were officially recognized members of the Huagua Beastmaster Alliance. In their hearts, they cursed their misfortune. At that moment, Bai Wuyo coldly regarded the Wang family members. "Judging by your attire, you must belong to the Lingzhou Wang family. I ask you, will you take matters into your own hands, or shall I escort you on your way?" Before they could respond, Lin Shu interjected calmly, "Bai Laosher, please do not intimidate them. This matter arose from my slaying of Wang Yu, so I shall handle it myself." With this declaration, Lin Shu cast a cold glare at the Wang family members. "Did you not just wish to kill me? Now, I offer you an opportunity. In 10 minutes, I shall remain here without moving. You may attack at will. Should I shift even slightly, I concede defeat." Of course, Lin Shu's boldness stemmed not from arrogance, but rather from a desire to test the prowess of the 9th-tier defensive armor bestowed upon him by the system. Chapter 57. I stand here, what can you do? What Lin Shu contemplated was unbeknownst to the onlookers, who stared at him in astonishment. Clearly, none expected him to make such audacious claims. "Lin Shu, you cannot jest about such matters," Bai Wuyo said, his brow furrowed. "With a single word, I could resolve the issue with the Lingzhou Wang family. After all, my Bai family ranks among the top 3 families in Lingzhou, and I am a teacher at Lingzhou University." Upon hearing this, the Zhao family patriarch and grandson, the Gu family matriarch, and even Lin Qingqiu began to urge caution. Zhu Tong and others appeared hesitant, yet ultimately fell silent, believing Lin Shu must possess some confidence and support to act so boldly. In stark contrast to their reserved demeanor, the 20 students from the rocket class grew increasingly animated. Previously, they may have hesitated to confront the Lingzhou Wang family, but with Bai Wuyo present, their confidence surged. "Boss Lin, show them your formidable abilities," they shouted in unison. "Indeed, boss, we believe in you. Wang family members, do you dare to contend with our boss?" Seeing this, Bai Wuyo refrained from further objections, his heart filled with anticipation. After all, Lin Shu had been described as a godlike figure by the rocket class students. Yet he had yet to witness Lin Shu's prowess firsthand. "Very well," Bai Wuyo conceded. Since Lin Shu has spoken, proceed, but remember to exercise caution. With that, Bai Wuyo wasted no time in instructing everyone to step back before producing a device. Upon tossing the device to the ground, a beam of light rapidly expanded, ultimately revealing a vast barrier. This is a mobile combat arena developed by Lingzhou University. Within it, you need not worry about damaging the surrounding structures. Therefore, your duel may commence. Without hesitation, Lin Shu stepped inside, and the Wang family members exchanged glances before following suit. Boy, are you prepared to meet your end? The leading Wang family expert coldly taunted. Lin Shu smiled lightly, bring it on. With a hum, the Wang family members swiftly activated their summoning arrays, and soon, formidable beasts of varying sizes and extraordinary strength materialized before them. The scene caused an uproar among the spectators. Bai Wuyo remained composed, while the Zhao family patriarch, the Gu family head, and others wore expressions of grave concern. The beasts before them were all of the super beast level at the very least, with the leader possessing a half-beast king level presence. Moreover, their bloodlines were either legendary or semi-epic. Truly, the Lingzhou Wang family was formidable. The Zhao patriarch gasped, while the Gu family head nodded in agreement. Indeed, even those who are not core figures of the Wang family possess such terrifying beasts. If a core figure from the Wang family were to appear, it would indeed be utterly terrifying. This remark evidently incited panic among the crowd, while Bai Wuyo secretly harbored his own concerns. Clearly, he believed that given Lin Shu's capabilities, he would not only struggle to endure blows, but might even falter in combat against the opposition. At this moment, Lin Qingqiu, Gu Weiwei, and Zhao Sherman clenched their delicate fists, seemingly rendered powerless aside from their worries. In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere outside, Lin Shu maintained an expression of calm. He glanced at Bai Wuyo, saying, Teacher Bai, could you please time us for 10 minutes? Bai Wuyo, having no objections, called for the start. The members of the Wang family eagerly prepared for action, while Lin Shu swiftly activated his 9th-tier defensive armor. Aware of the adage, possessing a treasure brings peril, he utilized the system's capabilities to transform the 9th-tier armor into an exceedingly ordinary silver suit. All right, I am ready. You may strike at any time, Lin Shu stated nonchalantly. The Wang family members frowned, clearly feeling underestimated. How could he possibly defend against their onslaught with such a mundane beast-controlling armor? Similarly, Bai Wuyo and the others shared this sentiment. Lin Shu, do not overestimate yourself. Do you not possess that 5th-tier blood jade beast-controlling armor? Zhao Sherman cautioned. Yet, Lin Shu remained unfazed, casting a playful glance at the Wang family. What are you waiting for? You have only 10 minutes. Are you not planning to avenge the Wang family? At this, the Wang family members seethed with rage. With the leader of the Wang family uttering a command, countless beast attacks surged forth, creating a terrifying spectacle. Even the barriers of the temporary battlefield began to tremble violently. A beast exhaled flames, which transformed into a dragon-like torrent aimed directly at Lin Shu. The other beasts unleashed their own abilities as well. Humph, mere theatrics, Lin Shu scoffed, displaying blatant disregard. He did not adopt any defensive stance, allowing the attacks to strike him directly. In the next moment, those assaults seemed to dissipate like a grain of sand falling into the ocean, stirring not a single ripple. What is happening? The Wang family members were left dumbfounded, as were Bai Wuyo and his companions, exchanging puzzled glances. After a brief silence, Bai Wuyo erupted into laughter. It appears that the armor Lin Shu wears is far from ordinary. I suspect its tier is at least 6. His previous concerns seemed unwarranted. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuyo and the others suddenly realized their previously held tensions easing. Young man, I admit I underestimated you, the leader of the Wang family snorted. Very well. We shall not waste much time. Next, I will allow you to witness the true might of the Wang family's heritage. With this pronouncement, the onslaught of beast attacks continued, while the Wang family members brandished long swords that radiated a blinding brilliance. They swiftly harnessed the power of their beasts, merging it into the swords that emitted various terrifying auras. Is that a 6th-tier beast-controlling weapon, the Demon Slayer sword? When did the Wang family begin mass-producing such weapons? Bai Wuyo's expression darkened, filled with apprehension. After all, the Demon Slayer sword was immensely powerful, possessing the remarkable ability to fuse with beasts. It was a treasured secret of the Lingzhou Wang family, renowned for its numerous master craftsmen, solidifying its status as one of the 10 great families of Lingzhou. It was evident that these individuals were determined to eliminate Lin Shu without fail. Bai Wuyo realized that he had to intervene at this moment. Otherwise, Lin Shu's life would be in jeopardy. However, just as he was about to call for a halt to the battle, Lin Shu's calm voice rang out. All right, everyone. Have you finally decided to get serious? That's splendid. Teacher Bai, please do not interfere. Leave the next part to me. With that, Lin Shu turned to the adversaries, stating, I stand right here. What can you do to me? Bai Wuyo hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refrained from intervening. Meanwhile, the attacks from the Wang family's 6th-tier Demon Slayer swords, combined with the beast assaults, descended upon Lin Shu. Yet, as everyone held their breath in anticipation, Lin Shu absorbed the entirety of the assaults. Then came the sound of cracking, crisp and clear. Lin Shu stood unscathed, while the Wang family members found their swords reduced to mere hilts. They were left utterly astonished. Chapter 58. The fiery hall is occupied, seeking death. What? How could this be? You. At that moment, the Wang family members stared incredulously at Lin Shu, their eyes wide with disbelief. They were not given to self-deception. They could sense that Lin Shu had not employed any form of defense during their assault. In other words, their attacks had been entirely absorbed by the armor Lin Shu wore. Yet, that was not the most terrifying aspect. What was truly astounding was that their 6th-tier Demon Slayer swords, which could slice through iron like mud, had been thwarted by Lin Shu's armor. Was this not utterly inconceivable? It was crucial to note that the Demon Slayer sword was no ordinary weapon. While the swords in their possession were merely 6th-tier, they could easily slay beings of half-beast king caliber. Now, with so many Demon Slayer swords attacking simultaneously, alongside numerous beasts, even a beast king would have been effortlessly dispatched. Yet, they had failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon Lin Shu, and their swords had shattered instead. You are all finished, Bai Wuyo's indifferent voice echoed. I believe we have seen enough of this battle. You have witnessed Lin Shu's prowess. Thus, it would be prudent to depart. The Wang family members did not respond. Instead, Lin Shu's calm and mocking voice interjected. Teacher Bai, that simply will not do. One must see things through to the end. So let us wait for the countdown to conclude. Bai Wuyo could only chuckle helplessly, recognizing the tenacity of the young man. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. Students from Lingzhou University ought to possess a healthy dose of pride, and Lin Shu certainly had the foundation to back it up. With this thought, Bai Wuyo remarked, This matter lies with you, Lin Shu. You may decide. Lin Shu smiled faintly. Then he turned to the members of the Wang family and said, You may continue your efforts. However, your time is running short. Upon hearing these words, the Wang family members fell silent. Ultimately, they resolved to confront Lin Shu with unwavering determination. In the ensuing moments, they persisted in commanding their beasts to launch attacks. Unfortunately for them, such assaults were merely a tickle to Lin Shu, who, shielded by his 9th-tier defensive armor, remained untouched, not even a single hair harmed. 10 minutes slipped away in the blink of an eye. Lin Shu remarked nonchalantly, Well, it's about time to bring this to a close. The Wang family members sighed in relief, believing they could finally depart. Little did they know, Lin Shu continued, I have provided you with an opportunity, but your ineptitude is to blame. Do not hold me accountable. You came here to kill me, so you shall leave your lives behind. With that, a chill gripped their hearts. Lin Shu paid them no mind, calmly retracting his 9th-tier armor. He then summoned a conjuration circle, and in the next instant, a 9-headed serpent materialized, none other than Xiang Lu. This revelation caused Bai Wuyo's expression to change dramatically, while Zhao Laozu and Zhao Sherman were equally taken aback. When did young friend Lin Shu contract a beast? They wondered, particularly one as fearsome as the mythological Xiang Lu. At that moment, the head of the Gu family spoke in a deep voice. I recall that Luo Fei, the top student of the 2nd middle school's rocket class, had contracted an 8-headed snake. It seems that the next evolutionary stage of that 8-headed serpent is indeed the fearsome Xiang Lu. Upon hearing this, everyone was left in stunned silence, even Bai Wuyo, who had not been apprised of such matters by the top students of the rocket class. He had initially believed that Luo Fei's demise was the doing of the mysterious figure within the secret realm, but it now appeared that Lin Shu was behind it all. As Bai Wuyo's inner turmoil surged, he suddenly realized something and turned to the Gu family head, asking, Did you just say that Lin Shu has contracted a beast again? Could it be that Lin Shu is the divine beast physique? The Gu family head recognized a slip of the tongue, but had no choice but to nod at that moment. Upon hearing this, Bai Wuyo immediately declared, All right, I understand. However, this matter must not be disclosed. After all, the divine beast physique is exceedingly rare. Should this information leak, those foreign parties may resort to underhanded tactics. If I learn that this has come from your mouths, I will annihilate your entire clan. With this proclamation, everyone nodded in agreement. At that moment, Bai Wuyo cast a glance at the Wang family members engaged in battle, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes. He had initially contemplated sparing their lives, but it now seemed unnecessary. Given their animosity towards Lin Shu, they would undoubtedly leak the information. Should that occur, a scheme of treachery would surely ensue, bringing Lin Shu endless troubles. Lin Shu, let us conclude this swiftly, Bai Wuyo said, his tone laced with an icy demeanor. Lin Shu smiled and replied, Rest assured, even without your suggestion, I would proceed in the same manner. After all, The Wang family and I are bound in a vendetta that cannot be resolved without bloodshed. Wang Yu perished by my hand. Slaying a few more Wang family members would be of little consequence. With that, Lin Shu's gaze shifted away, his demeanor cooling as he regarded the Wang family members. The smile in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a chilling intensity. You have attacked repeatedly. Now, it is my turn. With that declaration, Lin Shu offered them no chance to respond, issuing a command instead. In an instant, Xiang Lu unleashed its petrifying abilities. The Wang family members were swiftly turned to stone. As their beast masters fell, the beasts, free from the constraints of their contracts, fled in terror. Yet, Lin Shu chose not to eradicate them entirely. These beasts, after all, posed little threat to him. Their demise could potentially serve as puppets for the wolf god Anubis, but they would hardly contribute significantly to his cause. Instead, he considered auctioning them off at his family's auction house for a tidy profit. With this in mind, Lin Shu retrieved a beast cage from his beast space, a prize acquired after the death of Luo Fei. He had not anticipated its utility would come so soon. Observing the situation, the beasts, despite their reluctance, could only comply, sensing the terrifying bloodline and formidable power of Xiang Lu. Thus, one by one, they obediently entered the cage. The battle came to a close. Lin Shu stepped away from the combat arena, intending to have Zhao Laozu send the beasts to the auction house for a modest profit. However, just then, Zhu Tong's phone rang. All right, I understand. I will report to the boss immediately. Yes, you must hold steady. With that, Zhu Tong hurried forward and relayed the situation. Boss, our Liuhua guild has been forcibly occupied. What? Lin Shu's gaze deepened. Let us go back and see who dares to be so audacious. With that, he quickly bid farewell to Bai Wuyo and the others before hastily departing. Chapter 59, The Bloodline of the Ancient Divine Dragon. Meanwhile, Lin Shu, accompanied by Zhu Tong and the remaining members of the Liuhua guild, made their way back to the stronghold. On the other side, within a conference room of the Liuhua guild, a group of men donned in silver masks stood with their hands clasped behind their backs. At the head of the table sat a figure wearing a golden mask. Although the figure's features were obscured, her graceful silhouette unmistakably indicated a female presence. I apologize, boss, but we have scoured the entire Liuhua guild and have yet to uncover the location of the treasure vault. Before the subordinate could finish, the woman in the golden mask ignited with white flames. Strangely, although the flames spread rapidly, no heat was felt. Instead, frost began to accumulate on the floor and walls, ultimately encasing them in a thick layer of ice. The silver-masked men trembled, fearing that the woman might, in her fury, turn them all into ice statues. Fortunately, she refrained from attacking, instead coldly stating, I shall give you another 10 minutes. If you fail to find it, I will eliminate you all. With this ultimatum, the group, trembling in fear, could only comply and disperse. At that moment, another group of silver-masked figures entered, escorting some of the Liuhua guild members who had remained behind. Just in time, the golden-masked woman exclaimed, rising swiftly. She approached the captured Liuhua guild members and demanded, Tell me, where is the treasure vault of the Liuhua guild? Refusal will lead to your demise. Faced with her threats, the guild members displayed commendable fortitude, glaring defiantly at her. We know nothing. If you have the guts, go seek our guild master. However, I believe that the moment he appears, your demise is assured. Confronted by her opponent's taunts, the woman in the golden mask was instantly consumed by rage. Well, I must admit, you possess quite a bit of backbone, just as I like it. Thus, before she could finish her sentence, she stomped down with great force. Crack, crack. The sharp sound of shattering echoed through the air. The member of the association, whose leg had been crushed, let out a heart-wrenching scream. The association's leader will surely kill you, I assure you. Upon hearing this, the woman smiled coldly, intending to crush the other leg as well. Just then, a man in a silver mask rushed in. Boss, we have located the entrance to the treasury. At this, the woman nodded slightly and turned to leave. Boss, what should we do about the members of the Blazing Fire Association? One of her subordinates inquired. Drag them out and kill them, she replied decisively. With that, she promptly exited the scene. Soon, she arrived in the room of the late Luo Ruli. A hidden entrance was clearly visible. The woman immediately entered. After rummaging through the place, she found nothing of significance. Fortunately, at that moment, she discovered a concealed compartment. This is it, she thought with a triumphant smile. She was about to pry it open when suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Who are you, kid? Come on, everyone. Let us take them down. The woman immediately sensed a violent surge of spiritual energy. Her subordinates had made their move. Yet, in the next instant, it felt as though all that energy had vanished into thin air. Not only that, but the outside grew eerily silent. What is happening? The woman was perplexed. After a brief contemplation, she commanded, You all stay here. I will go out and investigate. Leaving the hidden chamber, the woman walked straight outside. But upon seeing her subordinates turn to stone, she was left dumbfounded. She looked around and finally spotted Lin Shu's figure. "Kid, you are." Yet before she could finish her inquiry, Lin Shu coldly interjected. "So, you are the one attempting to forcibly seize my Blazing Fire Association? Moreover, I heard that you were asking my subordinates about the location of the treasury. If they refuse to tell you, you intend to kill them all?" The woman scoffed. "And what of it?" Lin Shu replied nonchalantly. "I'm quite curious about what you are truly seeking." The woman did not respond, but gritted her teeth. "You are not worthy to know this. Bastard, you've killed so many of my subordinates. Prepare to meet your end." With that, the woman waved her hand, conjuring a ball of white flame that swiftly transformed into a barrage of fiery arrows, hurtling toward Lin Shu. A fusion beast? Lin Shu was internally alarmed. He anticipated the woman possessed such means. Nevertheless, due to the system's capabilities, Lin Shu was keenly aware of the properties of her flames. Although they appeared as fire, they had the potential to freeze the opponent. Any ordinary beast master would be caught off guard, facing either death or severe injury. Unfortunately for her, Lin Shu was extraordinary. He directly summoned the fusion power of the Black Wind Yellow Hound, then, leveraging the devouring strength of the seven-colored sky-swallowing python, effortlessly consumed the white flames. Lin Shu was disinterested in further conversation. Whoosh. Utilizing the golden light of the golden-eyed Bat King, he temporarily incapacitated the woman. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Shu dashed in front of her, extending his hand as if plucking a fruit, and promptly tore off the golden mask from her face. He chuckled. "You are indeed quite attractive, but your character is abysmal, resorting to stealing while I am away. Moreover, you dared to harm my subordinates. You truly deserve to die." With that, he began to rain slaps upon her, transforming her once beautiful face into a grotesque sight in the blink of an eye. Huang Su was utterly bewildered. She had always concealed her true appearance behind a mask, believing her beauty would prevent others from dismissing her as merely a pretty face. Every man who beheld her beauty would fall for her, often envisioning themselves as her protector. Yet, in this instance, Lin Shu remained unfazed by her allure, and without hesitation, he continued to strike. "Bastard, you." Huang Su ground her teeth, yet before she could finish her retort, Lin Shu swung his hand once more, causing her to spit blood. Lin Shu coldly regarded her, and then remarked indifferently, "You seem to have crushed one of my subordinates' legs, did you not?" Denying her a chance to respond, Lin Shu delivered a powerful kick, resulting in the woman suffering a shattering fracture in her leg. Pain surged through her, causing her to break into a cold sweat. "Bastard, I will ensure your demise. If you have the courage, let us settle this with a beast master duel. I will make you understand my horror." Lin Shu laughed, a radiant smile gracing his face. Huang Su assumed he would not grant her an opportunity. Yet, Lin Shu simply replied, "Very well, as you wish." With that, he retreated several paces. The woman struggled to maintain balance on one leg, then summoned her formation. In the next moment, a 100-meter-long white serpentine dragon appeared. Beastmaster, Xianbing Fire Dragon. Level, Super Beast Body. Bloodline, Half-Legendary. Evolution, Ice Fire Dragon King. Characteristics, a fire dragon that has lived for a century within ancient ice. A fusion entity that absorbed the power of the ice, coalescing into a variant of cold fire. Lin Shu nodded slightly. This Xianbing Fire Dragon was indeed commendable. If encountered for the first time without knowledge of its origins, it would pose a significant challenge. Yet, Lin Shu had his golden finger. Thus, he saw no need for further dialogue and promptly summoned the Anubis, the wolf god. "What kind of beast is this?" Huang Su inquired in horror. Clearly having never seen such an otherworldly beast, Lin Shu paid her no mind. He had initially planned to let Anubis eliminate her and refine her into his undead puppet. However, at that moment, the system's voice resonated forth. "Ding! The system has detected that the Xianbing Fire Dragon contains the bloodline of an ancient divine dragon. After contract, the system rewards a simplified bloodline awakening pill. Do you wish to contract?" Chapter 60, Special Beast Materials, Blood of the Four Divine Beasts. Contract. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Shu answered the system's inquiry. Subsequently, a countdown appeared on the system interface, and he noted the Xianbing Fire Dragon's loyalty rating was at 25. It seemed this woman had forcefully subdued her beast through sheer might. Lin Shu muttered to himself, then swiftly issued commands. In the next moment, Anubis, the jackal god, wielded his scepter, and the ice fire dragon was swiftly enveloped by a shroud of deathly energy, rendering it unable to escape. "Now, two choices lay before you," Lin Shu said indifferently. "Either you submit to me and become my beast of conquest, or I shall eliminate you at once." The ice fire dragon seemed to comprehend Lin Shu's words, emitting a low, whimpering sound. Subsequently, it lowered its head and obediently prostrated itself before Lin Shu. "You are quite perceptive," Lin Shu remarked with a grin. He then deftly let a drop of his essence fall upon the creature's head. In the blink of an eye, the dragon was drawn into the hastily opened space for his beasts. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The contract has been successfully established. Simplified Bloodline Awakening Pill is being distributed. Would you like to retrieve it? Lin Shu immediately opted to retrieve it and cast it into the beast space. The Ice Fire Dragon, now bound by contract, instinctively sensed Lin Shu's intent and promptly swallowed the Simplified Bloodline Awakening Pill. Boom! In an instant, divine light flickered, and the Ice Fire Dragon's entire form ignited with both ice and flame, intertwining in a mesmerizing spiral. At that moment, information about the Ice Fire Dragon began to update before Lin Shu's eyes. Beast of Conquest, Ice Fire Divine Dragon. Level, Super Beast Body. Bloodline, Primal Ancestor Level Divine. Evolution, Ice Fire Dragon King. Traits, Bloodline Awakening. Ancient Dragon God Bloodline Activation. Capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. Nearly invincible among beings of the same realm. This succinct introduction sent Lin Shu's heart racing. Clearly, he had not anticipated such a formidable bloodline from the Ice Fire Dragon. What an unexpected boon. Soon, Lin Shu regained his composure, having long since grown accustomed to the extraordinary. His thoughts returned to the present, where he gazed coolly at Huang Su, who was spewing blood. You scoundrel! You dare to forcibly seize my Ice Fire Dragon. I will kill you and ensure you suffer a miserable fate. Lin Shu sneered at Huang Su. Isn't it rather shameless of you to utter such words? You intend to take over my Flame Club while I am absent, and you think you have the right to speak? Perhaps you would argue that the Flame Club belongs to the capable, just as the Ice Fire Dragon does? Frankly speaking, allowing you to keep this creature is a complete waste. With that, Lin Shu swiftly activated the summoning array. As a spiraling energy of intertwined ice and fire surged forth, the evolved Ice Fire Divine Dragon made its grand appearance. What? This is my Ice Fire Dragon. Huang Su was utterly dumbfounded. She could hardly believe that Lin Shu had only just formed a contract minutes ago, and yet the creature had suddenly evolved. Moreover, its bloodlines seemed to have ascended to an epic level. No, epic bloodlines could not be this powerful. Could it be a primal ancestor level bloodline? After a brief moment of astonishment, Huang Su seemed to grasp a more terrifying possibility. She stared blankly at Lin Shu. Are you the legendary Beast Master? Lin Shu had no interest in responding. At this moment, he was solely focused on uncovering what this woman sought within the Flame Club. Thus, he summoned Anubis and the Ice Fire Divine Dragon into the beast space, then seized Huang Su by her hair and dragged her inside. Let go of me. Huang Su cried out in pain. Regrettably, Lin Shu showed no signs of compassion. Upon entering the room, he discovered that the secret chamber door had been opened and strode in with determination. You. The group of silver-masked men, upon seeing Huang Su being dragged in by Lin Shu, erupted in fury, preparing to rescue her. Unfortunately, Lin Shu waved his hand, utilizing the power of the serpent to turn them all into stone statues. Witnessing this, Huang Su was rendered utterly speechless. Just how many more tricks did this man possess? Alas, she would never learn the answer. With a casual toss, Lin Shu sent Huang Su crashing against the wall, where she tumbled to the ground. Tell me, what exactly are you searching for? Lin Shu inquired coldly. At this point, Huang Su was dazed, but she had no intention of answering his question. You want to know? I would rather die than tell you. Kill me. The Underworld Organization will not let you off the hook once they learn I have been eliminated by you. The Underworld Organization? Lin Shu was intrigued. It was the first time he had heard of such a faction. However, he was disinclined to concern himself with it at this moment. He stomped down with his right foot. Crack! Crack! The crisp sound of shattering echoed as Huang Su's limbs were severed. Lin Shu coldly stated, You wish for a swift death, but I shall not grant your desire. Tell me, what do you seek in this place? Huang Su remained obstinate, refusing to answer. Lin Shu, unfazed, crouched down and scrutinized her. Well, I must admit, you are rather attractive. However, I wonder how you would feel if I left some scars on your face. Would that cause you to despair? As he spoke, Lin Shu flashed a grin. Huang Su's heart raced, her face paling as terror washed over her. After all, the desire for beauty is inherent in all. Huang Su was no exception, and the mere thought of Lin Shu contemplating her disfigurement was unbearable. You. Huang Su intended to retort, but Lin Shu swiftly produced a dagger. Though it appeared unremarkable at first glance, it was a 7th-tier beast weapon crafted by Lin Shu during his leisure time, and it was remarkably sharp. Will you speak? Lin Shu asked. After a brief internal struggle, Huang Su ultimately nodded. I will tell you. What I seek is a mysterious stone tablet, which serves as the key to locating the divine beast's secret realm. Our underworld organization aims to acquire this tablet in order to harness the power of the divine beasts and become the rulers of the world, surpassing all beasts of conquest. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu's brow furrowed. System, does this secret chamber truly contain such a treasure? He inquired. Ding, the system is scanning. Scan failed. The system has not detected the divine beast stone tablet. Lin Shu felt a pang of disappointment. Just then, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding. While the system did not locate the divine beast stone tablet, it has detected a special material for beast summoning. This is blood iron forged from the essence of the 4 divine beasts. The host can fuse it with a 9th-tier divine sword. Once the fusion is complete, the host can summon the phantoms of the 4 divine beasts for their own use. What? Is there such a fortunate occurrence? Contemplating this, Lin Shu cast a fleeting glance at Huang Su. With a swift motion, he snapped the other's neck. Subsequently, he incinerated the flesh into ashes using the ethereal blood fire. After accomplishing this, Lin Shu entered the hidden chamber. A short while later, he discovered the concealed underground compartment. As the compartment opened, Lin Shu promptly stepped inside. Chapter 61. Spending 1 billion gold coins to buy my life? Absurd. 10 minutes later, Lin Shu finally reached the terminus of the compartment after navigating the stairs. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness. Fortunately, Lin Shu possessed the 9th-grade divine sword. He summoned its radiant brilliance, illuminating the area around him. With this newfound light, his vision expanded. System, where is that special material? Lin Shu inquired. The system promptly responded, and soon, a red arrow materialized before him. Following the arrow's guidance, Lin Shu soon discovered a black box. Under the glow, the box shimmered with a unique metallic luster. Lin Shu immediately swung the 9th-grade divine sword. In an instant, metal clashed, sparks flew. Yet, the box remained unbroken. What is going on? Lin Shu was taken aback. After all, the 9th-grade divine sword was exceptionally sharp and powerful. How could it not breach this iron box? Intriguing, Lin Shu murmured to himself. He attempted to strike again. Unfortunately, after several attempts, he remained unable to break through. What is happening? Lin Shu was dumbfounded. This was a situation he had never encountered before. System, what is the meaning of this? Lin Shu queried. Ding, the system is scanning the object. Shortly thereafter, an information panel appeared before Lin Shu. He chuckled in disbelief. After all this object was none other than the blood iron he had longed for, forged from the blood of the 4 divine beasts. System, initiate fusion. Lin Shu commanded directly. Ding, fusion in progress. Before him, a progress bar materialized. 105. 110. Lin Shu was speechless. After waiting for over 10 minutes, the progress was only this minimal. He intended to seek clarification from the system. However, the system's voice arrived first. Ding. Detection shows that the 9th-grade divine sword and the blood of the 4 divine beasts are mutually repulsive. Thus, rapid fusion is not possible. Estimated time, 36 months. Lin Shu's brow furrowed. 36 months? 3 years for the 9th-grade divine sword to fuse with this blood iron of the 4 divine beasts? This is ridiculous. Fortunately, the system had never failed to meet Lin Shu's expectations. Ding, system is simplifying. Simplification complete. The host may use the contracted beast's blood to fuse with the 9th-grade divine sword. This will expedite the process. Without hesitation, Lin Shu entered the beast space with his divine consciousness. 3 minutes later, 9 drops of shimmering blood, each radiating distinct hues, materialized in the palm of his hand. Lin Shu swiftly infused them into the 9th-grade divine sword. As the sword absorbed the 9 drops of blood, the fusion progress began to accelerate. Ding, simplification of fusion successful. In 3 days, the divine sword will awaken new abilities. P.S. During this period, the host must not wield the divine sword, or it may incur irreversible damage. To this, Lin Shu remained unconcerned. After all, he possessed 9 contracted beasts. He could summon their powers at will. As long as he wasn't facing an excessively formidable beastmaster, Lin Shu could easily manage. With this thought in mind, he placed the divine sword back into the beast space. After completing these tasks, Lin Shu continued his search in the chamber. Unfortunately, he found no unexpected treasures. Reluctantly, he decided to retrace his steps. 10 minutes later, Lin Shu exited the hidden chamber. Lin Shu, the leader, Zhu Tong reported. All those silver-masked individuals have been eliminated. What shall we do next? Lin Shu waved his hand. You all stay here. With that, he turned and left. Just as he emerged outside the Flaming Fire Guild, his phone rang. It was Lin Qingqiu calling. Little tree, have you resolved the situation at the Flaming Fire Guild? Lin Qingqiu inquired with concern. Sister, everything is taken care of here. Good. Hurry over to the Haoxing restaurant. The head of the Gu family and old master Zhao seem to have something important to discuss with you. All right, I'm on my way. After ending the call, Lin Shu hailed a taxi, heading straight for Haoxing restaurant. Coincidentally, Lin Shu wanted to inquire from the head of the Gu family and old master Zhao about the nature of the underworld organization. Before long, he arrived at Haoxing restaurant. Guided by a waiter, Lin Shu quickly reached a private room. To his surprise, in addition to the head of the Gu family and Old Master Zhao, Bai Wuyo was also present. Teacher Bai, you haven't returned yet? Lin Shu smiled as he asked. Bai Wuyo chuckled awkwardly and replied, Lin Shu, I wish I could have left sooner. However, given your predicament, I must remain here. Hearing this, Lin Shu found it peculiar. He then noticed the expressions on the faces of the head of the Gu family and Old Master Zhao were not particularly pleasant. What is going on, gentlemen? Lin Shu inquired curiously. The head of the Gu family and Old Master Zhao exchanged glances, ultimately at a loss for words. Fortunately, Bai Wuyo was quite straightforward. He forced a smile and said, Lin Shu, you are in grave trouble. And not just one. Lin Shu was bewildered. Bai Wuyo continued earnestly. It is like this. You previously killed Wang Yu, and today you eliminated members of the Wang family, correct? I was worried you might face repercussions. So I specifically contacted the head of my Bai family. The head has already warned the Lingzhou Wang family. However, unexpectedly, while they superficially agreed not to cause trouble, it was soon discovered that someone on the dark web is offering a bounty of 10 billion gold coins for your life. Moreover, they intend to eradicate your family, any forces associated with you, and even those close to you. Although this matter was swiftly brought to the attention of the Beast Master Alliance in Huagua, which issued warnings on the dark web, a reward of such magnitude inevitably attracts brave souls. An organization known as the Dark Hunters has accepted this task. This assassination organization has an extensive network, even having branches within Huaxia, and all their assassins are 7th-grade Beast Masters. Although the Beast Master Alliance of Huagua negotiated with them, in the end, those individuals asserted that their wrath would be directed solely at Lin Shu, sparing those in his vicinity. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu's expression grew somber. He had indeed heard of the Dark Hunters organization, renowned for its multitude of experts and elusive movements, ranking among the top few non-governmental organizations in the world. It was rumored that anyone targeted by them was destined to meet an untimely demise. However, Lin Shu had always been an optimist. Since they were only after him, there was little for him to worry about. With this thought in mind, Lin Shu nodded lightly. I understand, Teacher Bai. You mentioned not just one major trouble. What about the other issues? Bai Wuyo regarded Lin Shu earnestly. Are you familiar with the Underworld Organization? A faction of their experts has infiltrated Yun City, and they seem intent on targeting your Blaze Association. Lin Shu's response was a simple "oh," followed by, they have indeed made their move. They've infiltrated the Blaze Association, but I've dealt with them. What? At this revelation, Bai Wuyo, the head of the Gu family, and Elder Zhao all turned pale. Lin Shu, are you jesting? Have you truly eliminated those experts from the Underworld Organization? Bai Wuyo inquired. His skepticism was not towards Lin Shu's capabilities, but rather the implications if what Lin Shu claimed was true. Seeing their reactions, Lin Shu spoke seriously. It's true. The group I dispatched wore masks. The leader was a woman in a golden mask, flanked by a multitude of individuals in silver masks. Upon hearing Lin Shu's account, Bai Wuyo's face drained of color. Young friend Lin Shu, you have stirred up a great deal of trouble. The individuals you eliminated were members of a faction within the Underworld Organization known as the Masked Group. The Underworld Organization is notorious for its vendettas, and in terms of overall strength, even the Dark Hunters Organization cannot contend with them. Lin Shu furrowed his brow at Bai Wuyo's words. Although the Dark Hunters Organization had reached an agreement with the Huaxia Beast Masters Alliance to refrain from harming those close to him, the Underworld Organization was bound by no such ethics. His network of relationships was indeed intricate. His sister Lin Qingqiu, the Blaze Association, the Zhao family, the Gu family, and Lingzhou University. If those individuals resorted to any underhanded tactics, he would find himself overwhelmed. Naturally, Lin Shu's greatest concern remained his sister Lin Qingqiu. She was his Achilles heel and his only family in this world. Should any misfortune befall her due to his impulsiveness, he would regret it for a lifetime. However, Lin Shu quickly devised a plan. He stated earnestly, Teacher Bai, what's done is done, and further discussion is futile. We should focus on finding a solution. Bai Wuyo smiled wryly. After all, while the Lingzhou Bai family held sway in Huaxia, they were not considered a top-tier power globally. The Huaxia Beast Masters Alliance, although of world-class caliber, mainly focused on national defense. Their current capabilities were limited to negotiation, leaving them powerless otherwise. With this in mind, Bai Wuyo sighed. Young friend Lin Shu, I regret to inform you that I am unable to assist with this matter. Elder Zhao and the head of the Gu family wished to help as well, but ultimately fell silent. Unexpectedly, Lin Shu began to smile. There's no need for such concern. In fact, I have already conceived a plan. Seeing Lin Shu's confidence, the three in unison asked, what plan? With a cheerful demeanor, Lin Shu replied, I am not one to remain passive. Therefore, I have decided to take the initiative. He then turned to Bai Wuyo and said, Teacher Bai, I would like you to arrange for someone to issue a challenge on the dark web. In 72 hours, at the volcano near Yun City. I shall face both the Underworld Organization and the Dark Hunters Organization simultaneously. The rules are straightforward. Each side shall send forth 20 experts to engage in combat. If I perish, I accept my fate. Should I emerge victorious, our grievances shall be settled once and for all. Upon hearing Lin Shu's declaration, Bai Wuyo, Elder Zhao, and the head of the Gu family were left utterly speechless. Insanity. Lin Shu has gone mad, they thought. Otherwise, how could he utter such audacious words? It was common knowledge that to join the Dark Hunters organization, one must be at least a 7th-tier Beast Master, and their leader was an 8th-tier 5-star Beast Master. As for the Underworld organization, all their members were uniformly 8th-tier Beast Masters, with their leader being a 9th-tier 1-star Beast Master. With such formidable adversaries, even a single one could effortlessly eliminate Lin Shu. What audacity gave him the confidence to challenge them? Young friend Lin Shu, there must be another way. You cannot act rashly. You are a student of Lingzhou University. Perhaps I could petition the principal to facilitate matters for you. He could write a recommendation, allowing you to join the Huaxia Beastmasters Alliance. I believe the Underworld Organization and the Dark Hunters Organization would not dare to confront us directly. Yet Lin Shu remained unfazed. Teacher Bai, my mind is made up. Please proceed as I have requested. I appreciate your efforts. Seeing Lin Shu's determination, Bai Wuyo wrestled with his thoughts before ultimately conceding with a reluctant nod. Very well, I understand. In the coming days, I will reach out to Lingzhou University to forge an 8th-tier Beast Master weapon for you, along with essential battle potions, such as those for healing and restoring spiritual energy. Elder Zhao and the head of the Gu family promptly echoed their support. Lin Shu felt warmth in his heart at their concern, but chuckled. There's no need for such measures. With that, he turned and departed, leaving Bai Wuyo and the others exchanging glances at a loss for words. After leaving the Haoxing restaurant, Lin Shu hailed a taxi and headed straight home. Upon arrival, he received a message from Bai Wuyo, confirming that the news had been disseminated on the dark web, and both the Dark Hunters Organization and the Underworld Organization had agreed to the challenge. A satisfied smile crept across Lin Shu's face as he swiftly activated his system. Observing the seamless fusion of the 9th-tier Divine Sword and the Blood Iron from the 4 Divine Beasts, he nodded slightly. In 3 days, I shall possess an enhanced 9th-tier Divine Sword capable of controlling the illusions of the 4 Divine Beasts. In addition, I have 9 powerful beasts and 9th-tier defensive armor. With so many trump cards at my disposal, the 20 Beast Masters from both organizations can await their transformation into my experience points. With that, Lin Shu stepped into his home, and for the next 3 days, he lived as though nothing were amiss. By day, he accompanied his sister to work at the auction house, and by night, he returned home to dine with her, only occasionally taking time to meditate. Thus, the 3 days swiftly passed. The day of Lin Shu's duel with the 2 formidable organizations has finally arrived. Chapter 63, 1 against 20, Tension in the Air. On this day, at 5:30 in the afternoon, Lin Shu finished preparing. As he stepped outside, he noticed Zhao Sherman waiting by a vehicle. Miss Zhao, what brings you here? Lin Shu inquired. Zhao Sherman replied earnestly, my grandfather instructed me to escort you to the Fire Mountain, as it is an hour's journey from here. Lin Shu remained silent for a moment before responding coolly, there is no need for such arrangements. I possess the Infernal Blood Phoenix, whose speed rivals that of your vehicle. With that, he asked, is there something you wish to discuss? Zhao Sherman bit her lip and said seriously, Mr. Lin, my grandfather asked me to give you something that may assist in enhancing your strength. Upon finishing her words, she produced a purple box. Lin Shu, somewhat puzzled, accepted it. As he opened the box, he discovered it was filled with a plethora of information, alongside numerous potions and materials. He began to peruse the contents, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Is this the evolution route for the Black Wind Yellow Hound? He wondered. However, after a brief moment of surprise, Lin Shu dismissed it. Although he had always contemplated evolving the Black Wind Yellow Hound to the next stage, he had been uncertain due to its unique bloodline. Otherwise, he would have long since completed a task and obtained a simplified evolution pill from the system. The information Zhao Sherman provided contained numerous evolution paths, yet they all seemed rather ordinary. Of course, this ordinary was relative. For a typical Beastmaster, any one of these evolution paths would significantly enhance their power. But Lin Shu's contracted beasts were either ancient ferocious beasts, possessed dragon bloodlines, or were divine beings from mythology. Holding such thoughts, he set the information aside. Miss Zhao, I appreciate your kind intentions. However, I do not require these. Moreover, I am confident of victory in today's battle, and thus have no need for assistance. He returned the box to her. Zhao Sherman felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing this, especially since she had toiled for 2 sleepless nights to prepare it. Yet, Lin Shu was not one to be oblivious to kindness. He swiftly changed the subject, saying, Miss Zhao, I just noticed that you have contracted a new beast. It seems quite impressive. However, The bloodline of your beast appears somewhat weak. As he spoke, Lin Shu retrieved a simplified bloodline purification pill gifted by the system and handed it to her. Have your beast consume this, and its bloodline will elevate to the epic level. Without further ado, Lin Shu summoned the infernal blood phoenix, leaped onto its back, and sped towards the fire mountain, leaving Zhao Sherman in a state of stunned silence. This man, does he not understand my feelings at all? Or does he simply have no interest in me? After murmuring to herself, Zhao Sherman sighed in resignation. She then focused on the simplified bloodline purification pill Lin Shu had left behind. After a moment of contemplation, she tossed it into her beast space. When her newly contracted beast consumed it, a brilliant light enveloped it, although its appearance remained unchanged. Its bloodline had ascended directly from legendary to epic. This, Zhao Sherman was utterly taken aback. What kind of extraordinary abilities does Mr. Lin possess? A single pill can elevate a bloodline? This is simply unbelievable. It was no wonder Zhao Sherman felt this way. The levels, bloodlines, and evolution of beasts were notoriously challenging. Some powerful beast masters spend their fortunes and dedicate their entire lives, only to slightly purify their beast bloodlines. Otherwise, with so many beast masters in the world, very few possess epic-level bloodlines. What she witnessed was unprecedented. It seems I have overthought this. Zhao Sherman managed a wry smile. Moreover, my concerns were indeed unwarranted. Mr. Lin possesses formidable beast weapons, excelling in both offense and defense, alongside an array of powerful beasts. Today's troubles are truly inconsequential. With a hint of melancholy, Zhao Sherman climbed into the vehicle. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Shu was already soaring on the infernal blood phoenix, hastening towards the fire mountain. During this time, he received a call from Gu Weiwei but chose not to answer. 10 minutes later, Lin Shu arrived at the fire mountain. At this moment, the masters from the Netherworld organization and the Dark Hunters had yet to arrive. However, Lin Shu spotted 3 familiar figures: Elder Zhao, the head of the Gu family, and Bai Waya. Behind them stood a throng of individuals clad in uniforms. Lin Shu recognized them from television. They were undoubtedly members of the Beastmaster Alliance of Huaguo. Their auras, upon comparison, were at least equal to Bai Waya's. Lin Shu quickly approached and greeted each of them. How do you find the spectacle before us, Lin Shu? Bai Waya inquired. Lin Shu nodded slightly. It is indeed impressive. However, I suspect that Professor Bai did not assemble this merely to bolster my morale. There must be other intentions, such as ensuring you can intervene should I falter, or perhaps guaranteeing that today's battle remains confidential, allowing me to fight without restraint. Bai Waya chuckled. You see right through me, kid. However, this is the only assistance we can provide. Lin Shu smiled gently, engaging in light banter with everyone, displaying no fear as the battle approached. Meanwhile, the experts from the Beastmaster Alliance began preparing the battlefield. In no time, a massive temporary arena emerged. Lin Shu stepped into the arena, nodding in approval, clearly satisfied with the setup. Time passed, each second ticking away. As 6 o'clock struck, a flurry of rushing wind echoed suddenly. Lin Shu soon witnessed 2 groups of individuals approaching at astonishing speed. One group donned armor emblazoned with a skull emblem, while the other wore outfits reminiscent of Nightwalkers. The only similarity was the overwhelming murderous intent they exuded, all directed towards Lin Shu. At last, they have arrived, Lin Shu said with a grin, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. Before long, the 20 experts from the Netherworld organization and the Dark Hunters had entered the arena. Without further ado, Lin Shu declared, will you all attack together, or will you come one by one to meet your demise? A simple statement instantly escalated the tension in the air. Chapter 64. Offering you as sacrificial blades. At this moment, whether it be the enigmatic organization of the underworld or the assassins of the Dark Hunters, all appeared to be filled with a murderous rage. Meanwhile, outside the battlefield, Old Master Zhao, the head of the Gu family, and Bai Wuyo could only twitch their lips in disbelief. Lin Shu is commendable in many ways. But his temper is rather foul, isn't it? Bai Wuyo remarked with a resigned smile. Both Old Master Zhao and the head of the Gu family nodded in agreement. However, they could understand Lin Shu's disposition. After all, he possessed the confidence to back it up. In stark contrast, the members of the Beastmaster Alliance displayed expressions of disdain. As members of the Alliance, their duty was to safeguard the entirety of Huaguo. Their initial intent in coming here was to assess Lin Shu's capabilities. Should he truly possess the strength he claimed, they would have considered granting him membership in the Alliance. Yet, his recent display made them reconsider this notion. Nonetheless, this was not the time to dwell on such thoughts, as they needed to monitor the ongoing battle closely. Indeed, Lin Shu's arrogance was palpable. But who could deny that he was a rare prodigy, a true divine beast body? With this in mind, they focused intently on the skirmish before them, anticipating any sudden changes. Unbeknownst to Lin Shu, who remained unfazed before the 20 Beastmasters arrayed against him, He called out, "Are you not going to make your move? Do not blame me for not giving you a chance." With that statement, he waved his hand, and a summoning circle materialized. As a swirling mass of death energy coalesced, the figure of the wolf god Anubis emerged from thin air. With a hum, Anubis swiftly brandished his staff, summoning legions of skeletons from all directions. Old Master Zhao and the head of the Gu family were unfazed by this spectacle. However, Bai Wuyo's face was painted with terror. "What is happening here?" he exclaimed, clearly bewildered and momentarily unable to identify the beast before him. The experts from the Beastmaster Alliance, however, were taken aback. This alliance represented the pinnacle of Beastmasters in Huaxia, with an extensive intelligence network spanning major cities across the nation. Thus, they were well aware that old Master Zhao's granddaughter, Zhao Sherman, had the wolf god Anubis as her beast. They also understood that this beast was notoriously difficult to control, having been sealed years ago to prevent it from rampaging. Who would have anticipated that Lin Shu had formed a contract with this formidable beast? Moreover, it appeared he could manipulate it at will. As the onlookers grappled with their astonishment, Lin Shu proceeded to conjure a second summoning circle, followed closely by a third and a fourth. Behind him, the infernal blood phoenix, the rainbow-devouring python, the golden-eyed bat king, and the black-winged yellow hound materialized in succession. Bai Wuyo gasped in disbelief. "Is my vision deceiving me? These beasts are all of epic bloodlines." He paused, his eyes narrowing on the black-winged yellow hound. "No, its lineage seems even more formidable." He glanced at old Master Zhao, who nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, my dear Bai, you are correct. The black-winged yellow hound possesses a chaos-level bloodline. It was the one I previously put up for auction. Its lineage has now been fully activated by young Lin Shu, making it extraordinary." Old Master Zhao took a deep breath before continuing. "There is another matter I must report. Previously, during the incident at the Fire Club when the monster beast's secret realm appeared, Lin Shu's beast was merely at the ultimate body stage. I never anticipated that in just a few days, it would ascend to the super beast level." Bai Wuyo was momentarily at a loss for words, struggling to contain his shock. The experts of the Beastmaster Alliance regarded Lin Shu with newfound seriousness, feeling a stirring in their hearts. At this moment, they were finally compelled to acknowledge Lin Shu's true potential. This young man is indeed remarkable. It is no wonder Bai Wuyo would risk everything to ally with him, remarked one of the leading members of the alliance. Pausing for a moment, he added, "However, it seems this young fellow has yet to unleash all his beasts." The other members nodded in agreement, their anticipation growing. Meanwhile, Lin Shu continued to summon his beasts, and soon the ancient blood spirit dragon, the ice fire divine dragon, and Xiang Lu appeared in succession. Although Lin Shu held deep trust in old Master Zhao and the others, he remained cautious. Thus, he refrained from summoning the storm demon dragon. Nevertheless, even without it, the sight left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. Bai Wuyo was rendered speechless, his mouth agape. 7 super beast-level entities and 1 beast king-level beast, all boasting remarkably powerful bloodlines, especially the fierce Xiang Lu. What a terrifying lineup this was. The head of the Gu family and old Master Zhao exchanged excited words, while the experts of the Beastmaster Alliance, though silent, could not hide their astonishment. Clearly, they were all taken aback by Lin Shu's prowess. Suddenly, Bai Wuyo chuckled bitterly. "Gentlemen, I can't help but think that the upcoming battle may not require our intervention at all. Perhaps Lin Shu can single-handedly resolve this conflict." Old Master Zhao and the head of the Gu family refrained from voicing their opinions, yet the experts of the Beastmaster Alliance held a different sentiment. While Lin Shu's capabilities were formidable and his beasts undeniably impressive, they understood that in battles between Beastmasters, the strength of the beasts was not the only factor. The rank of the Beastmaster themselves was equally critical. As high-ranking Beastmasters, they could sense Lin Shu's spiritual power, estimating him to be at most a 5th rank, 3-star Beastmaster. Such strength would likely struggle against the combined forces of 2 major organizations comprising 20 Beastmasters. As each contemplated their own thoughts, the opposing Beastmasters finally made their move. They skillfully activated their summoning circles, and in an instant, colossal beasts materialized before them, each possessing a mountain-like stature, exuding an aura of malice. This sight caused the onlookers outside the battlefield to furrow their brows in concern. They realized that these beasts were all Beast King-level entities, each endowed with half-epic bloodlines. Most importantly, these formidable creatures did not hold back, unleashing their full spiritual energy. They were all 8-star Beastmasters. Bai Wuyo and his companions were left utterly bewildered, as were many members of the Beastmaster Alliance. They had not anticipated that the Underworld Organization and the Dark Hunters would deploy an entire array of 8-star Beastmasters to counter Lin Shu, each commanding beasts of the Beast King caliber. Lin Shu, as a mere 5-star Beastmaster, despite the potency of his beasts, faced a daunting challenge. They are indeed no match for these individuals. Contemplating this, Bai Wuyo made a swift decision to let the members of the Beastmaster Alliance take action. The latter, clearly, had also developed the inclination to engage. After all, Lin Shu's performance had unveiled their potential adversary. Should he continue to grow, Lin Shu's future accomplishments would undoubtedly be boundless. They must do everything in their power to protect him. However, just as they were poised to act resolutely, Lin Shu's calm voice resonated. Teacher Bai, please refrain from intervening in this matter. I have stated that this battle is mine to handle. You may observe from the sidelines. Upon saying this, Lin Shu cast a nonchalant glance at the 20 Beastmasters before him. He sighed, Dear friends, I initially thought that you would at least summon Emperor-level beasts, perhaps leading me into a grueling struggle. Yet, it appears I have overestimated the situation. The so-called Phantom Organization and Dark Hunters are nothing extraordinary. With that, Lin Shu summoned forth his 9th-grade defensive armor, which glimmered with divine light, and grasped tightly his upgraded 9th-grade divine sword. Perfect. My divine sword has just fused with the blood iron of the 4 great divine beasts. I shall use you all as a tribute for my blade. With a swift motion, Lin Shu brandished the divine sword, and the phantoms of the 4 great divine beasts swiftly coalesced. In the next moment, the 4 emperor-level beasts at the forefront collapsed without warning, transforming into mere skeletons. Chapter 65. Confronting the emperor-level beasts, the black sand poisonous flood dragon. What is happening? Witnessing the swift demise of the 4 beasts, the elites of the Phantom Organization and Dark Hunters were struck with astonishment. The Beastmasters who had contracted those 4 beasts coughed up blood, clearly suffering from a backlash. Not only them, but the onlookers outside the battlefield exchanged bewildered glances. None could have anticipated that Lin Shu could annihilate 4 emperor-level beasts in the blink of an eye. Undoubtedly, what left the gathered crowd most incredulous was the appearance of the 4 great divine beasts after Lin Shu wielded his divine sword. Although mere phantoms, their might was astonishing. Young Lin Shu, you are becoming increasingly inscrutable, remarked old Zhao with a sense of wonder. The head of the Gu family nodded in agreement. Indeed. I initially believed that the forthcoming battle would be quite arduous for young Lin Shu. I even feared he might find himself in dire straits. Yet, with a single strike, the phantoms of the 4 great divine beasts emerged and swiftly subdued the opposition. After a brief silence, Bai Wuyo remarked, I sense that those 4 great divine beasts are likely more than mere phantoms. I can perceive the ancestral bloodline fluctuations of ancient divine beasts. Upon hearing this, the Beastmasters of the Alliance nodded in silent accord, clearly acknowledging Bai Wuyo's insight. Consequently, their perception of Lin Shu transformed dramatically. They now understood that they had misjudged him. He indeed possessed the capability to contend with the 20 elite members of the Phantom Organization and Dark Hunters, and even execute a counterattack. As the audience outside the battlefield pondered the unfolding events, Lin Shu suddenly sheathed his 9th-grade divine sword, causing the phantoms of the 4 great divine beasts to vanish as well. What is young Lin Shu doing? Why does he not seize the momentum and eliminate all his foes? Questioned the head of the Gu family, his brows furrowed in confusion. Old Zhao sighed, alas. He is still somewhat juvenile in his demeanor. Youthful exuberance, perhaps? But it is to be expected, considering Lin Shu is merely a recent high school graduate. Perhaps he intends to toy with these individuals to showcase his prowess. In truth, Bai Wuyo's intuition was only partly accurate. Lin Shu indeed aimed to display his strength. Yet his intentions were far from frivolous. He had a sudden epiphany regarding his beasts, which possessed distinct abilities of fusion, armor, explosion, and the X antibody. While his 9th-grade defensive armor primarily served a protective function, it also bore the ability to fuse with the power of beasts. Thus, Lin Shu resolved to seize this rare opportunity to thoroughly explore the capabilities of his 9th-grade defensive armor. After all, to solely utilize such a remarkable piece for defense would be an egregious waste. Harboring this thought, Lin Shu focused his mind. The 9th-grade defensive armor radiated an exquisite brilliance. In the next instant, the 8 beasts behind him released portions of their power, merging with Lin Shu's armor. Once this was accomplished, he swiftly communicated with the storm demon dragon residing within the beast space. Now, lend me your strength, Lin Shu requested calmly. With a thunderous roar, the storm demon dragon swiftly divided its power, granting Lin Shu the freedom to allocate it as he saw fit. Thus, the powers of Lin Shu's 9 beasts converged within the 9th-grade defensive armor. While this intricate process seemed elaborate, it transpired within mere seconds. Consequently, the remaining 16 Beastmasters gazed on with deepened intrigue. Young man, what grade is the armor you wear? One inquired. Lin Shu replied with a gentle smile, 9th grade. Oh, and I nearly forgot to mention, the divine sword with which I just slew those 4 beasts is also 9th grade. At this declaration, the 16 Beastmasters' eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. It is known that while numerous 9th-grade beast masters exist in this world, the quantity of 9th-grade beast weapons is significantly lower. This is due to the fact that higher-grade beast weapons are increasingly difficult to forge. For instance, the leader of the Phantom organization possesses only a quasi-9th-grade beast sword, which renders him invincible among his peers. In contrast, the leader of the Dark Hunters wields merely an 8th-grade weapon, yet it inspires envy among other organizations. Who could have anticipated that Lin Shu not only possessed a 9th-grade divine sword, but also a 9th-grade defensive armor? Furthermore, he had contracted 8 extraordinary beasts, each with remarkable capabilities. If anyone were to assert that Lin Shu harbored no secrets, they would be met with disbelief. Everyone, we must eliminate this boy. Otherwise, he will undoubtedly pose a threat to our organization in the future. A single misstep could lead to our annihilation, declared a leading expert of the Phantom organization. This sentiment was met with unanimous agreement from the other elites. The leader pondered momentarily before stating, "What do you all think our chances of victory would be if we were to confront him collectively?" Upon the conclusion of these words, the formidable experts from the two dominant organizations lapsed into silence. Observing this, one individual remarked nonchalantly, "I believe we possess merely a 10% chance of victory. Let us not forget that this young man wields a 9th-tier divine sword. Should he unleash its power, our demise is inevitable. Therefore, I propose an idea, if you all cooperate. There may yet be a possibility of triumph." Noticing the curiosity in their gazes, he continued earnestly, "The black sand poison spirit python I have contracted is a fusion of special entities. If you could channel all the power of your contracted beasts into it, this creature will undoubtedly ascend temporarily to the imperial beast level. In such a state, it would easily vanquish these super beast level entities. Although this lad, Lin Shu, possesses a divine beast body, eliminating his contracted beast would surely result in a backlash against him. Only then shall we hold the potential for victory. At that juncture, we shall divide his 2 9th-tier beast weaponry among ourselves. Wealth is found in peril. The choice is yours." Upon hearing this, the experts of the Netherworld organization expressed no dissent. However, the members of the Shadow Hunters organization exhibited a degree of hesitation. Yet, they soon acquiesced, for the current predicament offered no superior alternatives to the strategy proposed. Witnessing their compliance, the expert from the Netherworld organization swiftly executed the fusion technique. The remaining experts commanded their contracted beasts to merge their powers with the Black Sand Poison Spirit Python. 1 minute later, the form of the Black Sand Poison Spirit Python began to transform, its aura steadily intensifying. Alas, it ultimately stabilized at merely the semi-imperial beast level. In contrast, the contracted beasts that contributed their power appeared as wilted as frostbitten eggplants. Observing this, the experts felt a wave of disappointment. Unexpectedly, the individual who had orchestrated this scheme burst into laughter. "It appears that the Black Sand Poison Spirit Python requires even more power. If that is the case, I shall have it devour your contracted beasts." Upon hearing this, the faces of the other experts paled. They sought to flee, but alas, it was too late. The python, now magnified several times in size, surged forth in a swift motion, consuming one beast after another. Within mere seconds, all 15 Imperial-level contracted beasts were devoured. Once this gruesome task was completed, a shroud of black mist enveloped the Black Sand Poison Spirit Python. When it dissipated, a 3-headed, jet-black dragon emerged before Lin Shu. Contracted beast, Black Sand Poison Dragon. Level, Imperial Beast level. Bloodline, Epic level. Evolution, Black Sand Poison Dragon. Characteristics, having absorbed numerous contracted beasts, it evolved into this form. With each of its 3 heads possessing powers of black wind, toxic sand, and devouring capability, rendering it immensely lethal. Young man, my Black Sand Poison Dragon is unparalleled. Are you prepared to meet your end? Surrender your 9th-tier beast weapon, and I shall grant you a complete corpse. Otherwise, without waiting for the taunts to conclude, Lin Shu exhibited no fear. Rather, he rejoiced. "Ah, an Imperial-level contracted beast. This caliber merits my full attention. I am ready to engage." With that declaration, Lin Shu charged forward without a second thought. The battle was imminent. Chapter 66. The Hidden Card. The Storm Demon Dragon appears. Instantaneous kill. The sudden scene within the battle circle caused the hearts of those outside to plummet. Clearly, they had not anticipated that the orchestrator of the Black Sand Poison Spirit Python would be so cunning and treacherous. Ostensibly, he had sought to unite the experts of the Netherworld organization and the Shadow Hunters organization, but in reality, he aimed to consume their contracted beasts to elevate his own. Moreover, his scheme had succeeded. As they beheld the epic-level bloodline, Imperial-level Black Sand Poison Dragon, a tightness gripped their hearts. They felt that even with Lin Shu's extraordinary abilities, surmounting this challenge would be exceedingly difficult. "Everyone," Bai Wui called out, pulling the others back to reality. The head of the Gu family and the elder Zhao inhaled deeply, ultimately revealing expressions of determination. They solemnly nodded. Though one was a 6th-tier beast master and the other a 7th tier, they resolved to battle with all their might to protect Lin Shu, even at the cost of their own injuries. Meanwhile, the experts of the Beastmaster Alliance, after a brief struggle, also nodded in agreement. To them, Lin Shu represented the future of Huagua. As members of the highest organization for beast masters in the country, they had a duty to safeguard him, even if it meant risking their lives. With this shared conviction, they simultaneously initiated their summoning arrays. Soon, powerful contracted beasts materialized. Regrettably, the strongest among them boasted merely a half-epic bloodline, and their highest level was that of Imperial beasts. Thus, against the Imperial-level Black Sand Poison Dragon, they had no chance of victory. Yet, with Lin Shu in peril, they had no choice but to intervene. Just as their commands urged their contracted beasts into the fray, the manipulator of the Black Sand Poison Dragon, Sha Air, sneered coldly. He issued a command for the dragon to unleash a wave of toxic sand flames. Lin Shu was forced to retreat, and in that fleeting moment, the Black Sand Poison Dragon unleashed a cloud of poisonous mist, enveloping the battlefield in obscurity. The onlookers outside could not discern the reality within. What? Upon witnessing the scene, Bai Wuyi's expression shifted dramatically. He immediately commanded his contracted beast to charge in. Unfortunately, as soon as it made contact with the toxic substance, it cried out in agony and transformed into a streak of light, returning to his beast space. Although the beast was not in mortal danger, it had lost its combat capability. Moreover, even Bai Wuyi, as a beast master, could not suppress a spurt of blood, indicating he had sustained significant injuries. Seeing this unfold, the head of the Gu family and elder Zhao were taken aback, while the experts of the Beastmaster Alliance displayed solemn expressions. Ultimately, the leading member of the alliance spoke up. Everyone, allow me to try. My contracted beast possesses an X antibody. Perhaps it can breach the barrier. Everyone can follow behind me. With that, he swiftly issued commands, intending to absorb the toxins released by the Black Sand Poison Dragon. However, he soon met with failure. The black mist not only contained potent toxins, but also possessed the ability to consume the power of contracted beasts. Therefore, after less than half a minute of contact, the alliance member realized that his contracted beast's power was rapidly depleting. In a matter of 5 minutes, his beast would be drained of energy and perish. Realizing this, he had no choice but to withdraw his contracted beast. Observing the pallor on his face, Bai Wuyi clenched his fists, momentarily at a loss for strategies. At that moment, Elder Zhao spoke up. Everyone, we are currently powerless. Thus, we must place our hopes in young friend Lin Shu. Upon hearing this, the head of the Gu family concurred. I believe we must trust in young friend Lin Shu. After all, previously, Lin Shu single-handedly vanquished a beast king. At that time, his beast was merely in its ultimate form, and he had not yet donned the protective armor of the 9th grade. Thus, this time, he was undoubtedly capable of transforming peril into safety. Although Bai Wuyi wished to articulate his thoughts, he ultimately acquiesced with a resigned nod. In contrast, the elite members of the Beast Tamer Alliance clenched their fists in frustration, their eyes filled with reluctance. Yet, they had no choice but to heed Bai Wuyi's counsel. In the current predicament, their options were limited to patiently awaiting the outcome or hoping for a miracle to manifest through Lin Shu. However, they believed the likelihood of such a miracle occurring was perhaps even slimmer than being struck by lightning followed by winning a lottery of billions. As everyone pondered in their own way, within the battlefield, Lin Shu wore a smile. Boy, do you still find time to laugh? Shouldn't you be engulfed in despair? Begging for mercy at this moment? Char glared at Lin Shu. I advise you to plead for mercy and surrender your 2 9th-grade beast-taming weapons. Perhaps I might show you mercy and spare your life. Otherwise, do not blame my black sand venomous dragon for turning you into its delectable meal. In the face of his provocation and mockery, Lin Shu remained unfazed. He replied calmly, Sir, I must thank you for providing me with an excellent opportunity for battle. Moreover, I hold your ambition in high regard. If I am not mistaken, you intend to seize my beast-taming weapons and ascend as the ruler of the underworld organization, correct? I find this quite admirable. Alas, one must act within their means. To this, Char did not deny, responding coolly, Yes, and what of it? I believe I possess the capability to do so. Upon these words, the other 19 beast tamers glared furiously, realizing they had fallen into Char's trap. Char, you scoundrel! The experts from the 2 organizations continuously shouted. Unfortunately, Char paid them no mind and commanded the black sand venomous dragon instead. As the latter unleashed its black sand venomous flames, all 19 beast tamers were eradicated without a trace. After completing this grim task, Char coldly turned his gaze toward Lin Shu. Kid, now it's your turn. I can offer you the chance to strike. Reveal all your trump cards. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu smiled. Are you certain? Very well, I shall oblige. With those words, Lin Shu swiftly activated the summoning array. Storm Demon Dragon, your moment to shine has arrived. Buzz. A divine light flickered as a colossal dragon, entwined in a tempest, materialized. Roar. It unleashed a storm, and in an instant, the winds howled violently. Char's smile froze on his face. How do you possess a Beast Emperor-level beast? Before Char could finish his astonished exclamation, the Storm Demon Dragon descended with a whirlwind, mercilessly shredding the once mighty black, sand-venomous dragon into fragments. Moments later, a thud resounded as the remains of the black sand-venomous dragon fell to the ground. Char, having suffered backlash, spat blood and collapsed, unable to rise. Humph, trash. Lin Shu scoffed disdainfully. Harnessing the power of the Storm Demon Dragon, he obliterated Char's form, reducing it to mere powder. Lin Shu quickly retracted the Storm Demon Dragon, simultaneously gathering the remaining 8 beasts into his beast space. Having completed these actions, Lin Shu utilized his 9th-grade Divine Sword to absorb the surrounding toxic miasma. In the arena, only Lin Shu stood, proudly asserting his presence. This spectacle left by Wuyo, the Gu family head, Elder Zhao, and all members of the Beast Tamer Alliance utterly astonished. What just transpired? The Gu family head asked, his eyes glazed in disbelief. Elder Zhao shook his head in confusion, while Bai Wuyo remained silent for a moment, struggling to find words. The experts of the Beast Tamer Alliance were equally dumbfounded, staring at Lin Shu in utter bewilderment, their minds grappling with the incomprehensible. Just moments ago, they had been concerned for Lin Shu's life, feeling powerless despite their good intentions, even hoping for a miracle from him. Yet now, amidst the toxic miasma of the battlefield, roars echoed, and they had feared for Lin Shu's safety. Who could have anticipated that when the poison dissipated, Char would vanish, leaving only the skeletal remains of the black sand-venomous dragon, while Lin Shu stood unscathed? What on earth had occurred? Their minds raced with questions. Meanwhile, Lin Shu had already stored the remains of the black sand-venomous dragon in his beast space, entrusting it to Anubis, the wolf god, to transform it into his puppet. Once this was settled, Lin Shu stepped forward. Everyone, you may conclude your duties. Lin Shu, what exactly happened just now? Why? The Gu family head inquired with immense curiosity. Cough, cough. Elder Zhao cleared his throat. The Gu family head instantly understood and smiled. Apologies, I retract my earlier statement. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Lin Shu, seeing this, could not help but smile in satisfaction. With the conclusion of such a tense and fierce battle, joy filled the air. At that moment, the leading member of the Beast Tamer Alliance stepped forward. Lin Shu, congratulations on passing the Alliance's test. Upon our return, I will report today's events to the Alliance. I believe you will soon become one of us. Lin Shu smiled contentedly. Possessing the identity of a member of the Beast Tamer Alliance would undoubtedly facilitate his endeavors. Thank you, he replied nonchalantly. As the members of the Beast Tamer Alliance prepared to depart, Bai Wuyo hurriedly interjected, Everyone, you have only just arrived. Allow me to treat you to a meal, so we may converse. The leading member of the Alliance replied, No, we must attend to matters upon our return. Besides facilitating Lin Shu's extraordinary entry into the Alliance, we also need to manage the aftermath of this battle. Naturally, addressing the Lingzhou Wang family, the Underworld Organization, and the Dark Hunters Alliance are also on the agenda. After all, we must create a favorable environment for Lin Shu's growth. With that, the group turned to leave. Bai Wuyo chuckled, then remarked, It seems, tonight's gathering will consist solely of the few of us. The Gu family head and Elder Zhao had no objections, nor did Lin Shu. Just then, Lin Shu's phone suddenly rang. Xiao Shu, where are you right now? I have encountered some trouble. The anxious voice of Lin Qingxiu echoed through the air. Lin Shu had intended to inquire further, but the call was abruptly terminated. A shadow of despair crossed Lin Shu's countenance as he immediately redialed, only to be met with a persistent busy signal. This cannot be. Bai Wuyo's expression shifted slightly, for he had taken meticulous precautions, dispatching skilled members of the Bai family to covertly protect Lin Qingxiu in the preceding days. Lin Shu's own fire club was also part of this protective arrangement. Yet, why had Lin Qingxiu still been abducted? However, this was not the time for such contemplations. The immediate priority was to rescue her. Just as Bai Wuyo pondered this, the phone of the Gu family patriarch rang. What? Very well. Ensure you follow discreetly and do not lose track of her, he instructed before ending the call. Turning to Lin Shu with utmost seriousness, he continued, Young friend Lin Shu, our Gu family's guard team has gathered some intelligence. Your sister was just about to leave work when a group of assailants clad in black appeared, intent on an attack. At that moment, Bai family's experts intervened, but they were easily subdued. The adversaries are suspected to be 6th-tier beast masters, prompting our guard team to refrain from direct confrontation and instead utilize specific devices for tracking. Your sister has been taken to the vicinity of Hongyao Mountain. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu summoned his infernal blood phoenix, preparing to race toward Hongyao Mountain. However, just as he took a few steps, his phone buzzed with a message, demanding he approach Hongyao Mountain alone. Otherwise, should he encounter anyone else, Lin Xingqiu would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. His eyes darkened with intensity as he swiftly replied with a single word, understood. Stowing his phone away, he looked at Bai Wuyo, the elderly Zhao, and the Gu patriarch, all of whom wore expressions laden with guilt. I appreciate your efforts, but leave the next steps to me. With that, Lin Shu leaped onto the back of the infernal blood phoenix, soaring toward Hongyao Mountain. Damn it! If I uncover which faction has taken my sister, I shall ensure that their very existence is erased from this world. 10 minutes later, Lin Shu arrived at Hongyao Mountain, mentally prepared for a direct confrontation. Yet, upon reaching the site, he found himself utterly astonished. There, not far away, stood Lin Xingqiu, unharmed amidst a scene of carnage. Surrounding her were the lifeless bodies of the attackers. Beast Masters, as evidenced by their attire, were clearly assassins from the Dark Hunters Alliance. The remaining corpses were those of beasts, all of which had perished, but their warmth lingered, allowing Lin Shu to ascertain that they were all at the King Beast level. Jejia, Lin Shu rushed forward. And at that moment, Lin Xingqiu appeared dazed. Fortunately, after several calls from Lin Shu, she regained her composure. Xiaoshu, you've come. It's truly wonderful. I was terrified moments ago, thinking I would never see you again. Noticing Lin Xingqiu's overwhelming excitement, Lin Shu hurried to calm her. Once she had steadied herself, he inquired about the events that transpired. It turned out that after her abduction, Lin Xingqiu had attempted to resist. She had planned to summon her own beast for battle, but those assailants had sealed her powers with their nefarious tactics. Just as she felt utterly helpless, a mysterious figure appeared, disheveled yet merciless. In mere moments, the experts of the Dark Hunters Alliance were vanquished, and their beasts were dispatched with a single blow each. After resolving the confrontation, the enigmatic savior vanished without a trace. A tremor ran through Lin Shu's heart as he recalled the mysterious individual who had entrusted him with the Storm Demon Dragon. Could it be him? Lin Shu pondered in amazement. Just as he was about to ask further questions, Bai Wuyo's voice resonated through the phone. Lin Shu, your sister should be safe now, correct? Lin Shu intended to inquire how Bai Wuyo knew this, but the next moment, he heard the latter's voice take on a more somber tone. I have several matters to discuss with you. The Wang family of Lingzhou has been annihilated. The bounty on your head in the dark web has been rescinded. Moreover, the Dark Hunters organization has been eradicated, and the leader of the underworld organization has taken his own life, now succeeded by a mysterious figure. What? Lin Shu gasped in astonishment. Chapter 68, Bloodthirsty Savage, A New Evolution Path, The Ancient Divine Ape. 20 minutes later, Lin Shu returned home with his sister, Lin Xingqiu. After ensuring her well-being, he promptly contacted Bai Wuyo. Before long, Bai Wuyo, the Gu patriarch, and the elderly Zhao arrived at a nearby tea house, their expressions grave, clearly shaken by the day's events. Their attention was fully directed toward Lin Shu. Lin Shu, is there something you've been concealing from us? Bai Wuyo was the first to break the silence, with the elder Zhao and Gu patriarch regarding him with expectant eyes. Their curiosity was justified. Today's occurrences had been exceedingly bizarre, as if unseen eyes were meticulously observing everything. Namely, eyes that were fixated on Lin Shu, considering that the Wang family of Lingzhou, the Dark Hunters, and the Underworld organization all bore grudges against him. The outcome was astonishing. One had been obliterated, another completely annihilated, and the remaining organization had undergone a change of leadership. What was most perplexing was that no one knew who was behind these events. It was all too strange. Faced with their inquiries, Lin Shu found himself at a loss for words. Although he sensed that these three held no ill intentions, he also firmly believed that the mysterious benefactor who had gifted him the Storm Demon Dragon would not wish him harm. Furthermore, had it not been for this intervention, his sister Lin Xingqiu's fate could have been dire. With this in mind, Lin Shu resolved to convey part truth and part conjecture. Esteemed friends, this matter is rather convoluted. However, please understand that these are merely my suspicions, as I possess no definitive proof. After a brief pause, he continued, do you recall the mysterious figure who appeared during our examination in the Beastmaster's secret realm? I had some interaction with him, yet his true identity remains unknown to me. However, he mentioned that he had been shunned by Beastmasters due to his contract with a fusion of a beast and a magical creature, ultimately leading to his suppression. Naturally, I cannot ascertain the veracity of this claim, but his strength is undeniable. I nearly fell victim to him myself. In order to render his words more convincing, Lin Shu deliberately let out a bitter laugh and continued, oh, by the way, that person mentioned that they found me agreeable. Hence, there may be opportunities for us to meet again. Furthermore, when I went to rescue my sister, the battle at that location had already concluded. Judging by the residual aura at the scene, it was undoubtedly that mysterious figure who came to her aid. At this juncture, Lin Shu spread his hands and inquired, "Do you think this individual might be inclined to befriend me, which is why they helped resolve these predicaments?" Just as Lin Shu pondered this, his phone suddenly rang. Almost immediately, a message appeared on the screen, informing him of a deposit of 50 billion gold coins. While Lin Shu was momentarily stunned, another text message arrived. "Kid, you should have guessed it was me, right? Remember, do not investigate me. It won't benefit you. Consider this 50 billion gold coins as compensation." Instinctively, Lin Shu attempted to call back, only to be met with a notification that the number was unavailable. It seemed that this number had been treated through some special means. With a helpless smile, Lin Shu shared the message with the 3 members of the Gu family, only to be met with blank stares. Ultimately, Bai Wuyo chuckled and said, "I will report this matter truthfully to the higher-ups. Lin Shu, you need not harbor any psychological burden regarding this incident. In any case, your troubles have now been entirely resolved. You may now contemplate your enrollment in school. As for that 50 billion gold coins, keep it for yourself. And remember, do not disclose today's events to anyone else. It is for the best." With that, Bai Wuyo swiftly shifted the topic, engaging Lin Shu in a discussion about life after university. Thus, their conversation continued until 7 in the evening, at which point Lin Shu bid farewell to the 3 and hurried home. Upon arriving home, Lin Shu was met by Lin Qingqiu, who approached him with a furrowed brow. "Little tree, come here quickly. I have something to show you." With that, Lin Qingqiu opened her phone. Lin Shu focused his gaze and discovered that her gold card account had inexplicably received an additional 10 billion gold coins. Besides that, there was a similar message. "Little tree, how should we handle this money?" Lin Qingqiu, having never seen such a large sum of gold coins in her life, was momentarily flustered. However, after a brief moment of surprise, Lin Shu smiled and said, "Sister, since this is compensation for you, just accept it. Do not worry about anything else. Also, the organization that kidnapped you has been eradicated, so you will no longer be in danger." Though he spoke with reassurance, Lin Shu felt a lingering sense of unease in his heart. Therefore, he resolved that before his departure, he must ensure that his sister's strength was elevated to a higher level. This incident also served as a wake-up call for him. With such thoughts in mind, Lin Shu suddenly shouted, "System, is there a quick method to help my sister level up? Or can you forge a weapon that balances offense and defense for her?" Lin Shu had initially spoken offhandedly, but to his surprise, the system responded, "Ding. The host has acquired the titles of Master Smith and Alchemist, thus enabling the host to analyze and simplify the crafting of beast-controlling weapons and potions. Ding. The system is scanning. The host may proceed to the auction house, where 2 excellent 8th-grade beast-controlling weapons are available for simplified crafting." Upon hearing this, Lin Shu immediately stood up. "Sister, I need to step out for a moment. Stay at home and contact me if anything arises." With that, he swiftly departed. Before leaving, Lin Shu utilized the power of the wolf god Anubis to summon numerous beast puppets. He then employed the system's power to conceal himself in the shadows, ensuring his sister's safety. Of course, Lin Shu could only do so much. Although he was the divine beast body, the beasts could not stray too far from him, or they would be forcibly recalled to the beast space. Nevertheless, those beast puppets were still capable of providing ample protection. With his worries alleviated, Lin Shu hailed a taxi and made his way to the auction house. As the owner of the auction house, he exchanged a brief greeting with the security before entering. Initially, Lin Shu intended to head directly to the location of the 2 notable 8th-grade beast-controlling weapons mentioned by the system. However, as he passed through a certain area, he suddenly sensed a roar emanating from his beast space. What is happening? Lin Shu pondered, perplexed. He then focused his consciousness on the beast space. "Wait, you are the bloodthirsty mad ape?" Lin Shu exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Had it not been for that roar, he might have forgotten about this creature's existence. An awkward smile crept onto his face. It seemed that since that day at the Yuyan Dojo when he fought against Zhang Kuei and captured the bloodthirsty mad ape, he had neglected this creature. Even subsequent upgrades to his bloodline and other advancements had been overlooked. If it weren't for the roar just now, he might have completely forgotten. However, Lin Shu could hardly be blamed for this oversight. After all, the bloodthirsty mad ape possessed only a singular explosive physique and was merely at the ultimate level, with its bloodline being divine grade. In comparison to his other beasts, this one indeed paled in significance. After some murmuring, Lin Shu inquired, "Bloodthirsty mad ape, did you call for me for any specific reason?" Upon hearing this, the bloodthirsty mad ape began to dance excitedly, continuously vocalizing. Although Lin Shu could not comprehend the language of beasts, their shared understanding allowed him to quickly grasp the essence of its message. "You sensed something in the auction house that could aid you? So you want me to release you?" Upon hearing this, the bloodthirsty mad ape nodded vigorously. Without hesitation, Lin Shu returned his consciousness to reality and activated the summoning array. When the bloodthirsty mad ape was released, the system's voice sounded once more. Ding! The system has detected Spirit Sun Divine Iron. This material can activate the bloodthirsty mad ape's bloodline, facilitating its upgrade and evolution. This evolution represents an entirely new pathway. The bloodthirsty mad ape can evolve into an ancient divine ape. Ding! The host may refine it into a 9th-grade divine beast weapon. Would you like to proceed with the refinement? As the system's voice faded, an arrow appeared before Lin Shu, pointing to a piece of gold iron, half a person tall, radiating with a purple-golden glow. Chapter 69, Evolution, Diamond Ape, Celestial Needle, 50-fold Amplification. Material, Spirit Sun Divine Iron. Level 9th grade. Description, formed from fragments of the sun. Floating in space and subjected to particle radiation for millennia, it possesses extremely high density and can be enlarged or reduced at will, exhibiting endless transformations. After perusing the system's description, Lin Shu's eyes brightened with excitement. He approached the Spirit Sun Divine Iron, keenly examining it. Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty mad ape could no longer contain its enthusiasm, yelping with delight as if urging Lin Shu to hasten the refinement into a 9th-grade divine weapon. Naturally, Lin Shu was equally eager. He promptly exclaimed, "System, what do you think this treasure should be refined into?" Beep, given the host's intelligence. "I'm sure you can resolve such a simple issue," Lin Shu mused. However, this worked out well. After all, Lin Shu had already attained the title of Master Craftsman. Thus, he had long since conceived a preliminary plan in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shu's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Excellent, I have an idea." With that, he swiftly activated the crafting marketplace of the system. Subsequently, a colossal forging furnace materialized before him. As Lin Shu cast the Lingyang Divine Iron into the furnace, a progress bar swiftly appeared above it. 10, 20, 50. When the progress bar reached 100%, the system's voice echoed once more. Beep, congratulations to the host. The crafting is complete. Before Lin Shu, 2 treasures materialized out of thin air. One was a rod adorned with mysterious patterns, while the other was a suit of armor. Weapon, Destiny Divine Needle. Level 9th rank. Description, forged from Lingyang Divine Iron. It possesses the ability to transform unpredictably, enlarging and contracting at will, with the surface patterns serving to amplify its power. Armor, Lingyang Armor. Level 9th rank. Description, composed of fragments of Lingyang Divine Iron. It boasts unique abilities such as fusion, armor, explosion, and X-antibody, capable of being donned by beast masters or utilized by beasts to enhance their combat prowess. Lin Shu promptly stowed away the Lingyang armor, intended for his sister. He then returned the bloodthirsty mad ape to the beast space before tossing the Destiny Divine Needle into it. Lin Shu's consciousness entered the beast space, and he eagerly observed the transformation of the bloodthirsty mad ape. The ape surged forward, its claws making contact with the Destiny Divine Needle. Buzz! A blinding divine light flickered. In the next moment, golden flames flashed around the bloodthirsty mad ape. As they gradually dissipated, a 100-meter-tall giant ape wielding the iron rod emerged from thin air. Beast Diamond Divine Ape. Level Beast King Body. Bloodline Chaos Great. Evolution Invincible Divine Ape King. Characteristics evolved from the bloodthirsty mad ape and the Destiny Divine Needle. Its physical form is unparalleled, capable of transforming into a giant ape of 10,000 meters, possessing immense combat strength. With the explosive nature of its body and the amplification from the Destiny Divine Needle, it can enhance its combat power by 50 times for a brief period. After reviewing these attributes, Lin Shu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not anticipated that the bloodthirsty mad ape would become so formidable upon gaining a new evolutionary path. And with the added capability of a 50-fold enhancement. Terrifying. This was truly frightening. Lin Shu smiled with satisfaction, addressing the Diamond Divine Ape. From now on, you shall train diligently here to solidify your level. Should the need arise in the future, I will ensure you have the opportunity to showcase your prowess. A few minutes later, Lin Shu's consciousness returned to reality. At this moment, he felt a deep sense of reflection. After all, he had initially come here to enhance his sister Lin Qingqiu's combat capabilities. Who could have imagined such significant gains? In the ensuing hours, Lin Shu swiftly arrived at the location indicated by the system and procured the 2 8th-rank Beast Master weapons. Utilizing the system's power, he disassembled the weapons and began crafting anew. Now, with his sister possessing 2 8th-rank Beast Master weapons and a 9th-rank Lingyang armor, she could easily protect herself as long as she did not encounter an overwhelmingly powerful foe. Thus, he felt at ease about reporting to Lingzhou University. Of course, Lin Shu was aware that the 9th rank Lingyang armor should not be revealed lightly. After all, should such a treasure be known to others, it could lead to endless troubles. As the saying goes, it is not the thief that one fears, but the thief that covets. For this reason, after successfully crafting the 9th rank Lingyang armor, Lin Shu proceeded to replicate the 2 8th rank Beast Master weapons. Having toiled for so long, he finally felt ready to return and rest. Then, he would prepare to head to Lingzhou University. Just as Lin Shu intended to leave, he suddenly sensed a subtle wave of spiritual energy emanating from behind him. This was largely due to Lin Shu's exceptionally keen perception. Otherwise, even an 8-star Beast Master would struggle to detect such a presence. Who goes there? Show yourself, Lin Shu commanded. However, the owner of the aura offered no response. If that's the case, do not blame me for being impolite. Lin Shu's gaze deepened. Aware that the enemy lurked in the shadows, he proceeded with caution. He swiftly drew his 9th rank divine sword and charged toward a distant corner with remarkable speed. Sure enough, Lin Shu spotted a petite figure clad in black. Who are you? Why have you stealthily infiltrated my auction? Lin Shu interrogated. Yet, the figure in black remained silent. Instead, she swiftly tossed an object resembling a flashbang. Instinctively, Lin Shu closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he found that the mysterious figure had vanished without a trace. Humph, do you think you can escape? Lin Shu remarked coldly. He immediately unleashed his formidable perception to track her presence. Thus, the pursuit commenced. Lin Shu soon arrived at an abandoned brick factory on the outskirts. He remained full of energy, while the figure in black was visibly out of breath. Why have you stopped running? Lin Shu inquired icily. Humph, the figure in black scoffed. It seemed she realized her escape was futile. With a steely gaze, she turned to Lin Shu. Speak. Who are you? Why did you infiltrate my auction? Are you here to steal or to cause destruction? In response to Lin Shu's questioning, the figure in black retorted coldly, Stop your nonsense. What do you mean by stealing your things? I'm merely reclaiming what belongs to my father. Lin Shu frowned in confusion. Your father's belongings? The figure in black offered no reply, but instead removed her mask and stepped closer to Lin Shu. Bathed in moonlight, he could now clearly see her face. She was a girl of pure countenance, with well-defined features and a hint of baby fat. Her mushroom haircut lending her a playful charm. However, Lin Shu was not deceived by her appearance. Judging by her aura, she was at least a 6th-tier Beast Master. Though not as powerful as the head of the Gu family, her level at such a young age was undoubtedly impressive. Naturally, Lin Shu was not inclined to take her words at face value. After all, he remembered a line from a movie in his past life. The more beautiful the woman, the more deceptive she can be. Therefore, Lin Shu resolved to subdue her first and investigate the matter further later. With this thought in mind, Lin Shu prepared to make his move. However, at that moment, a flurry of whistling winds echoed from all directions. Little brat, we finally found you. This time, you are surely doomed. A dozen figures materialized out of thin air, surrounding the girl. Chapter 70. The three-legged fire crow, lifting the seal? At the sudden turn of events, Lin Shu couldn't help but furrow his brow. For Lin Shu, the present was markedly different from the past. Both his strength and vision had undergone a significant transformation. Thus, he immediately recognized the unexpected guests before him as members of the Xiaoyu Guild, a force on par with the Lihu Guild. This guild, whose members revered the moon as their totem, adorned their garments with intricate moon embroidery. Lin Shu's understanding of this faction was limited to this knowledge alone. Ever since the Lihu Guild changed hands, the Xiaoyu organization had maintained a low profile, even shutting their doors to the outside world. However, the individuals within this faction were notorious figures. Rumor had it that the leader of the Xiaoyu Guild had once engaged in sinister dealings on an international scale. Upon returning to his homeland, he amassed a considerable following of beast tamers through ill-gotten gains, conducting business shrouded in secrecy. Lin Shu had often contemplated this faction, but his prior obligations, preparing for the college entrance examination and later contending with the Yum organization and the Dark Hunters, left him little opportunity to ponder other matters. He never anticipated crossing paths with these individuals here. While Lin Shu was lost in thought, a girl suddenly approached him. Hey, let's settle our grudges later. I'm about to make my move, and you should find a chance to escape. Remember, don't hesitate. There will only be one opportunity. If you don't run, I'll have to protect you while fighting, and I'll undoubtedly fail. Seeing her serious demeanor, Lin Shu chuckled. Why do you assume I would become a burden rather than an ally? Upon hearing this, Chun Guo shot a glance at Lin Shu. You're just a kid. No matter how impressive you may be, you're still out of your depth. Do you realize that these people before us are members of the Xiaoyu organization? They all have blood on their hands, and they are all tier 5 beast tamers. So, it would be wise not to overestimate yourself. Lin Shu observed her closely. From the looks of it, you seem to be around my age, if not younger. Aren't you guilty of overestimating yourself as well? This remark left Chen Guier visibly taken aback. Who are you calling young? I'm already 20, and I'm a 36D, she declared, puffing out her chest deliberately. Lin Shu was at a loss for words. What was this nonsense? The interaction between Lin Shu and Chen Guier was clearly misinterpreted by the Shi-OU organization members, who were seething with anger. You little brat, you still have the nerve to chat at a time like this? Ignoring us? If that's the case, then die. With that, the leader swiftly initiated a summoning array, and the other members of the Shi-OU organization, ablaze with fury, began to unleash their powers. Soon, a vast horde of ultimate beast tamers with divine bloodlines emerged. Lin Shu regarded them with disdain, hardly fazed. However, Chen Guier was struck with terror. Yet, her indomitable spirit shone through as she quickly activated her own summoning array. With a flash of arcane light, a colossal bird-like beast engulfed in flames appeared. Beast, three-legged fire crow. Level, complete form. Bloodline, semi-epic. Evolution, three-legged golden crow. Attributes, fiery incineration, immense strength, possessing mysterious powers capable of delivering a thunderous strike. Lin Shu was taken aback, realizing that this girl possessed an S-level bloodline beast and mysterious powers. However, he quickly shook his head. Although Chen Guier's beast had an impressive bloodline, its level was too low to contend with an entire group of ultimate forms. The very thought seemed implausible. As Lin Shu pondered this, Chen Guier's voice rang out again. Hey, kid, I'm going to have my three-legged fire crow unleash its ultimate attack. You need to get away quickly. Remember, after you escape, go find old Master Zhao and tell him I've been captured by the Shi-OU organization. He must save me, or else the Qin family will be left without a bloodline. Lin Shu intended to respond, but the Shi-OU expert sneered. Thinking you can send a warning? Not a chance. The leader fixed his gaze on Lin Shu. Don't blame us for being ruthless. You chose to associate with Chen Guier, so you shall die with her. Lin Shu remained indifferent, while Chen Guier felt a wave of regret. She gazed at Lin Shu with remorse. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. However, I will do my utmost to carve a path for your escape. With a resolute expression, she issued a command. The three-legged fire crow unleashed a massive fireball that morphed into 4 flaming walls, encasing Lin Shu and Chen Guier within. Three-legged fire crow, quickly, take him away, Chen Guier urged. Hesitantly, the three-legged fire crow complied with the command. Lin Shu was astonished. He hadn't expected this thief, who had infiltrated his auction, to possess such loyalty. Moreover, she seemed to have some connection with old Master Zhao. Naturally, he could not stand idly by. Yet, he was curious to see what abilities Chen Guier's three-legged fire crow possessed. With this thought in mind, Lin Shu smiled. Don't worry about me. Focus on facing the enemy. He then swiftly dodged the approaching three-legged fire crow. Chen Guier shot a deep glance at Lin Shu. Just as she was about to command the three-legged fire crow to forcibly take him away, the firewalls dissipated, and the Shi-OU experts closed in relentlessly. Look, you had such a perfect opportunity to escape, and now we're all doomed. Chen Guier lamented, feeling exasperated. She had strived to create a chance for him to survive, yet he had not taken it. Lin Shu merely smiled in response. I simply thought it inappropriate to leave like this. After all, without a beast to protect you, you would undoubtedly fall prey to them. Chen Guier had no time to argue further. She understood that the pressing matter was to fight with all her strength. Perhaps there was still a chance. Resolutely, she commanded the three-legged fire crow to engage in battle while she donned a set of Tier 4 Beast Tamer armor. The armor enveloped her, and she handed Lin Shu a Beast Tamer longsword. If danger arises, remember to use this weapon to defend yourself, and for heaven's sake, do not summon your beast, Chen Guier instructed earnestly. Lin Shu inquired with curiosity, why? Chen Guier cast a fleeting glance at the first-tier Beastmaster medal adorning Lin Shu's chest, and replied, as a first-tier Beastmaster, regardless of your strength, you are ill-equipped for high-intensity combat. Therefore, do not become mere cannon fodder. With that, Chen Guier ceased to engage with Lin Shu and turned her attention to the battlefield ahead. Alas, my three-legged fire crow is still somewhat lacking. It can manage in one-on-one encounters, but facing so many ultimate Beastmasters is a different story. Perhaps I should unseal its power ahead of time. With a determined glint in her eye, she proceeded to gather a fireball atop the head of the three-legged fire crow. The fireball radiated an intense heat, as if it could incinerate anything in its vicinity. What is this? Lin Shu mused in astonishment. Chapter 71. With all might, taming the ancient golden crow's soul. It was no wonder Lin Shu felt this way. The energy contained within the fireball was nothing short of terrifying. Even he could not guarantee that the 7-colored swallowing serpent could fully absorb it. At that moment, a voice from the system resounded. Beep. The system has detected an anomalous energy reaction. Scanning in progress. Scan complete. Before Lin Shu's eyes, an information panel materialized. Beastmaster, ancient golden crow's soul. Level Beast God Body. Bloodline, ancestral god of the wilderness. Evolution, characteristics. This is the residual soul of the ancient golden crow, coalesced and residing within the three-legged fire crow. Once fully unsealed, anything it touches will be rendered to nothingness. Upon reading this, Lin Shu's heart raced violently. The mere presence of the ancient golden crow's soul endowed it with the powers of a beast god. Moreover, its bloodline was that of the ancestral god of the wilderness. If he could tame it and find a way for it to be reborn, how formidable would it become? As Lin Shu pondered, the system's voice echoed once more. Beep. A contractable beast soul has been detected. Initiating simplification system. Initiation successful. The host can forcibly suppress the ancient golden crow's soul. The system can assist in reconstituting its corporeal form. Elated, Lin Shu contemplated how to acquire the mysterious ancient golden crow's soul from Chengguo. At this moment, the fireball above the three-legged fire crow writhed and pulsated, eventually morphing into miniature ancient golden crows, each the size of a sparrow, yet brimming with power. Upon contact with the Beastmasters from the Howling Moon Guild, those creatures disintegrated into ashes without uttering a single cry. The members of the Howling Moon Guild, suffering backlash, spewed blood profusely, their combat effectiveness utterly diminished. Witnessing the effortless resolution of the battle, Lin Shu turned in astonishment towards Chengguo, who had intended to commend her, but was interrupted when she suddenly collapsed to the ground. The fireball vanished into the body of the three-legged fire crow, subsequently entering Chengguo's Beastmaster space. What happened to you? Lin Shu inquired. Yet, Chengguo remained motionless. He reached out to check her pulse, only to find it faint and exceedingly hot, akin to boiling steam. Moreover, he noticed cracks appearing on her skin, from which flames erupted, resembling molten lava, an exceedingly bizarre sight. This is bad. It seems this girl cannot control the ancient golden crow's beast soul. She has been sealed for so long, and now, having unsealed it, her own power has dissipated, leaving her unable to maintain control. Realizing this, Lin Shu immediately called out, "System, is there any way to save her?" Beep. To save the individual, the host must forcibly extract the ancient golden crow's beast soul from the three-legged fire crow. Otherwise, she will undoubtedly perish. Before Lin Shu's eyes, a countdown timer appeared, clearly indicating that once it expired, Chengguo would be consumed by the golden crow's flames, reduced to ashes. Just as Lin Shu was contemplating what to do, a series of rushing wind sounds erupted around him. In the next moment, dozens of figures swiftly emerged before him. The foremost figure was one Lin Shu recognized. He had seen him during a television interview. It was Zhuge Xiao, the leader of the Howling Moon Guild, flanked by several high-ranking members of the guild. Zhuge Xiao surveyed the scene, noting the disheveled state of his subordinates, the unconscious Chengguo and Lin Shu, who appeared unscathed. He promptly inquired, "Kid, did you save Chengguo?" Lin Shu intended to respond, but the members who had lost their beastmasters rushed forward, eager to reveal the truth. Unfortunately, before they could voice their grievances, Lin Shu unleashed a gust of wind, severing them all in an instant. What? Zhuge Xiao seethed with rage. One must respect their master when dealing with a dog. This kid is far too audacious. Boy, who are you? Surrender at once, and I may consider sparing your life. Otherwise, I shall. Lin Shu paid him no heed. As he noticed the countdown for Chengguo's life accelerating, he decisively summoned the Ice Fire Divine Dragon's divine ice power, temporarily sealing Chengguo. Having accomplished this, he turned to Zhuge Xiao and said, "While I'm preoccupied, you should leave quickly. I will deal with you later. Otherwise, I will leave your corpse here." Lin Shu's words thoroughly infuriated Zhuge Xiao. Without further ado, he waved his hand, and all his subordinates surged forward. With numerous summoning arrays activated, various beasts materialized. Unfortunately, Lin Shu regarded them with utter disdain. "It's time to see what the Diamond Divine Ape can do," Lin Shu remarked coolly. He activated the summoning array, and in an instant, a colossal ape wielding an iron rod and radiating golden light appeared. With a mighty roar, it swung the divine mountain spike, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that sent shockwaves rippling outward. In the astonished gaze of Zhuge Xiao, his subordinates and numerous beasts were obliterated, reduced to mere dust without a trace. This. Zhuge Xiao's legs buckled in terror, completely forgetting to resist. He fell to his knees, begging for mercy. Lin Shu cast a cold glance at him. "Now kneel and remain still, or I shall turn you into a puddle of flesh." Once Zhuge Xiao complied, Lin Shu shifted his focus back to the unconscious Chengguo. At that moment, he had devised a plan. He began to. Then, in a calm tone, he said, "Three-legged fire crow, surely you do not wish for your master to perish in this manner? Now, relinquish your contract with her, and allow me to tame the ancient golden crow's soul. This is the only means I can conceive to save her." As these words fell indeed, the three-legged fire crow emerged. It emitted a low, mournful sound, and then a crimson contract flew forth from her forehead. As it dissipated, Lin Shu sensed that Chun Gui's aura gradually stabilized. He hastily produced a healing potion, and only then did Chun Gui slowly awaken. What just happened? Chun Gui was somewhat bewildered. Upon realizing that her bond with the three-legged fire crow had vanished, she glared at Lin Shu with fury. You bastard! What have you done to me? Are you attempting to steal my three-legged fire crow? Lin Shu shot her a glare. What nonsense are you spouting? I have no interest in your three-legged fire crow. I must sever the bond between it and you. Otherwise, your demise is inevitable. Also, quickly tell me how to completely unravel the seal within the three-legged fire crow. I need to separate that ancient golden crow's soul from it. Chun Gui was still bewildered. What ancient golden crow? Lin Shu did not elaborate, merely fixing his gaze upon Chun Gui. Feeling flustered under his stare, she reluctantly replied, Fine, I'll give it to you. No need to be so fierce. With that, Chun Gui produced a vial of red potion. Lin Shu immediately took it and tossed it forth. As the three-legged fire crow consumed it, a fireball reappeared above its head, now vastly larger than before, illuminating the previously dim sky as if it were daylight. Akin to a miniature sun, in a 10-mile radius centered around this location, flames erupted instantaneously. In the next moment, the colossal fireball began to writhe, ultimately manifesting the phantasm of an ancient golden crow. The three-legged fire crow, as if drained of strength, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. In that instant, the ground quaked violently, and the flames seemed capable of devouring all. Witnessing this, Lin Shu immediately shouted, Vajra Divine Ape, take this girl and the three-legged fire crow away. The farther, the better. Upon hearing this, the Vajra Divine Ape swiftly scooped up both the still bewildered Chun Gui and the three-legged fire crow and departed. Meanwhile, Zhuge Xiao, believing Lin Shu was too occupied to attend to him, prepared to flee. However, Lin Shu would not allow this scoundrel to escape. He drew forth the 9th-rank divine sword and severed the man's head, which was then consumed by the raging flames. Having dealt with these matters, Lin Shu quickly assessed the situation. Upon confirming that the Vajra Divine Ape had brought Chun Gui to safety, a glimmer of anticipation crossed Lin Shu's eyes. The ancient golden crow is mine, he proclaimed, and then began to cast summoning arrays. Hellfire Blood Phoenix, 7-colored Devouring Serpent, Golden-Eyed Bat Emperor, Black Wind Yellow Dog, Ancient Blood Spirit Dragon, Ice Fire Divine Dragon, Fierce Deity Xiang Lu, and even the Storm Demon Dragon. All his summoned beasts emerged, and a grand battle ensued. Chapter 72. The battle concludes. Has Lin Shu captured the ancient golden crow's soul? On this side, Lin Shu exerted all his strength to confront the ancient golden crow's beast soul. The clash of battle was imminent. Meanwhile, 1,000 meters away, the Vajra Divine Ape had just set Chun Gui down and turned to rush back. It could only escort her this far, as the maximum distance between a beast and its tamer was 1,000 meters. This guy. Chun Gui frowned slightly. She yearned to rush back, but she understood that in her current state, she would only hinder Lin Shu. With this thought, Chun Gui quickly took out her phone and dialed Grandpa Zhao's number. Grandpa Zhao, it's me, Chun Gui. I'm in a bit of trouble. Can you come over? After a detailed description, Grandpa Zhao readily agreed. It must be said that his response time was indeed swift. In less than 10 minutes, he arrived with his beast, accompanied by Zhao Sherman, the head of the Gu family, Gu Weiwei, and members of the Gu family S-Guard. Quickly, everyone mobilize, commanded the head of the Gu family. Soon, the various teams of the guard collaborated to secure the area. After completing this, Gu Weiwei approached a device and began conducting tests. Father, 10 miles away, there are 10 powerful energy signatures. The weakest are at the Beast King level, while the strongest is at the Beast Emperor level. Moreover, there is an incredibly terrifying energy fluctuation detected, which is at least at the Beast God level. Upon hearing Gu Weiwei's report, the head of the Gu family's expression darkened, and Grandpa Zhao exclaimed, Gui, what exactly is happening? What kind of entities are engaged in battle? Why are there so many high-level beasts here? Since Chun Gui had previously only provided a vague overview, everyone was still in the dark about the situation. Grandpa Zhao, it's like this, Chun Gui succinctly explained. Once she finished, both Grandpa Zhao and the head of the Gu family appeared enlightened. Clearly, it was Lin Shu, the young friend, who controlled those beasts. However, I am curious about how the Beast God level beast emerged. Chun Gui wore a confused expression. Then she stated earnestly, this matter, I am not entirely sure about either. However, she paused. Grandpa Zhao, you should know that within my three-legged fire crow lies a special seal, right? Grandpa Zhao nodded. Seeing this, Chun Gui continued. The Beast God level beast soul was released from the seal within my three-legged fire crow. What? Upon this revelation, Gu Weiwei, Zhao Sherman, and other members of the guard exhibited expressions of confusion. Clearly, this was the first time they had heard of such a beast soul. As for the head of the Gu family and Grandpa Zhao, Their eyes grew solemn. They were well-read and understood that some beasts could exist as beast souls even if their physical forms were destroyed. This was similar to fusion, armor, explosion, and X-antibodies, representing a unique state. However, beast souls were exceedingly rare. In fact, they had not appeared in the past 200 years. Thus, they were not as widely recognized as fusion forms. A beast soul, while lacking a corporeal body, could still exert half the power it had in physical form and could employ various skills. Most critically, because it lacked a physical entity, ordinary attacks were unlikely to inflict damage upon it. To put it bluntly, battling a beast soul was akin to fighting a shadow, where the shadow could attack the opponent. Yet one could not harm it in the slightest. Contemplating this old master, Zhao silently cursed his misfortune. Clearly, he believed that Lin Shu had encountered a significant predicament. The same could be said for the head of the Gu family. However, driven by curiosity, he directly inquired, "Little Chun, how is the ancient golden crow's beast soul sealed within your body?" Chen Guo wore a look of bewilderment. Observing her expression, the head of the Gu family continued, "Then, who was it that facilitated your contract with the three-legged golden crow?" Chen Guo glanced at Zhao Sherman before explaining. "It all began when my parents learned that Sister Zhao Sherman had contracted a powerful beast. After clarifying the location, we ventured to that mysterious place as well. However, after several months of searching, we found nothing. Just as we were about to leave, a mysterious figure suddenly claimed that I had a connection with the three-legged fiery crow and sold it to me at an incredibly low price." Upon hearing this, Old Master Zhao immediately affirmed, "That is indeed the case. My relationship with Guer's grandfather is long-standing. We discussed this matter over the phone previously. However, later on, Guer's family experienced unforeseen changes, and I lost contact with her. I never expected to reunite here, especially amidst such bizarre circumstances." Seeing that there was no further information to gather regarding the ancient golden crow's beast soul, the head of the Gu family set it aside in his mind and shifted his focus to the distant battlefield. Although it was 10,000 meters away, he could still sense the terrifying fluctuations of energy. "Father, what should we do?" Gu Weiwei spoke up. From the recent energy readings, she discerned that Lin Shu's beasts were continually weakening, while the ancient golden crow's beast soul remained vibrant with energy. She worried that Lin Shu would find it exceedingly difficult to prevail. The head of the Gu family remained silent. At that moment, Zhao Sherman also voiced, "Grandfather, should we go help? Waiting here is not a viable option." Old Master Zhao did not respond. After all, the ancient golden crow's beast soul was a divine beast that surpassed even the Beast Emperor. Given Lin Shu's formidable strength, it was unlikely they could assist without hindrance. With a sudden sigh, the head of the Gu family turned to Gu Weiwei, instructing, "Weiwei, immediately contact the Alliance and request that they send a master of formations here." Noticing Gu Weiwei's puzzled expression, he elaborated, "The only solution I can conceive is to transform this area into a monster realm, effectively isolating it from our world. Otherwise, if Lin Shu is defeated and the ancient golden crow wreaks havoc, it's not just Yun City that will suffer. Several nearby cities will likely face catastrophic losses." As these words resonated, silence enveloped the group. After all, a similar incident had occurred over a decade ago when a Beast Emperor-level monster devastated a city. Although it was eventually subdued, the cost was immense. Hundreds of thousands lost their lives, and several hundred Beastmasters perished, resulting in significant damage to the Beastmaster Alliance. The potential destruction from an ancient golden crow, particularly in its beast soul form, could be unimaginably catastrophic if unleashed. Gu Weiwei's eyes welled with tears at the thought of Lin Shu perishing. Yet, if left unchecked, it might not only spell doom for Lin Shu, but also cause the collapse of the hard-won world of Beastmasters. In such a scenario, the entire Huagua would face utter calamity. With these thoughts in mind, Gu Weiwei dialed the phone. Just then, a member of the surveillance team shouted, "Captain, the energy fluctuation of the beast soul has vanished. It seems Mr. Lin Shu has resolved the battle." What? The revelation left everyone astonished. The head of the Gu family turned to the monitoring device and confirmed that the ancient golden crow's beast soul fluctuations had indeed disappeared. He immediately commanded, "Quickly, let us go see what has happened." With that, they hurried towards Lin Shu's location at an astonishing speed. Chapter 73. The Terrifying Genius, Zhou Menghan. In no time, they arrived at Lin Shu's side, expecting to find him barely victorious after a fierce struggle against the ancient golden crow's beast soul, perhaps inflicting heavy losses on both sides. However, upon arrival, they were met with a shocking sight. Lin Shu stood unharmed amidst the charred ruins. "Old Master Zhao, head of the Gu family, what brings you here?" Lin Shu inquired. For a moment, Zhao Old Master and the others were at a loss for words, overwhelmed by emotion. They realized they had underestimated Lin Shu. His capabilities far exceeded their expectations. After a lengthy pause, Old Master Zhao finally spoke. "Young friend Lin Shu, What has become of the ancient Golden Crow's beast soul? Lin Shu smiled enigmatically, but remained silent. Old Master Zhao, being a perceptive man, exchanged a knowing glance with the head of the Gu family. The latter promptly instructed the guards, "You may return. We will handle matters here." Soon, only the head of the Gu family, his daughter, the Zhao grandfather and granddaughter, along with Chun Guer remained. Lin Shu had no intention of concealing the truth. With a mere thought, a towering beast egg materialized before him. Although it had yet to hatch, the intense heat radiating from it caused everyone to break into a sweat. "Young friend Lin Shu, you cannot possibly be telling me that this beast egg..." Lin Shu calmly nodded. "Indeed, this beast egg contains the ancient Golden Crow." Upon hearing this, everyone was astounded. Lin Shu, however, refrained from mentioning that the ancient Golden Crow's beast soul had transformed into a beast egg due to the system's influence. Fortunately, no one pressed for further details, as they recognized the significance of the situation. "Now, I must ask you all to keep this matter confidential. I wish to avoid unnecessary complications," Lin Shu said with a smile. The others nodded in agreement, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. With that, Lin Shu felt a sense of relief and approached Chun Guer. He intended to say something, but Chun Guer interjected with a smile. "So you're Lin Shu? There's no need for you to apologize. The ancient Golden Crow's beast soul was merely a burden to me and the three-legged fiery crow. I couldn't possibly wield such immense power." However, before Chun Guer could finish, Lin Shu replied nonchalantly, "Who said I was troubled about seizing the ancient Golden Crow's beast soul? What I meant to say is that your previous theft at my auction has been settled, now that I have contracted the ancient Golden Crow's beast egg. However, I am quite curious why you claimed that there was something belonging to you at my auction. Additionally, why is the Saga organization pursuing you?" With these words, both Old Master Zhao and Zhao Sherman turned their gazes toward Chun Guer, as they recalled her gentle demeanor and impressive talent. How could one descend to the depths of thievery? Just as the bewilderment enveloped the crowd, Chun Guer disdainfully interjected, "This is all the doing of that accursed Saga organization. When our Chun family fell into decline, numerous factions sought to devour us, and the Saga organization was among them. They not only forcefully seized my grandfather's 8th-grade beast-controlling weapon, the Lantian sword, but also sold it at the Yun City auction. Even more despicable, those scoundrels claimed our family heirloom, the Saga silver ring, as their own. Through extensive inquiries, I learned that the Lantian sword was at the auction, which is why I went there." Chun Guer cast a deep glance at Lin Shu, adding, "Though I did not obtain the Lantian sword, I now possess the Saga silver ring." With great care, she produced a silver circular ring, upon which a silver wolf sculpture appeared in vivid detail. Weapon, Saga silver ring. Grade 8th. Description, crafted from celestial meteoric iron through unique forging techniques. It appears harmless at first glance, yet harbors formidable power. As Lin Shu utilized the system to examine the Saga silver ring's details, Chun Guer extended it towards him. "Lin Shu, I wish to offer this Saga silver ring as a reward for a favor. I hope you will help me seek vengeance against the Saga organization." Lin Shu was somewhat puzzled. The leader of the Saga organization, Zhuge Xiao, is already dead. They are a headless dragon now. Surely, Old Master Zhao could easily eradicate them? Old Master Zhao slightly nodded, evidently agreeing with Lin Shu's assertion. However, Chun Guer shook her head, stating, "If I could leverage Grandpa Zhao's power, I would have done so already. Moreover, Zhuge Xiao is not the true leader of the Saga organization. He is merely a puppet. The real leader is someone else, Qiu Minghan, an 8th-tier, 8-star beast master." What? The revelation caused Old Master Zhao and the Guo family head to change countenance. After a moment, Old Master Zhao solemnly remarked, "I never expected it to be her." Noticing Lin Shu's confusion, he elaborated, "Lin Shu, my young friend, Qiu Minghan is regarded as one of the most gifted individuals in the history of our nation. By middle school, she was already a 3rd-tier beast master. At 18, she had ascended to a 6-star beast master, becoming a professor at Lingzhou University and a core member of the Beastmaster Alliance in the same year. She was once the hope of our nation. Yet 3 years ago, she suddenly betrayed us, slaying dozens of elite beast masters from the Alliance, and has since become their nemesis. Over the years, bounty notices regarding her have flooded in, with the reward escalating from 1 billion to 300 billion gold coins. Many elite fighters have attempted to hunt her down, but all have met their demise. Even the Juntian organization got involved, yet they too faced annihilation. It is worth noting that at its peak, the Juntian organization was far more powerful than the Yomi organization. Had it not been for that upheaval, the Yomi organization would not have emerged as it did. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu was filled with astonishment. If this information held any truth, the situation had become exceedingly intriguing. A flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. He yearned for a confrontation with Qiu Minghan. As Lin Shu pondered these matters, the Guo family head suddenly spoke. "Lin Shu, may I ask something?" though I am uncertain if it is appropriate. Noticing Lin Shu's curiosity, the Guo family head took a deep breath and continued. Xiao Minghan was originally an orphan, and it was your parents who discovered her talent and supported her education. The timing of her descent into chaos coincided almost precisely with your parents' sacrifice. I have long suspected that their deaths were not accidental. Perhaps seeking out Xiao Minghan could yield some clues. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu's expression turned contemplative. He intended to respond, but just then, a helicopter appeared in the sky. Moments later, several figures leapt from the helicopter, all clad in the attire of the Xiaya organization. The foremost individual approached Lin Shu directly, inquiring, "Are you Lin Shu?" Upon Lin Shu's nod, the person continued nonchalantly, "Our leader wishes to speak with you. I wonder if you would dare to accompany us." 10 minutes later, Lin Shu found himself aboard the helicopter, his demeanor solemn. His mind was preoccupied with the recent discussions with Old Master Zhao and the others. Although Lin Shu had no prior connection to Xiao Minghan, and she had been portrayed by them as a remorseless killer, his instincts suggested she meant him no harm, as she was nurtured by his parents. Nevertheless, even if she did harbor ill intentions, Lin Shu was unafraid. An 8th tier, 8-star beast master might be formidable, yet he would not cower in the face of confrontation. However, he hoped to avoid battle, as his primary objective in meeting her was to unravel the mystery surrounding his parents' demise. "Mr. Lin Shu, do not be anxious. We are still half an hour away from the true base of the Xiaya organization." The leading figure from the organization smiled, attempting to alleviate his tension. Lin Shu chose to ignore him, instead closing his eyes in silence. Naturally, he could not fully trust these strangers, so he silently summoned his 9th-grade defensive armor, ensuring that if they intended to ambush him, he would remain unfazed. With no lingering concerns, Lin Shu directed his consciousness into the beast-controlling space where the ancient golden crow egg resided. "System, how should I proceed with the hatching of this beast egg?" he inquired, filled with anticipation. After all, the system had never let him down before. Just recalling the ancient blood spirit dragon beast egg, the system had streamlined the process, allowing for a rapid hatching. Lin Shu understood that successfully hatching the ancient golden crow would elevate his combat prowess significantly. Indeed, the system's voice soon resonated in his mind. "System is simplifying. Hatching the ancient golden crow beast egg has been simplified to hatch within 10 days using pure yang materials." Lin Shu beamed with satisfaction upon seeing this. The hatching of the ancient golden crow beast egg was no trivial matter. According to the system's previous description, it required immersion in the depths of the sun for a century to hatch successfully. Now, thanks to the system's convenience, providing pure yang materials would suffice for hatching within 10 days. Lin Shu felt a surge of excitement. Quickly, Lin Shu withdrew his consciousness from the ancient golden crow egg space and entered the beast-controlling space of the black-winged yellow hound. Simultaneously, he recalled the Xiaya silver ring that Chun Guier had entrusted to him before. He pondered what purpose this item could serve. Lin Shu murmured to himself. However, he soon remarked indifferently, "Never mind, let us not dwell on these matters for now. System, if I recall correctly, you mentioned that I could upgrade this Howling Moon silver ring to the 9th grade, right? And there would be a hidden surprise in store for me?" Lin Shu inquired. It was precisely because of this statement that he accepted the Howling Moon silver ring. Otherwise, an 8th grade treasure would hardly catch his discerning eye. Ding. The system is unwavering in its honesty. Does the host wish to upgrade the Howling Moon silver ring? Yes, Lin Shu replied. System is initiating. Simplification successful. Upgrading the Howling Moon silver ring simplified to integrating the essence blood of the black wind yellow dog. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu's eyes brightened. He then swiftly approached the black wind yellow dog, which could naturally sense Lin Shu's intent. The creature used its sharp claws to inflict a cut upon itself. As its essence blood dripped onto the Howling Moon silver ring, the ring instantaneously burst forth with a resplendent radiance. Ding, congratulations to the host. The upgrade of the Howling Moon silver ring was successful. Ding, congratulations to the host. A new evolutionary pathway for the black wind yellow dog can now be developed. Black wind yellow dog's evolution simplified to merge with the Howling Moon silver ring. Hearing this, Lin Shu's eyes shone with excitement. He quickly issued commands, and the black wind yellow dog unleashed its merging power. As it made contact with the Howling Moon silver ring, the two entities swiftly melded into one. In the blink of an eye, the black wind yellow dog transformed into a colossal silver wolf towering over 10 meters high. Beastmaster, Howling Moon silver wolf. Level Beast King. Bloodline, Chaos Great. Evolution, Starry Sky silver wolf. Characteristics, formed by the fusion of the black wind yellow dog and the 9th grade Beastmaster weapon. Howling Moon silver ring. It can wield tidal forces, alter the weight of objects, allowing a feather to become as heavy as 1,000 pounds, or reduce the weight of mountains to mere dust. Its skill, Howling Moon Slash, can shatter the void. After perusing the information before him, Lin Shu was overwhelmed with joy. Previously, he had been troubled about which evolutionary path to choose for the black-wind yellow dog. He never anticipated that this creature could merge with a Beastmaster weapon, thus unveiling an entirely new evolution. This was indeed an unexpected and monumental gain. Excellent, Lin Shu thought contentedly. Even if Qiu Minghan truly wishes to bring me harm, I am utterly unperturbed. Merely my Howling Moon Silver Wolf would likely suffice to make her think twice. Harboring such thoughts, Lin Shu's consciousness swiftly returned to reality. Soon, half an hour had elapsed, and the once swiftly moving aircraft had come to a halt. Mr. Lin Shu, you may disembark, announced the leading expert from the Howling Moon organization. Upon stepping off the plane, Lin Shu found himself somewhat perplexed, for he was surrounded by a desolate landscape. As he surveyed the area, he did not discern any sign of the so-called headquarters of the Howling Moon organization. Observing Lin Shu's confusion, the leading expert offered a mysterious smile and produced a remote control. Soon, the ground began to tremble, and then it cracked open, revealing a small-scale teleportation array that appeared as if conjured from thin air. Mr. Lin Shu, this teleportation array will transport you to the secret realm where our leader resides. Once you arrive, all will be made clear to you. Lin Shu nodded slightly. At that moment, emboldened by his skills, he was naturally unafraid of any potential traps awaiting him. After stepping onto the teleportation array, he suddenly felt a flash before his eyes. When everything settled, Lin Shu found himself within a secret realm. Where am I? Lin Shu pondered, somewhat bewildered. He had prepared himself to enter a den of danger, only to discover that this so-called secret realm was a picturesque locale. Here, many magical beasts roamed, their levels not particularly high, yet lacking in lethality, resembling a zoo at first glance. Not far off, an enchanting structure caught Lin Shu's eye. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a large inscription at its front, Howling Moon Kindergarten. Releasing his consciousness, Lin Shu could faintly hear the sounds of children's laughter emanating from within the building. What is going on here? Lin Shu was left in a state of confusion. At that moment, the gates of the kindergarten swung open, and a woman dressed in sportswear, her hair tied in a ponytail and wearing glasses, approached Lin Shu with an air of grace. Are you Lin Shu? Are you Qiu Minghan? Indeed. After a brief exchange, Qiu Minghan remarked indifferently, guests are always welcome. Come, let me show you around the kindergarten I founded. With that, she turned and walked inside. And after a moment of silence, Lin Shu followed her in. Upon entering the kindergarten, Lin Shu witnessed Qiu Minghan surrounded by a throng of children. Principal, come play with us. Principal, I just learned a new song. Can I sing it for you? Principal, I really like you. Can I have a hug? In the face of the children's clamoring, Qiu Minghan wore a gentle expression. She patted the head of the foremost little boy and said, the principal is currently attending to this Uncle Lin, so you all can play by yourselves for now. Upon hearing this, the children obediently nodded. Then, a little girl approached Lin Shu. Uncle, this is a drawing I made. I don't have much to give you, so please accept it as a gift. Lin Shu smiled as he accepted it, his gaze subtly drifting towards Qiu Minghan. In his heart, he felt a twinge of suspicion. After all, a woman capable of establishing a paradise for children within a secret realm could hardly be described as malevolent. Yet, the deeds of the Howling Moon organization were well known. Could there be some hidden truths underlying this situation? Such speculations arose in Lin Shu's mind, and instinctively, he sensed that these questions would soon find answers. 10 minutes later, Lin Shu found himself in the kindergarten's lounge. Qiu Minghan brought 2 cups of coffee, adding a piece of rock sugar to each and stirring slowly. Quite astonishing. Isn't it? You must have heard of my affairs from Old Man Zhao and the others. My first impression on you must surely be that of a cold-blooded female demon. Furthermore, you likely came to inquire about the cause of your parents' demise, did you not? In addition, you may wish to witness what kind of existence I am, a woman who has killed dozens of experts from the Huagua Beastmaster Alliance. Upon hearing these words, Lin Shu smiled but remained silent. Just then, Qiu Minghan's calm voice broke through the air. Rest assured, you will soon have your answers. First, drink your coffee. At her urging, Lin Shu downed the coffee in one gulp. Observing this, Qiu Minghan remarked blandly, What? Are you not concerned that I might have tampered with your coffee? Lin Shu chuckled softly, expressing his belief that if one truly wished to deal with him, there was no need for such convoluted schemes. Why not simply take action outside the secret realm? That way, those children need not be disturbed. Upon hearing this, Qiu Minghan cast a surprised glance at Lin Shu. A slight smile graced her cold features as she remarked, You resemble your teacher and his wife quite closely. You possess a kind heart, and your presence brings me joy. With that, Qiu Minghan rose slowly, saying, Come, I shall show you something different. Under Qiu Minghan's guidance, Lin Shu swiftly descended to the underground level B1. As the iron door creaked open, a wave of decay and dampness assaulted his senses. Lin Shu steadied his gaze to discover an immense subterranean prison. Each cell housed a figure ensnared in iron chains, their emaciated forms evoking a deep sense of pity. However, Lin Shu's temperament was far from that of an ordinary youth, prompting him to inquire, "Who are these people?" In a flat tone, Qiu Minghan replied, "Follow me." Soon, they arrived outside cell number 33. She gestured toward the number plate, urging Lin Shu to approach. It was then that he noticed a dense scrawl beneath the number. Chen Song, head of the Chen family in the provincial capital. Though outwardly affable, he is a treacherous and ruthless individual, willing to resort to any means to achieve his ends, having single-handedly orchestrated the massacre of over 100 members of a rival family. Seeing Lin Shu lost in thought, Qiu Minghan continued, "This man is the grandfather of Cheng Guer, and the little girl who earlier presented you with a drawing is the sole survivor of that massacre. This old wretch, intent on concealing his malevolent deeds from the outside world, showed no mercy even to children. Had I not intervened, that child would have long since been taken by a magical beast." Lin Shu was taken aback. As they proceeded further, Qiu Minghan revealed that all those imprisoned here were indeed individuals of notorious malevolence. The children outside were all orphans. Lin Shu felt a pang of sorrow. He wondered if Cheng Guer was aware that her grandfather was a wolf in sheep's clothing and whether she would still carry herself with the same bravado. Given that her family's downfall was self-inflicted, it seemed he had truly misjudged the situation. With a sigh, Lin Shu admitted, "I see now." Yet Qiu Minghan replied nonchalantly, "You haven't entirely misjudged. Zhuge Xiao and those affiliated with the Saga organization are indeed not virtuous individuals. Had I not found them useful, they would have long since met their demise." With a knowing smile, she added, "Your first doubt should now be resolved, yes? Now, let us discuss the annihilation of the Beastmaster Alliance of Huagua." Lin Shu nodded gravely. Observing this, Qiu Minghan began her exposition. "This tale begins with the unexpected incident that befell your parents. Of course, unexpected is merely the narrative presented to the public. My investigations reveal that your parents were ensnared in a plot, having inadvertently crossed the interests of certain individuals." As Lin Shu's eyes flickered with intrigue, Qiu Minghan elaborated, "Your parents possessed extraordinary talent in beast taming. They were also avid researchers, ultimately discovering a new species that was a fusion of magical beasts and tamed creatures. This entity could be contracted by beast tamers and wielded power far surpassing that of ordinary magical beasts or tamed creatures. Furthermore, your teachers discovered a potion that, once ingested by a magical beast, quelled their ferocity. The beasts you encountered within this secret realm were docile due to this potion, which posed a significant threat to the Beastmaster Alliance of Huagua and other nations. After all, for the average person and ordinary beast tamers, magical beasts are terrifying entities, like wolves or tigers, posing a lethal threat. Yet for the alliances, those beasts symbolize status and honor. To illustrate, if this potion were widely adopted, the world would be devoid of terrifying magical beasts. Consequently, the practice of contracting beasts would be banned, leading to the collapse of the beast tamers hierarchy. This would be a boon for ordinary people, liberating them from the menace of magical beasts. However, for beast tamers, it would strip them of their power and authority. Thus, your parents met with an unexpected fate. Upon learning this, I resolved to strike back against those who had ordered your parents' persecution." Lin Shu stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that his parents had been collectively hunted by the world's beast tamers. Suddenly, his expression shifted as a realization dawned upon him. He queried, "Tell me, did my father ever contract a creature that was a fusion of a magical beast and a tamed one?" Qiu Minghan nodded emphatically, "Indeed. Your father contracted an entity known as the Storm Demon Dragon." Joy surged within Lin Shu as clarity washed over him. He finally understood the identity of the mysterious figure who had been silently protecting him and his sister, even providing them with gold compensation. His father was alive. Yet, what of his mother? Just as Lin Shu contemplated voicing these thoughts, the entire underground prison trembled violently. In the next moment, a member of the Saga organization burst in, breathless with urgency. "Chief, it's bad. We're surrounded by a formidable group of beast tamers. They claim to be experts from the Beastmaster Alliance of Huagua. If you do not act swiftly, they will reduce this secret realm to rubble." Chapter 76. Want me dead? Then slay them all. What? Upon hearing this, Lin Shu's expression darkened, mirroring Qiu Minghan's own gravity. Meanwhile, the Saga member glared at Lin Shu, then turned to Qiu Minghan, stating, "It must be this kid. He drew the enemy here. You must eliminate him or use him as leverage. I am certain those beast tamers will hesitate to act recklessly." Hearing this, Qiu Minghan regarded Lin Shu with a penetrating gaze before dismissively stating, "You overestimate the situation. He would not resort to such tactics." She then stepped closer to Lin Shu, asserting, "You are the child of my teachers, making you my brother as well. While you may not fully trust my words, I will soon reveal to you the true nature of those from the Beastmaster Alliance. They are nothing but hypocrites. With that, Qiu Minghan turned to her subordinate, commanding, quickly instruct everyone to move the children to a safe location. As for those within these cells, let them fend for themselves. Regardless of what transpires outside, do not venture out. Protect the children at all costs. Once the subordinate departed, Qiu Minghan cast a deep glance at Lin Shu, saying, time is of the essence. Let us discuss my plan as we proceed. In no time, the two emerged into the outside world. Due to the ferocious attacks from the outside, the entire secret realm has become exceedingly unstable, shaking violently. The once magnificent kindergarten now lies in ruins. Fortunately, the members of the Saga organization acted swiftly, evacuating the children in advance, thus avoiding any casualties. However, witnessing her hard work crumble into nothingness, Qiu Minghan remained seething with rage. Let us go outside. Since those scoundrels seek their own demise, I shall ensure they return with none. With that, Qiu Minghan led Lin Shu through the teleportation array to the outside world. Upon arriving, Lin Shu stood firm, his gaze deepening with intensity. Meanwhile, a surge of murderous intent erupted in Qiu Minghan's eyes, as they beheld a formation of figures standing not far away. The elite guardians of this place from the Saga organization lay lifeless in pools of blood. These bastards! Qiu Minghan nearly ground her teeth to dust in fury. Lin Shu, however, maintained his composure, scrutinizing the powerful members of the Beast Tamer Alliance before him. 28-star Beast Tamers and 2 9-star Beast Tamers? Lin Shu's brows furrowed in concern. Such a lineup was indeed formidable. Yet, he felt no inclination to retreat. Rather, he began to feel a thrill of anticipation. Qiu Minghan, on the other hand, found herself momentarily flustered. While she was a powerful 8-tier 8-star Beast Tamer, the daunting array before her posed a significant challenge. As for Lin Shu, despite his exceptional talent and being a divine beast body, the adversary's ranks were still too high. In ordinary battles, his multitude of beasts might not reveal any weaknesses, but now they faced the Armée de las Armées of the Huaxia Beast Tamers, and the disadvantages were glaring. Dreamhan, it seems these fellows intend to eradicate you entirely. Lin Shu's calm voice broke through Qiu Minghan's thoughts, pulling her back to reality. With your capabilities, it should not be too difficult to resolve this predicament, should it? Lin Shu inquired once more. Qiu Minghan felt a sense of helplessness. Although she had achieved the remarkable feat of defeating numerous experts from the Beast Tamer Alliance years ago, it was under conditions where the enemy was caught off guard. Facing multiple foes at once, she had no doubt that she would have perished countless times by now. With a resigned sigh, she replied, Xiao Shu, it pleases me that you call me Dreamon. However, the current situation is likely beyond my resolution. So, plans must change. After all, I cannot allow those children to perish alongside me. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu replied nonchalantly, Dreamhan, as my father's student, if you were to die before my eyes, I would have no face to meet him again. Qiu Minghan was taken aback. What do you mean by that? Lin Shu smiled and said, that's a discussion for after the battle. For now, let us proceed with our previous plan. I wish to witness firsthand whether the Huaxia Beast Tamer Alliance is truly as corrupt as rumored. If it is merely a fraction, I shall eliminate them one by one. If it is the entirety, then I shall ensure a complete overhaul. After hearing this, Qiu Minghan paused momentarily before nodding solemnly. Their exchange, facilitated by Lin Shu's system, went unheard by the Beast Tamers. Lin Shu then swiftly executed his plan, adopting a pleading expression as he addressed the assembly, esteemed seniors of the Beast Tamer Alliance. I am Lin Shu, a recent graduate of Lingzhou University. Please, save me. At these words, the elite members of the Beast Tamer Alliance exchanged glances. One among them produced a device for verification. It truly is Lin Shu, one remarked. Recognizing the young man as a divine beast body who had contracted numerous beasts and possessed the capability to challenge opponents beyond his level. One of the 2 leading 9-star Beast Tamers reported this information, causing the duo to furrow their brows in concern. What should we do next? One of them inquired. After a moment of silence, one of the 9-star Beast Tamers suggested, let us kill him together. The other hesitated, pondering the potential of this Lin Shu, if nurtured properly. Killing him now might be a grave mistake, he mused, considering the rarity of a divine beast body. Before he could finish, the other 9-star Beast Tamer interjected with a cold laugh. Indeed, the divine beast body is exceptionally rare. However, we must eliminate all obstacles. And Qiu Minghan possesses secrets about Huaxia's Beast Tamers. Who can guarantee that she hasn't informed this brat? Thus, only by silencing them permanently can we prevent any secrets from leaking. Upon hearing this, many Beast Tamers nodded in agreement. Naturally, Lin Shu overheard every word of their conversation. Seizing the moment, Qiu Minghan declared, Humph, you hypocrites. You sacrificed my teacher and mentor for your own interests. simply because the potions they developed could neutralize the berserk power of magical beasts. When the fusion of magical beasts and tamed beasts posed a threat to you, you struck them down without mercy. Now, you wish to kill me? You truly deserve to die. The members of the Beast Tamer Alliance paid her words no heed. Lin Shu understood that they had tacitly acknowledged her claims. He then smiled and said, Dreamhan, there's no need to continue this charade. I believe your words are true. Furthermore, even if they are false, these individuals still seek my death. Since that is the case, I shall not hold back. With a cold expression, Lin Shu turned to the Beast Tamers and declared, Are you all here to die one by one, or shall I send you all off together? You wish for my demise. Then I shall slay you all. What? Lin Shu's sudden proclamation left Xiao Menghan stunned. Even the elite members of the Beast Tamer Alliance exchanged bewildered glances. This young man was far too audacious, was he not? Chapter 77. The Storm Dragon Appears. Shocking the entire scene. At this moment, Xiao Menghan was utterly speechless. Her initial plan had been to seize the opportunity when those opponents were unprepared, launching a surprise attack to create an opportunity for Lin Shu to escape. In doing so, she would feel she had honored her teacher and mentor. Yet, who could have anticipated that Lin Shu would abandon the act, opting instead for a bold confrontation against the top experts of the Beast Tamer Alliance? Was he out of his mind? While Xiao Menghan was somewhat informed about Lin Shu's capabilities, his growth had exceeded her expectations. However, the current situation was simply insurmountable. After all, they faced an overwhelmingly powerful alliance composed of 2 9-star and numerous 8-star Beast Tamers, far beyond their capacity to resist. Realizing this, Xiao Menghan intended to dissuade Lin Shu, but at that moment, his indifferent voice rang out. What is the matter? Faced with my challenge, are there none among you willing to step forward? It appears that the members of the Beast Master Alliance from Huahua are nothing extraordinary. With this remark, the group of Alliance members seethed with fury, each one ready to unleash their wrath upon Lin Shu. Fortunately, at that moment, the leader, a 9th-tier, 1-star Beast Master, spoke up. Qindong, since this brat is so brazen, why don't you show him a thing or two? With these words, the middle-aged man known as Qindong stepped forward. Lin Shu's gaze fell upon the iron rod in his hand. Weapon, Puryong Fire Staff. Grade 8 tier. Upgrade, Puryong Devouring Sun Staff. Characteristics, forged from fragments of the sun, it possesses immense power, erasing everything in its path. Lin Shu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Ever since he acquired the ancient Golden Crow's beast egg, he had been pondering where to find Puryong materials to hasten its hatching. Little did he expect such an opportunity to arise so swiftly. With this thought in mind, Lin Shu hastily inquired, System, can the Puryong Fire Staff accelerate the hatching of the ancient Golden Crow's beast egg? Beep, scanning in progress. Scan complete. Reply to the host. The Puryong Fire Staff can facilitate the hatching of the ancient Golden Crow within 10 days. If upgraded to 9 tier, transforming into the Puryong Devouring Sun Staff, it can ensure hatching within 10 minutes. Upon hearing the system's response, Lin Shu was nearly beside himself with joy. After all, if he could hasten the hatching of the ancient Golden Crow, he would undoubtedly be more adept in the impending battle. He intended to ask how to upgrade the Puryong Fire Staff to the Puryong Devouring Sun Staff. But the system seemed to anticipate his question and spoke up first. If the host wishes to upgrade the Puryong Fire Staff, simply utilize the bloodline of the Ancestral Desolation Divine level. Lin Shu was ecstatic once more. The bloodline of Ancestral Desolation? Wasn't that from the wolf god Anubis or the Icefire Divine Dragon? It felt as though the system had crafted a personalized upgrade plan for him. Indeed, the system did not deceive him. With this in mind, Lin Shu glanced at the 8th-tier Beast Master Qindong, a smile illuminating his face. For he believed that the Puryong Fire Staff in the opponent's hand was already his for the taking. Lin Shu, was it? I have seen your profile before. I must admit, among the younger generation today, your talent is quite formidable. Furthermore, you possess the godly body. It is a pity that you should not be present here. However, as a senior, I can grant you a chance. Summon your beast. I shall refrain from summoning mine and will engage you in battle, hoping you do not disappoint me. Lin Shu, delighted by this proposal, replied with a smile. In that case, I shall not hold back. With that, he swiftly summoned the golden-eyed Bat King, followed by the upgraded Howling Moon Silver Wolf. Upon witnessing this, Qindong scoffed disdainfully. Humph, 2 Beast Kings dare to act recklessly before me? How laughable. Yet, before he could finish his derisive remarks, his expression abruptly changed. The golden-eyed Bat King had released a blinding golden light, and in the next instant, Qindong found himself utterly immobilized. Though the golden-eyed Bat King's divine light could not hold him for long due to the level disparity, it was crucial to note that in a duel of experts, mere moments could determine the victor. Howling Moon Silver Wolf, attack! Lin Shu commanded. With a swift rush, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf lunged at Qindong. Qindong desperately wished to evade, but the golden light's control still held. By the time the control dissipated, his neck had already been severed, blood gushing forth. In that instant, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf quickly darted away, retrieving the pure Yang Fire Staff and presenting it to Lin Shu. The members of the Beastmaster Alliance were left utterly dumbfounded. Even Xiao Minghan stood in shock, her expression one of disbelief. None had anticipated that Shendong, wielding an 8th-tier beast weapon and being an 8th-tier Beastmaster himself, would be so swiftly defeated. It seems I underestimated Lin Shu, Xiao Minghan thought with a knowing smile. Indeed, the offspring of a master is formidable. Conversely, the other members of the Beastmaster Alliance glared at Lin Shu, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Lin Shu, unfazed by their hostility, quickly eradicated the mark left by Chun Dong on the pure Yang Fire Staff, and then tossed it into the beast space where the wolf god Anubis resided. Beep. Simplifying system is activating. Activation successful. The pure Yang Fire Staff has been simplified for upgrading. Fuse with the bloodline of ancestral desolation. Fusion successful. Congratulations, host. The pure Yang Fire Staff has been upgraded. Lin Shu scarcely had time to examine the details of the newly upgraded pure Yang Devouring Sun Staff before he placed it into the beast space containing the ancient golden crow's beast egg. The moment the beast egg came into contact with the pure Yang Devouring Sun Staff, Lin Shu noticed a countdown for hatching commencing. Wonderful. In 10 minutes, the ancient golden crow will successfully hatch. Filled with anticipation, Lin Shu's consciousness returned to the present. Meanwhile, the members of the Beastmaster Alliance glared at him with rage. Unperturbed, Lin Shu swiftly executed his summoning technique, bringing forth one beast after another. The Infernal Blood Phoenix, the 7-colored Devouring Python, the Serpent Xianglu, the Ice-Fire Divine Dragon, the Diamond Divine Ape, the Ancient Blood Spirit Dragon, the Wolf God Anubis, along with the previously summoned Howling Moon Silver Wolf and Golden-Eyed Bat King. A total of 9 beasts materialized before him. However, Lin Shu felt that this display lacked sufficient intimidation. Thus, he glanced at Xiao Minghan beside him and smiled. Sister Minghan, actually, my father is still alive. Soon, I shall prove it to you. With that, Lin Shu waved his hand, summoning another array. As a storm coalesced, a colossal dragon emerged, the Storm Demon Dragon. Xiao Minghan was filled with surprise and delight, while the members of the Beastmaster Alliance wore grim expressions. Isn't that the Storm Demon Dragon? A fusion of a beast and a Beastmaster? How did you manage to contract it? Lin Shu replied calmly. Are you deaf? I just mentioned that the Storm Demon Dragon was entrusted to me by my father. Upon hearing this, the Alliance members' expressions turned exceedingly dark. Quick! Eliminate this brat to prevent future troubles. With that, all the Beastmasters unleashed their full might, initiating their summoning arrays. Numerous powerful beasts began to materialize. Seeing this, Lin Shu merely smiled indifferently. Since that is the case, let us allow the other 10 beasts to entertain you all before the ancient golden crow hatches. With a single command, Lin Shu ordered the 10 beasts to charge forth.